Dr. Alpha. Oh, I thought that was you. Look at you.
We are live, my
You
friend.
you have a body double now.
You are laughing. We are live.
Oh.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, derived their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new.
Afternoon, fellow Biafrans. This is the second day of our 1 week long historic sit at home for the demand to release Mazen Kanu, and of course, in preparation for our Biafra self-referendum. I am sitting at home. When they tell you Simon Ekpa is in Finland, no, I am sitting at home. This is me at home, and I will sit at home for as long as the sit at home lasts in Biafra land. Thank you very much for this historic moment that we are making in our Biafra liberation. Woto Woto, remain the code. And very, very soon, everything about Nigeria will be evicted from Biafra territory. Mark the word, evicted. These are the people who facilitate the murder of our people. These are the people who facilitate killings for our women and children. And we will no longer allow them to stay and sleep and wake up while they mastermind the killing of our women and children in Biafra land. So today is the second day of the historic sit at home, and I thank Biafra people for taking up this challenge and making this sacrifice for their future. Thank you. See you in the evening. I am sitting at home. Whenever you see that man with our phone called Ifeanyi Ubah, tell him that Simon Ekpa is sitting at home. My warning is going to receive it very soon. Thank you.
If you say something,
We do something.
if you see something,
We say something.
if you say something,
We do something.
thank you very much. Because going 2 years now, for good 2 years, we have observed every Monday as sit at home. But we have cooperated in the spirit of observing every Monday for sit at home. We have also found out that we are losing our economic base, and most importantly, we are losing jobs and business opportunities. As a representative of the good people of Anambra South, Nnewi not being the political capital of Anambra South, we deem it fit to say we will not continue to have sit at home on Mondays. from this Monday, every business venture in Nnewi will be open for business. We have our men, we have our system. We know saboteurs will try to come to sabotage what we are doing, but we are resolute to fight any aggression that will come into this town. Yes. I've had statements. To be precise, I've heard from what's that his name? Simon Ekpa, one Simon Ekpa. I heard from him. This is a warning to Simon. For 17 good times, you have mentioned the Ifeanyi Ubah, and I did not reply you. You have been seeking for my attention 17 good times, and I'm replying you today. I've never ever mentioned Ifeanyi Ubah or Nnewi again. You have your parents in Ebonyi there. Their state is ABC state. And they have never ever one day mentioned their state in Ebonyi. Ebonyi don't observe it at home. You are in Finland contesting for councillorship or whatever. You go to your job on Mondays, but you want to really go us, you want to deprive people because you have communication gadgets, you have internet to run propaganda. I am elected officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I represent the people of Anambra South. Yes. To you, Simon Ekpa, and your co-brothers, for any one of you to mention sit at home again, you will start charity begins at home. You will start preaching sit at home from the Ebonyi before you continue to mention Anambra State and you are seeing Nnewi and Anambra State as a drain for your enterprise, for your dubious enterprise. I am telling you, Simon Ekpa, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. I will say
and the owner of these results. I went to Jam Portal to print these results, and this is what they gave me. This is the result here. So this is my aggregate 362. This is exactly how I printed it. I downloaded it from that site. So they now saying that I forged my results is what I don't know, and I'm traumatized that they accused me of forging my own results because I am not capable of this forging results. This is the evidence. Okay, they say that I forged my results. They scanned this QR code there, and it showed another name, a Yoruba name, Omotola Afolabi, 138. And that same person that got 138, they checked again, the person got 338. Meaning that there is problem. There is problem somewhere. So, and we went to Commissioner of Education office on Friday last week. My principal and the educational secretary of Anglican Girls Secondary School, or Anglican Diocese. So we went there. We showed all these results to Commission of Education, both this one and the SMS they sent to me. and she snapped it and sent to the JAMB official. They called back saying that this is a forged result, that I forged it myself, that the JAMB office don't have the record of this. So they now say that I forged it, and they called the DSS over to come to her office. The DSS, they took us to their office, and we made our statements there. And they said they will contact us later, that they are going to investigate these results to know where the source came from. So that's what they said. And instead of them to wait for the investigation to be over, they posted that I forged my results without confirming. So I'm really sad about it. And it's not that since my nursery school have been taken first, I'm a brilliant girl. It's not that I'm an illiterate person that will go and forge her results because I'm not intelligent to impress people. I've been taking first position since my nursery school. And even my common entrance, it was 300 and something. So it did not start today.
From New York City, wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome. It's July 4th, 2023. On this day, in 1776, the United States was formed. Basically, they approved the Declaration of Independence. We are going to talk about what does that mean to you, for you, and how do you understand independence for America too. We're also going to talk about the situation in eastern Nigeria. Of course, most of you might have known that Simon Ekpa declared a 7 day sit at home. He said it's for the demand that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, and that is for compelling the government to give a referendum to people of the Biafrans. So we are going to talk about that, especially in the context of the new challenge he has from Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, who represents Nnewi area in the Senate. He is insisting that the sit at home must stop and that it should stop now, and he's willing to put his name and face and resources into that effort. This is something that governors of Anambra State, Enugu State, and others have tried and failed to stop. That's the sit at home on Mondays, and we're also pointing out that today, in most markets across the eastern part of Nigeria, the people basically decided to go about their businesses because it's difficult to tell them to stay at home for 7 days in this economic situation. So we're going to have that conversation. We want people in Nigeria who can join us to please join us. We want to hear from you, especially those from the eastern part of the country. We played some videos that we got from Enugu today, from our people in Enugu, showing that people were moving around. People in Onisha also said that they had a normal day, business day. So we want to invite you to join us in this conversation. So let me bring in some of our friends who are here to begin the conversation. Ovia, welcome to the show. Man of Prestige,
Thank you.
welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And Kwesi, the Rastafarian, welcome to the show. Kwesi is,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oga.
Kwesi is our Ghanaian brother who is familiar with everything in Nigeria and a veteran of journalism for many years. He was at Sahara with me at the same time. All right. So where do we start? Ovie, happy 4th of July.
Same year. Yes, indeed. Happy 4th of July. So everyone that I've ever heard the word America or United States of America, happy 4th of July to you. As I mean, is that what we should we go? I mean,
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
one of you?
we're starting with that.
Okay, I think you started by saying, what does America mean to
Yeah, America,
Um,
democracy, yeah, independence in America. What does that mean to you?
I think um, there's so many ways to describe what I think America is. So that's why I'm kind of it's not. I didn't even know this is going to be a topic, but I would say if there's anything that is impossible, if there's that word that they said impossible is nothing, right? I think Adidas motto, impossible is nothing. If there's any way to define human ability, I think that's what America is. To me, it's America is an entity that people came together and said this is how we want it to be, right? Just bunch of people. I mean, you can, there's a conversation around how they were able to achieve that, right? Already, but that's not what I'm acknowledging that, but I'm just telling the story of America the way I see it here. But for humans to just decide to come together from every walks of life and say, you know what, we want to change the course of humanity, and they make it happen.
Were they thinking about humanity? They were thinking about themselves. They were not thinking about,
They are human, right?
yeah.
They are human too. They are part of the humanity. They are part of the human race. How far can I go? How far can we go? Right? How far can we go? How far can I go? Emiloko, that's how I start with Emiloko first, right? How far can we go? Right? And I think if you actually it goes back to what we will end up talking about today, which is the idea of Biafra, right? And I think if you go back to the core of it, maybe we find out that it's just people that say, you know what, we can decide our own. How far can we go if we decide to stay on our own? So it's a story. America is a story that is still unfolding, right? If this from that decision, they're able to raise the top of the world, change the course of humanity, and they are still on it. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I would say I'm a student of history. This is one of the most greatest civilization of all time so far. To
All right.
me.
Thank you. Thank you. Man of Prestige, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I greet everybody on the platform. Yeah, it's well known about American, what up, being an independence there, has been traditionally recognized. I believe it started over 18th century ago, 1941, even beyond that anyway. So the traditional has been, you know, have been said famous according to the information I have. It was adopted by 13 colony, that declared independence. So, and I think the document was drafted by Thomas Jefferson. The little history that I know, I'm not a purely student of history, but I have a little bit of knowledge about American independence. So, yeah, it's very important, the festivities, the firework that's going to be going on, the hot dog by just, hopefully somebody's going to destroy him. They say we come like we know how to eat the dog better than him. So we see what happened today. So that's it. That's it in a nutshell, and parrot, of course.
All right. Man of Prestige, thank you.
I
Your
thought
line
if
is
one
not
of you
very clear, but we're
it's not
happy.
clear,
Yeah, your line is not
go ahead
very
and come
clear.
back.
Okay. Kwesi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Oga.
So, did Ghana start the way America started, or is it?
No, I think the only similarity would be that there was an independence factor, but other than that, it was very, very, very different.
How?
But it was very different in every aspect, But like I said, the only similarity is that a group of people were seeking self-governance, and they set out to make it happen. In the case of America, it was much more tedious. They had to venture into the unknown, get on the ship, colonize some other people's land and all of that. In Ghana, it was a completely different story. We were being colonized and we were trying to get out of that. So as far as that goes. But if I may, just you know, pick up back from where my previous panelists left off, I would say that America is possibly the greatest human experiment, the most successful human experiment, social experiment. America is a system, and it's a very successful system. It's set on a system of rules and all of that, and it's worked very well up till now. America is also an irony unto itself because it started as an idea to liberate themselves. They wanted to free themselves, only to go and put somebody else in some type of not so free environment, to other people's lands, all of that, and then all the discrimination that goes on with some people that live here, as if those don't have the right to be free or to all of that. So it's an irony, and for us who live here, we can give thanks for the opportunity to live here, but we mustn't lose sight of the fact that it is an irony.
Okay, thank you. Mazi scribe, that I didn't know when that changed. Right.
No, I said let me get closer to my roots. Very soon it's going to be in the scribe. Don't worry.
Are you one of those that's competing for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu space?
No. I think this is more in line. I was actually reading about how Mbono Ojike crafted the whole thing about, and it was very inspiring. So I decided to fall in line by using the title, to just replace it, Mr. Scribe, Mazi Scribe. But anyways, back to the question about what America means. I think I would explain it in three phases. The 1770, everything that happened to lead on to 1776, mostly bordered on life, liberty, equality, and fraternity, right? The right, the inalienable rights, like Rudolph put it in the opening of the show, that all men are born equal. But then transform into sort of like post 1865, and also the 100 years that came to the civil rights movement, and you will see a different America, America that's been called to question, an America that you know, on those ideals, on the ideas and ideals that the founding fathers were actually tested, and you would actually see that the belief, the ideology is far away from the actions. So, like what they actually did it's questionable. But how be it, no system as we understand it is perfect. So, they have made significant progress. Women's rights have been upheld. The minority rights have been upheld. Native Americans, I would say, to an extent, there's a lot of work to be done on all fronts. But America still stands as that beacon of hope. That's a country where you always look up to. That what is America doing? Everybody's always interesting as that pace setter. Look at what they've got. Great presidents, obviously. Roosevelt's of this world. It's actually exemplary the way they came out of the Great Recession, and what the president at the time did. And there's also, as I reflect as an African, the role that America has played in sort of like the neoclassical setup of I keep saying neoclassical, neocolonialists. I don't know what neoclassical. Whenever I think neocolonialists, I always say neoclassical. But the role that America, allegedly has played in the setup of neocolonialist institutions, and as I will put it in the words of Ronald Reagan, every country has the right to fight for her interests. So when you look at it, it's sort of like in two ends. America has to look out for itself. So kudos to them. But also, by looking out for yourself, there are people who have actually suffered, and most of us Africans would reflect on America and Some will see it this way, some will see it the other way. But all in all, happy 4th of July to every American out there. I hope this 4th of July represents something very, very positive in the principle and in the purest state of your founding fathers, which is life, liberty, egalitarianism, and fraternity. Happy 4th of July.
All right, thank you. Uzo.
Yeah, I greet everybody, every panelist out here. Yeah, my own take is this. I remember when I was little, when I hear independent, I was thinking it's a leave. All of us now about independence leave in Southeast. I was thinking just a leave, you know, until I begin to grow up. I now understand what independence means. And for those of us in America, it used to be a good experience, a day to rest, a day to reflect, a day to be with your family. It's really a wonderful day for each one of us, and a day for the police to make their quotes, a day for drunkard, a day for whatever. I really, really like America owns the oldest independent, oldest democracy in the world, but we Nigeria, we celebrate it more. Yeah, they celebrate it here, the way I see it, but average America, I won't say average. Most people, 4th of July is very important to them than what you represent. You know, a day for the rest, as I said. But at the end of the day, we all know what it stands for. You know, in Nigeria, we know how when I was growing up, Independence Day was used to be a day you always mark in your calendar, Independence Day. And when we grow up, we think that started depreciating from our mind. You know, it's a history which will be told. So I use the opportunity to wish my fellow guys here, man of prestige over here, all of us in America, happy Independence Day. You know, today's a barbecue day, but I wonder why you are here. Mahmoud have not talked with you. Yeah, so we roasting some chicken, some yam, and some here are talking to us. I won't be long here. I'm going to roast my own chicken and this thing. I have my
He lives
drink to drink. So happy Independence to every
he
one
lives in
of
New York. He's not a patriot. He lives in New York.
Thank
us.
you. Thank you
So
so much.
today is a day for the police to make their quotes. If not, all police quote will be made today. So that way is mostly well it is for some people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me go to Matt.
Doctor, I just want to make a quick correction. America is not the oldest democracy in the world. Athens is.
I say
It's
one of
not.
the oldest, one of the
Okay,
oldest.
okay. The oldest democracy is in Athens, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I say one
I
of
will
the
need to
oldest. Yeah.
respond to
Absolutely.
Maz's crime too,
Dr.
but
Rudolph,
after
you say you
everybody
didn't
else,
hear me
I will need
before.
to
Can I
respond to
reclaim
Maz.
my place a little bit?
Huh?
Maybe you
So
can hear
what?
me now. You say you didn't hear what I said before. Can I reclaim my place just a minute?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Sid. It seems like you're a scholar about American history. So thank you for educating us about American history. You know, the way you enumerated everything is very enlightening. I'm not too much of a student, but I just have a vivid knowledge about American history. You know, according to what I understand, you know, it dates back about 18th century ago, of course. It didn't quite get on a declaration until 1976, like he properly stated. So I just look at it as a day of liberation. You know, of course, in Nigeria, you know, we celebrate it more than they do here, but they do it in a different way. It's a day of, you know, traveling. You know, I mean, look at, you know, being with the family, independence, firework, hot dog, you know, and every kind of thing, concert, parade, and everything that, you know, encompasses independence. So it's very interesting. You know, I always look forward to Chestnut, you know, the hot dog contest, which is taking place today. But my understanding, so let's watch and see. They say there's a new kid in the blood that may dethrone him because that guy been winning for many, many years. Thank you very much for that. So we
All
see
right.
what happens.
Thank you, man of prestige. Matt.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damage, and everyone here present, and those who are in the comment section. I'm greeting from Barcelona. Um, I don't know what the topic that you people are discussing, but I've just heard from uh, Brother Uzo and so if you can just put me through, so let me know what to, because there's a topic that brought me here, because I saw Simon Ekpa
Yeah, we started with today in America is 4th of July, which is Independence Day in America. So we wanted to know, what does that mean for you? What you think about America and America's independence? Does that resonate with you? What do you feel about that? How do you compare it to your own independence of your own country? That's the conversation we want to start with.
Okay. But what if I ask questions before I start make my own contribution?
Okay.
I want to ask now, we Nigerians, you know, I work in Manama. That is
We can't hear you very well. Can you either
I
come
said,
closer?
sorry. I say we Nigerians, in Igbo language, we say Okamanama. We like, do celebrating outsiders. We like, taking other people's culture problems serious than, problems that we have at home. Even if I'm living in America now, I don't think I will celebrate their independence. I will appreciate them for allowing me to be there. Their independence is their independence. I will start talking about home because I just want to say this way. How many Americans in Nigeria that was born in Nigeria, school in Nigeria, because I know there are many that celebrate our independence the way we have come here to celebrate American independence. That's my own thought for that one. But I would say congratulations to all of you that are living in America. But I'm not interested.
All right, thank you, Matt. Matt, I don't want, the point is that we are not, you can be, we are not an island. Everybody, we're all connected. And just so you know, a lot of countries got the motivation to fight for their own independence from America, how America fought for their independence. And if you want to look at your country, whether it's Ghana or Nigeria or Kenya, we all got the independence from the same United Kingdom, Britain. So what did Americans do right that we didn't do right? That 100 years after we were free from Britain, we are not as independent as America is from the United Kingdom. So these are things that we should ask ourselves the question. We have templates of how other people did it. Why is it that we couldn't do things like that? So we can't isolate ourselves because there is a problem in Nigeria where you won't know what is happening to or other parts of the world where we have shared experiences. We all share the same experience. Why is it that America is not part of the Commonwealth of Nations? Why?
Okay.
So,
Rudolph, may I? Oh, sorry.
From that aspect, I can say you're making sense. You draw me more closer, but you are dragging me to still, put interest in their independence. But what you are just saying about what we have to learn, what are we learning, or what exactly can we draw from, their own experience? That's true. But where I'm looking at it in a different perspective, because you know why? These same people that I'm going to put my energy to celebrate, all the chaos, all the problems that are in the world today, they are the people that created it.
okay. So let me stop
So
you there because I don't want us to
that
go.
is if you watch Ukraine now, people are suffering there, people are dying. So I don't want to. There's a lot of things that I'll start talking about now. Well, now that deviate. So that's why I want to leave it for you people that are living in America to enjoy it now. Because if I contribute, maybe the mood you guys are now, the mood will change
No,
automatically. Because I have a lot of things to say. I have a
you have the right to say those things. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
but that's why I don't want to go in there. I want this mood of happiness that you guys
no,
have.
there's no mode of happiness. Nobody's setting the mode. You can express yourself how you feel about America.
Keep it up. I have a sister. She's there. I didn't call her. That's why I said I have a lot of things because a lot of things is bothering me about Nigeria now.
Okay.
So I don't want to put my energy celebrating, people who have seen a lot of, things that have gone wrong. If
All right.
that they don't want to correct it. So you guys, I wish you guys happy Independence Day. I'm telling you from my heart. But I just
Finish.
don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rudolph, may I chip in a little bit though?
Yeah, Kwesi,
I
go ahead.
think that when I think that it's the wrong indicators or the wrong paradigm to compare American independence to any African independence. First of all, Americans originally, the founding fathers who came here, the Pilgrim Fathers, whatever they call themselves, they were of the same ilk, they were of the same stock, right? So when they came here, why are they not part of the Commonwealth? First of all, they were trying to detach from the crown system, so they couldn't have, walked back to that. Secondly, they got more respect than we did. Okay, it's the very fact that Black people are seen as human. It's a relatively recent phenomenon, so to speak, right? So the way England treated America when they broke away is different from how they would treat the African countries that they thought were their property, So I don't think that we can actually make that comparison too much, but that's just what I wanted to say, in reaction to what you were saying before.
All right, Kwesi, thank you. Dan, welcome.
Yeah, greetings to everybody and happy Independence Day to you guys in America. And I hope you enjoy it. It's been a long time since I came up, but today, fortunately, I'm at home, not working. So I thought, then it's a celebration mood. But what I want to say, in a very nutshell, is that American and Nigeria, you can see there's a lot of similarities. They have independence, Nigeria has independence, but in a big way, we are copying the American way of life in Nigeria. I hope I'm not deviating, but I think I'm just trying to put something together there. If you see the way the American system is being run, maybe in a much advanced way, but Nigerians are copying it. No respect for people. The big guys who are the so-called white people, they sit on top. The black guys are being molested or being treated as if they are not supposed to be in America. The same way I see it in Nigeria, the cabals or the big guys, they treat the poor people in Nigeria in certain ways. So for me, really, the American system, comparing it to the Nigerian system, is a wrong system. I would rather choose the Scandinavian system of life. You understand? And I wish Nigeria could pick, or Africans could pick a little bit of the Scandinavian life, where there's a rule of law, where there's a respect for no matter your class. You understand? So sometimes, I mean, for you celebrating this American independence on your show today, it brought a little bit of, I don't know how I want to call it, maybe a little bit of, but why did this man decide to? Because you don't normally come up on Tuesdays like this. So I was saying, then it must be a special day. So I started now comparing it to Nigeria. Maybe it's a kind of idea for us to see the link between their independence and Nigerian independence, because this system doesn't really work for Africa. Let me rest there and listen more. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me also emphasize other ways that this is connected to the topic of today. So we are talking about what's happening in the eastern part of the country, Nigeria, with the Biafran movement. And the Biafran movement is actually a movement for an independent state within Nigeria. And if there is a country in the world that Africans or maybe Nigerians in particular should study, it's America, because we fashioned our political system like the presidential system in America. And if you look at how they began.
I'm sorry, Rudolph, but I'm not saying you can't just be. That was my analogy, right? When you were attacking me, I brought Biafra into the equation.
When I was attacking you?
Yeah, the best you can do is to acknowledge that first. That
Oh,
was that was the example I used when you were criticizing me. I said, look, just it's an idea, just like Biafra. That if you go down to the Biafra, people actually sit down together and say, you know what, we can decide our own life. That's what I said.
I
So
criticized you
acknowledge that.
today. Did I criticize you today? I'm surprised. No, I
No, not
didn't.
like not criticized, but a little
Okay.
bit of pushback, not just a pushback. So
Okay. Okay. No. I'm just pointing out the connection for those who do not say it.
and I
The
said I
fact,
did
the,
that first. I did that
yeah.
first. That's what I said.
Okay. Okay. I'm not.
You didn't
Okay. You
acknowledge
did.
that.
You did. Ovia, you did. Yeah, I
My
remember
people
that.
say if lizard fall on top of hit ground, if nobody praise that, you go praise yourself.
Okay. Okay. You did. Now
Anyway,
this is something that is very important in the Declaration of Independence, which was written by somebody said that Thomas Jefferson. He was actually sent to write it with Benjamin Franklin. And Benjamin Franklin was an old man, so he told Thomas Jefferson to write the draft and bring it up. So when he brought it and they were discussing it, they were striking some things out. And Thomas Jefferson was worried about, he spends time or sleepless nights writing this. And they were striking things out from that. And Benjamin Franklin called him and said, look, that this is like, just think about this, that you're about to start a business. You know, in the 17 something, if you want to start a business, you can put that you're a barber, you are a hairdresser, you are whatever you want to do. You just put it on the sign. There were no bodies to approve you, no organization to approve you, give you license. So he said you can put all these things on the sign post, and people can come and say you are not a good barber, you are not a good this, you are not good. Remove this, remove this. But at the end, it will still say Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. So he wrote it, but they debated it and they struck out some things and agreed on some things. But look at the first line. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with one another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station in which the law of nature and of nature's God entitled them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. So here you are seeing that we know that the states in Africa were made by the Europeans to a large extent, all the states, and that people are questioning whether they should remain in that state, which connects to the Biafran movement. The first thing is that based on the experience of the Americans and how they decided to do it, that there is the need for you to come out and say, this is the reason why I'm demanding to be separate from the nation that you are part of. So I want us to now bring it home, connect it, because like Kwesi, I don't know about Ghana. Do you have separatist movements in Ghana?
No, the government of the day faked one just to give itself the opportunity to gerrymander a little bit and do its own political gimmicking and all of that. But there is none. There is a bit of internal strife, in the upper parts of Ghana, but that has nothing to do with separatism at all. I wouldn't say we do.
Okay. So everybody in Ghana agreed that this is the country that they were given and they were part of. Okay.
For the most part. For the most part, except that, like I said, they were faking. I'm sure there are a few people who may have a sentiment that what used to be called Transvolta Togoland, which is now the Volta region of Ghana. I've heard a few people mention that they wanted to be their own country. It's not anything significant. And the government of the day jumped on that and did its own, little tricks here and there. But to a large extent, most Ghanaians, thanks to the fastidiousness of Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, have signed on to the idea of a one Ghana, even though we are so many different tribes.
How many tribes?
Oh God, I don't even know. There's a lot of tribes in Ghana. There's a lot.
Okay.
There's a lot. I need to do my research to come up with an actual number.
Okay. So for Nigerians who are here, if you say that democracy that we have in Nigeria is not working today, and it's modeled after the American system, what in American system are we not doing? Why is it that it's possible for the United States, with the number of people who are here from all over the world, they are able to put it all together and make it function as good as it is? Why is it that we can't do it? That's the question we should ask. And that's why I think that if there is anything to study abroad about other countries in the world, people in Nigeria who are running the presidential system should know everything about the American system, why it works, why the one we have is not working. So if I ask you, last question,
I
please.
I think can I go?
Yeah,
Um,
sorry.
I think when you were saying what you were saying just now, two words came into my mind: principle and abuse. And I think both sides, depending on how what kind of lens you use to look at both the America and Africa or Nigeria, you kind of I just can't say that America is perfect. They have their issues, but I would say they are relatively more diplomatic in how they in the way they project their own problems to the world. Um, Africa, I think it's unfair that we would, given our background with slavery, given our background with exploitation, this is the same Africa that Pinto, when he visited the Benin Kingdom, described, equated the Benin Kingdom as something he has never seen before. So this is a man that came from Lisbon, in Portugal in those days. I don't remember the particular time. So what I think, Rudolph, in my humble opinion, I want to shift I want to kind of twist it a little bit and reflect on what did our ancestors do, or where what did our oppressors, I don't know if that's because I want to use colonizers, I want to use slave traders, but I'll say oppressors. Where did our oppressors have the upper hand on earth? At what juncture? Because clearly when they met, if Pinto, a white man, met, or the likes of Lecky, I'm just remembering all these Portuguese traders that they went into trade with, our forebears. If these people were able to transact trade properly, how did the idiots that, wanted to justify, gave a dog a bad name so that they can hang it, justify that black people were not people? I think that's where the problem is, because we're still coming out of that PTSD of where we still don't see the black man still doesn't see himself. We're still trying to convince ourselves that we can do it. Whereas, Rudolph, you and I know you're a brilliant student of history, even better than I. We know that Africa was practicing, or let me speak for my own people. The Igbo people were practicing the purest form of democracy ever seen in the world, which is pure egalitarianism. The other system, name it. I've looked at a couple of them. So I beg to kind of stray out a little bit, Rudolph. I may not have gone the line that you want, but I think in essence, it is not about what system we are practicing right now. I think in essence, have we really in the true purity of it, you know, become comfortable with who we are, and by becoming comfortable of who we are, then you know use that as a leverage to then describe how we want to live with each other, or how we want to live, describe a new ideology, even if it means adopting Western ways of this thing. But at least first, I think, in my own understanding and extra of history, I could be wrong. I mean, Ovia wants to take me to the cleaners on something I said previously. So please, Simon Jordan says that we should subject our thoughts. That way we may rinse it, or we could filter it and get the chaff out of it and get the wheat. And I suppose that's my angle. I know I've not gone the way you wanted. I crave your indulgence, but I think this thing bothers me when I hear things along these lines of thoughts.
All right. Thank you. Let me just say this, that it's Thomas Jefferson said that I admire the dreams of the future more than the history of the past. Okay. And at this point, I will have less than 20 minutes on this topic. We want to go to Simon Ekpa and the other things. But at this point, I think I want to see if we can look at, for instance, if we have federal system, and we have federation, we have states who are the federating part of the structure of the country. But the states in America are operating differently from the states in Nigeria. That's one of the areas we can say that is different. We have the judiciary in America to some extent independent of the executive. How are they doing it? Why is it that the former president is being held accountable here in America? But it's difficult.
But you forget one thing. The same Thomas Jefferson said something about holding public officers to or holding the truth. He said constant vigilance. I forget that it's coming back a little bit, but the same Thomas Jefferson said that if anything is going to hold, please somebody who knows this term, it's going to be by constant vigilance. And by being constant vigilance, Dr. Rudolph, I beg your pardon. By being constant vigilance means self-awareness first. So that's my line of thought. The black man needs to be self-aware, embracing of who he is, distant from the bad name that we were given so that we could be made to look as commodity. That's my line of thought. But
All
I
right.
do agree with you.
Okay.
That the dreams of our future, the quote you
Dreams of the
said
future is
about
more
Thomas
important than the history of the past. But let me say, Uzo, I'll come to you. When Thomas Jefferson wrote that all men are created equal, okay, they had slaves. They had slaves. All those people that sat down there for that Declaration of Independence, they had slaves when they were writing this. And the people who fought against slavery used their words. They came to them and said, you say that all men are created equal. We are men. We are humans. We have the right to, we should be equal to you. And it forced them to change. It forced them to have to adjust and then abolish slavery. So there's something to be said about our founding fathers, whether they are in Ghana or in Kenya or in Nigeria, people who fought for independence. What did they project? What did they say? This is why we are fighting to be free from the British Empire. Because we are this. That's where it should have been defined. Did they define it? Because if it wasn't defined, the subsequent people who are next generation and the next generation, they don't have the foundation. It was based on this foundation of the Declaration of Independence that they've been able to sustain the American experiment.
The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. The same Dr. Thomas Jefferson said so. The
Yeah,
price of liberty
it's not
is
in conflict.
eternal vigilance,
It's not
constant
in
vigilance.
conflict with the other one, is it?
What?
It's not in conflict with the other one about the history.
No, but it further reinforces my point that if one is not conscious of who he is, how can that vigilance be prolific, or how can that vigilance then birth a form of consciousness? What are you vigilant about? That's my context.
All right. We round
Rudolph,
up.
may I chip in really quick?
Go ahead.
So, I think that yes, you're right. Maybe the founding fathers, wherever they find themselves on the African continent, should have maybe set out, a detailed template on where they wanted the country to go. I think somebody like Kwame Nkrumah did that pretty much. But again, we have to realize that it was more a fight for a reset more than anything else. What do I mean by a reset? What I mean is this: human beings are human beings. So if we found ourselves living in a system where we were being considered as chattel, we were being considered as second, third class citizens, the first reaction would be to emancipate ourselves from that before anything else. So I think that was at the core of the African liberation struggle more than anything else. We were not even countries like that, right? So it was hard to say, oh, Ghana, for instance, the people in the middle part of Ghana, the Ashanti people, for instance, wanted to have their own nation. Transvolta Togoland, I mentioned, wanted to have their own nation. But then the borders had been drawn for us, and Kwame Nkrumah accepted that and did a great job trying to bring all of us to sign on and to identify as a nation. So it wasn't very easy for them to say, oh, this is what we want as a people. It was more, let's find a reset, let's get our proper place in society as human beings, and then we will determine our own destiny. Like Kwame Nkrumah said, we will show the world that the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. That affairs, and he also went on to say that if we fail, we want to fail by ourselves. We don't want somebody to determine how we succeed. We will determine whether we succeed or fail. And if we make an attempt and we fail, it's on us. It's our own destiny. So I just wanted to bring that in.
All right.
Rudolph, if you don't mind, can I come in here because I've been patient so that the 20 minutes will not elude me. If you don't
Okay.
mind. I'm not going to take you to the God. I will try to avoid that, right? But three things here. To me, both the direction that Maz described is coming from and the direction that you took and what Mr. Kwesi just alluded, these are three different conversations that we actually need to spend, if not days, maybe weeks on. But as I said, no, it's not the time for today. Now, I'll start by saying that Mr. Stripe and Dr. Rudolph, without, for lack of words, like I said, that you guys are naive, or you guys so have so much faith in humanity, trying to be on the opposite side of what I always believed, that human being had the most dangerous species on this earth. That's all. You don't understand the history of human, right? If the modern human has been existing for over 200 years, over 200,000 years, and America is just what, 234 years today, how on earth will you actually take those words to mean actually what they're telling us that it meant? It's too early. I mean, if you follow history, you understand that those are just rhetorics, right? If you follow the empire that came before America, the way they crashed, going back to even the British. That's where I tie it to the question that Scribe raised. At one point, right? At one point, do they start having advantage of over us? The question I put away, the way I've answered that is that the very moment they actually step into our shore uninvited, we accepted them, right? It was all rosy from them. They introduced education, they introduced religions, most importantly, their way of life, right? Don't forget, before, again, I will not tie to what Kwasi is saying about the dreams of Kwame Nkrumah and the rest. Don't forget that these people were already among us for over 100 years, studying us. Before we even start school, we need to liberate ourselves into this. Before they agree to live without actually struggling, that means they've already actually altered our DNA. In a way, that's also global the convention we always have a couple of days. Why are we even speaking the way we are speaking in the first place? We're talking about liberation. And again, when I accuse Rudolph of being not patriotic, it ties to what Matt was saying. There are two fundamental ideas you need to think about America: free and home of the brave, right? Land of the free and home of the brave. He's free enough to have a thought, and he's brave enough to experience it. I ever experienced it, let it be. You don't have to go after him, right? Everybody has criticism about America. How come the greatest civilization on here can still not afford to feed its citizen and house its citizen? How come, right? We all have our own, but that today is not the day for that. But those are three things that actually they need more conversation. And again, you are saying, what do we need to learn, or what are the steps that I take? This will model our democracy style for America. Again, you have to study the history of America, right? You see, the paper that came 1766 or 1766 took over them almost another 100 years. Civil War broke out, which answered the question: how were they able to have this self-determination in terms of states and local government? That's where all that start from. It was still due to the bravery of it. They say, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. That actually led them start our civil war. There's a reason why everybody they want to go. That ties to what you are talking about, the Biafra again, right? It's a good thing as far as I'm concerned, right? It is not upon our political elites, our leaders, our intellectuals, right, to key into that environment and convince them. You cannot force them to buy it there, but you can only convince them to keep staying with us for only God knows how long, right? So it ties to all. If you look at what America went through, even up to today, the Texans, they will tell you that they still have that ability, the right to say if they want to leave, they will leave. It took them years, civil war. They left at one point, they had to convince us to come back. So we should also take into consideration that America is not all rosy. From that day one to this point, a lot happened, and a lot is still happening. Right? You can ask your question: why is an average African American billionaire doesn't want more than 10 billion? Why the other people are worth 200s of billions? That's a question we should ask. Are they that stupid? Are they that dumb? Right? There's so many questions we can ask within the institution we call America. As question always put it, it's an experiment. That is ups and down. So we are also going our ups and down too. And Biafra agitation is one of it. Are we going to convince them to stay with us? But we have to show it, right? We have to prove it they have to prove it to the Texans. They have to prove it to the whole Southern America that yes, we will allow you to do whatever you want within your space, right? So it's a conversation. We are still growing. We are still evolving. But fundamental question is what Scribe asked at one point. To me, it's education. We are all miseducated.
All right.
The last of Kwame Nkrumah, they came and they were trying to convince us with a foreign language. So yeah, so many questions.
All right. Yeah, the conversation can go far and wide. Kwesi, you're muted. I can't hear you if you're speaking. Kwesi, let's go to other people. But go ahead if you want to say something.
I just wanted to throw in just a quick reaction to what you said. Just 2 lines, please.
Okay.
The English language is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Because imagine all of us, you're from Nigeria, I'm from Ghana, and we find a common ground to communicate, right? So yes, like I say all the time, everything is good for what it's good for. Let's see it for what it is. And let's, because yes, it's not our culture, but if we take it and use it, English people are taking our stuff and using it too. Why not? So I would say that it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. That's just what I wanted to react to.
I just want to give you another quote from Kwame Nkrumah.
No.
Wait. 1 minute. He said, you can measure. He said you can measure the degree of the revolutionary awareness.
Hold on.
By the political maturity of the women in that thing. So I beg to differ a little bit from what they are saying, that the language may have been a hindrance, but then there was nothing that blocked the Alake of Egba's land's abdication. There was nothing that blocked the women from rising up and supporting Kwame Nkrumah to achieve independence. I think one of the fundamental things that we forget as Africans is that the role that actually women play in the political space, that enough time is not being given to sensitizing of women, and I think that's the point I wanted to add quickly.
Mr. Scribe, are we really independent? That's another question.
No, we can't continue. We can't continue. We have 1 hour.
I wanted to add on something before you Scribe come in.
No, hold on. Let me go to Ngozika. She's in Nigeria.
I'll wait.
Yeah, Ngozika, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody.
Go ahead.
Good evening.
I don't know if any of you have seen that video that is purportedly from Ebonyi State.
Yeah, I saw a video. I can't show it on this broadcast, but I saw a video about it. I can show it, and I don't know whether it's real or
I
not.
get so mad when I come here and people argue endlessly, forgetting that it is human lives at stake here. I did mention on this platform some time ago when the governor of Enugu State told people to come out on Mondays or they will face repercussions, that he was setting people up. Dr. Damages, I sent you some videos. I had to walk.
I played them at the beginning of.
I had to walk. I was in a bus when I got off because I needed you to see that area that I made a video of. The last one is just a stone throw from the government house. What is happening in the southeast is not funny. There's nothing. There is no. The way I get really pissed when people don't break it down to politics. Maybe they don't. They told them to do this and they refuse to do that. Are you people serious? I'm like, I want to shake my head and are you people serious? Are you serious? Where I stay, I can count the number of people that I know that usually leave every day for their daily hustle. That didn't go anywhere today. We were home. And I was listening to a conversation just outside my window, the next compound. You know what they were talking about? Where the main market? Two people were dragging whether. Can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Two people were discussing it. Apparently, one of the people in the next compound has a shop there, and she was unsure. It was today that I found out that since the day Mr. Peter Mba announced that there was no more sit at home in Enugu, or where there has been opened, he mandated them to be open, else he will close down the market. But the problem is people cannot come out. And what you saw happen in Ebonyi State, Isheke, is the reason people are scared to come out. You don't know when it can, when you don't know when everything can go from 0 to 100. You don't know. You don't know. You can just say, okay, you know what? These people can go to hell. I'm going to come out today. And then from nowhere, in a matter of seconds, red all over the place. It is not. It is not a political discussion. These are human lives. These are human livelihoods. These are people's daily routines being touted. I can go out right now. I I I I I am so the video from Ebonyi State has me messed up because it just made me realize that just this brief time that I went out, it could have been me. And I know for a fact it could have been me. Yes, those people you saw in the video from Ebonyi State. If what happened to them could have been anybody in the southeast today. Nobody plans, we don't plan it, we don't enjoy, we are not enjoying it, we are not supporting these people, we don't know who they are. Every person do not care, we want them out. We want them to be taken out. We want our lives back. We want our days back. We want our time back. But you can't do anything. You know the feeling of helplessness. Do you know the feeling of frustration? And you come here and people are treating it as if it is a table of content. Okay, after set is this one. No, now this is people's life we are talking about. Can we treat it with a bit more seriousness instead of turning it to an intellectual discussion? That is what I came here to say. I'm really pissed. Really, really pissed. And you know the funny thing? They will make sure that the whole day is unproductive. That you are literally scared shit to come out of your house. But for some funny reason, in the evening, you come out and everywhere is moving. I'll go out in the next few minutes so that you see how everywhere is. The day is gone. You have achieved nothing. And if you're not careful, this one that they said 5 days, it will go on like that. It's not that you don't want to come out. You don't know when things can go south. And you don't want to be the unfortunate ones. That feeling of helplessness. Who do we want to? The government will tell you to come out. How many? The total number of policemen in Nigeria, how many are they? Even if we bring the entire Nigerian police force to the southeast, it will still not be enough. It will still not be enough. So when people say, if you're telling people to come and bring, even if they bring the entire police force to southeast, they will still not secure people to come out. It is going to come from within. And that is why I keep saying that anybody that has a platform or comes on a platform like this to speak for these people in their favor is an enemy to Igbo. You're an enemy to, that is why I do not take lightly to them whenever they make certain comments. Because the people they are fueling with their comments, the people they are fueling with their comments are those red wearing guys you see in that video from Ebonyi State. Those are the people they are fueling. Because when they hear this repeated endorsement kind of statements from people on several platforms, they feel, yeah, we are doing something right. It is no longer fun. I
Rudolph,
don't know. Call
can I
anybody.
ask her a question? Can I ask Ngozika a question?
Yeah,
Before
go
it's my
ahead.
turn?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ngozika, Ndewo, you heard Asare Dukubo come out
under the coat of arms of Nigeria to make claims that he was retained by Buhari and other actors to wipe out who they consider to be terrorists sometime in the Abuja Kaduna Axis Road and then in the southeast as well. He was an actor in killing and doing all kinds of things on behalf of the government. So when about 6 months ago we were saying that we don't know who these unknown gunmen are, there were a lot of people who say, "Oh, they're Igbos. Oh, they're Igbos. They're doing it." Asare Kubo can speak Igbo with his group. So when you come out and you're making these statements, do you know for a fact who are these people? Are these IPOB people? Are these Igbos? Like you say, they are enemies of the Igbo. You can't have linear thinking. You have to have the facts. Now, me myself, who's asking you this question right now, I don't know. Now, when it comes to my turn, I would cover this. I'm only going to be here 2 minutes because I'm violating Rudolph's video rule. I'm in a place that I can't show video, but I want to answer a question that he asked earlier. So please tell me, because every time you come here, you try to get along with those who are chastising the Igbos by saying, by admonishing the Igbos, but do you know who are these actors? Who are these people? Is it Dokubo and his group, or are these Igbos? I want you to give me a precise, concise, but direct answer to that question. Thank you.
Can I add up something?
Let's see Ngozika then. I'll come to you, Matt. Ngozika, did you hear Pansat?
I'm trying to get my camera to turn. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Trying to get.
Okay, Matt,
I
you
don't
can
know
go.
if you can see it.
My brother, you know,
I don't know if you can see it.
the reason why, because if I had just
Can you
said
see it? This is a very busy roundabout.
okay,
Okay.
Ishiba, I can allow her to go.
Yeah, Ngozika, what are we seeing? What are we seeing, Ngozika? What are we looking at? You are muted, Ngozika.
So that is like basically it. I am not with my earpiece. I am not with my earpiece. Let me just go back inside and then rejoin the show. Call you came out here. This is I see behind me. That is yeah. Does this look like a people that want to sit at home? Tell me. Let me just get in.
All right. Thank you. Matt, go ahead.
So, you know, at the first instance where we were discussing all these things that is happening, that was the reason why I didn't have that. You know, I wasn't having that. You know, strength to talk about people who, you know, that don't really care about what is going on, about my people, my brothers, my sisters, government, is back home.
Matt, your line is not very clear. You are
Okay,
low.
sorry. Let me go back. Let me go back to. I thought you were hearing me. Sorry. Let me remove it from here. Here, please. I thought you were hearing me. Sorry. Wait.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's better. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead.
Okay. So the reason why I didn't want to talk about America really because I saw something about what you posted the picture. So I wanted to discuss about things that are happening because I prefer talking about us, Africa, and finding solution, what we can do, to change the situation that we are facing in Africa. Because the blood that is being shed in Africa is a whole lot. It's something that is when you see it, you start thinking what is going on. Is the world not seeing this, or are they just closing their eyes? You know, like what Ngozi just said, I just want to say this. This is intentionally the government, the past government knew all these things, and they just want to create this problem to the southeast. There are one solution to what Ngozi just said to solve this problem. These people that are killing, these people that said sit at home, they are asking for one thing. Why don't you, even don't release him, don't release that person that they tell you, call one evil man that you people feel that you trusted. Say, we are handling you this young man. We are giving it to you until we finish his case in the court. This is what they are requesting. We don't know who is fighting right. We don't know who is killing people because they just want to kill. We don't know who is stealing. We don't know who has other plan, but they are hiding under Nnamdi Kanu. Why don't, if you people, if the country, if the government say that they want to bring peace back to Southeast, both Imo State, Enugu, Ebonyi, all these people, both in Anambra State, everywhere, Abia State, they are fighting, saying, release this man for us. Why don't they release this man? Don't leave him to go back to Afaruku, his town. Release him to people who have, requested that he should give it to them to stay with him until this case, you people will, decide on his case. Then, from there, if there is any other person who goes outside killing people, you now know that this person is not fighting for the cause. But for now, you cannot stop it. Because if you do, they all will hide under it is because you are holding this, it's because you are holding that. This is the only way. And if this man comes out and say, please, I am okay, I am with so person in his house, I'm okay. From there, he can relate to people, his family. My brother, this is the only solution to bring back peace in Southeast. If they are looking for one, I'm giving them one. Because whatever thing, if you bring military, you know that you are escalating this. Whatever you bring there, you know you escalate it. These people you are fighting are the people that stand against Nigeria for 3 years. They fought Nigeria 3 years. This is not civil war. This is guerrilla war right now. How do you think that you will be able to eliminate all these things that you are saying? This is my own contribution, and this is what I am, bringing on the table for the government that is new now to do something and release Nnamdi Kanu and then solve 80% of this problem in the Southeast. That is what I'm bringing.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Let's start from the beginning. The conversation now has changed.
Why are you going to start from the beginning where I've not talked?
I haven't talked either. Rudolph, I wanted to spend 2 minutes and you could have the rest of it. I want to talk about this particular topic. Could I?
All right, Pastor, 2 minutes, John, about 2 minutes. And then, but I wanted to introduce the topic properly because Matt jumped in. Matt is talking about what should be done to stop this. But the issue, the first thing is this. Today is Tuesday. Today is not Monday, okay? Today is Tuesday. Typically, Tuesdays are peaceful in the East. What is happening today, and I hope we can agree on this, is that Simon Ekpa declared that there should be 7-day, 1 week sit at home. This is not the normal Monday sit at home. This is Simon Ekpa declared that there should be 1 week sit at home. So anything that happens today is happening because of that, not because of the Monday sit at home. And I brought up the Monday sit at home because we have Senator Ifeanyi Ubah fighting that should end in Enugu. So that's the other part of the conversation. So Pansad, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. At least Simon Ekpa is not calling for Tuesday, grab your AK, right? We have to stop the federal government of Nigeria and other tribes from persecuting us. The worst thing you can do to somebody is not to have them be alive. It's not to take their life. I mean, what we're going through in Nigeria, we have to start talking about those kind of things. Or the style, like Simon Ekpa's style, I may not like it, but that's just, he's trying to apply bandage to cancer. So let me first start by saying hello to everybody on the panel, greeting my brothers here and those in the chat section, and particularly to Kwesi. The questions that was put to him, you could tell he's an African, right? He's an African. In Nigeria today, there's two traditions. We have the Islamic tradition, and you have the Christian tradition. But let's narrow it down to sub-Saharan Africa. What is the problem that we're going through, particularly in Nigeria? There's a dichotomy. It's not about anything else. It's not about tribe. It's Islam and Christianity. That is what our problem. When you see Nnamdi Kanu arrested, freed by the courts, they won't release him. It has nothing to do with anything else but that he's a Christian. That's it. Now, my brother here, this Ghanaian here, he would talk about Nelson Mandela. He would talk about Kwame Nkrumah. He would talk about Julius Nyerere. He would talk about Patrice Lumumba. He would talk about Jomo Kenyatta, Thomas Sankara, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kofi Annan, and so many. These are Africans, Pan-Africanists. You're never going to see a Muslim talk about any one of these people I talked about right now. Not one. So the decisions we have to make, they come in pairs. Are we a religious country or are we secular? First, we have to make that decision. Because if we're a religious country, then Christians have to fight for their rights. We cannot sit there and get Islamized by anybody or become or Christianized. But I haven't seen any Christian trying to Islamize make somebody who's a Muslim a Christian. So it's not equally yoked, and it's not the same moral. It's not morally. How do they put it?
Equivalence.
It's not. Talking about it doesn't mean you're anti. Talking about the truth. It's good for everybody. You're not doing anybody a favor by burying something under the ground. Now, Ngozeka, let me tell you, I see you come here all the time, and you're feisty, you're sweet, you're our sister. When somebody travels from Nigeria, and everybody here could attest to it, you come from Nigeria to say a Western world, let's say the United States, you are as dumb as a bear, a dumb bear. You're not savvy, you don't know what's going on. It's because of I made this is a controversial statement that I'm making, but it needs to be made. When we're here, we're fighting for you, right? You're at home. You don't have a boot to piss in or a wounded to throw it out of. You're getting persecuted. You don't even know who's hitting you and why they're hitting you. You can't come assigning blame to
Mr.
our
President,
people. Let me land.
Let me land. I'll take you serious when your face is up. I do not reply faceless people, please.
Okay, good.
I
please,
do not. You're fighting for who? Who do you know you're fighting for?
I only have 2 minutes. Mute her. Let me
I'll
land.
take you serious when your face is up.
What I'm saying
if you want me to take you serious, let your face be up. Say whatever you want to say with your full chest. And you are the one fighting for me. My face is up.
Okay, please.
And you are the one fighting for me with your facelessness. Oh, please.
When people, when it's because you have social media. So when somebody is talking to you from America, now you could just come in here and start running your mouth at me. I could have when I traveled home, not before social media, I could get to Nigeria, and all of you that are letting these people run over our country, I could tell you, get on your knees and you do it. So because we're on social media, are you gonna come here assisting, giving comfort to our enemies? They cheer you on when you're talking because you're putting all the blame on our people. You need to fight the people who are persecuting us. The Nnamdi Kanu has been to the courts, up to the appellate level, and they say, release him. He's been to courts at the United Nations. He's fought this thing legally. He's freed. But the federal government decided to appeal the case to the Supreme Court, right? So instead of them applying habeas corpus and have him released while these people appeal, they have the federal government has the right to appeal. But you can't hold a man down while you're taking your time, right? So Rudolph, what I was trying to say to you here is that the dichotomy, the problem we have in our country is a religious problem. It's not tribal. It's not clan. It's Muslims who have problem everywhere else they are. It's not a unique thing to Nigeria. This is not knocking Islam. I'm not talking about the tenets. I'm talking about a gang of people who have decided to dominate, disrespect. Now, Iraq had the same problem. Please allow me another minute to say this. This is important. You sit here talking about everything else in the world, but important things that we need to talk about. I was going to make a proposal to your format here, but by the time I end here, I'm gonna actually do a format that's totally different. But what I'm saying is that Iraq fits Nigeria like a glove. They have the same problem that we had. In their case, it was the Sunni Muslims led by Saddam Hussein, a military dictator, that disobeyed every United Nations, what they call the United Nations, help me out on that, if you can, resolutions. And he was lobbing missiles at Israel, and he was persecuting the Sunnis, the Shia. So it took George Bush to come in as president of the United States. But now, this is where you come in, Rudolph, and Mazi Zuke and other Igbos in the United States to do what a Mr. Shalaby did, which was to talk to George Bush, do the diplomacy that's required to be escorted home to go and take their country back. It's not going to come from this Ngozeka and people in Nigeria because they have been completely consumed. It has to come from us outside here to do the diplomacy because the people holding us down actually assist these Muslims in northern Nigeria to turn Nigeria into a hellhole. Buhari just ruled that country for 8 years. There is not a single virtue, not one. He's got us divided. He's got a lot of people killed. So all I'm saying to you is that when you were on this show now, I close with this. I'm saying that if you introduce a topic, let those for yea and nay, let them decide, and then let's have a debate for and those for the yea and those for the nay, and then we hash it out. So that way, the teams can work. Somehow there needs to be a debate, but it has to be directed, something that's going to resolve the problem. You just can't, every day we're talking about Igbo this, if it's not Igbo this, Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa, what do you want them to do? You want them to sit there and have our people get persecuted and killed? So maybe what they're doing is not enough, right? It has to be augmented.
All right.
No.
Thank you, Pastor.
Please, thank you very much. I don't think that I really hit it well. I want
my brother Pansat, what is shocking my heart is that they are killing Igbo people. This is where I'm against them. They are killing Igbo people for crying out loud. My brother,
Matt, hold on. Who are the they?
Can I answer you? I tell you. I'm telling you. Now, my friend, my brother Matt, it's not only Igbo people they're killing. It's not only Igbo people they're killing.
I can't hear you, please.
I said it's not only Igbo people they're killing. Even that John Abba that you see there, his people are getting wiped out. John Abba is a Christian, and in the north, you see him laughing, right? Because he doesn't care about his people. He hates Igbos more than he loves his people. His people are getting wiped out. Christians in the north. Look at him laughing. I haven't said anything that's funny here. It's true. Have you ever seen John Abba come here and say, look, Rudolph, help me, my people are getting wiped out? You're never going to hear it.
Pansat, I want to tell you something. Just hold, just a minute. Do you know that if these people, they go to this market, use any means to, make everybody, that is to put fear in people, to make them to, run for their life, escape, they close the door, use key, things like that. Is a different thing. But every time this blood, this blood, this blood, this, that is why I'm pleading. Let the federal government do the needful. Let's know what these people are fighting. Because when you come out, when Nnamdi is out, then we ask you, what are you then fighting for? What Nnamdi is out now?
my brother,
What then
Okay.
are you fighting for?
Matt, thank you. Pansat, thank you very much. Let's move
hold on just 1 minute, Rudolph. I'm gonna
Jonah,
leave right now. Just hold on 1 minute.
Jonah,
I'm gonna say we
yeah.
don't have a federal government. Matt, I'm trying to tell you something.
Jonah, go ahead.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. The viewers and the fellow panelists. Before I lose my thought line, line of thought, I want to say to Pastor, you don't, you don't love Benue people more than I do, and I'll say to you guys over and over. I'm not a sadist, and I'm not rejoicing over the death of Igbo man or Idoma man or Hausa man. There's no reason for all of that. The problem is that when people are cut off in their own world, we are talking today about what is 4th of July. Freedom, freedom starts with someone being free. When you are not free, you can't free others. And you cannot be locked up in your own mindset and you're narrow-minded. And when you can rant without offering any substance or any solution or having an understanding of what is going on, it's not a freedom. Freedom means you free yourself and being a humanity. And it's not about the religious diversity or a religious fight. It's about freedom of oneself and have respect for other religion, even when you have your own religion. And that is all about freedom. And that is what we're enjoying today in America. And so many of us that are here today, whether you are in Caribbean or you are in Ireland, whatever you are in UK or any part of the world, I believe that Ngozi Kaole on this platform that I recognize that is in Nigeria. If somebody fight for that your freedom today, and you cannot take it for likely. And I don't think there is anybody that Nigerian cabal hold hostage that it can be compared to the freedom we're enjoying in America, that our life in America and the life of our children, that we have come from Africa so far to protect in America and looking for a grace pasture that we couldn't have in our own country today, both being exposed, whether it's in education or in a social secular world. So freedom have been not just for us, but we are able to extend it to our own children, that they can live to their own good God-given potential if they work hard. That regardless of their genders or color of their skin, if they work hard and play by the rule, they will be rewarded. So that is what we are talking about today if you want to compare and construct. And for those of us who says that this is a religious war, we are just throwing all the kitchen sink on the table. It's not a religious war in Nigeria. And for us to be fair enough, I'm a believer of freedom for all. But when we talk about the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and whatever, it's a sensitive issue to me. I don't want to talk about it so much. But all I believe is that if the court says it should be released, okay, let them go ahead and release it. But for any other reason, I'm not an expert on that. But I wish he can have his own freedom and let every Nigerian, even including in Igbo and even in Ebonyi State that they showed on the TV today, let everybody have the freedom of movement and freedom of deciding their life and shouldn't be imposed upon them, because you cannot be fighting for the same people and then you kill the same people that you are trying to say you are preserving their life. And another thing is that if we're going to set standard, Mr. Rudolph, if a pastor says it's 2 minutes and he's going to stay without revealing his face, if a man enough live to your value and your word, you cannot be hiding your face under wherever you're using an excuse. If it's collateral that come here right now, it will be cut off. So let us make our word our word. Thank you for removing him. Thank you. God bless you. I'll join you guys later.
All right. Ngozika, go ahead.
I want to say this, then I'll leave because it's like these days, for my mental health sake, I'd rather watch today's show from the comment section. Mr. Pansa, the only thing I'm going to agree with you on is that we here living in the East are consumed. We are consumed with frustration. We are consumed with anger. We are consumed with helplessness. We are consumed with all the wrong emotions because this is a situation we cannot help. You sit there, you tell me you're fighting for us just by spinning theories that do nothing to help our situation. Who is fooling you? I might be a child to you, sir, with all due respect, but you're not the one living in Enugu. You might have family in Enugu, but they are the ones living here. I am the one living here. We are the ones feeling the heat. You don't get off telling me that you're fighting for me and I know nothing about my lived experience. You don't get off that. You don't get to tell me that my experience, what I'm living through, is not enough for me to talk about the situation on ground. You don't do that, sir. And let me say this. I will only begin to not support, but take those people serious. The people that say that they are doing all these things. In this context, I want to refer back to that video. They were saying that for sit at home to stop, the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has to be released. I have said it so many times on this platform that the Nigerian government has no business keeping that man in detention anymore. It is on record. I have said it. Now, they are claiming in that video that if he is not released, they will continue. No wahala. But my problem is, he is not being held here. The people holding him are not here. So why are you here causing chaos? Why? Why are you here disrupting our lives? Why are you here just basically destroying everything we fought so hard to achieve since the end of the Civil War? Why? And when I ask these questions, people come out and tell me you are this, you are. Are you people okay? Are you people okay? Is something wrong with you? Somebody is being held in Abuja when the courts have set him free. Instead of you to go to Abuja and protest or talk or do whatever you want to do to those holding him, you are here burning your home, and you people claim to be Igbo people. You don't know that it is only a foolish person that brings swords to his homestead. And when I say it, you tell me I'm a child. What kind of child do you think I am? I'm a child because I'm saying the truth. You're an elder because you're spinning theories that only suit one narrative, and you don't want to come out and touch the grass. And I'm a child for telling you what is happening. You don't get off that. If they say this is why they are doing what they're doing, they should take it there. Take it to the headquarters. Take it to those holding him. Go there and do these things, and they will release him. Everybody will be happy. Don't come here and kill your own people. And before you start telling me those people in the video were not Igbo people, please save it. Please save it. This is Enugu, this is Ebonyi State. I know an Ebonyi State accent when I hear it. Please save it. Don't come telling me that the voice I heard in that video is not the voice of an Igbo man. Save it. It won't work today. Those people in that video were Igbo people, and they were shooting at Igbo people in Igbo land for somebody that is held in Abuja. And you're telling me to keep quiet. Please, I'll watch from the comment section. I'm tired of all this.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. Let me go to Dan. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. But before I just make my little comment, I want you to follow the procedure that you laid down, because I remember you people made a rules. Let's go one by one. There are some people who have dominated the conversation, and we are just sitting down. We also have something to contribute, I think so that it goes round, so that other opinions should be heard, and it could really bring a solution. Anyway, let me go straight to my point. The problem of we were in America. Suddenly you asked a question, and Mr. Stripe just turned everything upside down. Suddenly we landed at Simon Ekpa. All of us has been confused. This is the problem we have in that Nigeria. nobody follows the rule. You ask a question A, somebody started from Z. And this is the problem Nigeria has. They release Nnamdi Kanu, for example, and somebody in Nigeria will tell you that they will not release him. They went to all the courts in Nigeria. Somebody tells you no matter what the court gives us, normally they say the court is the last man's hope. This is our problem. You ask a question, how is American system affecting, why the Americans, why are they following the judiciary and everything going well? But in Nigerian context, nobody follows nothing. Impunity. And that's exactly what is happening in this platform for the past 5, 10, 30 minutes. We were following line by line. Suddenly somebody will jump up, spoil everything. Even sometimes your opinion, you will lose your opinion before they call you. This is our problem. Ngozika is saying something there about what is happening, that we should go and fight them in Abuja. She knows that it's not possible. When they are fighting a guerrilla war, somebody is as a leader, Nnamdi Kanu, who every Igbo man, or let me forget Igbo now, any righteous Nigerian, any Nigerian who is living for freedom, when a court says, release this man, you bring somebody, they say the man has committed an offense. We went through, Buhari came up on the television and told us, my hand is not there, take him to court. This is our president, to number one person. We go to the court say, this man you brought to us, so we have looked left and right, this man is innocent. The same number one person who is supposed to uphold the rules of law in Nigeria, which he has signed when he was sworn in, he had testified to it. I, Buhari, have solemnly swear to uphold the constitution of Nigeria, which means anything the judiciary says, you have to uphold it. He refused to release this brother. And now his friends are fighting. I'm an Igbo. I was born in Igbo land in Enugu. But I'm a freedom fighter. I believe in the rule of law and justice. Release this man, you say no. And his soldiers are fighting, telling, okay, if they refuse to release Nnamdi Kanu, we don't want anybody to go out of on so day. Don't go out. This is a protest. So that maybe this will affect these people to change their mind. And then some people will decide to disobey them. They have to protest in some ways. Do you expect IPOP to go to Abuja? They will all be killed now. And they came back to their home and said, my people, if they refuse to release our ruler, our leader, on so date, let us protest. I believe that these people should really, they should respect that law.
Okay, Dan, hold on. So yes, I like your narrative. You are following. I like someone who will follow the trend of what's going on. Okay, so if the people decided on their own, they did not consult you. Okay, that's what people are fighting about now in Nigeria, in the East. They are saying that the country is very hard. You are telling them to stay at home for 1 week. 1 week. Even people who go about their business all over in Nigeria are having difficulties making a living, that they cannot, that they want to go out there and make a living. And then what is happening is what we are seeing today. So who are you blaming? You are blaming the people who are trying to survive, who were not consulted, who did not vote to say that they are going to stay at home. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, please, just give me 2 minutes. I will round up with that.
1 minute. Okay.
Just please, because 2 minutes I can round up. You see what I'm saying? The situation in the East is not a normal situation. Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of IPOB, being locked up. We hear a lot of things, that he's losing his hearing, he's sick, is this. They are really choking that man up. And the people don't know what else to do. The governor of Anambra State, or I don't know, have gone, pleaded. Ohanese have gone, they have pleaded. All the Igbo chieftains have gone, they pleaded. Even other people have pleaded. The United Nations has pleaded. Release this man. And it goes on deaf ears. So it's not a normal situation. So the only way now is, please, sit at home. Bear it. And if you don't listen to us, this will happen to you. So I don't blame, if anybody comes out because he wants to survive or because he don't want to listen to what they are talking, Let me tell you, Mr. Rudolph, please. Nigeria is almost in a war situation in some ways. Because we did an election now, somebody took it over, everybody just keep quiet, crying inside their house, not ready to explode, something like that. It's the same thing what Nnamdi Kanu is facing. They have released this man, for God's sake, at all level of justice. And some people sit there who selected themselves to be ruling Nigeria, and they are doing what they are doing, and impunity, nobody can do nothing, because when you do something, they kill you or they arrest you. So now, the only little thing these people can do as a protest is, guys, sit at home. This is the only solution we have. It's a form of protest, for God's sake. And anybody who doesn't want to listen to that protest, anything that happens to that person, I end with this one, is your handmaking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jack. I'll come to you, KJ, you're next. But Jay, let's go to Jay first. Yeah.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damage.
Yeah,
See, I just first did the background about this sit at home and see, I know call your nation Mr. Dan. Well, anyhow, see no verse as I want to put my own word. You see, one thing where we're supposed to look for this sit at home. If the Igbo people are to fight the leaders to go fight for Nnamdi Kanu, I think it should be easier and better, not to just put everyone's head, like everyone should just sit at home. Are there anything like now palliative they reign for Nigeria? Are there any palliative for this to give to people, other people who cannot be able to miss one day to struggle to put food for the table for them? So I think there is nothing for them. So you cannot just tell people to sit at home for one good weeks, a whole 1 week for waiting. Now what about those that don't even have water, that need to fetch water, and they don't have money to go and do this? See, all these things are causing a lot of problem in Igbo land. Since this sit at home started, if Igbo have to be truthful, how many people have died because of this sit at home? Because you are forcing people to stay at home. Some are even trying to force themselves to go one corner to find with it they will chop. Nothing there. You are still forcing them to stay at home. About Nnamdi Kanu, I'm just blaming the Igbo politicians. The Igbo politicians. Because when Mr. Ekweremadu has problem in London, right? All of them are pleading with the governor. London, I don't know. They are pleading with them to release Ekweremadu. Like, this thing is too harsh. If they use this muzzle for Nigeria government, let the leaders and the government officials in Igbo land stand up and say, no, enough is enough. Let this thing stop. I think it will be easy now to leave and for Mr. Akpan Abi, I don't know what is his name, in another country, remoting people in Nigeria to stay at home. See, no, they wise. People are dying for these things. More just Nnamdi Kanu, yes, it's not right. If you enter my Facebook today, you see several places when I've been praying for Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not the Igbo man. That man, they fight for his people, right? But if people they die because of saying Nnamdi Kanu, we are in now. Like suddenly they kill everybody. Who will come fight for them to come out? So we know if you continue like this, people know if you continue like this. If person wants to say, oh, this guy with you, the talk, this evening, no make sense. Go look my Facebook, Ojo Neji. You'll see several videos when I make they pray for this man. Midnight at the wake up, they pray for him. He did my Facebook. I know be Igbo person, but I love Igbo people. I like Igbo people. But this thing where they do to Igbo people, where people they die, say stay at home. You must stay at home. Then give them something for them to be able to say, okay, make them cook, stay at home.
All right, Jay, thank you. KJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was happy July 4th to everybody. My first appearance on your program was actually, I spoke extensively on this issue. One of the things I like about America is that it tells you America is the land of the brave. To be brave, you have to have the ability to confront authority and to say a piece of your mind. whether the person you're talking to agrees with you or not. And that's what I've seen in America. They do not stop divergent opinion, and they not hold you content because you have said something that they do not agree with. It is here that a citizen can tell the president, I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Okay? And can I refuse to accept what you are saying? And it's not because the president means that you have become all knowing, you have become a god. Now, I want to explain certain things that people are mistaken when they talk about what is going on in the East. And we as Igbo people know that once you have soiled your hand in blood, okay, like the community where I come from, you must have to go back and sacrifice. You must do sacrifice because you will not be able to survive in that community if you have taken somebody's life, especially in the way that is going. Let's not forget. At least I forget. Let me come first. I condemn totally the move, okay, to say people should sit at home for 1 week. I have never accepted Simon Ekpa's method or whatever he's saying. Not that, I mean, I can't do what he's doing, but I don't accept his method. Okay? I totally accept the reason why sit at home came in the first place. And I said this with all sense of responsibility. I was a reporting part of this before I left. The first reason why Nnamdi Kanu even talked about the sitting at home was because he saw that people were being killed on daily basis for so many unnecessary excuses by the state security forces. Okay, and so he said instead of you coming out and then people will be dying, let us sit at home. Let us sit at home so that they will have nobody to kill. And that is why they decided to even introduce the sit at home in the first place as a form of civil disobedience. All right. Eventually, when he was captured, people started introducing all kinds of other sit-at-homes, which for me was not even in agreement with what Nnamdi Kanu have said. Many months ago, Nnamdi Kanu reintroduced and said, no more sitting at home. If they want to sit at home, let it be only when Nnamdi Kanu is going to court. Then they will sit at home in support of that struggle. But some other people, I don't want to call his name because invariably I don't know how he operates, has been the one, holding this fire. Okay. And they are giving other people opportunity to be the ones killing people. And I'll give you an example. And I've said this before, and I said it many times. And I'm still waiting for someone to rebuff me to say it. Luckily and thankfully, they are coming out one after the other. I said here that people who are killing people in the East, one group is the DSS, who come in mass faces. Okay, they term themselves unknown gunmen. We didn't know this until some of them, started being caught, okay, in crossfires. And when they take off the masks, you saw that their ID card and everything is saying who they are. Secondly, you have
KJ.
Yes, yes.
Do you think that the DSS will decide to cover their face to go and commit this atrocity, and then they will put an ID card in their pocket? Why? Why do
Okay,
you
I'm coming to that. If you ask me that, that's the same way I will ask you. Do you think that if the IPOB people are going to commit atrocity, they will go with their flag and they'll go with their ID card, so that when they are caught, their flag is displayed when the pictures are taken? It is the same thing. You see, there are many factors playing out. One of them just confessed last week that he has people fighting in all the states of the East. But when we talked about it, people said no, Sadi Dakuboda have no hands in it. But he has come out to say with his own mouth. We didn't force him to say it. We also know that Fulani herdsmen who are settled and brought into the army are sent to the East and given official government ammunition and arms to go fight in the East. I'm telling you what we have reported. Okay? And if most of them it's just like most of them who are there can tell you that they are there sent by different forces, and they are all doing the same thing, the work of killing people. Okay, the truth of the matter is that why will you burn people's homes? Why will you burn people's villages? If not because you have another Ostromo. If they are coming out because they are coming to buy food or make a trade. You burn their homes, you burn their communities, you cut them and harvest their organs. We know this. Where is the policeman who was caught, who was selling organs in Anambra State? What has happened to him? Which court has been taken to? The
All
people
right.
that killed
Okay, KJ, let's refocus this conversation. So
Okay.
this is what happened in the last few days.
Yes.
Emma Powerful, I believe, the spokesperson for IPO,
yeah,
issued a statement saying that they are not the ones who are saying that people should stay at home, that they don't support
Yes.
it. The Nnamdi Kano's family issued a statement saying they are not supporting stay at home for 1 week. Simon Ekpa came out and said he is the one supporting stay at home for 1 week and that people must obey. They didn't give any option for you to hang out, to decide not to stay at home. Okay. Then you have Senator Ifeanyi Ubah come out to say that he's going to make sure that he stops in Anambra State, even the one on Mondays. So this is what we know. This is not something that we are
yes.
guessing.
So I was just going there.
We know that if Simon did not issue that 1 week stay at home, Tuesday normally is peaceful in the Southeast. Today it wasn't.
Yes.
People defied that, went to market in Onisha, went to market in Aba, in other places. But
yes, and not because of Ifeanyi, but because this is what the Nigerian the Igbo politicians do. They jump on the the tiger, the wave, and try to claim popularity and to claim to what they are not. Ifeanyi has, this is somebody who went to consult with, who said he had been consulted with Nnamdi Kanu, which he has never met Nnamdi Kanu, not in his life. Okay, and this statement that was issued by Simon Ekpa, he has issued this statement almost 2 weeks ago, and we totally rejected it because look at the suffering going on in Nigeria. I mean, as I'm talking to you now, like yesterday, some days ago on this platform, I said a friend of mine doesn't even have money to buy his high blood pressure medicine. Okay, because there's no money anywhere. So saying that the Igbo should stay at home for 1 week, it is crazy. Okay, and like I said, I've never supported his method. Okay, and this shouldn't even come at this point. At this point, it is critical. It is. I had to take a picture of the yam that Ngozi was showing us the other day that was costing 650. So in a critical position, you don't overburden the people anymore. But what I'm saying is that look at now, this guy has gone to form his own group now, and they are parading the whole of Anambra State with bikes and vehicles. Tomorrow, when he doesn't pay them any longer, these guys will become the forces extorting money from people. And when you don't give them money, they will begin to do whatever they want to do to you. And at the end of the day, it will be said that it is same IPOB members that are doing this. Okay, he has formed the group now. We don't know how many they are. He has given them machetes and the bikes and cars, and they are running around. Tomorrow now, this will also be given as one of the groups killing Igbos.
All right, thank you. Okoye, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph, Doctor. Good evening, everyone from here. Well, I think what the senator did was quite commendable because it's about time that we start standing up to these criminals because they're nothing but criminals. There's nothing like freedom being fought for here. This is not how to fight for freedom. This is not how to organize civil disobedience. Everything they are doing is verges to criminality because there's no system to it. They're not systematic into what they're doing. They don't even plan ahead. They just come up with all this, fear sort of tactic, whereby they jump into a Siena and then on our way, sort of citizens going about their business, they come out of Siena and shoot gun and attack them, and then jump back into the Siena with red rags they tie around themselves and jump back up and film it themselves and then post it on social media. What kind of nonsense is that? Is that how you fight for freedom? Terrorizing your own people and think you're terrorizing Nigerian government? That is not how to fight. Like the video circulating this morning where you see ragtag people wearing red all over the place, shooting guns and attacking market women. Is this what you call, getting to Nigerian government? And people that sit in Abuja don't even know that happened. Nonetheless, trying to do something about it. It doesn't hurt anyone but the poor people that you're hurting. the same people you're trying to free. You're the same people that you're subjugating and killing and, making their lives even more miserable. And then you sit there, gloating that you're doing something. Well, you're doing absolutely nothing. You're just empowering criminals. You're just empowering criminals to kill people for no reason, for no absolute reason, but for just, momentary gain and momentary fame and momentary, dictating to people. Look at the guy that sits in Finland, call himself prime minister. Who voted him in as a prime minister? What kind of nonsense is this? And people will be listening to all manner of this nonsense. People just somebody call himself a prime minister, saying that, talking about printing his face on money and talking all this jargon, all this nonsense. And reasonable people will be believing it. To be honest, I don't know where we, Igbo people, get this sort of, mentality from, that they believe everything. They believe every and all things. How can somebody like Simon Ekpa of 2 years ago, 3 years ago, come and dictate to Igbo people how to live their life, not to go out and do their business? Simon Ekpa, some guy that hasn't been to Nigeria since 1999. He left Nigeria in 1999. He doesn't even know how Nigeria looks now. He doesn't even know how the East looks. He doesn't know anything about the East. Then he will be dictating from Finland, and telling people to sit at home. That is nonsense. That is no-brainer. People shouldn't, listen to that nonsense. And I'm glad that senators like, Ifeanyi Ubah is standing up to this evil, because it's pure evil. There is no rationale to it. We cannot sit here and rationalize it and say that because Nnamdi Kanu was held in Abuja and his boys were trying to free him and all that, giving some kind of lame and useless excuses. Everybody knows where Nnamdi Kanu is. They know where he is. Now, it's not hidden. Nigerian government is holding him. The case is in court. So why go and kill people? Why do you have to go and kill people to free him while you know where he's not dead? So why should people be killed while he's not dead yet? Even if he dies, his life is not worth more than any other person's life. So we shouldn't be justifying nonsense and evil and think that we're doing something. We're just doing ourselves. But all these things are just pure criminality and nothing else. Because Nnamdi Kanu has come out to say that he doesn't want this nonsense, that he wants the Southeast to be calm, knowing that criminals are using this sit at home to commit some atrocities in the East. They are using it to commit atrocities in the East, and people should not justify it. It's not worth it, because it's not helping anyone. We're just simply destroying ourselves by supporting this nonsense. By supporting all this nonsense, we're just destroying ourselves. There's no way to justify it. Nnamdi Kanu, we know where he is. The case is in court. If the Nigerian government holds him, what's true? I mean, we're not going to force that as a people. These things can only be ironed out through dialogue, through negotiations, through the court itself. We're not going to leave Nigeria tomorrow. We're not going to, burn everything down because of one man. Now the country is one man. Besides, I don't believe in him. I don't think he's worth anything really, because he himself is a criminal also. He is the person that started all this criminality, because he shouldn't be going about, dictating to anybody. I mean, anything. He's a criminal. Nnamdi Kanu is a criminal. He's the person that brought this Simon Ekpa and said everybody should be listening to Simon Ekpa, and before he got kidnapped, before he got renditioned to Nigeria. So he shouldn't be. Nobody should sit here and justify anybody dying because of Nnamdi Kanu. Because
Rudolph, let me ask you a question,
wasn't
please,
doing the right thing before he got renditioned to Nigeria.
Thank you.
He wasn't doing the right thing before he renditioned to Nigeria, because he was there during the NSAS, encouraging people to burn police stations, to kill the soldiers.
I don't think this discussion about
people in the authority. But he shouldn't be doing that. If I'm talking,
you've spoken up to 10 minutes now.
People should not be interrupting me while I'm talking. He's the one that was instigating all this violence before all these things kicks off.
You've taken up more than 10 minutes.
And ESN, now where is ESN? to protect the people. The ASN is nowhere to protect the people. But all these criminals are roaming around, killing everybody in the Southeast. Simon Ekpa has already, formed his own group for his own criminals. Why don't the ESN from Kano go for them, go and attack them, and make sure that there's calm, since they don't support what is going on in the Southeast? But they're not doing it because this is all criminality.
All right, thank you, Okoye. Thank you so much. Let me go to Olumide. Olumide, Matt, please, can you? I was sending you a message. I don't think you're getting it on the.
I wanted to ask him a question.
No, not yet, because that would mean he will continue to talk and people complain.
Okay, no problem.
Did you call me?
Yeah, Olumide, yeah, you're next.
Okay, can you give me 1-2 minutes?
Okay, skip you. All right, Kenneth, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone. I listened to Mr. Okoye spoke for close to 15 minutes. So I guess I will be giving such time too as well. This is it. Some of us that call ourselves Igbos, sometimes I ask myself, kind of examine myself, what is really wrong with us? Is it that we don't know how to think and reason as human beings, or we just jump out and maybe we had a news from Channels TV or NTA and we just carry it and start to spread it without actually sitting down and put one or two together? See, we are all Igbos, and thank God I'm from the same Anambra where this thing is going on now. We've had leaders that we voted to represent us. And since we've been voting for these people, nothing positive has ever come out from them. And I guess that everybody will agree with me on this. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. I don't want to go deep into that because we've flogged this issue several times here. Nnamdi Kanu didn't just start asking for cessation. Before then, Nnamdi Kanu was on the street where none of us, maybe Dr. Damages, but on this platform, or Mr. KJ, none of us was even there or even tried to speak up for the Igbos or for Nigerians. Nnamdi Kanu was carrying, let me put it that way, was having Nigeria on his head as a burden, calling for good governance in Nigeria. None of us could even speak safe then. I could remember when Nnamdi Kanu, I always watch him on the TV, on the street of London, calling for good governance in Nigeria. We had no voice then. But today, it is easy for some to come out and start calling Nnamdi Kanu names. Because we don't have respect or we don't have a good thought process. Nnamdi Kanu was on the street of London calling for good governance. He was tired, just like Ojukwu was tired. Then he started calling for restructure that country. They said no, they cannot restructure it. He got tired of calling for restructuring. He now said, okay, let's go our separate ways. They said, no, you can't go. You don't want good governance. You don't want to restructure. Then you don't want us to go. Who are you? It is only a man who has two solid balls, that will stand and defend his people. And that man is Nnamdi Kanu. And here we have some ballless people who come and be calling him names. Today, I'm in a good spirit. And God help me, I don't want to be angry today. Now, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. Who arrested Nnamdi Kanu? Who plotted for his arrest? The same people, the same Igbo people you are voting to represent you, colluded and even offered themselves to bring Nnamdi Kanu to arrest. Of which Ifeanyi Ubah is one of them. An illiterate, a stark illiterate that called himself a leader, Ifeanyi Ubah, and somebody is here commending Ifeanyi Ubah. It shows that you don't know the person you're commending. A brutal illiterate, very brutal. That is what not. See, some of us, we have Ifeanyi Ubah's record in Guinea-Conakry, where he started his criminality. Now, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. The first time he was released. And Nigerian army went to, he invaded his house to take him out, to take his life. God help him. And he escaped. None of us had a voice to speak against that. That it was improper, it was illegal for Nigerian army to invade his house and try to take his life. More than 27 people were taken. And nobody is speaking for those people that lost their lives in Nnamdi Kanu's house. Through that trauma, his parents left. Both parents. We are not speaking about that. Now, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested the second time by the same your Igbo leaders. Ifeanyi Ubah is among them. In short, it was alleged that Ifeanyi Ubah's private jet was used to convey Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya down to Nigeria. And nobody is talking about that. What is Nnamdi Kanu's offense? That your so-called leaders, the so-called representatives that you voted for, are colluding to punish him. What is the offense? Calling for good governance, calling for secession, right? That is offense, right? Now, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. The court said, leave this young man, he is innocent. The same leaders, the same Igbo leaders went to Abuja. I will call their names. Dave Umahi of Ebonyi State, Hope Uzodinma, Ifeanyi Ubah, this Ifeanyi Ubah is among them, went to Abuja and said to Buhari that, see, if you allow this young man to come out, our party, APC, isn't going to win this election. So keep him there. They asked Buhari to keep Nnamdi Kanu in detention. The same people. Now, the followers of Nnamdi Kanu say, you know what? We don't accept this. We will go out and protest. They came out to protest. Their lives were taken. Young people's lives that were protesting peacefully. They were not being aggressive. They were not being destructive. Their lives were taken. None of us had a ball to come out and speak against this. But it's easy for us to sit down behind the camera and start spewing garbage against this guy. See, Nnamdi Kanu detention led to calling for sit at home, which I, Kene, am 100% in support of that Monday sit at home in the protest, because we have come out on the street and our lives were taken. Now we said, okay, let's devise another means. Let's sit at home on Mondays as a show of protest, right? What is wrong with that? Now, these people say, no, you don't have to sit at home. Dave Umahi came out on the live TV and threatened that since Mazi Ekpa is calling for sit at home, that they are going to push out their own opposition. That was when they created Ebubago. Ebubago wasn't that strong enough to combat with ESN. What is the function of ESN? ESN was protecting our people, our women in the farm that get raped every time, that get killed every time. And none of these state governors, Ifeanyi Ubah wasn't there to protect them. ESN was instituted to protect our people. They formed Ebubago to counter the activities of ESN. Is that a good way? But we didn't speak about that. Ebubago mashed ESN down. The same Dave Umahi and Hope Uzodinma came out and threatened that they are going to marshal out another means of combating ESN. That was when they contracted with Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo recruited his militant killers and they pushed them down to Imo State, although to be precise. Somebody was saying that those people, I didn't watch the video, but I already know what is in the video, that those people sound like Igbo people. No, if you go to state like Akwa Ibom, Cross River, even down to part of Bakassi Peninsula, they speak Igbo. Some of them understand Igbo. If they are speaking English, you think that they are Igbos. These are the people, these are the miscreants, some of the miscreants that Asari Dokubo recruited, and they were committing havoc in Imo State. Sponsored, funded by Hope Uzodinma, Dave Umahi, the likes of Ifeanyi Ubah, and those crook that we have as leaders. Nobody's saying that. They keep on killing our people, taking the lives of our people, sorry. And we're here to condemn the activities of ESN. And I ask, who is actually the chief security officer of Anambra State? Charles Soludo, right? Who gave Ifeanyi Ubah the authority to recruit security outfit in that state? He's taking advantage of the condition of his people. He's recruiting his own thugs. He's recruiting his own killer squad. And we are here applauding him. These same people, tomorrow, when they go opposite ways now, these young boys that he's recruiting will now stay on the street to kidnap our people, kill our people, or ask for ransoms. And we're here applauding him. Where is Soludo that he will allow this stark illiterate that call himself Ifeanyi Ubah to be committing havoc in our state? Who give him the right to do that? What are they even doing? Those security agency or outfit that Ifeanyi Ubah instituted, what are they actually doing? To go against sit at home, that is it? To go against ESN, that is it? While our women get raped every day, our people get killed every day. Last time, some were paraded on the street, and they happen to be Nigerian army. Hold on. They happen to be Nigerian army officers that come to our state, come to our region, and they were kidnapping our people, asking for ransom. Did you not see the video? Before you condemn our people, Igbos are not killing Igbos. Criminals are killing our people. Criminals recruited by Hope Uzodinma, Dave Umahi, the likes of Ifeanyi Ubah are the one taking the lives of our people.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not denying the fact that there could be Igbo-speaking miscreants among them that they recruited and get paid. But who are the people actually funding this? These three names that I mentioned and others that I might not know their names.
All right,
so please, if we want to condemn, let's condemn evil completely. Do not spare anybody. If Nnamdi Kanu is doing something wrong right now, me Kenechukwu will come out and condemn him. If Simon Ekpa is doing something wrong, I will be against him. I don't care where you are. Even if you're my father and you're doing something wrong, I will say, hey, Papa, order possible. Stop it. And we're here uploading idiots, criminals. Ifeanyi Ubah, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't be parading himself on the street of Nnewi, spoiling the peaceful town of Nnewi because he put CCTV camera. People uploaded him. Then the next thing, he started recruiting his own thugs.
Thank you,
See, on this platform, we come back and you, those of you supporting Ifeanyi Ubah, you still come up on this platform and condemn him when they eventually begin to roll out their evil plans. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Olumide, I'm getting messages from my moderators that you are spamming the comment section. I'm not monitoring what's going on. I hope it's not true. But before you speak, let me play a little bit of this video.
Okay.
Why not allow me first?
You have mentioned me 17 times, and I'm only replying you once. Try me, you will see.
All right. Actually, Cisadi.
And then observe it at home.
Hey.
All right. It's not.
And then also, the father. Family, go and observe it at home in their village, and these other towns in Ghana.
We the new assembly will resolve to give it a very serious push. I've started that push by having a meeting with the family of Nnamdi Kanu some few days ago. I'm in contact with the lawyers. We have been talking in the last 1 week. So what our resolve is that we are going to give it a new dimension of legislation and also push.
All right. Just one moment.
But for us, for 2 years now, we've been observing sit at home, and we don't really appreciate the economic value or downturn the sit at home has brought hardship to our people instead of fortune. So for me and my people.
All right. I'm having technical problems here. There's
I am
another.
sitting at home. When they tell you Simon Ekpa is in Finland, I am sitting at home. This is me at home, and I will sit at home for as long as the sit at home lasts in Biafra land. Thank you very much for this historic moment that we are making in our Biafra liberation. Woto Woto, remain the code. And very, very soon, everything about Nigeria will be evicted from Biafra territory. Mark the word, evicted. These are the people who facilitate the murder of our people. These are the people who facilitate killings for our women and children. And we will no longer allow them to stay and sleep and wake up while they mastermind the killing of our women and children in Biafra land. So today is the second day of the historic sit at home. And I thank Biafra people for taking up this challenge and making this sacrifice for their future. Thank you. See you in the evening. I am sitting at home. Whenever you see that man with our phone called Ifeanyi Ubah, tell him that Simon Ekpa is sitting at home. My warning is going to receive it very soon. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thanks.
All right. Olumide, you're next.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph, for giving me the opportunity to air my view on your platform. And this topic is a very, 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 how do I describe it now? It's a very sweet one, not without so much controversy there. But I want to start from the beginning when you were talking to Mazi Scribe about, you were quoting the Jefferson and why we're not following laid down rules. So I can draw similarities between, what is happening in the US and what we think should be happening back home in Nigeria. And there are so many. There is also a few things that are not very similar that we need to take into context. You understand? The Americans were one culture. There were British citizens who migrated there, started a nation there, a country there. They were paying taxes to the British people, to the British throne. And then because of an increase in amount of taxes or a commodity, I think tea, they revolted, and one thing led to the other, and then they decided to break away and form their own country. So they were one culture, they were one people, English people. And they sat down, a few of their political elites sat down to write a constitution for them. They had representatives from every constituency to draft the constitution that has today formed the foundation of what we have as the modern USA with 50 states. And they made laws from that constitution and made amendments and bylaws and whatever, regulations to help govern their conduct in the society. Now, the blacks that lived among them, it was a different situation scenario. The blacks were slaves. They were brought in from their original place of origin, their own place. You understand? At some point, the Civil War was about freedom for the slaves and broke the country into two. And eventually they fought that Civil War, and you had the Confederate and you had the Union, the American Union, and the American Union won. And since then, we've had people who have had to fight for the Black American to have more rights and be more, have more freedom in the country. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the rest of it.
Olumide, go to. You're going too far away. Go straight
Okay,
to.
okay, yeah. So remember, freedom doesn't come easy. It doesn't come cheap. Martin Luther was murdered. was assassinated. Malcolm X was assassinated. Even the American freedom, the American free country as you know it today, didn't come cheap. They had to fight their way out of break away from the British throne. Now, Nigeria is a conglomerate of different nations, language, culture, religion. You understand? We have to realize that. You understand? That the way they formed when we had our independence in 1960, there was that understanding. The cultures and the different regions came together with the guide under the guidance of the British. We wrote a constitution, but unfortunately, the military truncated it. I mean, I don't want to trade blames or whatever. That's not what I want to do. But since that time, there's been no peace in that country. That country has not known peace, and there was a civil war. And since then, I mean, things have not been the same, especially for the Igbo people, the Igbo region. You understand? So I'm of the view that before we can form that country, if things keep going the way they are going, whether you like it or not, we might end up fighting another war. You understand? Yorubas are agitating now; they want their own country. You understand? John Abba, from where he is from, I mean, I'm so, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how so many people can be killed in so short a time without anybody being held accountable for it. 8 years of Buhari, Fulanis were killing people, not one person was prosecuted. You understand? So how do you form a nation without putting that into context, the people's language? You understand? Awolowo understood that context. That was why that man had so many enemies. He understood that context. That see, we're not saying we can't be one, but we have to understand the context of where we all are from. We were a nation before the British came, before they lumped us. And it's not just the case for Nigeria. For so many other African countries, different ethnic groups, ethnic tribes were lumped together for their own economic benefit. But when they left a mess. And we are still fighting each other till today in that mess. All we have to do is come together. We don't have to fight a war. We don't have to be like Somalia. We don't have to be like Sudan. All we have to come is we are all educated. Let us sit down together and recognize all of these strengths and weaknesses embedded in that constitution that should guide us, that document that should guide us as a nation if we want to be one. You understand? We don't have to be unity beggars. I made that comment in the section, like Ngozi was saying. We don't have to be unity beggars. I'm telling you, people will fight and resist the way things are right now in Nigeria. And as per Nnamdi Kanu, the Nigerian court, they don't even obey their own laws. The courts have said he should be released. Why are you still holding him in detention? They held an election. They rigged it. They didn't follow their own laws. They didn't upload the results. See, I'm a Yoruba man, but I will speak the truth. You understand? The man there right now is not even the best of Yorubas. I mean, they even rigged him there. He's not the best of us. And I'm saying today that we will continue to have problems. It was the South the other day. Now it is the Igbo people agitating, the Yoruba people, Middle Belt agitating. This thing is going to explode in our faces if we don't reason. I mean, let us be objective. Let us open our hearts and let us remove all these biases and the rest of them. Those people complaining against the sit at home are people whose businesses have been affected by it. Freedom doesn't come cheap. People protest, you shoot them. People talk, you jail them. What do you want them to do? They are sitting down at home and protesting. And then you are complaining, castigating them. Release the man and let him go. If you kill him, he ends up being a matter for the Igbo people, whether you like it or not. That man is a good example for me. Legal government, governments that people recognize legally couldn't give protection to the people in the village, in the farm. Fulanis killing them, foreign invaders from outside the country, killing them, and not one person arrested. And this man set up even though you can call it an outlaw outfit, protected the people there. I mean, the people that were being raped in the villages, are they not people? Do they not have a stake in that country, even if they are villagers? Must it be the people in the city alone?
All right, thank you, Olumide. Let's go to CM. I'll come to you, Koye, to respond if at one point, but let me go to CM and catch. I want to catch Ife because Ife is from Nnewi, I believe, and Ifeanyi Ubah is from Nnewi, so I want to hear her view. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. From where I am, it's good evening or good night. I don't know. This is UK. Yes, actually, I came in because of the what I heard people say. You know, the thing about Nigeria, I have to be broad. Is Nigeria? People say the problem with Nigeria is corruption. I think I'm the only person. I want to stand on my conviction. The problem with Nigeria, I don't think it's corruption. The problem with Nigeria is hypocrisy. That's all. If it's the problem is somebody steal money and you know the person stole money, there's a law. Police get him arrested, take him to court, let him defend himself. He was found guilty. It ends. That is what obtains even in America, in the developed world, including UK here. Nigeria hypocrisy is that we know the truth. We know what made what can I say? We know how sand got into the garri. We know what happened. We know the reason, but we are afraid to say it. We just want to hide. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay us any good. Anybody who want to discuss IPOB and then Nnamdi Kanu should go back to 2012. That is where you start. He said, "It's something happens before something." I'm a trained scientist. I probe, I analyze. You don't just come and tell me headline today. I would like to go back. What we see without you, all of us, most of us did physics. He said the body will continue to be at rest, dead, or of uniform motion in a straight line, unless compelled by external force to do otherwise. If you leave a dustbin full of refuse, it will continue to be there unless you remove it. What happened with IPOB is a case of if they are killing me, you will keep quiet. If they are killing you, I will keep quiet. Martin Niemöller said when they came for me, when they came for the Jews, I said, oh, it's only the Jews. Let them slaughter them. They came for the Christians. Oh, I'm not a Christian. Let them slaughter the Christians. They came for the Protestants. Of course, I'm not a Protestant. What concerns me? They killed all these people. Finally, it was left only Martin Niemöller. When they came for him, nobody to save him. Anybody discussing IPOB without making reference from where they started, Kene gave us a history. Nnamdi Kanu was at the street of London calling for good government, restructuring. Somebody who was calling that. The question is that if we are scientists, you will say, how suddenly the person did, what made the person to change? Something must be wrong. If we are not ready to interrogate it, then we better keep quiet. I don't believe in singing so that I will be loved. I'm not looking for contract. I can't go me hallelujah because of one Nigeria. I can never sing hallelujah because of one Nigeria. Yoruba man say, thank God Olumide is here. Yoruba man say, I can never call Malu my brother because I want to eat meat. Nnamdi Kanu was wronged. I want somebody to give me an example of somebody who was given a bail in Nigerian court and they used soldier to invade the person's house. Just one, and I think I will set £1,000. Tell me a person in the history of that country, a competent court of jurisdiction said, take your bail in May. We need you back here in September. Nnamdi Kanu went home. They used soldier to come and invade his house. Everybody kept quiet. Everybody. Nobody said anything. They kept quiet. Nnamdi Kanu had to run for his death. Assuming they killed him, but today we'll be talking about it. And now people are telling me, Fulani herdsmen were slaughtering people all over Benue and Medugri. Everybody said, why it's not for me. Yorubas, even they will tell you it's not for them. Until they started coming, Akeredolu barrister Oluwarotimi Oruayo Akeredolu Aketi, senior advocate of Nigeria, former president Nigerian Bar Association. He knows better. You don't know Nigerian law more than him. He is the chairman of Yoruba Governors Forum, Southwest. He said that the Fulanis has taken over their forest. They can't go to the farm. It's not me making it up. They started killing down to the east. Yoruba formed Amoteku.
It took them 1 month, 2 months, and then the kind of was calling. Southeast, why can't you protect? Do what others are doing. The Middle Belt score their own operation. Is it something Fashaka? Something like that. Southeast kept quiet. Now they kind of said, no, my people cannot die. People were phoning him every time. What can we do? They're killing us. He formed the ESN. Go and look for the broadcast when now they kind of formed the ESN. Now they kind of said ESN is not after everybody. You can't see ESN at Opi Weka. You can't see them in the cities. If you want to see ESN, go to the bush. That is where they will be to smoke out the Fulanis. He warned that we are not chasing Fulani out of Igbo land. If they want to leave, there are houses in Oneshaba and Nnewi everywhere. They can come and rent house or buy land and build and live with us and pay tax and do business like we are doing in Kano, Medugri. Now the Kano said, I can never tell anybody not to step in Biafran land because Biafrans are all over the place. That's what Nnamdi Kanu said. Some people will be hypocritical. They forgot all this. Somebody doing that, was he calling for war? And they turned against him. What happened? Somebody like Professor B. Onwabweze, who knows law more than Professor Ben Onwabweze. Nobody takes precedent in Africa before him. The best constitutional law expert ever to come out from Africa. He led the delegation, Nnamdi Kanu on his side. They went to government house in September 27, Kanu. In the meeting, Ekweremadu was there as the deputy senate president, who is the highest ranking Igbo politician at the federal level. He came down. Nnewi, the president general, was there. Other governors were there. Obiano did not come. He sent in Nkemo Keke, the deputy. Other governors, but they were representation. Nwabweze told Nnamdi Kanu, say, this your Biafra or this or this. Is it absolute? Is there nothing we could do so that you can drop this fight? Is there nothing? So that let me know. Nnamdi Kanu said, look, I'm a leader. Whatever we discuss here, I will take it back to IPOB board. I will tell them this is what we are discussing. In fact, next meeting, some of them will come with me. That was the agreement. When I asked again, is there nothing we could do? He said he has told them in a piece of paper. He said, Calabar Seaport, open it. Let it be functional like Lagos. Calabar International Migratory Airport should be functioning like, if you live there, you can land in Los Angeles. The same thing for Enugu. The same thing for Port Harcourt. Warri Seaport must be open. Now they can say all this, and as it's written, it was broadcasted. When they now came back, they went to Abuja to go and report back to Abuja. They said that boy is dribbling us. Why must we told him to do? He must do what we said. 2 weeks later, they invaded in Nnamdi Kanu's place. Why I have to say this is that Professor Ben Nwabweze is alive. Elliot Uko is alive. These are the type of people you go and ask. Nwabweze is not a person that can speak flippantly. So Nnamdi Kanu was for peace. If you doubt me, go on YouTube, put Kadaria Ahmed plus Nnamdi Kanu. Kadaria Ahmed is a journalist with a Channels News, a Channels Television. Kadaria, Kadaria, Ahmed, Ahmed plus Nnamdi Kanu. Go and listen to the interview Nnamdi Kanu told her. Say, look, what we are fighting for is let our place be good. We are marginalized so much. They left all this. All of them left all this. They were asking, why must he be the person talking? But he is the person reflecting the feeling and the aspiration of Ndi Igbo. Every Igbo youth, they look upon Nnamdi Kanu as a God. Because the people you are calling Ohanes and everybody, they did not want to do anything. Example, when the Southwest formed Amoteku, what was the Southeast waiting for? They couldn't, and their people are being killed. Nnamdi Kanu said, well, if they can't do it, let us form ESN. Go and listen to the broadcast. The day Nnamdi Kanu launched ESN, he said everything. But when people are wicked, they want to be hypocritical, they consign that to history. Now let me ask them. There is nowhere in the world people protest by sitting at home. If you want to protest, you come outside, carry a placard, write your message. That is the standard practice. IPOB did it in 2012. They were slaughtered mercilessly at a war. No gun. Amnesty International had a video, had an interview with Buhari. They played it. Buhari doesn't even want to listen. National High School is a secondary school. They were there hoisting Biafran flags, doing praise and worship. They jumped over and slaughtered them. Did anybody say anything?
What did they do? Because they were carrying placard. That's all. Now, when we say let us come out and protest, on January 20th, 2017, President Donald Trump was inaugurated in Washington. The eyes of the world were on Washington. Biafrans all over down to Port Harcourt, they said maybe Trump will help us. This is a good president. They were waving an American flag and Biafran flag. Nigerian army came there and slaughtered them. I'm not making it up. These are landmarks. Why should you kill? What did they do? Nothing. Now the Canadian said, look, since we come out, they slaughter us. Next time, if you want to protest, you sit at home. Let me now see who will come and break your door and bring you out. That was how sit at home started. But people know all these things. When they come here, they start to mention, just say something. I hate people who do not go to background. You interrogate issues. You don't, you were not born during the time of Julius Caesar, but you know that Caesar lived. That is the essence of knowledge. You interrogate facts. Why did somebody who was going east suddenly turned west? That is the question. That's what they taught you in physics. You interrogate matter. What is the force? What force made something going this way to turn the other way? If you do not know it, you can never know anything. Something must have to give. So when people come on a platform like this and start to just spew garbage because you hate somebody, you don't. Now they kind of said, look, call for a referendum supervised by UN. The day Biafran said no, he said I stop it. Somebody calling for referendum, is he calling for war? Where were all these politicians then? Did they do anything? In fact, I don't want to go into the other man of oil merchant. If you want to know why some people are acting the way they are acting today, as if they are good, go and read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's book. Fighting corruption is dangerous. You see the people that are oil thieves. They are the. So please, when people come here to come and insult our intelligence or whatever, I don't know the level of scholarship of some people, but for me, I interrogate fast. And everything about IPOB, I have it at the fingertips. I know how it happened. All these things they are doing is just a waste of time. Thank God that Sarid Okobo have now confirmed the role he's playing in slaughtering Indibu. People won't take it serious. They're only looking for Nnamdi Kanu is giving an order, not giving order. Let me say it before everybody. Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. The whole people are behind him. If whoever doesn't like it, the person can go to hell. It doesn't mean anything. And if they are trying to do all this to frustrate him, it's a waste of time. By the way, have somebody heard about extraordinary rendition? Some of us went to school. Do you know what is extraordinary rendition? How many people has been renditioned before? 1984, they tried it on Omar Diko. That was when Nigeria began to use visa to enter UK. As at 83, nothing like that. It was because of that Britain said no, we can't do this on our soil. You can't. If you need Omar Diko, write us a letter. We release it. We release it to you. You can't come under the pretext of anything. So why do Nnamdi Kanu came into Nigeria from Kenya? How? People are so idiotic. They can't speak. They want to belong to Fulani Caliphate. I can never be a Fulani slave. My generation can never be cowards. My generation can never ever be cowards. It is either a Jindu Emegene, something must have to give. You can't rendition on Nnamdi Kanu and then be wanting to construct legality on a foundation of illegality. That's stupid. My father paid for my school fees, and I know exactly what I'm talking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Ify, I feel sorry for you, but you're coming next.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Everybody's angry. Calm down, CM. Come on now. Can I calm down? Calm down. Okay. I'm not going to say too much, but I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. But I believe that what is right is right. First of all, yes, Ifeanyi Ubah is from my place. But when I heard the statement he made yesterday, the first thing I asked myself, what is a senator got to do with the security of a state? I mean, he is a senator. This is not his responsibility. This is supposed to be Soludo's responsibility. It's just like you coming to my state and one of my senators start talking about security or recruiting people. And this tells you that in Nigeria, anybody can wake up and say anything and do whatever they want to do and get away with it. Ifeanyi Ubah does not have any business recruiting security in Anambra State. Let's get that right. That's number one. Number two, I'm not sure how accurate this statement is that Ifeanyi Ubah, it was his private jet that they used to arrest, to kidnap Nnamdi Kanu back to Nigeria. I understand why everybody is so angry. He's talking about revenue, but even if you're gonna call off sit at home, what measures do you have to protect the life and citizens of that state? You can't just wake up and call a group of people and give them arms and tell them to protect the state. I've talked to people back home and they will tell you they're still afraid to get out. So I don't understand the issue of Ifeanyi Ubah, being at the center of this. He's telling me there is more to this. He's taking it more personal than any other person. So he needs to calm down. This is just completely getting out of control. And he's not doing Anambra State right. To me, he's even employing more anger among the youth. And if care is not taken, this is going to escalate into something else. So somebody needs to bring that to his attention. I understand the frustration of people, but we have to put a lot of things into consideration. Remember that Nigeria is not a country. Let us understand that. So even if they choose to sit at home for 10 years, I don't think it's going to change anything. It's not. And like I always said, if they need to call out the sit at home, it takes the 5 Eastern governors, or together with all the senators, the 5 Eastern senators, to go to the march to Aso Rock. It's not Ohanese. They're not going to listen to them. Tell them this is what is going on in your state and see what they can do. And again, people that put their trust in judiciary, this will tell you that honestly, we don't have judiciary in Nigeria. If the judiciary can tell you guys to release this guy and let him go, and the country is still holding him hostage, what do you think of what I don't understand what's going to be the outcome of Obi's case that is currently in the tribunal. So Nigeria is not a country. It's a lawless country. It's a country anybody come and say whatever or do whatever you want to do and go away with it. So, I mean, a lot of things need to be done. Ifeanyi Ubah needs to keep quiet. Nnewi has a lot of trouble going on that he can address. He needs to focus on the Nnewi's problem. Nnewi's problem is even too much, more than what he's even doing now. So he needs to go take a chill pill. And Soludo himself needs to do more. If you want to call off the sit at home, you can't just wake up. Even the Enugu state governor wants to call off the sit at. You can't just wake up and start telling people, and if you don't come to work, you get fired. That is threatening the citizens. You can't do that. I don't understand why we can't even put things in order in Nigeria. Sometimes I even begin to wonder, is Nigeria a country? Of course it's not a country. Is it a state? It's not even a state. So let us call a spade a spade. I don't agree that the sit at home will continue. Honestly, personally, I don't agree because guess what? It's not about the resources or the revenues. The students are not going to school. Instead of going to school 5 days a week, they're going to school 4 days a week. Guess who is losing? It's the students. It's not Ifeanyi Ubah. It's not Ifeanyi Ubah's kids. Apparently, his kids are not even in Nigeria. Soludo's kids, I don't know. Apparently, they're not even in Nigeria. Most of these politicians' kids are not even in Nigeria. So I know that we are talking about the safety of Nnamdi Kanu to release him, but at the same time, we have to look at other stuff before we even keep talking about, let's continue with sit at home. All of us here, none of us here in Nigeria. I don't think any of us in Nigeria. So if you feel that sit at home will continue, why are you now abroad? Go home, continue to sit at home. So I'm kind of, indecisive. No, don't tell me down. If you want to continue to sit at home, go to Nigeria, go to Anambra State, continue to sit at home. But you cannot continue to sit at home when you don't have measures in place for these kids or for the people living in that state. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Damages, we can't hear you. Dr. Damages, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Now, let me help him until he gets back, right? My sister.
It bothers me sitting at home.
My sister, Ify, can you hear me? Okay, please, I understand your position on this. I really understand that. But this is what we need to understand here. The sit at home, yeah, as you said, won't change anything. But don't you think that if we continue sitting at home, if you call off the sit at home and everybody resume to normal business, that Nnamdi Kanu will be forgotten in that jail, and probably his life will be gone. And believe me, if anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, that thing that you are avoiding, the results of that thing you are avoiding will be worse off. Should anything happen to Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria will be an end story, like forgotten country, right? So that is why we, people like us, are standing on this very strategy of release him and sit at home will end automatically. Just release him. That is why we are insisting that our leaders, in short, what we should be doing is to push our leaders, advocate, push them to go and release Nnamdi Kanu. Somebody like Ifeanyi Ubah shouldn't be jumping about trying to take advantage of the situation to buy sympathy, to buy vote from Nnewi. Ifeanyi Ubah should concentrate his energy on building roads to Nnewi. Nnewi's road is dilapidated. There is no road in Nnewi as big as Nnewi, in terms of business, in terms of billionaires, in terms of technology. There is no road in Nnewi. He should build a road in Nnewi. He should go and advocate for his brother Ibeto's cement license that was revoked. He should advocate for his brother so that we'll have Ibeto cement. For one, I prefer Ibeto cement than to Dangote cement.
Can I thank you so
right?
much?
I've used both cement, and Ibeto cement happens to be the best. So he should advocate for the Ibeto's license to be given back to him. He should fight for his people, not taking advantage for sympathetic vote. He was last time in Lagos, the street of Lagos, crying like a baby because our people in Lagos State pursued him and asked him to go.
I hear you very well, but let me ask you. So if we do sit at home for 10 years, tell me of what use is this going to be to these Anambra people?
Thank you. Well, I'm not saying that we should continue to sit at home. But
so when are we going to put a stop to that?
All right. So please, can you guys hear me? We can do this. Can I know? Don't take over this.
Yes, we can hear you.
AY, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Rudolph. Yeah, I don't have much to say. However,
now I want to you all this while to speak.
I want to align with a lot of things Olomide said and a lot Ife said. Ife made a lot of very good points. First of all, one of the points is, honestly, when I saw the video with the Ifeanyi Ubah and the his vigilante outfit, I don't know what you call them, I was actually thinking like, oh, why is the governor not here? Is the governor involved? Like, I know, I think what he's doing is good, but who gave him the authority? So I was expecting to see the governor, like, I mean, all the 3 senators in the state can work with the governor, even if they are from different parties, to set up stuff like this. But when you allow individuals to do stuff like this, trust me, he can turn to something else later. They can use them for use it for their personal gain, even in election and other stuff. That is one. The sit at home, the question we need to ask ourselves, who is losing? My answer is the common man. The market woman who goes to the market every day, they do buy and sell it. That is how they feed their family. The men who go to the market every day, they do buy and selling. You need to recognize that majority of these people, they don't have service. They do buy and sell it. They go home and use this money to feed their family. And as if he said, the student are suffering. Like, I mean, instead of five days in a week in school, they do it 4 days. So the sit at home is not hurting the government. It's not hurting the federal government. They don't care really, but I think they should find a solution to that. Then the general thing here is, what you actually expect President Tinubu to do right now is to release Nnamdi Kanu, get the Southeast leaders together, discuss with them how to resolve the crisis in the Southeast. And so also, we should refer to the COFAB report. The COFAB report is very comprehensive because they got all the leaders across the six geopolitical zone to work together and produce this report. Refer to this report, look at what you can do, like how can you implement this report, even if you have to take it to the Senate to make some amendment and all that. Do it. Look for peace in the country, especially as it relates to the Southeast. Call the Southeast leaders. Talk to them. We should also respect our leaders somehow. A governor of a state is a governor of a state. Even if you don't like him, you can criticize the evil things they are doing, appreciate the good thing. If they do any good thing, recognize it. And look, if we continue fighting like this, we don't have power to do anything to them. We have to look for a way to work with these people to remind them you are representing the people. The one of the hosts you invited, is it called? Is it Ozioke? You invited on Saturday. He showed us one video where he was like analyzing the bad roads in part of Anambra. If every state can do that, one question I wanted to ask him is, can you look for a way to go to the government and say, listen, the people are crying in this local government. Can you do something? This road is bad. These people don't have water to drink. Can you do something? Because when you produce this kind of videos, they might think you are against them. They go after you, But that was another good thing. But we have to look for a solution for Nigeria to work. We cannot always be criticizing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Triple Man, I know you've been coming in and out, so I just wanted you to speak now that we have you.
Yeah, good evening, Doctor. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Nigerian issue is a fiasco. People are just playing politics with people's lives. Talking about Ifeanyi Ubah, if you remember, before the election, Ifeanyi Ubah went to campaign he went to Alaba Market to campaign, and they started singing Nnamdi Kanu is their savior, and he was chased away from there, and then he went to the court, just asking for his release, and all of that were just politics they were playing. And Nigeria truly is a scam, as many had alluded. And everything about the country, when we want to talk about this sit-at-home thing, that's nothing. But there is something I want everyone to understand. This is self-determination fight. This is freedom fighting. And what you're seeing now is just a part of what is coming. Nnamdi Kanu was not playing when he started agitating for this. And when, of course, he was the one who introduced it at home the first time. And what I want you to understand that this agitation is a serious issue. It is a huge thing that is on. And freedom fighting is not a joke. Sit at home is just a starter. It's just a starter pack. And you begin to see more of this. We are talking about sit at home and we are complaining. Go to Ambazonia, go to southern Cameroon, and see those who are fighting for their freedom and what it is like. Nobody's even talking about sit at home there. And that is the direction these guys are headed to. We are talking about sit at home for for the release of Mazen and the Kano, and people are when you begin to hear sounds like C4, what are you going to say? Do you think that these guys don't have them? You know.
All right.
So
hold on, Triple Man. Hold on. Let me ask a question. Let's push this forward. For those who are here, just a sample of something. There's something that Simon Ekpa said in the video I played. He was making the emphasis that he was home. He was sitting at home. So which tells you that he has gotten the message, which is that people feel that you are living your life outside of the eastern part of the country and you are enforcing people to stay at home. So he made the point that he was sitting at home. Even though, if you look at that video, the one he put out yesterday and the one he put out today, the only difference is that he said this is day 2 and then continue with the same video. But that's a different thing. But the point is that he's trying to give the impression that he's sitting at home. Let me ask people here who are supporting the sit at home, who will want to join the sit at home, even though they are not in Nigeria. How many people here who are supporting by? Raise your hand if you want to, if you are willing to do that. Okay, only
why not?
Okay, why haven't you done it? Why haven't you?
Let me tell you. Of course, yes, of course I am, and I will tell you why. You know, it is fashionable for everybody to jump on the bandwagon that the economy is destroyed. When you sit at home, you lose this. They say Ifeanyi Ubah made a voicemail going viral, condemning sit at home and telling people to come out. People who knew Nnewi business made their own viral distance, said Ifeanyi Ubah, go and sit down. We enjoy sitting at home. If you want to help us, there's a road that goes into the market. It's untarred.
Yeah, that was
very bad. Go and fix all those roads. We sitting at home on a Monday. It doesn't make anything. We welcome it. We like it. So nobody can cry more than the bereaved. This is the aspect of the narrative some of you do not know. Those people doing it, they say yes. They told Ifeanyi Ubah, if really you care for our welfare, forget about issue of sister at home. Leave that one to us. Go and tar the road. Help us to make sure that our businesses, he said our business was burnt in Lagos. Our business, we were killed in Lagos during the election. Ifeanyi Ubah never said anything. If you want us, go and fight for us there. Leave us here sitting at home. We won't die for it because of one day. Yes.
Hold on. First of all, Ifeanyi Ubah was in Lagos after the incident. He was actually the only person who went there and talked to. He tried to calm down. I'm not a fan of Ifeanyi. I will tell you what happened.
I know when he went there.
Yeah.
I know the day he went. Yeah, I know the day he went. It wasn't when the thing happened. It was as a result of backlash that listen. Tomorrow, Dave Umar, he might still go tomorrow to go and talk like Hope Uzodinma went. Is that last week or last something? But the thing happened in February, March. They are going just this thing. It's just because of backlash. Because they are going back to the Senate.
We got to push back on this narrative because this narrative is false. This narrative these people are spewing here is false narrative. These are all propaganda. These are all
like
false
what?
narratives about
Which one is false? Just one. Which one?
Kano is a barber in Peckham. He started from Peckham as a barber. He's a barber. Uwazirike is the one that gave him the platform to start.
Somebody is here, but if I'm a cleaner. Listen. I'm a cleaner. If you want to know,
CM, hold on.
I'm a cleaner.
I'm not criticizing his work, his employment, but the narrative you painted about him is like he's this sort of, I don't know. Everybody fights for their own. Nnamdi Kanu is not the only one speaking out the way Nigeria is. Everybody is doing that. We all do that. We know Nigeria is bad. So Nnamdi Kanu is not that savior. And one thing we Igbos got to understand is that we are not special. We are not special people. When it comes to
special Igbos are special people.
Every tribe is
every tribe is special.
Every tribe
we are special people, Baba. If you're not, speak for yourself.
Listen,
we are special people.
Is special. Every tribe has its role to play in Nigeria if Nigeria has to survive.
What this was just
These are just mumbo jumbo.
All this bandwagon about
Okoye, Kanu is a hero. Kanu is what lives have you saved? He has saved lives in the village.
He is a king.
Okay, stop. Okay,
You sit your fat A there and you're doing nonsense.
You're talking rubbish yourself. You're an idiot.
All right. Okay. I lost it. So all right. So let me do this. I'll have to. I was about to say that
I'm Yoruba. You don't make sense to your people.
So we have to take out Okoye and Olumide. So we can't allow this kind of thing to happen. Forefathers, welcome.
No. Thank you, Rudolph, for turning me to a furniture. Even Kulata acknowledge that. There's a reason why people rush to come here at first, right? So that we'll have more time to talk. That's your point. You can't just bring somebody. I mean, I've been sitting here for I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for people who have been here for a long time. The whole point of us being here so that we can have multiple chances to speak. And anybody who's coming should join anybody who's coming should join the line. Tunaja can just speak. I allow Triple Man to speak because it's Triple Man, but Tunaja, no. Go
back. All right, go ahead.
Join the queue.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, go first. I know he's boiling. He's been boiling, so I can see it from his nomenclature. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me. Greetings to Rudolph, everyone in the panel, the chat, and the viewers. See, we have to be truthful about things because I'm looking at the video here. I'm specifically referring to CM so that you address this because you said, Kano was not like that until the federal government did what they did. 2014, I'm watching an interview where Kano says if they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will seem like a paradise. And he said the Nigerians, what they understood was force. And the people in the zoo, it was force that they were going to use to treat them. That he was referring to Nigeria like that in 2014 when nobody had arrested him and thrown him in jail or attacked him in 2017 in his property. So you can see the events that led to that. If you are in the UK here, you make that kind of statement about His Majesty's realm. You know what MI6, MI5 will do to you. You know you will disappear into a black site. They will not even let you get into jail yet. Also, Julian Assange, they just gave him document to publish. He's still in jail till today. After one trumped up charge after the other, he's still in jail till today. In the West, that we all like to cherish. These are truths. And when we pretend as if we don't know these things, look at what Peter Obi has achieved in 8 months. We know the path to achieve, to do the right thing in that country. So people choose not to do it, and they really cause the Southeast and the South a lot by approaching these things this way. Why are they not doing it? And if you said something made Peter Obi Kanu change before they attacked him, tell me what changed, because this is 2014 when he was saying all these things. Let me know, because if there's something that changed him before 2014, I want to know. That made him start threatening the country and calling people in the country a zoo, like a zoo animals. Please, just enlighten us on that.
All right, thank you, forefathers. You don't want CM to slide. CM, no, hold on, CM. I know he was addressing you. You will speak, but let me hear from Obie, and then CM. I'll come to. Let me go that
way. Well, Ikene is gone. Anytime I see Ikene, I see the spirit of Nkemba, my good old friend. May so rest in peace. To Najazi, what Obi has achieved in 8 months, we should see. That's deep, right? I know we see the court because that's why nobody's actually focusing on what that man has achieved. And that lead me to what John Haber also said, that you have to be free first to free other people. Right, that's deep also. So, and I will go in by. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is a focal point that everybody is. It's sad that it's as if what I said about when he was first arrested, that there's a political motive. The South elite actually gave him up. That's what I said. And it is sad that he is becoming a political point for everybody. Who fight in about 2024? That is glaring before every one of us, right? When AY was saying if the three senators should come together and do something, it's a good idea. But in this game of power, now individual affairs, at a point we come together, but not at the beginning. So about 2024 is very before us. And if you look at my my guy in Finland, right, from no election to Biafra, is it in diaspora government that is trying to form? That I know they pick up. Now it's done. Nnamdi Kanu must be free. And he's going by saying we'll give them water. It's a trend. It's a trend, right? So if you follow them, so it's just sad that it's at this one. Federal government never started to play on politics with Nnamdi Kanu. We'll still get there too. But to what Tunanja said about what will be achieved, right? Politics. Reminds me of what people interpret Abraham Lincoln's speech during the midst of the Civil War, 1863. Right? He said that if it takes to freeing the slave to keep the Union, I will. If it takes to keeping them just to keep the Union, I will. If it means to keep some and free some, I will. To keep the Union, I will. I'm not interpreting that literally, but to what Tufada said again, for us to actually achieve any meaningful development or peace within the whole country, within the region, the political elite had to start thinking along that line. For us to actually keep Nigeria in a progressive trajectory, are we going to let them go? Are we going to let them stay? That is a decision that our elites have to make. And if they are not making it in the next 20 years or in the next 5 years, some of us will be in that realm of making decisions in our various community. It don't have to be at the federal level, but in our community, in our home, we want to be leaders. We want our voice and opinion to count. We have to start thinking along that way. Again, I also go back to our constitution, right? There's nothing, because I understand Olumide was, telling us about America. He also forgot about the American Indians, the Native Americans. See, it's easy for us to just leave them out of history, right? And I think that is what some of the Biafran could see within the next 300, 400, 500 years. Would yes be my people, right? We can disagree on how they are going about it. But again, we want to use America as an example. Land of free, home of the brave. I admire their braveness. It has to take that kind of bravery from every one of us. Now, that's where every tribe is important. Every tribe, for us to actually achieve, for us to actually even keep our race, because that's the bigger picture, right? If the Biafran are scared of Biafra, it's going to wipe out within the next 100 years. The whole country, the whole continent can as well be gone, right? So, to end this, our constitution is as good as our Supreme Court, because they are the only one that can interpret the Supreme Court. So if you believe so much in our Supreme Court, there goes our constitution. If you believe so much in our constitution, so that's where we are. And that's what America is. It takes that proclamation, right, to have the American that we have today, that the average Texan don't worry about federal governments, that the average somebody from the colony county don't have to worry about this Texas as a state, right? That's what led to that. So, but it's not, we all know the truth. We all know what to do. But again, it's our politics.
Thank you, Uwe. KJ, 2 minutes. I have to time people now, so we can
Okay.
go.
So it's 2 minutes starts from me.
Yeah.
Some night ago, I played back Nnamdi Kanu 2012 when he was having participating in a protest in London, actually, when he was speaking on behalf of Nigeria, and he was particularly speaking about the killing in the Middle Belt at that time, and why they need to be good governance. I'm saying it because forefather, you keep referring back to radicalization of Nnamdi Kanu. And before he started making those statements, he had been doing other things behind. Before he came to the point of asking for this, he held meetings with the governors of the East the 5 governors of the East, and they told them this is what the people of the East are looking for. We're not necessarily looking for division. We want our place to be better than the other places. Why can't there be a federal presence in the East? Is there any problem with that? Why can't there be a seaport that's functional in the East? Is there any problem with that? Why can't the East-West Coast Road be developed? Must we go through Benin to go to Lagos when you can go from Port Harcourt to Lagos even closer? So those things are some of the things that were in discussion, okay? And then some of the leaders of the East started to sabotage his efforts. Why am I pointing that out? It's easy to jump at what he was saying at a later time, when he was saying that. But before he got to that point, there was some precedents. And I'm just going to touch on few
Please
points.
provide the link of the evidence of this video that you talk about, because I've never
played
seen
it. Now this I showed you. I put
please,
it on.
Please, if you can put it in the backstage so everybody can see, because I've never seen it once.
Now, when Jonathan was in government, I'm still talking about the unfairness that happens. And the Boko Haram thing was becoming very hot. And there was a chief of army staff called Hejirika. And the Boko Haram people appointed, we don't remember that, do we? That Buhari was the one who was the chief negotiator of Boko Haram on behalf of, against the government. Now, the North, led by the Southern of Sokoto, got their chiefs, and they came to Jonathan and said, Ihejika is killing our people. He's killing our youths. He's doing this, and this is a genocide. He's seeking to revenge what the Biafran war against the North. If you don't remove him, we will not vote you in. Okay? I'm telling you what went on. Jonathan removed Ihejika from being chief of army staff. Okay? Now, when Nnamdi Kanu started, the leaders of the East, the elders of the East, got together and went to Buhari and said, you know what? Release this guy to us. He's our son. We will handle him. The first minister of aviation in Nigeria, what's his name now? And he's late. He said, this is the last thing I'm asking of you, because I know that very soon I will leave this earth. Release this guy to me. He's my son. I will deal with him. Okay? Sorry. Is my time up?
No, it's time. Your time is actually up.
Yes. And it was rejected. Buhari said, you think about it. Then later some days he said it's for the court to decide. Then the appeal court said this guy has committed no crime and ruled that he should not be prosecuted in any court in Nigeria, because even the way he was brought into the state, into the country, was totally wrong, and you don't build on nothing. That's a I don't want to go into that since I'm not a lawyer, but that's the ruling. Now, if all this have been happening, I want to ask a question: which is easier to say since the East have accepted that if you release Nnamdi Kanu today, he's able to bring everybody to order? Which is easier for the politicians like Ifeanyi Ubah to do? Okay, sorry, Ifeanyi Ubah to do? Is it to go and ask for his release so that the peace can be there, or to begin to amass another set of boys to go around, okay, to control the people? Let me tell you something. When we talk about this sit at home, we don't refer to our people. I asked my uncle, why people sitting at home, okay, every Sunday, every Monday and all that? Is not, are people being forced? He said they're not being forced. How many are members of IPOB? It is what each region said they will sit at home. They've already lost everything. What are they going to lose any longer? So it's not about the enforcement. And I do not support, just in case I want to put on record, I do not support Simon Ekpa asking people to sit at home for 1 week. It's unrealistic and it's wicked. Anything can happen within that time. People don't even have money now to be able to keep and be buying food and keep in their houses. So you can't tell them to stay at home for 1 week. All right. So why am I pointing out all these things? So that we know that when the Igbos are complaining, it's not because they just want to complain, as some people want to make it look like. There are precedents, both in the government side and the side of the leaders of the Igbos, that have not taken into cognizance the happening of the ordinary man in the East. In the East.
KJ, I have to stop you there. I know you want to speak more. But let me go to CM 2 minutes, and then I go to the new people who are here. They've not said anything. CM, just make it 2 minutes. If you want answer, I'm thinking you want to answer somebody. I don't remember who said something. Go ahead.
Well, let me see. 2 minutes is quite a, but let me sort of squeeze everything in. What Nnamdi Kanu said, according to Professor Michael Zekome, he said, you don't prosecute somebody for an intention. You prosecute for action. That somebody said, I will do this to you, I will do this to you, is only sending a warning so that you can put him on watch list. You cannot arrest somebody and take him to court. Why are you here? He said he will do this. Has he done it? He hasn't. That's why people from the first time they arrested the man, people say you shouldn't have touched him. Jonathan had all those things under 2014, 2015. He ignored it. Jonathan had a sound legal advice. But Buhari came in and felt that people say you have to crush them with military distance, 97 versus 5%. And this is where we are. So let me just be as brief as because of time factor. So what Nnamdi Kanu said, utterance, you don't punish an utterance. I mean, you don't prosecute. What you do is stand until he does the action because you can't convict him. Ozdekome said somebody can be in a state of mind and say something. You cannot prosecute that type of thing because there's nowhere he hasn't done it. I will score an own goal. He hasn't scored an own goal. What you then do is that either you drop him, don't put him in the match, or if he's playing, you be careful with him and don't pass the ball to him. But in the end, he didn't score an own goal. So you don't. So that is the illiteracy of Buhari's regime. It was quite apparent. That's why he started going after them to start telling people, May 30th, every May 30th, Biafrans all over the world sit at home to remember the day, to just for commemoration. It's done everywhere. We fly flag everywhere. In the end, when they started doing it in Nigeria, they started shooting them. It happened at Impo. IPOB is armless. There was no ESN then. Since then, ESN came into exit. Was it not 2018 or 2019 they formed ESN? Since for 5 years they've been slaughtering them, nothing like that. And people were condemning it. So when people want to judge, because you have to say if it were you, when people want to judge, why did people, when you carry your flag and the placard, and you are holding somewhere saying we want beer, just they sing and go along the road without even obstructing traffic, army will come and be shooting you like as if you're a fake game. We all know this. Amnesty International documented it. Biafra didn't kill anybody. When you push somebody to the wall, they have to react. That's why ESN came, and then everything quieting the beat. All this Asare Dokubo maneuver, we are now hearing the truth of who is the unknown gunman in the East. Thank you. So Buhari engaged Asare Dokubo to come and do the T job in the East. Asare has confessed. That is the next talking point. Thank you.
Ebi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. And, I saw when the studio became vacant, it coincided with my yummy meal, which Chioma thinks is Gary. I love Gary, but it's not Gary Chioma, and I know go give you a chop for comment section. So I had to jump on. So sorry, I'm eating. I don't like to do that.
Yeah.
I want to approach this on a different perspective. It's going to be questions, and I'll get out. Whoever wants to respond can respond. Okay. I want to approach this in a root cause and questioning approach. All right. I'm not going into detail what Simon Ekpa is doing and all that. Here are my questions. Who was Asari Dokubo years back and right now? Has Asari Dokubo caused mayhem? And is it still potentially causing those mayhem? What has been done to him? Who is he today? How is he embraced? What did Sunday Igboho do? Where is Sunday Igboho today? Has he been given justice? Boko Haram. How many Boko Haram top leaders are in custody right now? Can we quantify the amount of evil and mayhem Boko Haram has unleashed on Nigeria? How has Boko Haram members been treated by the government of Nigeria? Why are we calling for justice when the Nigerian institution themselves do not respect justice? Why do we think a baby will be hammered on his head and will be prevented from crying? I'm just asking, why? For those of us in diaspora, the diaspora which we see today with 247 light and security, quote and unquote, have we taken time to look at the history of where they got to where they are today and what are the intricacies and what happened? The other day in the city that I live here in Canada, I took my kids and we took a drive to, it's just from where I live, it's 7 minutes drive to the Atlantic facing Africa. If you look at the map of Canada, that side facing Africa, where if you carry canoe, go. So, and we were there, and you know what? There were all sorts of monuments there. And you know what were there? Heavy guns and things. I just wonder. And my kids were like, what is this? I said, these are olden day guns, more like, you know, equivalent of rockets today. You know, those bombs that is there in the UK, you will see them, all those things. You know, I had to explain to them. And they were like, why? I'm like, there was fight, like they came to take over this place and other people want to take it over. So wow, they said, wow. So, and there's a popular saying that said, peace is not just the absence of war. We are so focused now on the, what they call the outcomes of the evil that have been perpetrated. And we're moving away, just like the election where people are telling us, move on, let's move on. We are window dressing this and pushing the root cause under the table. And as long as we keep doing this, there shall be no peace. Today, we will jump on Simon Ekpa. Another one was, quote and unquote, because I don't believe Simon Ekpa was, another Simon Ekpa in multiple will emerge until we focus on the table. Look at, and I will close, today on Twitter by People's Gazette, Sani Yerima, he says, bandits are poor, ignorant Nigerians. Tinubu should rehabilitate them like Boko Haram. Guess what? They are going to do it. Why must the Igbos be treated differently? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick input.
No,
Rudolph,
who is speaking?
I
Who is
think
speaking?
that myself, AY.
No, AY, no.
No, I'm not gonna speak. Just something, just observation. I
Okay.
think that statement he made now about Sani Yerima, I think it should be a point of discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Shagun, go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, Shagun.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
I just want to jump onto the panel and just say a few words, and I will jump off. I know when it comes to the discussion about Biafra and about Samuel Nnamdi Kanu, it's always very sensitive. And so I respect everybody's view, not necessarily because I agree with them, but I think that there needs to be a change of strategy. I know, obviously, the sit at home started for some reasons, but there needs to be a stock taking on either the IPOB end or whoever's are fighting for Biafra. Is this thing working? This thing achieving the main aim to which we started it? If it is not, then there needs to be a stock taking and a change of strategy. I don't have answers to all this, but I'm just saying there needs to be some rethinking behind the move, other than bringing the war to your doorsteps and having your people killed. Now, one thing I know, for example, is there's a new government in power. Pressures can be mounted on the government to get Nnamdi Kanu released. Now, I know there could be an argument to say that the current government may not be legitimate. Maybe you want to wait till after the courts declare the whole thing, whoever is there, start mounting pressure. I believe if the leaders, political leaders and traditional leaders and leaders of thoughts from the southeast mounts pressure on whoever the new government is, it's likely for him to be released. The question is, whichever government is going to release him would want something in exchange. Now, that could be a guarantee for peace to an extent. Is this something that the fighters or agitators of Biafra and Nnamdi Kanu want to give? To what extent could they give something? But I think the current strategy of sitting at home endlessly and whoever violates it is being harmed or killed is not working. You don't bring the war to your doorstep. You take the war to your opponent. So that's just what I believe. Then we all know what the problems are. We all have different views about the history of the things that has happened. How be resolved or moved forward or progressed in a form or such that people are not killed in the southeast, the progress of the southeast is not impacted negatively. I think these are things that the IPOB go back and start thinking and come up with strategy. I believe sitting at home was a strategy. Again, is it working? Not working. What do we need? That's
Okay, Shagun, you're getting out in and out. You know, we're hearing a little bit and then off again. But we got your point. We got your point, most of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I want us to think about solutions, and I want to maybe we can reframe the question. There was something that Matt was saying, that the solution, and I've heard it from other people, that the solution is for the government to release Nnamdi Kanu and things like this. But I want us to think about, if that doesn't happen, what is the next best solution? And for the Igbo people here, I want them to also think about this. And it's unfortunate that Janaba is not here. I always wonder the killings happening in certain parts of the country. If this were to happen in the southeast, what would be the reaction if we had this kind of the number of casualties that we see in other parts of the country? What would be the kind of reaction? And then the other part is this. I think that maybe deep inside, if you go into, I'm guessing I live in Yoruba land, I don't. But that they have probably the same number of people who feel that maybe they will be better off not being in Nigeria than being in Nigeria. But have we thought about the approach to this struggle, their own struggle with Nigeria, compared that to our own approach, the Igbo approach? I want Igbo people here to think about this. These are conversations that probably maybe needed internally. Not externally, but
I go first.
Okay, go ahead.
And I will second CM.
And then the other thing,
So,
the last one, hold on, one last one before you go. When I framed this conversation, I said we did Simon Ekpa overreach this time. I mean, this is not the first time that he ordered for 1 week stay at home, considering the whole environment, the state of the country. Because if you're a leader, whatever group, you don't want to push the people. I had somebody say that they talk to their people and their people say that they enjoy staying at home. Okay, you can say that. I know people who say that, but there are people when you say 1 week, people were angry. People were angry on this. I don't know who you spoke to. I spoke to a lot of people in the southeast today and yesterday. The fact that tomorrow tomorrow is Wednesday. So in their timetable, tomorrow is a day for the markets to open so that people can buy things. And then for the next 3 days or 4, there's again sit at home. So people found that very difficult. So did he overreach? So we have to think about it. So CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Regarding killing, let me go straight to the point. Regarding like killing in different parts of the country, if it were to be in the southeast, how would they take it? First of all, as a person, I condemn every killing, whether in southern Kaduna or in Benue State or Plateau or Borno, anywhere it is. Nobody has the right to take human life. It's as simple as that. The fact that maybe the people of Kaduna are not fighting back ferociously, the people of Benue State
You
are
think they
in
are not
refugee
fighting
camp.
back in Kaduna?
No, I'm coming. I said ferociously, you know the way I mean. They have to do something, but probably not in the scale and the dimension people must have expected it, given what they are going through. Now, but one thing I will use to answer it is this. The basic fact about Nigeria is made up of different civilizations. I won't call them ethnic group. And not all the ethnic groups, they have different experience of being a Nigerian. If you ask Urobo man to tell you his experience of being a Nigerian, Urobo nation, he will tell you. If you ask a TV, ask a Kanuri, ask Igbo. So every civilization has a different experience of being a Nigerian. Therefore, people approach any problem that comes to them in the way and manner they deem fit. Because of difference in values, differences in value system and our civilization, the way a Fulani will solve a problem will be different from maybe the way an Igbo man will solve it. It's the same problem. The way a Kanuri man will solve a problem may be different from the way a Yoruba man will like to solve it. The same thing for Ejo versus TV. So everybody will have our different ways. So because of that aspect of it, I can never say my formula, Urobo, TV man must do it the way we are doing. Or somebody, Bachama, we after all Fulani are killing us, use our formula. I can't do that. I can't accept it. And I don't believe anybody can accept my own. So that's a fact. That's why I answer it in terms of killing. Then secondly, let me now come to Simon Ekpa's issue. You see, I've argued here, was it here or somewhere else? I said, if you want to know what goes on in Union Bank, you do not go to UBA to go and ask somebody in UBA. Instead, you say, no, this is not UBA. I mean, this is not Union Bank. So if you want to follow, if Union Bank says this is exactly what we do, you don't have to go and ask somebody in First Bank. Why I'm saying this is this. IPOB is led by Nnamdi Kanu. When Nnamdi Kanu, the authority Nnamdi Kanu constituted is Directorate of State, headed by Chike Edozian. When Nnamdi Kanu left, Edozian took over. When all this sit at home started happening because Nnamdi Kanu's case was adjoined. Whenever they call on Nnamdi Kanu's case, people will charter buses from different parts of Southeast to go to Abuja. When they go to Abuja, they don't get into the court. They start about the court premises, feeling happy, singing songs, praise and worship, making solidarity. Until Army, DSS come and start shooting them. I'm not making it up. It happened before our eyes. Use tear gas and disperse them. Then I said, okay, don't come. When it is that time, sit at home wherever you are and solidarize with them. That was how it started. Now, single day sit at home. People were following it until when they announced said, when will this case end? They said it's a political situation. It requires political solution. Ozekom, even the lawyers, all the lawyers, they said with this political situation. They approached Buhari. He refused. He came to Abia State. Imo State. Hope Uzodinma was commissioning something. He asked. They said no. He said he went to Ebony State also. He said it's out of his hands. Let the court decide. Now court has decided, discharged. Let him go. People are saying he should be there. How can you? Nigeria is a member of Commonwealth. Kenya is a member of Commonwealth. Me staying here. If I commit any crime in any country and you need me, what you need to do is that you inform UK government. Tell them that you need so person. By the time you prepare, they will come easily. They will take me away. But if you invade the country in the midnight, you want to take me away, and I happen to call the police, or police gets to know about it, I said my life is in danger, they are kidnapping me. That is what happened under Umaru Diko. That was why till today Nigeria is using visa to come to UK. It happened the 5th July 1984. So why should Nnamdi Kanu be renditioned? Nnamdi Kanu can never hide any part of the world. Nigeria maintain diplomatic relation. He can tell any country, I need you, I need this citizen. By the way, America said this example. Abba Kyari, America wanted him. They wrote to Attorney General Malami, say we need this person to come and answer in respect of hush puppies trial in America. America should have used their jet in the mid-90s, invade Nigeria, take Abba Kyari. They didn't do it, a police officer. They applied. Why didn't Nigeria do it? You see, the thing about Nigeria is that we feel we went to school, but if you want to punish anybody, that's why I believe I supported what AB said. When it came to Ndibo, they change it. Ebi Komolafe, he's a Yoruba man. He said it here. When he gets to Ndibo, they change it. Why? Why must you rendition on Nnamdi Kanu? Handcuffed, blindfolded, smuggled in, beaten. What if he had died? Why are they doing why is Nigeria? Don't you know that Nigerian rating in the world, in the scheme of things in the world, has diminished? That was why Bruce Fein from America, former deputy undersecretary, Minister of Justice under Ronald Reagan, 1980-82. He came to his Nnamdi Kanu's wife. He came to Abuja, Bruce Fein. That was what made Nigerian government to be afraid. Because the guy came, he said he want to witness the type of how Nigeria how they can try and find this man guilty. Somebody you extraordinarily renditioned. You don't do it. It's it's an affront on international law. You cannot build. That's why sometimes when people argue here, I felt that what people, somebody like me may not say. Thank God Abi said it. Why is it that when it happens to Ndibo, they change the system? Can this happen? If Abba Kyari, was he renditioned? Was Abba Kyari to America, was he renditioned? Let somebody tell me. Or is offense not worthy to be? Why can't America rendition him? Why is it that when he gets to Nnamdi Kanu, an Igbo man, everybody will keep quiet? Even those that say that they are Igbos. Why must Nnamdi Kanu be renditioned? Right to Kenya, tell Kenya government Nnamdi Kanu is in so hotel. We know where he is. Just get him for us. Simple, you bring him back. That is the way it's done all over the world. That's why I say Nigeria is a zoo. And I believe that Nigeria is a zoo because of that. You don't behave that way. No civilized country does that. The rule of law is supreme in everywhere. But when it gets to Igbo, they change it. And when people now want to talk, they pretend. If it is you, some of you are in America. If I report you to any government, they can't bond you. If they bond you from America, they find out. America will go to places with the person. Why? Simple thing Nigeria fails to do. Then you want to go and get him. We want to get him to Abuja and convict him. Now court said, let him go. Discharge him. He didn't do anything. All this idea that he said this. Why didn't they convict him? No, nothing is anything. Somebody, if you say I committed a crime, as long as they check the constitution, it is not there. They will set you free. Any offense not covered by the constitution, that is the highest law. The offense they say Nnamdi Kanu committed is not in the constitution. So how are you gonna hold him responsible? All these phantom news about security, national intelligence, all these things, these are just bunkum. It's just wickedness and evil. They are treating him. Just pray that what happens to Nnamdi can let it happen to you if it's the same thing. You see, I went to school and I like logic. You cannot build something or nothing and expect it to stand. I'm ashamed that people will come here and be
Can I just ask you one quick question? You know about what happened to Abiola in Nigeria. That stuff happened to similar stuff that is even worse happened to Abiola directly. And he's dead now because of he won an election and he lost. And lost his life.
Abiola was not renditioned. Abiola was not renditioned. Abiola was never renditioned in his life. Abiola was never renditioned. There's something they call international law. Abiola was not renditioned. Let me explain what is rendition. Abiola left Nigeria and went all over the world. Even when Abacha was annoyed, they never planned to. They didn't bring Abiola, tied him back, hand behind the back. That is what they call rendition. You don't commit international outrage. And they say, why have you asked yourself what happened to Umaru Diko? What are we saying? So because he's a Igbo man, you now rendition him, and then you want to bring him to trial. That is pure nonsense.
Somebody losing their life. That's what you're comparing.
No,
rendition.
Can I come in now?
You cannot build the let me leave. Oh, sorry.
Dr. Damages, can I come in now, please? I asked 2 seconds.
No, you can't.
That's my lose my thoughts process, please.
Yeah, write it down. KJ, go ahead.
Oh Lord.
Write it down. You won't.
Okay. Thank you, CJ, CM. What you've said is totally correct. You see, one of my problems, and I grew up in the north. My friends, in fact, my best friends are northerners, so I know both ways. Now, what is the difference between why those things, when they happen in the north, doesn't carry as much weight as it carries in the east? The northern settlement system are not as large as the ones in the east. Okay, the northern settlement systems are not as large as the ones in the east. Sometimes you go to a community, they are less than 500. Okay, they are also not as aggressive when it comes to taking a stand as you have in the east. Now, the place where you find some level of aggression is between Benue, Taraba, and going downwards. And that is why when those people, those Fulani herders go to some of those communities, especially the thief communities, they don't go deep in the places where they have the thief warriors, because those ones will stand their ground. Okay? Now, but if you go towards the Idoma section, most of the places where they've gone are also those who are somehow friends with the Fulani herders. If you go places like Agatu towards some part of it, they have settlement where they settle between Benue and Ebonyi. They have Fulani settlements there. Okay, and those people take advantage of that to do harm to these people when they are sleeping. Now, is that we approve of anyone? I've done a lot of stories in this area. I did a story on the Dogona Hawa where 500 were bad and they had a mass grave. It's a small community. When they've taken 500 out, how many people are remaining? Who is going to retaliate? So what those people do is they move away. They move to another settlement and join their people there. And those other places are occupied by herders. That's what happens. Sometimes you go to those communities, they are so few, they don't want to live there any longer, so they relocate. And those places are left for herders to take over. And some of these things are not in the news. Okay? And that's why, like I've always said here, Nigerian media are part of the accomplice. I mean, they are an accomplice in this situation. How do we bring peace? Anybody who wants to bring peace in Nigeria will do just two major things. Nigeria are peace-loving people. Igbos are not necessarily looking for another state. We are saying let the right things be done. Release Nnamdi Kanu for crying out loud. Let him come and take care of the things he started. And then sit down in a round table. Whether you call it, whether you call it tribal meetings, whatever you call it, if you want to select representative from each tribe or whatever, or region or whatever, or state, sit down and let us have a new understanding. You don't want to call it constitution, okay, so that you keep, let us write how we need to operate. The average way an Igbo man lives in his community, for instance, in my community, we are Republicans. No one man stands up in my community, no matter how rich or wealthy or who you are, and say, this is what's going to happen. And that is how it happens. No, it comes through the 8th grade. Decisions are made through the 8th grade. We all gather, and representative of each 8th grade, we say this is what we think in our 8th grade, this is what should happen. And that is how decisions are made in my community. Till tomorrow, irrespective of, we have professors everywhere. So it doesn't matter because you're a professor means that you're going to sit at the head of the table and tell to everybody, oh, because I've read so much, so this I no. Even the little man who has not gone to school, if he's the one his 8th grade has selected, will make a contribution in that meeting, and it has to be heard. It is not so in the north, where a man who is the emir or whatever will sit down and take a decision, and everybody must bow to it. So because of these differences in our different ethnic groups, we need to have a convergence, how things can be done. If you do for one person, you do for the other person. If you are giving groundnut pyramid to the north and groundnut can grow in Benue State, why not also put groundnut pyramid in Benue State? You see, when these things are done, when the level playing ground is totally level, nobody will complain because all can see that they are trying to do justice. But when it is always skewed to one end, people will have reason to complain, and there will be agitations, whether it's from the east or from the north, wherever it is, there will be agitations. Sorry, one more second. There is also agitation going on in the middle belt right now. There's a serious agitation going on. It may not have come to the level of becoming Nnamdi Kanu on, but I tell you, if this continues in the next few years, it will get to that point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. AY, 2 minutes. You have a hot dog on the grill or something?
No, I don't even eat hot dog. Just that this very point is very, very vital.
You
Okay.
jump me. You jump me now.
No, hold on.
You jump me, Abi.
You started this round. What? Did you not?
No, he started.
This is the second discussion on easy now.
No, he asked. Actually, Dr. Damages, you are mixing it up. You asked this question specifically for Igbos. You actually called out Igbo people on the platform, on the panel.
What do you mean, Kenny? What do you mean? Are you more Igbo than me?
No, he was the one that answered.
No,
you are
from
Oseso
are you
now.
more Igbo than me?
No, you are from Oseso.
Are you more Igbo than me?
All right, we're wasting time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I should go ahead, right?
I actually called AY, but he didn't say anything. So
I'm just waiting for you guys to.
You're not on this show. You have once your name is called.
Okay, so I should go ahead. See, Dr. Damages, the thing is, we really need to understand where the problem is coming from. There is a saying in Igbo, something like that. I can't even complete it. But this is it. Prior to Civil War or during the Biafran Nigerian War, some people thought that they had brothers and they colluded to wage war against the Igbos. Little did they know that it will backfire on them. And these people, I will mention the state, starting from Bauchi, you have Plateau, you have Kaduna. When you come to Kaduna, especially the southern Kaduna, you have the Plateau state. Then it was Plateau and Nasarawa, they were together. And then you come down to Benue state, especially Plateau state, Benue state, and the Kaduna indigenes played active role in the Biafran Nigerian War, killing, taking the lives of millions of Igbo people. Today, it has turned around. The table has turned and they are crying. Just like CM said it, I'm one that will never be in agreement with anyone taking the other's life. Any form of killing, I'm against it, and I'll always speak against such. But this is it. When the table turn around, the people are helpless. To answer your question, they are fighting. They are fighting off the taking of life in their region, just as the Igbos or the Southeasterners are fighting. But the clear factor there is that when you come to Southeast, our form of settlement could be equated to the nucleated kind of settlement where you have clustered kind of settlement. So any form of event, any type of event that happened close to your community, you will be aware of it. However, when you come to the north, especially states like Plateau, that they are fighting aggressively to take over. Of course, they've taken over Nasarawa State. They've taken over Bauchi State. They are fighting seriously to take over Plateau State and part of Kaduna, which is the Kaduna South. The settlement there is kind of a dispersed form of settlement where you have, houses in scattered areas, right? So it is easy for these killers or for these terrorists to come to that clustered environment, level them out, take over that environment without even the next community aware of what happened there. So they will capture that, go to the next, and their operations move smoothly. And again, on the other hand, they have a good support from their state government. For example, Kaduna State, they have a good support from the governor, El-Rufai, the sponsor of banditry. Now, this is one factor that we should look at, look into. My brother KJ and CM have given us one. The form of settlement, dispersed and nucleated, is what we should be looking into. Now, another reason why it is more pronounced in the South is because our culture does not support taking of life. Onye biri, ibiye biri, egbe belo, ugo belo, nke si ibiye bena, nkukwaya. Let's all live. That is our slogan. That is what we believe in. You don't take another person's life. You are not a giver of life. You should have no right to take it. That is our culture. We believe in that. And that is why it looks as if we are more deliberate with, fighting off any form of killing in our society. We want to live as much as God gives us, time to stay on this earth. Somebody was saying something here. I think Dr. Damages, when he mentioned he was calling on John Aban. Unfortunately, he has left. See, I really feel sorry for the people of Benue State with what is going on in Benue State right now, where hundreds get taken off every day and nobody is standing up for them. And I will urge my brother or my elder brother, John Aban, to begin to speak for his people instead of keeping mute or instead of trying to call for fake peace that would never happen in that country until there is justice. If there is no justice in that country, see, let's talk from now to thy kingdom come. The problem will instead enlarge, keep on going. I believe my brother, I thank my brother CM for reminding us of the first law of Newton's first law of motion. And I also want to give us the third law of motion. For every action, or for every action, there must be equal and opposite reaction. So you don't keep killing a people and they will sit and watch you while you kill them. They have to react. They have to protect themselves. And that is what the Southeasterners are doing. And we continue to do that. Nobody has the right to take us prematurely off this earth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You, Janaba. Janaba, you left when I was about to call you. Go ahead. Okay.
I just want to bring a different perspective to this. We're all harping on about how Igbos are this and that, how we are being, marginalized and being done in and all that. But there's something I wanted to say. There's a fact here that Nigeria still remain a sovereign state, and no one here will dispute that fact. Nigeria is a sovereign state, and when you have individuals, say even organizations, try to subvert this sovereign state, try to destroy it, that state will not fold its hands and let you do that. They will not do that. Now, somebody was harping on about now the kind of being renditioned, who does that and all that. The United States, where you are, attacks sovereign states. They went to war in Iraq on false pretense. How many people were killed in Iraq? They went to Afghanistan. How many people were killed in Afghanistan? They're fighting a proxy war with Putin in Russia. They're now doing it. What are you saying about that? So when you say that what they did to Nnamdi Kanu is wrong, I'm not speaking for Nigerian government, but Nigerian government, whichever way they see somebody try to destroy the state, is within their right, as they see it, to be able to curtail that, to bring it to an order. All this thing that we are shouting and dictating, it's not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to get us anywhere. Say, for example, God forbid, Nnamdi Kanu dies today. Nothing is going to happen. Nobody, Nigerian state will not be destroyed. All we have to do is shout for 2 days, and people will demonstrate. More people will be killed, and everybody will die. Everything will die. I know some of the people here wouldn't go back to Nigeria to protest. They will still sit here and let the people that will go and die. They will just sit there and let people go and protest and die. So let us calm down. Most of these things can be actually sorted out by diplomatic means. We can only use dialogue. Even when we fight till the end of the world, we still have to come back to discuss it. You don't just, dictate to a state that you must do this and this and that. You cannot do that. If you're really a thinking person and thinking that that state will listen to you, they will not listen to you. Now, Nnamdi Kanu has cases in court. Somebody said that the Supreme Court has dismissed his case, which is not true. The Supreme Court is still to make a determination on Nnamdi Kanu's case. So we have to be a bit, level-headed when we come to this issue. Nnamdi Kanu is just one man. I don't have anything against him, but the way people are promoting him as if Nnamdi Kanu is removed, every other Igbo person should die with him. That is, to me, and I don't know. I don't want to use abusive word here. That to me is absolutely wrong at all level. We all deserve, that dignity as human beings, and nobody should die for any other person. Nnamdi Kanu, yes, is fighting on, for a better Nigeria at one point, and later turn to Igbo, this Biafra agitation later on. But that in itself doesn't make him, be all, and everybody should be worshiping him, and people should be dying every Monday because of Nnamdi Kanu for his release while he's still in court. He's still alive. Now the solution is by, dialogue. We can dialogue. He's still alive. After all, Mandela was in jail for 27 years and still come out and become the president of South Africa. What is going on with Igbo people? It's like we are, listen, Zobo, it's not getting us anywhere. We've done it before with Ojukwu. It didn't get us anywhere. We ended up with 20 pounds in our pockets after 3 or 4 years. Now we're starting the whole thing again, destroying ourselves for no apparent reason. Are we going to be the people that is dying for Nigeria all the time as Igbo people? We mustn't be doing that. Nigerians don't. You don't buy, say for example, now that fuel is 550 naira. You don't buy 550 naira fuel in Enugu and go to the north and buy it 350 naira. Everybody's suffering, both the Hausas, the Igbos, the Yorubas, and every other ethnic community that make up Nigeria. So everything has to be dialogued. We Igbos don't have to carry it on our head all the time and kill ourselves because of it. After all, the politicians, Hausa politicians, they steal money also, but their people are not killing themselves. Hausa politicians, they go to Kano State. The governor and the recent governor are fighting each other, destroying things that each other built. But Hausa people are not killing each other for it. If it's in Igbo land, 200 people would have been dead by now. Or 500 people would have been dead by now. Why do we so much, like to portray ourselves in this way, as if we don't know anything about diplomacy? We've got to start to calm down and use diplomacy to achieve our means. We've tried this in Zobu before, and it didn't work for us. Why are we still doing it? That's why I commend what Ifeanyi Ubah is doing, because at some point, somebody's got to stand in the way. When the government is not there to provide security, people are well within their rights to organize it and protect themselves from criminals. Because nobody's doing it. You're not going to just sit there and let yourself be killed. You don't do that. People are right within their right to organize and protect themselves.
Thank you, Okoye. AY.
So can I talk now? Thank you. So, thank you, Rodolphe. So my point is, sometimes I feel kind of sad because the way some of us put us wrong information out there. One of it, we need to see how we forefather say something. If you are telling me Nnamdi Kanu did not commit a crime against the Nigeria state, you are just being economical with the truth. However, we also need to know that extraordinary rendition, it is a legal tool countries use to bring people that commit crime against the state to face the law. America used this every time to bring back terrorists to America. In case of Nigeria, we are even working with the government of Kenya to bring Nnamdi Kanu back. However, since the court actually determined that, I say, in my own personal opinion, Nnamdi Kanu committed crimes. If the court has say Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime, and allow him to go. But in general, I think the solution to Nnamdi Kanu case, it is a political solution. You need a political solution. Like the way some of us are talking here, war. The truth is, if there is a war in Nigeria, will you leave America to go to Nigeria to fight? Will you go? Look, Ojukwu was one of the best military general Nigeria ever produced. If you don't know, you know. If Ojukwu is alive today, you tell Ojukwu, let's return to war. Ojukwu will tell you, I'm sure will tell you no. We can make peace without even throwing a bullet. I don't believe. And the other thing is, you see the issue of this North, people are saying, you call Benue, you call this. One of the worst states in the North, ravaged headquarter of a bandit, is Zamfara State. This is just a crisis. So I criticize President Buhari for declaring IPOB terrorist organization as at then, without declaring the bandit terrorists. That was, to me, like, I don't know why he did that. So for us, instigating war every time, war is not a solution, because we that just shouting war, it's not fun. No, it's not fun. If there is war, I don't think a lot of us will just sit down here and just be watching people back home. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please, can I interject? Just a question to him, please. A question just to him, please.
We answer.
Please.
We don't want to answer. Hold on. If you ask me, you answer, and that would delay us from getting to other people. So
Rudy, you call me. That is why I come on the platform. Give me a chance to talk, then I can go back and eat my barbecue. Before, that's my American freedom, that I can eat the meat not bone.
Go ahead.
Okay. I am so happy to hear Kui. Kui is among the Igbo intellectual. I know that those that I don't want to use a very word that will sound so rude, but then I always tell people I'm a liberal mind. I don't have to enforce my own lifestyle on anybody, but I believe in progress and dialogue. You talk about why I came in, you say that how the Benue or the Middle Belt feel about the death in their own area, as far as you guys or as the East also are feeling. Death is death everywhere. But like I always said, especially the Benue issue was more of political issue. As I gather so much evidence than any other thing. And since the leaving of Governor Autumn, I don't have any problem with Governor Autumn, but then Governor Autumn created so many problems in Benue State. Now, all the councilmen in Benue State have been fired, and all the chairmen of the local governments have been fired or suspended indefinite, quick, they're not coming back. Because the governor wanted to fire them and the court do not allow it, because they colluded with the Autumn, who carry Bible as the chief priest or pastor of the whole world, to be stealing money. And I have evidence on my own phone to send to you on personal issue where they will go and give Governor Autumn the money, why he's the one crusading that Fulani henchman. And I've came on this platform to send a message to him. He had it clearly that before Fulani henchmen or bandit Benue people, he have killed more Benue people than any other person. This is what heartless politician does in order to gain achieve their own selfish interests. So death everywhere is the same thing. Nobody, no reasonable human being in Russia, in Ukraine, in America, in Afghanistan, or in Nigeria want any other person to die. And today we are celebrating the 4th of July. Freedom is not free. Somebody died for it. So for those that are fighting for the freedom that everybody have the right to live their life the way they choose to, it's a good day. But the issue of Nigeria that we talk, especially Unandi, I said the last time, is sensitive. But to be honest, cried out loud for God's sake. It will be so hypocrite to say that Unandi did nothing wrong. You may say that he is agitating for his people, but there is a diplomatic and a civilized way in 21st century, for God's sake, to approach those things without inciting violence in the community, or somebody to kill each other, a soldier and his follower to take a gun from a soldier on the street and kill another soldier and carry the gun in order to win that war. Is not the way in 21st century. And I pray that all people, all the lovers of people and all humanity, all Nigerians, whether Hausa, Fulani, or Kanuri, that knows that this life we are all living, everybody need to live it to God-given potential. I'm from a very religious background. In my family, if my brother comes from New York to visit me, we talk all night long about what is freedom, and what they see is a religious that, oh, nobody's supposed to be a gay or whatever. I say nobody is saying whatever, but everybody have the right to live to their own God-given potential. So death is dead across the world, and death is not supposed to anybody. No one's supposed to take anybody's life. But Nnamdi Kanu have done more havoc in the East. And some of you that come here say, oh, I'm not in support of every life supposed to live. But you are not condemning what this guy has done in the past or what he's doing in the present. But may he get, and then you are being hypocrite, or maybe you don't understand. The court free him in some things, but they hold him in other stuff. So it's not a total freedom if you go and look at it. But in any case, I also believe that if court clear him of every wrongdoing, it should be free. It should be free. But court did not free him of every other wrongdoing. And let's put that fact out there. And anybody can go and look for those facts and know that. But all the things you are saying, oh, God say Nnamdi should be free completely, that's not true. If that is the case, we look forward to see the new administration free Nnamdi, and then he can go free. But Nnamdi, of course, more havoc even in Igbo land than any other place. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask John Aban a question, please? He said something very wrong.
No. When it comes to
your turn, I say one thing I want to speak to it. You don't have any marker to mark my wrongdoing. Are you kidding me?
The thing about this is that if people put anything here and then run away, how then do we continue? How then do we sort of interrogate issues? Somebody can come and put anything down and then go. I'm not talking about that. I'm not calling you. I'm not talking to you, please. You are not the first person to speak here. So I didn't mention your name. I said if people. So don't. Look. I don't have your time, please. You should be able to respect your age. Please, just respect your age. I'm just trying to make a general observation, and he jumped on me. What are you talking about?
I did not jump
on you. Imagine.
See why I try to control things by not encouraging this. And
I'm trying to bring a suggestion. Then he jumped on bandwagon and started attacking me.
Okay.
What is it? Did I mention your name?
Me, I attack you, CM. You are the least person in my calendar.
Please.
You are the least in my calendar. I attack you for what? Because I can see your face too.
All right. So I know questions are high. Yeah. I wanted to look at Triple Man. He's been out there in the
all right, let him go.
Yeah.
Go Triple Man.
Triple Man, go ahead.
Well, you asked a question about if what was happening in Middle Belt happened to happen in the Igbo, what would be the position? What would happen? So, and few people had given some of the narratives about it, and but my position is already happening and has happened. The killings at Izombe. There were killings in Hamufu. There were killings in Osihitoko, in Olu. And some of these places are in their dozens. So these killings has been happening in Igbo land, and they still, no one is held accountable or prosecuted for all of these killings. So it's been, to answer that in my position, it's been happening already. Now, one of the reasons why I said that Nigeria never worked and will never work is because of the system that we have, especially from the key major tribes. They are of differences, and it has never worked in any nation at all. Let me explain this. The North practices a kind of a feudalist system, and the Southwest practices their lifestyle is a monarchic system, and the old Eastern region, if I may put it that way, are Republicans by nature. And this kind of three people can never form a nation, so it will never work. Now, talking about the sit at home and the issue with, this election, let me say that, that before this election, let me point out something now to us. Before this election, there were some prominent Nigerians that had been calling for this election not to happen. That we need a national dialogue first. People like the Ifeanyi Ubah initially were saying that Paya Adebanjo and his group were that no election. There were quite a number of people that were saying, let us sit down first and discuss, let the indigenous people of the country come together round table and have a discussion on how we can carry on with this union. We need to discuss the basics with which we have to carry on with this union. And there was a reason for that. So, but eventually, Ifeanyi Ubah themselves decided to support P2B. And there is a reason for that as well. The reason why Ifeanyi Ubah decided to support Obi is because the P2B, they had the conviction that P2B would restructure Nigeria. That is the basis with which Ifeanyi Ubah began to support P2B. And now things went the way it went to. And unfortunately today, nobody is talking about a restructuring of Nigeria again. We're talking about dialogue. How, till when? For how many decades now have we been in this condition? So until that is done.
Triple Man, what's the solution now? So dialogue, you don't think will work? What should happen?
Well, for me, until the indigenous people of the country come together to discuss the way with which to restructure Nigeria. Let me say to restructure. I know that a lot of people from the Southeast were talking about freedom. And I really have a lot to say in line with that, but you don't have that time for me now. So if we have to restructure the country, and that is the basis with which a lot of people are standing now, to sit down, restructure the country, to continue moving forward. And that is what P2B were going to do. And that's why there's no way they will allow him to continue, to get into a sorrow. Because these strongholds, these people who are holding the country down, would never allow that. Because we know what restructuring of the country means. So, I mean, to restructure the country whereby according to regions, if we have to go back to regions, or let each state be able to manage its resources, and then contribute to the center. But no, they wouldn't allow that. And we continue like this. We keep on talking and having these kind of conversations, even in the next 20 years. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pick up the case.
Can I come in, please? I've been asking this for a while now, please.
No.
I've been asking for a while. Please, I've been asking for a while.
No, hold on.
Just 2 minutes.
I know the counts. Hold on. I'll come to you. I'll come to KJ and CM. Ovia, go ahead.
If I give Kenny my time now, I go use and they say Nigeria no go work.
Please give me. I will say Nigeria go work.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You see, some of us you don't know here. Dr. Ovie is from Soso, Edo State, but he's a brother to me. And you see, that's why he gave me his time, because we always speak for the good of that country. But this is it. My brother AY, you say that extraordinary rendition is a acceptable measure to which with which someone allegedly called a terrorist is brought back to his country. No, you are very wrong on this. Extraordinary rendition is a criminal act. It is not acceptable by anybody. In as much as maybe you think that CIA has done that in the past, but that doesn't mean that is a legal process with which you bring back somebody you call a terrorist. It doesn't really mean that that person is a terrorist. He's just alleged that he is one. Now, as far as I know, Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist, and he will never be a terrorist. Somebody here alleged that Nnamdi Kanu was committing crimes in Southeast, and I beg to ask, can you tell us one single crime that Nnamdi Kanu has committed in the Southeast, other than calling for restructuring? Other than when he was tired of calling for restructuring, he called for secession. When he was tired of calling for secession, he called for protest in order to draw the attention of our leaders to the tremendous problem that we're having in the Southeast. You will not come here to tell us that Nnamdi Kanu has ever taken the life of anybody in the Southeast. That is a blatant lie. But on the other hand, we had well-known terrorists which this UAE handed over to Nigerian government, gave them their names. Where are those people today? They were protected by the same Buhari. If you don't know that Buhari has a personal hatred against Igbo, the progress of Igbo people, please go and read the history of Buhari in that country, what he has been doing to the Igbo. Now, this is it. And even to Nigeria in general, Buhari is not even preserving anybody. He's committing evil to Nigerian people. That is Buhari for you. And that was why, before he left office, he said, if you disturb him, he will go back to his country, Niger Republic. Did he not say that? Now, John Aban, you said that Nnamdi Kanu committed crime in the Southeast. Please, that is very wrong, and I wouldn't want us to go into that. Dr. Damages asked for solution, and I have solution for this problem. The solution is this. Just the way Nigerian government used Nigerian resources to build a Papa seaport and the Tinkan seaport, and also gave put 20% of funding to what they call it, Dangote's refinery. Let Nigerian government also fund the building or erection of construction of a seaport in the Southeast. That is number one solution. Build seaport in the Southeast, right? Then restructure the country. The restructure it down will entail that each and every state will have independent policing, right? When we have independent police system, we have seaport in the Southeast. Please, thank you, federal government. I, Kenechku, will be speaking for you. Then we'll come back to Southeast. I will now ask my Southeastern governors, please, just endeavor to give us constant electricity and protect our territory as a sovereign state. Now, goodbye. I will never, if you see me ever talk, speak for secession, then I will be a liar. Thank you. That is the solution.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ovie now.
Ismail.
All right, see you. Go see him.
Thank you, Ovie, by the way. Thank you, Ovie. Appreciate it.
All right,
Okay. You see the. Let me put it this way. the disadvantage of somebody if you don't follow up what somebody says. Although Rudolph, you say it could be a dialogue between the two, but sometimes it's good. When AY was here, I wanted to ask him when he said people are talking war. I've been here for the past 30 minutes. I haven't heard anybody talking war, that you go to war. I didn't say it. Somebody can go. So I wanted to ask him, because sometimes people will just throw in a word either to confuse or a mumbo jumbo just to disorientate people. I haven't had anybody here call for war. But the thing is, because Nigerian system has so pauperized, impoverished people, when you say you need referendum, that you want to be on, they say you are calling for war. You are calling for war. Please, I know that is a strategy to intimidate people. I can never be intimidated. Despite the fact that I'm a barber in the UK, like in Nnamdi Kanu. On top of it, I'm also a cleaner, and I'm proud to do it. So being a barber or a cleaner means nothing. It's a means of livelihood. As long as you do not steal, I have not broken any law by being a barber. Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in UK as a barber, he did not break any law. Police can never arrest you in UK for being a barber. And it does not mean that a professor of maybe computer science or physics at Cambridge is more important than a barber in any back street in London. The white people reason differently. I'm a cleaner does not mean that you, who is a prime minister, is more important than me. Our people, no matter how they may wear 10,000 spectacles, they still cannot see a grain of sand. I mean, they still cannot see a log of wood. They may wear the best lens, the best magnifying lens. They still cannot see a 10-story building standing before them. That is how myopic and stupid some people are. When you come and tell somebody because he's a shoe cleaner, then you denigrate the person. That says a lot about the level of civilization the person has. In the Western world, it's not. A cleaner is respected in a hospital like they respect a hospital consultant. In a company, you see engineers, even what they are doing, a cleaner, a dispatch rider, they are called everybody same respect. I think in America, anywhere in the world, everybody has their own respect. But in Nigeria, we feel that because I don't know, this ego, they feel. So it's a very, very big. What I want to say is, Rudolph, probably we need to interrogate the question posed by AB. All those things, because that is part of why we come here to exchange ideas. He said, who was Asare Dokubo years back and right now? What did Sunday Igboho do? How has he been given justice? These are questions. Some of these things, people will like to sweep it under the carpet. If you live in Nakano, what did Igboho do? Why should you abuse the military, to invade his house in the middle of the night and kill some people? Why? That made Igboho to run away for his life, and the same thing Nnamdi Kanu did. Sunday Igboho did it. Sunday Igboho went to Benin Republic, run away. Not because he wanted to, but because his life is under threat. Why? That is the question Obi is asking. So was Igboho giving justice? He wasn't giving. What did he do? I don't think he did anything. Now, for those that will be talking about maybe the law, this. Somebody started talking diplomacy. The meaning of a civilization of a country is rule of law. That is just the thing. That's why they say nobody is above the law. Whatever I do to you, you can seek redress in court. When you go to court, whatever the court decides stands. You get to the highest level, it stands there. But in our own case, people will like to model things up. Why this one? See, Nnamdi Kanu's case is no longer political. I don't even support political anymore. Somebody saying they have to negotiate, then they give something in behind in return. No. We told Buhari, Ohaneze Buhari, release him to us for political settlement. The Buhari said no. It's before the law court. Let the law take its course. Is it because the court said discharged? If they discharge you before the next date, you don't hold the person. That is the meaning. If I do anything in court today, you take me to court. And they said they've discharged me. Even if you put appeal, I should go home until that day. You can't hold me. You can't deprive me that. Even if it's 1 hour freedom, you can't deprive me of that. That is the mistake they made. I've asked a question here. Nobody will answer. Here, those people claiming. Tell me a Nigerian who has been given bail in a Nigerian court and the person went home and they used battalion army to go and invade the house. I said £1,000. If you like, I make it available to Rudolph. Tell me a Nigerian since 1914 who has been given a bail in a Nigerian court. The person went home and the army invaded his system before the coming to court. Tell me, if not only Nnamdi Kanu, why should it be done? Sometimes we take things so simple. It doesn't concern us. When you see people complain of Igbo this, Igbo that, nobody is more Igbo than me. Nobody. I'm not more Igbo than them. Nobody is more Igbo than me. Particularly those that are not Igbo coming to tell me, oh, Igbo man, we do this. Or those claim that Igbo, that if we don't do this, we have to, the bloodshed in the Igbo is all those things are bunkum. You can't shave my head in my absence. If you feel that what is happening, go and interview people on the streets. They will tell you the reason. They will tell you what they are doing. But somebody will just come out and they start to mouth. There's a way to do it. Nobody's talking. Now they can't ever call for war. Go and listen to interview he gave Kadari Ahmed. Now they can said diplomacy. He will use diplomacy to bring Nigeria down. He will use civil disobedience, sit at home to bring Nigeria down. They say, what of war? He said, no. He said, we fought war before. We lost over 5 million people. Why must we do it again? This interview, Nnamdi Kanu plus Kadari Ahmed, go and check on YouTube. Nobody will mention it. But when they want to nail on Nnamdi Kanu, they just go and concoct something. Nnamdi Kanu do this, did this, did that. All these things are lies. You can't fool people. That is as simple as that. You can never fool me. Nobody can bamboozle me because some of these things we know. That's why I say Nigeria is just too hypocritical. Particularly in the Igbo, they will come and just why are you talking? For contract in Abuja or what? That you can't say the truth. Look at what AB said here. He's a Yoruba man because he's objective. Look at the questions he posed about Igbo. Look at what happened in Nnamdi Kanu. By the way, how many Boko Haram has been tried? AB asked the question here. What have they been doing? Now we are talking about bandits, saying they should be rehabilitated. You call them bandits. Now you want to rehabilitate them. You want to use our state money to go and rehabilitate bandits. You say they should be rehabilitated. Where has that been done?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I will go to Mama Icho. Welcome you. But before then,
I shared a private message, please.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but I have.
I know they fear Mama Icho. Me, I go fight on Amaton.
Put me on backstage.
You
please.
have been okay.
For Maxi.
I have been waiting.
Okay, Ovia, you've been giving up your chance. So let me
imagine.
Yeah, it's serious. Okay. On Saturday we have a very interesting program. I think I should let you guys know. You guys may remember there was a fight in a church in New Jersey where the bishop was beaten up by the congregation. So we're going to have a conversation on that, on what happened in that church and the Church of Nigeria in general and the Anglican Church in America. So I have as guest Bishop Augustine Nnewi, who is a bishop in New Jersey, and other members of the clergy are coming and the congregation. So please, if you can join us on Saturday at 11, that's when we are going to start that conversation. It will be interesting. And then I also want to, we are talking about having a debate as part of this program, you know, people who have different points of view. So we could bring CM to debate somebody like forefathers, or you know. So we played around yesterday night or late night, I think, you know, playing some names. But I think the first one we may have is Pansat and electricity. But I need people who want to debate to reach out to me. And
maybe come back.
Once we agree, we set it up, you know, so that
come on, man. Why heavyweight against lightweight? Come on.
Who is the heavyweight and who is the lightweight?
I didn't say anything.
so that would be an interesting addition to this program that we do here. So I look forward to people to volunteer to debate. Pick your match. Kulata, we can pick him and debate him. We can make exception for that day if he wants to come on with us.
Will Kulata show his face?
Can they actually picked you? Somebody picked you in the conversation. But,
that would be awesome, actually.
so we just give you guys 20 minutes to say anything, fight, and whatever happens, we see it. All right. So I have to, unfortunately, I have to run. I worked last night. I just want to hear Mama Icho, and then
wait, Mama Icho. Me and Mama Icho get 10 minutes between us. So let me use 2 minutes and give her. I'll give her 8 minutes. Let me use 2 minutes. I give her 8 minutes. How about that?
Okay, go ahead.
See, it's all about bargaining, right? Nothing is impossible. It's a give and take of a thing. To answer AB's question.
No, because I know answer you, so you don't win. No.
To answer AB, to which CM actually reiterate all those questions that AB asks, I think the simple answer to that is power. It's all about power. If you have power, you have everything, including violence, right? And I think all these guys understand that, including Nnamdi Kanu. Every one of them understand that. That is why he agitated for whatever he's agitating for. Power. And we keep mixing that with a lot of things that they throw at us, right? And this idea that we are Republican, we don't have this, we don't have this, an age group thing. The question is, how is that working? Because in this game of power, you can only make do with what you are given. Is either you accept it or you whatever, but that's what is entitled to you if you are not in power. And that is what our northern people understand. And the idea that only one person dictates what goes on is ridiculous. If that is the case, the Emir Sanusi Emir will not be able to be removed as the #1 citizen in that state. He would have dictated everything. Doesn't play out like that. They understand power. And since the inception of Nigeria, either they are #1 or they are #2. There's no way you can do without it. We don't understand that. Power, all this, Rudolph is asking why so many people dying, all this. What is at stake? It's about what is at stake. So those are the things we need to. So the idea is, we don't listen to anybody's age group thing. It's a good thing, but in reality, it doesn't work. Unless it's working, for as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't worked for the past 60 years. It hasn't worked. So we need to put that into perspective. It's all about power. Yes, people will die. Now people, they pursue power now. They're not animal people, human being. It's about whatever it takes. And that power is blind. You don't know who is coming to get it. It doesn't understand a Muslim, Yoruba, Igbo. No, it's blind. Go get it. And once you get it, whatever you do with it, it's up to you and anybody above you, which is God. And that's what goes on. If you look at every crisis around the world, some people say it's class of civilization. You cannot advance your civilization without having power. There's no way. So these men understand that. That's nothing to do. Me and you will come and die and go. And today, 100 years, they talk about 100 years from now, they're talking about today. They're not going to measure me and you. We will not go make the cut. We're not going to make out if we don't put ourselves in Nnamdi Kanu shoe or Bola Tinubu shoe. Because those are the only people that their name will be measured. Trust me, even Obi's name will be omitted. Because all the matter of time before they forget about it, because he never got to that power. So when you hold that power, you do whatever. If you say half of Nigeria made them perish, guess what? Unless anybody stop you, you will achieve it.
All right.
That's just so if you know the power, whatever they give you, take it. And politics is the way to get to power in the modern civilization. And that politics determines who suffer and who enjoy. Period. There's no in between.
Thank you. One of the debates that we're looking forward to is Mama Echo and Thomas or Samuel. So that will happen. But let's to Mama Echo.
In as much I don't like what the federal government has done to Nnamdi Kanu. But if we say he didn't do anything wrong, I think we are wrong here. He did order the killing of military men and burning down is that not something wrong? The military men, they pledge and alleged to protect us. Because they were military men, they become enemy to Nnamdi Kanu. And a lot of them died like chicken. And we sit down here and say that is right. One of your daughter, a military person, was killed, if that language, by the same people who are agitating for Nnamdi Kanu. We didn't respect that. And we say that is right. In this our Western world where we are, do we agitate to the point that we go after the policemen or the military men? No matter how we went and cried when Ford was killed, the people never raised their hand against the policemen. So when we are talking, let us stand for what is true and fair. Just as the military men went after our children when they were raising the flag of Nigeria, and we are still against it today. It's the same thing. Having said that, for us to be able to solve this problem without actually going for war is dialogue. But we can't have dialogue when we don't have somebody in power, according to Ovi, who has the political will to want us to sit down for dialogue. And to me, if we are fair to ourselves, now that we have the opportunity to have somebody from our own tribe, the Igbo, to be up there, we should summon all political power to get him there. And then looking at him among all of that, apart from Showore, my son, he's one of the person who also want to sit down for us to solve this problem once and for all. This marginalization, this inequality, this injustice. If we like, we cry till tomorrow. If we don't have somebody up there in power that has the political will to want to do this dialogue, the only answer we are looking for is war. The question is this: are we ready for that? And if war even happen, how many of us here go carry our kaya, say we dey go Nigeria, go fight the war? Let's be sincere. Because there are only two options. We either resolve it in peace or in pieces. So which one do we choose? So instead of coming here every day, every week, singing the same song, let's come here and choose which route do we want to use to solve this problem. Because the inequality, the killing, and everything is everywhere. The injustice, the unfairness is everywhere. I think it is high time we dedicate one Saturday to think which way out. We should choose one. Because until we choose one, we will not agree to work towards that goal. So let's choose. Do we want to go through war? Or we want to go through dialogue? And if we choose one, then we will not fathom the way out. And people that says this is not possible, this is not possible, who says so? Please, enough of all these things. We are not moving forward. Throughout last year, we discussed this same journey. And now we are in a new year. We are in the second quarter of the year. We have not come up with solution to solve our problem. Please, let's find a way out of this. No person is enjoying the current situation of Nigeria, east, west, north, south. But some of the things we are even creating within our community is causing the pain. Our state governor, have we even held them accountable for the nonsense? Are they not supposed to be the chief security of each of the states? Are they not? And yet they are capitalizing on what is going on to even perpetuate their own evil, and we are not holding them accountable. I think it's high time we discuss solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There's so many hands up.
I think you left me. I know I stepped out. And I have to pay.
It was my turn now before I jumped to Mama Hecho.
Oh, KJ. Okay.
Okay, KJ and Abby. Then Frankie. Frankie hasn't said anything. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Mahecho, you know, the media sometimes sets the agenda from what is discussed. So we can't come here and then begin to discuss what is not, currently trending in the media. What we are discussing is actually what is trending, and that's the general discourse right now in Nigeria, and concerning Nigerians and every other black person. Now, the thing that sometimes we as Nigerians fail to understand is that the black race looks up to us. Bill Clinton, when he came to Nigeria, at that time I was still in the university. We went to meet with him in the place called the Women's Center in Abuja. And he said to us, Nigeria right now owns the next millennium. That's what he said. I still remember very well because we kept discussing it back, going back to the university. He said, Nigeria right now owns the next millennium. And it will be shameful if we cannot rise up to that occasion. This is what he said in Abuja. Whether he was playing with us or not, this is what he said to people who have reason, who have government, who have understanding, who have the resources, who have the number in terms of population to be able to bring this to pass. Now, at the time he said that, think back, if we had a leadership that is not thinking of region, that is not thinking of, tribe, that is holistically thinking about how to move their nation forward, what will have become today? Okay. Now the question again is, and I try to put it up here. Why sometimes you look as if the Igbos are complaining the most? No, because we are the ones feeling the more hot than the rest. I put it up here. How much is extorted from the East in a year? 100 billion. That's what the Igbos are extorted of yearly by the Nigerian police and all the civil, whatever they call them, paramilitary going on with all the different checkpoints going on in the East. And this is not my own research. This is a Nigerian newspaper that put up this report. So it's a lot of money. So when they are crying that the Igbos are sitting at home, they're not crying because you and I, the Igbos are not making money for themselves. No, because that money is being reduced. So if there's nobody on Mondays for them to collect money from, it's reduced. And the more this guy is calling of sitting at home, the more the money is even getting reduced, the further they further. So it's not about the love of the Igbos, no. Okay. Now, the other guy was saying, and he's gone, I'll be happy if he was here to listen to me. The question is, did Nnamdi Kanu, and people keep making that mistake. Nnamdi Kanu, when he called for the attack of the military, was when he kept crying out. Many times I used to listen to Nnamdi Kanu, it was like a Sunday service for me. Okay? He was crying and calling federal government that the military is killing people on daily basis in the East. And that is not when the Easterners begin to defend themselves, they will say, we are fighting back. He kept making that broadcast. And nobody ever came to the rescue of the Igbos. And I tell the truth, if not because of that intervention of this ESN, I don't know what will happen today. I don't know what will happen today. And I'm saying this with all sincerity. And I don't care what anybody thinks, whether apologist or what. I'm Igbo. I'm indigenous. So I'm IPOB. I have no apology for that. I'm Igbo. I'm indigenous. So even when you look at it, I'm a member of the IPOB. Okay. Now, what is the way forward? That's where I was going to. And that's Dr. Rudolph's question. And I like to be on this platform because I don't visit other platform. This is just the one I choose to speak on. because I think people are more reasonable. What's the way forward? Before Nigeria got to this point, there was a constitution we're using, which was what brought us independence, which was what we all accepted, which was the 1963 constitution, okay, which made every region operate on its own, okay, which made the development to come at the pace which it came. And some people have said, okay, they have issue with that. We can go back to the constitution before that, which was the Richardson constitution. Okay, but we cannot continuously to operate and the same thing over and over and expect a different result. It doesn't happen anywhere. It doesn't happen anywhere where you have your best brains and you don't want to put it to use. Now, the question is, how do we make Nigeria forward? Each region has what it used to produce that made them a region. Those land is still there. The land that grew the cocoa is still there. The land that grew the palm oil is still there. The land that grew the granite premix is still there. Why don't we all fall back? Let me tell you something. Like I said, I speak most times as I sound, and I want to speak for the people of Benue. If you take Benue State, for instance, even in your backyard, you can grow yam. You can grow big, mighty yam in your backyard. Okay? So if it was the government that is looking for the progress of the people, you can grow soya bean in Benue. You can grow yam. You can grow cassava. Why don't you turn and then fruits everywhere? So much so that at the end, the women carry it to the market. They don't get anywhere to buy. They pour it on the road. Okay? If you put a fruit factory in that, a factory, fruit factory that can manufacture fruit juice, do we still need to import fruit juice from South Africa to Nigeria? Or yam? Okay? But nobody is doing this thing because it doesn't bother them. Benue is not important to them. Or Benue doesn't seem to give them, it's not singing their praise song. So, if we want to develop, we should go beyond looking at tribe and region and put money and strategy to where it's supposed to be. What stops us from developing the waterways in Port Harcourt, in Calabar, in Akwa Ibom, okay, to bring in business? What stops us from developing those seaports? It's not the same thing that we travel to come here and go and look at around here and carry our children and say we're looking at sea. It's not the same sea behind our house in Port Harcourt. It's not the same sea in Akwa Ibom, in Oyo. It's not the same sea in Cross River. Why can't we put money in those places? Why can't government bring out a chunk of money, just like Buhari said to the whole NGOs in Abuja, move to northeast and go and do your development. So nobody is doing anything now in Abuja. They're all in the northeast. If you can say that for a region, why can't you say that for the other people? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ebi, I'll plead that you allow me. There's somebody in the dark in Ghana, and he wants to say something. Let's let him. Maxi. So Ghana is just like now. What's going on?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and good evening to my brothers and sister, Madam Echo. Brother Kene.
Maxi.
Yes.
Is that the former military man?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's happening in Ghana? 24-hour light. What thing that happened?
No, you see, I have light. If you look behind me, you will see lights all over. But I am in my farm. I was unable to recharge my credit today. I don't know that it has been exhausted, so I was unable to recharge. That is the reason. There is light here 24 hours, my brother, irrespective of how poor we are. We have, good light. And Dr. Rudolph, I told you the other day that we are going in for a by-election. I don't know whether you heard how that by-election worked.
No.
Nobody was killed. The ruling party gave out money because they are controlling the wealth of Ghana. But the people say, who we want to be there is the person that we want. And they collected their money and voted their own person, the person they want. And their votes counted. You see, every time before the election, I told you people, from 1914, Nigeria has never worked. Okay, it just came. They just restored my. This is who we are. You can't get this in
Oh,
Nigeria.
Maxwell, they do your way.
At all,
How you
at
take
all.
recharge now? Where you down? So don't mean they take light. You say you light it 24 hours, no recharge. How light they come? You just recharge. You not Nigeria, we know you. So carry go.
See, once you apply, then they will send it to you. So I was not able to, do it earlier on. So I dial it on my phone and it came direct on my meter. It's a prepaid meter that we use here. You see, since 1914, the truth must be told. Nigeria has never worked. And I don't think there is any magic that will make Nigeria work today. When I was in the military, I didn't kill anybody. I refuse stupid orders to go and kill innocent people, especially in Southern Kaduna. I was deployed in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna. We never killed anybody. These things that they are using your soldiers now to do, most of us didn't do it. We said we cannot do it. If you cannot protect people, when people decide to protect themselves, why will you go and kill them? Is it not your responsibility? Is it not the government's responsibility to protect people, the vulnerable people, especially in the north? You allow non-state actors, empower them and supported them in line according to what Tiwa Danjuma said. And what are we discussing here? What are we discussing? Where is the peace in Nigeria as we speak today? Where is the peace? People can no longer go out. People are afraid to come in. People that struggle to come in, they buy them. These are some of Nigeria cannot work, Dr. Rudolph. I said it here. People, especially my elder sister, Madam Echo, said, go and get your PVC. Did your PVC work today? You voted, but they selected. You voted. Everybody knew that Obi won that election. People asked for him to come in. But your votes were not counted.
Maxwell, why are you stealing my script? I'm talking after this. That's what I wrote. You just said it.
I'm sorry, sir. You see, it has never worked and it cannot work. Nigeria is on a parallel line. They will never meet, irrespective of how you try to mend it. It will never happen. You have diverse cultural values, value systems that can never meet. Why are you forcing it? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, like somebody said here, that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu wreaked havoc in Southeast. Before Mazen Nnamdi Kanu decided to do what he did, what was the meeting he had with the Southeast governors? Go and develop Calabar Wharf. Go and develop. Use your influence and develop Port Harcourt Seaport. Why is it? Is it a crime for the federal government to do or make all these seaports in South and Delta as well, and Anambra to attain international standard? I told you here, when I import cars in Ghana here, if the tracking system they will give you, they will pass through Calabar Wharf, Port Harcourt, Delta, to Lagos, Ogun State, to Lagos. That is the tracking system. Why can't those ships bath in Calabar Wharf? Why? Why are you doing this to these people? And when people come out here to speak it, people will just, embellish it and look and throw it under the carpet. That is not right for a country like Nigeria. I want to tell you today, the terrorists in Nigeria has exposed Nigerian military, the Nigerian armed forces. It has exposed them. If you look at the Nigerian army, it is not even third most strongest army in Africa. I'm talking of Africa, not even in the world. With a population of over 200 million people, with the enormous resources that you have in that country, you cannot lead. You can't lead. You can't lead African continent. Then how will you lead your own people? People are being killed on daily basis. People are being killed on daily basis. There is no peace in that country. How can you create employment, development, where there is no peace? The reason why you see all these things are happening today is the inefficiency and incompetence of your government. I said it that Nigeria will not work, and it will never work. The solution here is this. Mazen Namdekan say, give our people referendum. Is that call for war? Is that call for war? That is not call for war. It is not only war that will give you freedom. Dialogue with these people. What is so difficult for the Nigerian government to dialogue? What is so difficult? In other places, it's done. Why is it so difficult for Nigerian government to call for dialogue? Ask the people that you are leading, how are we going to live in peace so that everybody will say what they want to say? Without that, we will continue to speak, like I said before. I told my brother CM, I asked my brother CM, my brother CM, I will ask you this question today. I said, in case they replicate what they did in Imo State, we know that Peter Obi won that election. In case they do what they did in Imo State, obedient, what will you do? What are you going to do? You will do nothing. The Nigerian power will be vested on you. They will unleash the army on you if you do anything. That is not a country, my people. My own solution, as long as you have tried Nigeria since 1914 and it's not working, why can't you tell people to leave? People that don't want to stay in that contraption. Why can't you allow them to go? As bad as the 1999 constitution, what I called a military constitution that give right to a particular ethnic group than the others. As bad as it is, there is no place that is stated that agitation for self-determination is a crime. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was discharged. The appeal court discharged him and passed a verdict. And nobody is talking about it. Have you people asked why Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is still kept in that prison? Nobody wants to talk about that one. But people will come out and say, oh, he committed havoc. What havoc did Mazen Nnamdi commit? Are you not forgiving, terrorists in the north? Are you not giving them presidential treatment? The people that has never carried gun, you put them, you detain them, you punish them, you say they should not cry. I hate injustice. And that is what makes us Ghana here, irrespective of how poor we are. Very, very good people. And I want the same thing to happen in Nigeria. And as long as it's not ready, nobody is ready to bring that. Let the people go. Let them go. Those that wants to go, that share same value system, let them go. Don't put them in a box where they cannot even move. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you, Maxi. I want to thank everybody because I have to go and forefathers will take over. But forefathers, please let Frankie speak. I don't think he spoke since he's been around here. Thank you, everybody. And sorry, I didn't want to do a long show today because I worked last night and I thought I would just do 2 hours. But of course, our 2 hours always end up being 5 or 6. Well, I thank everybody, and I will see you on Saturday. Forefathers. Oh, by the way, Scribe is coming to talk about this Mesoma Ejikeme and the JAM issue. So he's coming back to talk about that. That's one of our topics. Anyway, I appreciate everybody. See you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
Because forefather government is not easy.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Let me just share the difference between me and myself and this in Dr. Damage. Dr. Damage allows everybody to share everything. It doesn't ask for proof of anything. But for me, I want to see proof of what we are talking about. I want to get to the truth of matters. So that's the difference between me and him.
It's okay, sir. But
it's not like I'm against anybody. Frankie, please go ahead.
It was my turn. Now you see.
I thought he said I should allow Frankie to talk. I thought okay, sorry, go ahead, Ebi. Because he said Frankie, so that's why.
Okay, I'll soon yield the space, in fact, in the studio, and I'll jump and meet Chioma and Kulata in the and all the rest in the comment section.
Me too, I think.
Yeah. So talking about again, I'm continuing with a few of my rhetorics question. I will not delve into anything. I will just be asking questions today. So talking about approach, we have heard so much. This is bad. That is bad. He kills soldier. He do this. I want to ask again. What was wrong with Sore's approach? He's not even asking for Biafra. Where is Sore today? Ken Saruwiwa. What was wrong with his approach? Where is he today? A man that won an election, MKO Abiola, because I heard you mention it, forefather, that you were actually countering yourself by using MKOs as an example, because what you're telling us is that even if you go the right way, it's doomed still. Whereas MKO is rotting there in the tomb. All right. So get people into power. Maxwell just said it for me. How about the last election? With Apple. We talk solutions. I'll just mention one out of barrage of solutions that have always been proffered. Where is the report of the 2014 Constitutional Conference that is widely accepted by practically all the region, that I smell, and I went through the PDF when I got it, and I look at it and I close my eye? If it was implemented, Biafra will be wiped out, as in terms of the agitation, because the Biafra that these people are asking for, it's not really that because they don't want to mix. It's because of prosperity. If you look at the 2014 Constitutional Conference, they report the resolutions, do this for this, do that for that, cut this. It will cut out 90% of the agitation. People like CM will come here, or Kene, they will hunt down any Igbo that is, they'll say, calm down, beg, see, waiting, we don't, waiting, they find. All right. So why do we keep asking for solution when there are so many on the table already? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abia. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. You didn't say anything controversial. So let me let Frankie go, please. Frankie he hasn't said anything for a long time. Please go ahead, Frankie.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, forefathers. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is my first time here. I don't know if they do anything to celebrate that, but I really appreciate accepting me here. Thank you all.
Yeah, the man with the bell, Baba Doka is left. Maybe next time.
All right. Your questions.
To celebrate you.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much. The questions you asked, I didn't prepare for them, so I cannot respond to them. Now, the notes I just made, I just want to say here. One of them is that misinformation and propaganda have done a lot of damage to us in this country. Fake news, blown up issues that tend to affect the emotions of people. People know that our brothers in the Southeast are sensitive to something. They do something to put that narrative there, and it hurts them, and at the end of the day, it's blown out of proportion, whether it's true or not. And the truth is that it does more harm than good. You just need to go to Facebook, for example, or any social media and see what is happening there. For example, this Asari Dokubo issue, that video, he was responding to IPOB members who were insulting him. Not he was threatening the whole Igbo race. But when the news came out, Asari Dokubo is threatening Igbos. That is how they put it. This is not fair. This is not right. It will keep on causing more damage to us than good as a people in this country. I've listened to this program many times, and I see people having emotions. They are not happy, and I don't blame them for it, because it's actually they have some element of the feelings they have. There's some element of truth in it, but they see a lot of misinformation in it. That is one aspect I want to make. I was listening to our former soldier, much respect to you for your sacrifice for the nation. And I feel so sad because we as a people, we need to try to remove this negative mindset we have about Nigeria, because it will never be good. Even if Tinubu is the best president, even if Tinubu takes fuel to 1 naira today per liter, no, people will still not see anything good in it. Because we already have that mindset that Nigeria can never be good. So what is our contribution to make Nigeria good? What is our contribution to make Nigeria good? Mr. Ekene talked about electricity. Electricity bill has been passed that states can generate electricity. Have you met your governor and asked him what is his blueprint for generating electricity in your state for the next 5 years or 10 years? Have you done that? I don't think so. We should be holding our own elected members from the local government chairman, our councillors, house of responsible. Because even the seaport you're talking about, it has been released. It's no longer in the concurrent, it's no longer in the exclusive list. Electricity bill is no longer in the exclusive list. Your states now can generate electricity for you outside the national grid. It is truth. It is the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth, Mr. Maxi. It's the truth. Go and check. Google it. Your state now can generate electricity in your state.
Profathers, can I correct him?
No, let me just land on what I want to finish. Then, Madam Ife said something like, I was talking about Ifeanyi Ubah. Ifeanyi Ubah cannot do that thing on his own without consulting Soludo. There must have been the way states work. The way states work, like I said, we just see news and respond to it. States, me and you don't know how deep states work. Soludo has also tried to stop sit at home. He couldn't. Ifeanyi Ubah must have gone to meeting. Soludo, what do we do? Let's form something. Let's do something. Let's make awareness. It's not that he's going to challenge ESN or challenge unknown government. It's just an awareness that, we can come out. If we come out, let the people come out. Anyway, I'm not here to attack people, but I just want to allow us, allow our emotions come down a little bit about this country, Nigeria. Because the only solution.
Can I go, please? He called me, and that was very wrong. What he accused me of, right?
Even if let him finish. Let him finish.
No, I didn't accuse you, sir. I didn't accuse you. I didn't accuse you, sir. I only said electricity bill you mentioned. Electricity bill has been passed. It has been Buhari signed it before he left office that your state cannot generate electricity. If you think I'm lying, Google it. Go and search it. You will see it. You will see the news there. So this is what I want to contribute, that we should not allow misinformation. You can't deny that misinformation and propaganda has done a lot of damage to us as Nigerians. You cannot argue that fact.
Thank you.
30 seconds interjection before some other person go and submit.
Thank you, Frankie.
I wish you are
Frankie, thank you for your submission. Frankie. I actually agree with most of what he said, actually.
Frankie, if you can go back to where I made that statement to listen to what I said. I think it pays more to listen and comprehend before you have a conclusion or before you have a mindset against someone. When I was talking, I said, this is my solution. This is the solution I want to prefer, right? Let the federal government construct seaport in the southeast. Then I'm just like kind of repeating what I said. I will now come back to the southeast. This is when I will call out my political leaders to provide electricity in the southeast. I made this comment because I know about that electricity bill you are making reference to, right? So I know about the electricity bill, and that is why I am holding my southeast political leaders, especially the governors, to provide that electricity. So please, always listen before you say something. And again,
let's
Let's let Maxwell go ahead.
I have a question. I thought I said before.
Allow me to finish up, please.
One at a time. Otherwise, nobody else will be able to talk. Maxwell, please go ahead. Then CM can talk.
I have one more thing for fathers. Let me just use the opportunity.
Everybody has one more thing. Please, let's let some other person talk. You will come back again. Maxwell, please go ahead.
Godfather, like my brother Franklin. I don't know. My mother is from Abia State. Bath Energy, I think the former energy minister, had a generating plant in a place they call Aloji in Obo Hill, around Obo Hill, along Aba Ekorekpeni Road. A very big one. I think that can generate more than 100 megawatts. He was told to transmit it to the national grid. In essence, the industrialization and the power he wanted to bring in Aba main town, Enyimba City, will not benefit from that power he generated with his own money. And that is the reason why that generating station in Aloji is in comatose as we speak. Go and check. Do not look at what they put on paper. The same way they told you that your governors are security chiefs. What power do they have? What powers do they have? Your citizens that voted for you in your state are being killed on a daily basis. You heard Autumn. You heard Omahi crying to Abuja and nobody listening to him while his people that voted for him as governors are being killed. Forget about what you see on paper, my brother. It's not tenable. Okay. That is what I want to tell you because I am a living witness. Bath Energy built a generating station in a place they call Aloji. You go and check it. It's there. But he cannot power it because he was instructed to transmit all the powers to the national grid. Thank you.
Okay, my own is to quickly to take off like this. Talking of propaganda, when a federal government tells you as a state, you cannot generate electricity, build seaport, do anything. What of the money to do it? Why must you control the resources at the federal and then you give me responsibility? 2014, they said, look, if you give somebody a responsibility, you let him have the resources. Let the states control their resources and provide all those things. I want to ask you, Frankie, directly. Federal government built Tinkan Island Port and built Apapa Port. These two ports. It's a multi-billion naira expenses. Is it fair to allow other states to build it while the one in Lagos was done by federal? Can the federal build the one in other places? Is it fair? That's what I'm, because we talk of justice in Nigeria. What Nigerians always talk is peace, peace, unity. Where is the justice that federal government should spend money to build a seaport in Lagos? Billions of dollars. That's what it will cost. Then you expect a state saying after all they cannot build. What sort of that? Because you are talking, that is the number one propaganda. That is the real propaganda at the federal level. We won't take that. The people you are talking, okay. They know. They're coming. No, the next thing. Others are talking. What is them? How many minutes did the person talk? Please, I won't take it. If you don't want me, I just get out. This person I talked to, I said, so what? This is what you are doing. He accept what? Everybody is here. Everybody had how many minutes this person talk? So I take what? What is the problem? What have I done to you? Allow me to say what I want to say. Man's sport. And so what?
Let me allow other people talk, please. Who is next? Mama Echo, you want to give your time to CM so I can, because he's not letting other people talk. Mama Echo, do you want to give your time or you have something to say?
Allow him to talk so that
okay.
peace will reign.
Me to talk.
All right. Okay, go ahead. You use Mama HO time.
Why am I not in the system now? Why did you take me away?
You are back, CM.
Because I needed to take permission from Mama HO. You were not
See,
allowing me to ask her.
Now, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. You see, the evil can never have rest in their mind. The evil will always feel tormented. Those that are afraid of superior logic will always come under the flimsy excuse to do whatever manner of evil they want to do. And beyond that, you put me backstage telling me to talk until I told you I'm backstage. You are telling me Mama hates you, gave me time. While others are speaking, may your conscience judge you.
CM, I gave you my time so that peace can reign. So instead of this talk.
CM, I beg. This is not your friend, Ebenezer, your loved one. I beg, just drink water. If you have a glass, just calm down, okay?
CM, calm down. Just take it.
Calm down.
Okay.
This is not the first time. Let me put it this way to everyone to know. This is not the first time.
Are we going to allow?
Do you understand? This is not the first time. You can. Okay, this is not the first time. I'm telling you, this is not the first time. This is not the first time. I won't answer your question. I can never answer your question. Moderate. Ask your question, babe. Ask your question.
Ask everybody. Should we allow?
What are you? What really? Is he just to moderate? What is he moderating? Rudolph gave me the right to moderate. I told him no, I wouldn't have the time. Give to another person. Let it not be as if we are Igbos controlling it. Rudolph gave me the first person. He called me. This is last day. I said no, Rudolph. Let another person. In fact, I suggested most of these names. What are you talking about? Just to moderate something, and you are proving.
Can I ask the question?
You see, ask your question. Ask your question. Let it not be. Ask the question. Ask.
Okay.
Calm down.
Ask.
Should we allow everybody to be able to talk indefinitely without any timing? Or
we have never allowed
people so that
yes, the answer is indefinite can be from now till 1 million years to come. That is still indefinite. Indefinite can be from now till the next. I'm answering the question now. I'm answering the question. Am I abusive now? Indefinite can be from now till the next 10 minutes, till the next 10 hours. It can be from now till the next 1 million years. So what indefinite do you mean?
Okay, yeah. Other members, please. Do you think we should allow? Because then you will have to wait for one person to finish before it goes to the next. Otherwise, somebody can. If we do that, somebody talk for 10 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time somebody comes in, they will stay for 1 hour. They will not say one word. So we have to time, don't we? So, and we have to respect this in the timing process. No matter how much idea you want to put out, just stay. Your turn is going to come again. This is the beauty of this thing. I don't regulate it that much. Even I allow people to just interject as they see fit, but just allow other people to contribute too. Okay,
but if you want to, let 10 minutes be 10 minutes for everybody. Let it be equal for everybody. My thing is that 1 minute, if it's 1 minute, let it be 1 minute level. If it's 2 minutes, let it be. Don't bring favoritism. Mine wasn't up to the time others used before you interrupted me. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm not against being fair. I like justice. That's what I'm saying. But in your own case, you have been unjust to me. I have to put it out there now. And so what?
CM, listen. I can do the timer here on Forefathers.
Yes.
I will greatly appreciate it so that it will not be like I'm being partial to anybody.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
It's even good self. Let another person time. Let another person do the timing. That is even the best for me. Let another person do the timing because you can never know how evil manifests. Let another person do the timing. I so much welcome it.
CM, calm down. Okay. Forefathers, how many minutes do you want to give everybody to speak?
I think 3 minutes is reasonable. 30 minutes at most for anybody that comes in to be able to wait to get their turn to speak. So 3 minutes is reasonable. At most, people can interject and talk. We just want it to flow so that it doesn't look like only one person is talking forever. So 3 minutes. Let's go with 3 minutes.
If you don't do me PDP, I will take you to court.
Can I say something? Then I leave.
Yeah.
I have to go home now because
Yeah,
it's
go
about
ahead. Go ahead. After all, you are
it's
ex-serviceman. We have to, give you a little bit of privilege here.
my brother. When you look at, like I said always, you people are doing great job. Everybody's opinion is well respected by me, and I believe that everybody, even in the comment section, will respect my own opinion. You see, I will repeat, and I will continue to say that there is no way Nigeria is going to work with the current system that Nigeria is operating with. That system is barbaric. That system is demonic. That system is anti-democracy. No good person will ever work with that system and make Nigeria better. It is just a wishful thinking. It will never work. Since 1914, that system has never worked. Is it today or tomorrow that is going to work for you? The reason why people are agitating today is the imbalances in the polity of Nigeria. That is why you see non-state actors doing what they know how to do, but because they have been waiting for a change and are never seen. So how long are you going to continue? For me, my own solution, my mother is from the Igbo-speaking Biafra. As long as they say that they don't want to belong in that system that has kept them on the ground, please allow them to go. Do not keep them there. Or conduct a referendum. You say Igbo people, most of them wants to remain in Nigeria, right? Then prove it to us. Give them referendum. A constitutional act can put in place to introduce or add act of referendum, a bill of referendum in that constitution. Grant them the referendum. Let's see whether they are going to remain in Nigeria or not. If you don't do that, you are holding them against their will. These people fought war for 3 years. Their monies were seized. And when we begin to talk about this, and people will accuse us of being emotional. There is no way a person can be more emotional than what they did to these people, irrespective of the amount you have in the bank as at that time was seized and you gave them only 20 pounds. They use it to become where they are today. Yet you don't want them to have the freedom. Allow them to go. Give them referendum. And let's see if the Biafrans will remain in Nigeria. Thank you so much and God bless.
Okay, question.
Please don't go.
Question. Wait a minute, Frankie, hold on. When are we starting these 3 minutes?
We can start from now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start from now.
Okay, so who is speaking?
Let's go with AY. He hasn't said anything since he came on. Yeah, AY hasn't said anything. AY, welcome.
Yeah, I was on before actually. So
Okay.
I don't actually have much to say.
Then you can take 15 seconds then.
Yeah, for me, I'm just looking for peace. Like I'm actually looking for solutions. I don't just, the fight is just headache, man. I mean, like Mazi said, he said everybody's opinion should be respected. But however, we should stop propaganda, things that are not correct, things that will cause more division in the country. I think we should stop them. I mean, people can agitate for to me, I don't have problem when somebody from the Southeast said he believe in Biafra, he don't want to be part of Nigeria. That's completely fine, but we should do it respectfully, respect others, and just let the country roll. I know we have a lot of problems, but the idea of some people will come and be making statement like this feeling of, oh, the every other part of Nigeria there is something they are benefiting that the southeastern are not benefiting. I think we should stop it, because the truth is Nigeria is messed up. The trouble is everywhere, every part of Nigeria. We are all suffering. No lights, no roads. Which state do you know that have roads? No employment, nothing. Everybody is suffering this. It's the same stories. So I think we should just be cautious and try to look for solution, make peace, and that's just where I stand.
I have short interjection for AY. AY, when we have the solution, where should we take it to?
If you're already struggling, it's all right. I think we allowed, let them interject. It's going to be less than 3 minutes. Please, Ebi, go ahead. No, let Ebi speak. Just make it brief.
So, Ebi, I'm gonna put you on timeout.
I'm gonna answer you.
No, it's still part of his time. Interjection is usually 5 seconds, 3 seconds.
Yeah, Ebi,
the time is going, but you are using his time, and he
it's fine. He's happy.
Ebi, yeah, it's a good question. Ebi, I'm going to answer you. See, this is what I actually think. Like somebody make mention of the COFAB report also. Now, we can actually have restructure the country. But the question is, how do we want to restructure the country? For us to do this, we need to bring leaders from all the six geopolitical zones together and have a discussion. How do we want to restructure? Because restructuring is subjective. It has wide definition, right? So if we can get that and everybody agree, then we're good. Thank you.
Time up.
Can I respond to
interjection?
Can I speak now?
Please. Who is due to speak next? I think KJ. Yeah, KJ hasn't said anything all day.
Okay, AY, I'm coming for you. You see, why am I coming for you? Is that I've not been making a lot of sense? No, you have been speaking properly, and I appreciate your contributions. But here is my own end where I'm pushing back. You see, we have gathered before to make decisions, to bring ideas. But now you're asking us to do it again. The problem we have right now, especially for those of us from the East, is that a disconnect between our politicians and the citizenry. I heard one radio program. In fact, I don't usually get angry when I hear people speak, but when I listened to this guy on it was on Twitter, what he was saying that people are not begging, they are not been going around, and if you want to show that the situation in Nigeria is hurting you, then you should go stand by the line, and when he sees you passing, then you know you're a beggar, and so he can now look at you and call you a beggar. So because that means that you stay there and collect rations of food. And he was giving an example of America and other places where people stand to get rations of food. In the society that he's referring to, do they call those people beggars? See, that's how myopic and uninformed and uneducated people who are leading, especially the Igbos, that's how they are. Okay? So when it comes to, if just like you have said now, let us gather and select leaders who will go and represent us in that discussion. The leaders are going to select for the Igbos. Are they going to be representing our interests? The question is no. You see, if you ask the Igbo person, for instance, for me, who is an Igbo leader, I would look for people like Obito Kiwe. Have you heard that name before? Have you seen him talking before? Obito Kiwe is somebody that if he stands talking Igbo land, they will listen to him. Okay? So the Igbo leaders, which we know, are not the ones people are referring to as Igbo leaders. Because those ones are the ones who have kept Igbo land where it is. And we have gone beyond them. If those people were active, there will be no Nnamdi Kanu. If those people were active, they would have been the ones demanding and not allowing people like Simon Ekpa to be making decisions. They would have been the ones discussing and asking what should be done and why Nnamdi Kanu should not be held. After all, they not stopped Jonathan from eliminating Boko Haram, led by Buhari. None of us here have been calling Buhari as being supporter of Boko Haram. No, but tomorrow, anybody who speaks on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, they will say, oh, So you are you are also one of those supporters of that charlatans who didn't go to school. Not even achieve that, not that they are better than him. Nobody is calling Shetima, who is now your vice president, as one of the supporters of Boko Haram. None. And just like somebody Eddie asked earlier, how many leaders of Boko Haram are in Nigerian prisons who have maimed, killed, and done all
Time
kinds of
up.
things
Time
against
up,
people?
KJ.
1 minute, I'm round up.
KJ, no, time up. No, KJ, no. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you, KJ. Who is next? Who has
I thought we do interjection. Do we not do interjections? Do we not do
not
flow
interject.
up?
As long as it's kept brief.
This issue where you bring in hard though. But
I'm very happy. We have to salute her for the work she's doing because she's
no. I
keeping
support,
it.
but may we modify the constitution? Do we interject because we were allowed interjection?
Yeah.
Because when we do that, that's when
Is it not? Because I said interjection, they ruled it over. But people interjected here. I wanted to interject, that is overruled.
Hold on, CM. The people that interjected under the 3 minutes of the person speaking time. So it's not, Ebby, you are the one that caused this problem. You are the one.
Should we allow them have a say a little bit
No, because when you do that, reason why I'm saying if you do that, that means somebody might wait for like 40 minutes or 50 minutes just to speak. Come on. If we said 3 minutes, when it gets to your turn, you can respond with that 3 minutes on your own time.
They're already giving you a name again. You see what they're already calling you now. It doesn't take long at all. It doesn't take long. So, who is next? Whose turn is it next?
Hold on, CM, can you talk?
Okay, yeah. What I want to say is this. If I say I support IPOB, they will say, you people are the people, terrorists, you are terrorists. Why did Boko Haram say Buhari should go and negotiate on their behalf if Buhari is not their supporter? Has anybody queried it? I'm throwing it in the open. Has anybody queried Buhari? You are a supporter of Boko Haram. If Boko Haram should say, Ebi, go and negotiate on our behalf, it means Ebi is a supporter. That is the meaning. Has anybody done it? But when you come here and say something, people will tell you it's propaganda. See, AY, I don't know the area of Nigeria you come from, so I can't really address you properly. If I know your ethnic group, because I know what people are talking about, Southeast is Igbo. So if I know the area you come from, I know how to address you. I'm from Edo State. Okay,
so
you can go ahead and address me.
AY. Go ahead, CM.
More military
brief interjection. It's supposed to be brief. It shouldn't be up to a minute.
So the only thing I would like to tell you, AY, is this: if I were you, the way you know a leader is you ask the people who is your leader. If you can take a census, go to the Southeast. Just do it, a research. Ask the people, who do you think is your leader? Whoever they tell you, take it. It's as simple as. So it's not that when there's a conjecture flying around, then you use it now to define us. We know who our leaders are. KJ said it, at least to that extent. I'll quickly answer your question. I'll give you a good example. In Anambra State, the people of Anambra voted for Soludo. Are you going to tell me Soludo is not a leader? Because the people voted for him. That is the definition of a leader. No, that is not the way we Igbos choose our leader. Soludo is a governor. He has a term. After 4 years, he goes. A leader leads a people. A leader leads a people. Probably till he died, people will stop seeing him as a leader. People started seeing Awolowo as leader of Yorubas till he died. But Awolowo was in power only as premier of Western region. Yet they still see him as leader. So leadership is not a question of constitutional tenure.
Did you consider
listen? So that's what I'm telling you.
Alive?
Listen.
Did you consider who your leader when he was alive? Did you consider Ojukwu a leader?
I said till eternity, till I die.
When he contested for a presidential election,
why the Southeasterners refused to vote for him. Why was that?
Southeasterners voted for him, but majority, maybe majority didn't vote for him.
No,
But remember, that is Iwuruwuru. Hey, listen. That is Iwuruwuru election. It's not the type of election we have today.
Time up.
Okay, Frankie, please just interject so that Dan can have something to say.
Okay, I will use just 1 minute.
Thank you.
My own here is just to bring information, current things that are happening in the country that people don't know because of this misinformation and propaganda that has changed the emotions and thinking and judgment of so many people. Now, somebody made mention of a referendum just now that is not going to be allowed. During the last dispensation, there was a constitutional review or amendment. There was a clause led by Ovio Omagege of Delta State, where I come from, that referendums should be inserted into the constitution. A word that Aguiyi Ironsi removed in 1967 or 1966 or something like that in Decree number 34, to insert it back into the constitution. No single Southeast senator voted yes. If you doubt me, the logs are there. Go and check. Go and verify according to
with all due respect, it's a misinformation.
No, CM, no interjection. No,
it's not. You can go and check Decree number 34 of 1964. Go and check it. Google it. And check what it means. So, like I told you, that bill was raised.
Frankie, your point has been made. 1 minute is up. Thank you, Frankie. I really appreciate it.
I gave him 3 minutes.
Oh, you gave him 3 minutes. Okay, yeah. Go ahead now. Since she gave him 3 minutes.
3 minutes, Frankie.
Okay, thank you so much. So that bill was there and nobody voted for it. My suggestion is that there is nothing Nigeria will do that will appease many people, a lot of people, not only IPOB, many people from all over the country. There's not, because a lot of things have messed up with our minds. A lot of things that they have done wrong have messed up with many people's minds that they cannot believe in the country anymore. So what we are advising is that you supported the country when the appeal court asked that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. You liked it. You support it. You call it every day that yes, the court have said so. So why don't you go into the political system of Nigeria, so that those were leaders that didn't agree to vote yes for referendum to be put into the constitution? Why don't you change them and make them vote and go into the political system, vote people that are reasonable, that will vote yes in whatever you want, so that when they get to the Senate, if the whole Southeast caucus is saying yes to referendum and the North is saying no, it is something that they will challenge. It is something that they will challenge, because a whole section of the country cannot say yes and one section is saying no, so they will challenge it. So my suggestion to the solution to this is that people who are agitated, who are not happy, should align themselves into the political system of the country, so that their voices can be heard. Because like somebody said, I think Mr. Okoye, you cannot dictate to a sovereign state. It's not possible. You cannot say there must be referendum and they will just give you referendum. It's not possible. Put your people in the National Assembly, all of them. Put your governors, 5 of them, all of them, to be your people. I am telling you, your voice will be heard in Nigeria. Thank you.
Time up.
Let's let down. Let's let down.
Just a reboot.
Let's just allow down. See, it's not everybody against you. I think soon we're going to have a debate where you debate one-on-one with somebody. So that will be a different this in day. Dan, please, what have you got to add to this?
Yeah, good evening again to the newcomers. I came up before, but I can see some of my people admire Mama Eshu and co. Good evening. No. What I'm trying to say is, you people are asking us now a solution. You see the soldier man who spoke and left. He told you that Nigeria is a country that is not working. They've used all systems. They asked us to go and vote. We voted. So when you people are talking about a system that is not working, sometimes I cannot. That's why I always come with my revolution thing. But when I say it, people will just be say, this kind of funny guy or waiting this man they talk. But the Nigerian system, let us be sincere in our hearts. It's not a working system. When somebody say you want to change a system, did you put the people in that system in power? If you vote people sincerely in power, then you can call them home when they are fucking up. But when they put themselves there, they install themselves there, they deceive us. When the children go fight for SACS, they say go and find a leader. She will come and then beat the hell out of that guy. Small time, they say go to politics. P2B and that he came. We voted. They turned the game again. So when you people are looking for solution, the only solution is what I'm begging God one day. To cause a hunger in that country, that people will not find nothing to eat again. So now we all march and face these cabals. Either they kill us or they leave the power. Thank you.
Okay, you still have some minutes left.
That is like anybody can interject. CM, you can
Anybody
use
can
this.
Okay, yeah. So
Dan,
yes,
Dan, you mentioned
the point of my point of interjection is this: it is easy for somebody to the real propaganda is for people to know the truth and still pretend as if they love everybody more than themselves, more than he or herself. Which part of the constitution empowers Buhari to go to Egypt in 2019 November to say that every Fulani in Africa can come to Nigeria and live? Which part of the constitution? In other words, somebody who is a citizen of Mali
Talking
can
about
now no, please. I'm just trying to, because so that to tell people the folly of when people come here, they try to moralize. P2B said from consumption to production, the whole country voted for him. Where is he today? Because of P2B being an Igbo man, they switched up the beaver. They switched this thing off. 3 ballot papers given to people. They voted for 2, allowed it to go through. The third one, they have to switch it off. I think, where is Frankie going now? Where is he running to? So they switched that one off because he's an Igbo man, isn't it? Why didn't they allow him? And you are telling me to come and vote. You are telling me to come and vote, my people.
Okay,
People should stop making propaganda.
Welcome, Okoye. Thank you for your patience, and I'm sure you've heard what has been said. So please go ahead.
Thank you for that. I think Nigerian solution can only be solved holistically. I don't think any region can solve their problem in isolation. You cannot solve Nigeria problems in isolation. If you take out Igbos and say, okay, go by yourselves, we'll still continue killing ourselves. We still continue doing the same thing. Because even as the states were sort of demarcated as it is, Enugu state people wouldn't allow Anambra state people to come and work in their state.
Yeah.
In order to Imo state people would allow other states from the same southeast come and work in their states. So how are you telling
sorry. Why are you saying are you Enugu or this thing?
No, it's true. See, the exact look at Sudan.
All the way from the south. Are you not from the southwest?
Stop interjecting now.
No, it's just I found it funny the way he was like, yes. So please go ahead,
I'm
Okoye.
gonna give him extra minutes if you keep interjecting.
Yes, please.
We talk
Go
about
ahead,
this as if Igbos themselves are this peace-loving people, controllable people. We just have Biafra and everybody will just go home and Biafra will just emerge and the country will build up and Japan of Africa will then emerge. It's not like that. I mean, Igbos are very, very tribalistic people, within our own tribe in Igbo. So I mean, these people that is using Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB to agitate for whatever, I don't know, because there's no state of Biafra. There's never been a state of Biafra, and there will never be a state of Biafra. I mean, people are just dying for nothing. People are just making noise. If Nigeria is a sovereign state, if you make too much noise and carry arms, they will come and kill you, destroy your place, and nothing is going to happen about it. the only way we have to go in order to achieve anything is through dialogue. If you don't go by the way of dialogue, then you can go the highway. You can never buy more arms more than Nigeria. You can never buy, more propaganda more than Nigeria. This is a state, a sovereign state that has all the power you can. After God, there's the state. After God, there's the state, and there's nothing you can do about that. No matter how much you shout from now to the end of the world, you have to come back and use diplomacy and use dialogue to achieve what you want in any state in this world at the moment. You cannot force it. So our people, the Igbo people, has to start, rethinking of a different method to achieve what we want. Because what we have been trying for the past, close to 40, 45 years, it's not working.
Like what? Like what, Okoye? Because you said this before.
Hold on. Ojukwu tried it. Ojukwu tried the civil war. It worked. Ojukwu had million souls that got wasted on that civil war with Nigeria, and nothing was achieved by that war. And why are we trying to fight do the same thing over and over? The same result.
Time up, Okoye.
Okay, yeah.
Okoye, time
Thank
up.
you, Okoye. Thank you, listen, Okoye. I think it's back to the top, Mama Echo and Ebi.
Ebi, I will take away 1 minute from your time.
No problem. Everybody knows that you are against me. In fact,
I'm sorry. Let me just add something. If you please allow me now and again to come in with 30 seconds to 1 minute interjections, because as a moderator, you want to also steer a conversation in certain direction.
When you do that, that's when another person wants to interject, and before you know what is happening, argument and fight will start. So if you want to comment,
Rudolph does that. Rudolph will be like, let me say something. Allow me to be able to.
No, Father, let it flow the way it is flowing now.
Hold on. In other words, you are saying I should not say anything. That's not going to work.
Let it flow the way it is flowing now.
But Rudolph is allowed to talk. You are trying to censor me.
There's nothing censor you. You don't almost reach my time now. You don't want to come with your confusion. Let it flow the way it is flowing.
You are going to be able to talk. Yeah, you are going to be able to talk. I'm just saying that I should be allowed to interject 30 seconds to 1 minute now and again. So that's all.
So it's my turn, and I will say whatever I want to say. Forefather, when Dr. Damages was living, it was your name they mentioned. Here, you are here by the INEC. Switch off the beavers of Ife, just appoint somebody else. Just give it to Y or Koi.
No, I like to be very, very extremely transparent. That's why I was very quick to hand over power, to share power.
She's already timing my 3 minutes now. She removed 1 minute.
I haven't started.
Anyway, I still say that, we are so much fixated on the symptoms that come from the root cause when it comes to Nigerian problem. And I say boldly here that it seems to me that the Igbos are special people. When you see that everybody is ganging up against somebody, that person is special. It's not, for the most of the time, it's because of a special thing that you are threatened about in terms of their capacity, their intelligence, their enterprise. There's no doubt about that, that the only tribe that have gone through the length and breadth of the remotest places of Nigeria today, just to stop in Nigeria, not talk of abroad, are the Igbos. We need to appreciate them for that. I mean, I am going directly for Okoye here. I have listened to you not today so many times, and all you say is about what the people are not doing right. And I'm not saying you should prefer solution. I'm not going to make it like the other people, because the solutions are there. And that is why today, I have 12, stick it here, of questions that I've been throwing here. Where is the, AY said they should put everybody into, is it that easy? AY, I beg, stop that one. No, they talk out. Now, what everybody they talk, now BS. How you go fit together? We know that there is no unified, even within the tribes, there will be fight. Let them go and fight themselves. First of all, let them go and kill themselves by themselves. Do you know that a parent can, hit his kid and treat his kid in a very harsh way, but you be bypass the onlooker. You go try him now. You know how far. You get what I'm saying? And that does not mean the parent does not discipline their child, but they don't want the outsider to do it. All right, so we keep profiling that they will still be divided, and that's what you keep hammering. They will divide. Let them go and divide first, and then we know, and then we laugh at them that, oh, they said they want Biafra. They are there. That's it. Before Ifeanyi come, make a jump.
No, you still have time.
All right. So
you still have time, Abby.
Can I interject, please?
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I don't quite get your point with regards to let them go and fight. Why don't you go and fight in your own tribe? Why don't you agitate for your own tribe to separate?
We don't have to play from the same script. I'm a Yoruba man. Where's Sunday go today?
You're not being honest. You're not being honest.
How?
You see, that's why I hate interjection. You see what I mean?
Honest. You should be, promoting the violence in your own area and in your own tribe, so that
the fighting I'm talking about has nothing to do with war.
I want to interject.
Hold on.
Go and kill ourselves.
That's not what I'm saying.
You can laugh at us.
Time up for everyone, please.
And they interpreted it as war, right? That's what you're doing.
Time up, Abby. Time up, Okoye.
All right.
Okay.
Mama Echo.
Back to you.
Yeah, Mama Echo, welcome. And go ahead, please.
Every point of correction, everybody is not against the Igbos. The problem we have is the Yoruba, the Hausa, and the Igbo that call themselves majority that are killing themselves in Nigeria. So you people should put yourself together and class yourself as the trouble and the pain of Nigeria. Having said that, we said there is solution, different solution we have prepared on ground. The only problem I know we have is having a leader who has the political will to execute one of the solutions. So since we know that Nigeria is not husband and wife that will fall in love today, born plenty children, and they decide to part their way, and they will go to court, and they will scatter, and everybody go waka. Since we know that that is not the situation we have in Nigeria, I have said it, there are only two ways. We either find somebody who has the political will that will give us opportunity to come to the table to choose one of the solutions and implement it, or we carry cutlass and knife, which is war, to separate it. So I want us to go and think, which of the way do we want to use to solve this problem? Instead of coming here to read history that was of what happened before my grandfather, and they read that history to themselves, and they never solved the problem until we are now like this. For how long are we going to be reading history when it starts and when it not start? We have only two ways to solve this problem. In peace or in pieces. Can we just choose one and work towards that? Even here, sir, the war when they happen for here, it passed the one way there for ground for Nigeria, so the war when they happen for here. So please, we have problem, yes. The case in court has not been finished. And yes, some people don't come here, don't decide, say it cannot work. Who says so? Who say it cannot work? My next prayer be say, judiciary make the right decision. The case before you is clear. It is only INEC that says they can defend all the defendable. only produce one non-entity of a weakness. One non-entity of a weakness for all these allegations on their
Time
head.
up, Mama H.O.
Okay.
Okay, is it on me now?
Olomide, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Ify, for that opportunity. So I want to I don't even know where to kind of start from here now. So I wanted to address Frankie. Frankie is off. I just wanted to react to his points about suggesting that CM should go back home, or some people should go back home and make changes to the electoral process. I mean, we can all learn from what is happening. It's easy for Frankie to do that. I mean, obviously, from his statement, he's a supporter of the status quo. You understand? And people like us who are not supporters of the status quo, we're saying that that is not the way to go. We've seen things happen. You can't be part of a rogue process. Their process is a rogue process. Look at what they did to Showore is a living example. You know, the diaspora contributed money for him. There was immense support, but at the end of the day, they allocated the number of votes that they wanted him to have to him to humiliate him, and then they even incarcerated him in prison for almost 8 years. And then you are telling people like me to come back home to do what? You're joking. To come and be part of what process? After seeing how you treat your people, your citizens, when they talk, you jail, you send DSS after them. When they protest, you kill them like they killed them at the Lekki toll gate. See, I'm a Yoruba man. Yoruba is part of the major tribe in Nigeria. I'm not going to shy away from my ethnicity. Let me tell you, that country is a I mean, pardon my use of word, is an feel whatever you want to feel system. I don't want to say what I really intend to say. Is an that I have system. Nothing works. And then people like Frankie is saying go back home to do what? And Okoye, see, I don't mean to argue with you or cause any rancor. See, we have to look at everything that is happening holistically from the beginning. This is the same story they've told our great grandfathers in the 60s. Our grandfathers, our fathers are now us. What about our children? Nothing is going to get fixed the way it is. The country wasn't properly built. The foundation is wrong. Some military guys just cooked up, they copied and pasted from the American Constitution, put whatever their own interests they wanted to put in there, and then forced it on the rest of us. And now we are in a mess. We don't have to fight. We don't have to look at Sudan or Somalia. Just one more sentence. We don't have to look at Sudan or Somalia. You know, all these people have.
Let me just stop.
Okay.
Time up.
So that we allow other people speak. So I'm circling people in and out. Okay, KJ wanted to say something. Let's just let him contribute briefly.
Thank you. I am reacting to again my brother Okoye. I think your view about the Igbos is totally wrong. You are the first person I hear that the Igbos are tribalistic. I'm married to a person from Shikiri. My elder brother, just the two of us in the family, he's married to an Edo woman. I'm married to an Ishan woman. And you know that Ishan language and Shikiri language don't sound anything close to Igbos. And we don't talk about tribe. If you go to my extended family, we have people who are married from the north, from Yorubas and all that. So I think, and then if you look at the policy, the way that Igbos live, you can go to some certain community and have only one Igbo person there living and doing business and living, comfortably with the people. If it was tribalistic, I don't think they'll be leaving the east to go to those places. So I think that is totally wrong. I don't know why you have that view about the Igbos. And I think, from what I'm looking at, you have lived beyond 30 years on earth. You should know better, except you have been living in England. Okay, having said that, yeah, except you have been living in England. Having said that, see, do we have solution? Yes, we have solution. It's not hard facts. It's not rocket science. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, the Igbos have a proverb: when a person wake up, that is his morning. Now that we have come, this consciousness have developed. Let us sit down and have a round table and discuss the way forward, or go by the constitution. The same way some few people sat in 1979 and altered the original constitution, which they gave to Obasanjo to operate. The same way we can sit and reverse what they altered so that Nigeria can develop better. And look, see my fear. My fear is that now we are dealing on this issue of tribe, and let me not even go far. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine has a case, he imported something, into Nigeria 2 days ago. Yeah, like a week ago. And it was seized by the police, the customs, okay? And he asked the wife to go there. He's married to somebody from Benue, okay? He's Igbo. And, when the wife was going, the wife has a brother who's a police officer. So he said, okay, let me go with my brother. So he was going with the brother. But the moment she called her brother, and the brother was coming to join her. The brother told her not to write her husband's name on the form they're going to give her. She should write her maiden name, which is Ogbe. Okay? And when everything was done and finished, he asked the brother, why didn't you want me to write my husband's name? He said, because if you are writing your husband's name, they will make it difficult for you to get that. You may not even get it. This is the unwritten issue, law now going on in Lagos. In Lagos, just this year. I'm not talking about last year. This year. So when people say that they don't see what the Igbos are fighting, I don't know whether they are not Igbos. Okay, I stop.
Thank you, KB. Who is next? Is it AY or CM?
It's me. It's me.
Okay.
It's me.
Are we still doing
It's me.
We have a new person.
I think let's just let Lexi speak, and then we make it a little bit looser, so that since we are all here, welcome, Oga Lexi, and you must have been listening. So, welcome, and please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Alexi, hold on. Good evening, sir. I'm timing everybody. 3 minutes.
Good.
Hold on, but I'm gonna give you a few more minutes extra because you are an elder to us. So let's go.
How many minutes extra?
Thank you.
So to be specific.
I'm gonna do Pasha. I'm the tribunal today, so I'm gonna do.
What is the partiality? If you go for 10 minutes, it's not going to be fair on there's Frank in the background.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Good evening to all of you. Indeed, like Forefather said, I've been listening, and I wanted to just be entertained by the various ideas being shared tonight amongst you all. But the moment that Okoye spoke, my spirit said no. You see, there's a proverb in the Igbo land that when an adult is present, the children are not, if the children do wrong, then that adult will be blamed. I've never had it this heavy before in the accusation of who Ndibo are. Let me use 4 cardinal proverbs. I hope I remember the 4th one, but I was thinking about them. The Igbo people believe in people being together in peace and harmony. Even if there is any kind of issue coming up, they try to find a solution. When we get the freedom we are asking for, if it will be given a chance, what you have just said will disappear. I'm telling you that because the Igbos are quick to adopt to something new. Note that it happened after the war. It was as if we never fought. Once you change the environment and give convenience for good things to happen amongst the Igbos, you will see them skyrocket in their performance. What is happening now is planted in between them so that they cannot come together to have any common front. And those who are falling for it are those who do not have the wisdom that this is something happening that shouldn't happen. Like forcing leaders on them, leaders who will come and propagate what their lords and their masters from wherever else, apart from the Igbo land, will give to them. Watch our so-called governors, political governors. They implement things that are not useful to the people. They don't want any progress, and if they start making that progress, there will be an interruption from above. Ike Nwachukwu was so surprised that he could get things done in Igbo land, and the moment he started saying it, they withdrew him to the federal to become the foreign minister, because that's not the kind of story they want to hear. Yeah, there's the one for the economics. Idika Kalu, he had what they call the IMO formula. Every other state was owing salaries. That state was paying. They called him and said, come and do that thing you are doing in your state in the federal. The Igbos are people who are quick to learn, and they want peace and they want equity. They want you to have a playing field for them to play. Then you will see the best of them. What's happening in Nigeria now is oppressing and suppressing them. And so people are talking about Nsukka people not allowing Nugu people and all that. It's even someone gave that example for Aba and some other states. That is not going to be the case. Biafra was, you said it never existed. It existed for 3 years. In that 3 years, nobody was paid salary. We were shut from the rest of the world. And yet, we stood our grounds and survived. Yes, we were killed, but we worked together. So please, do not say this thing anywhere else, because people who hear you will wonder where you're coming from. Now, the Igbo say, Ebe bere, ugo bere. Yeah? Let the hawk and whatever bird the other one represents, let them perch together, you know? And that when they do so, that they will be at peace. Peace and harmony. They say, akani kwa kepe, akepa kwa kani, kahana bodiocha. Let the left hand wash the right hand. So there's a reason for it, so that both hands will be clean. It's not scratch my back and scratch your back. People misunderstand that proverb. It is ended by kahana bodiocha, which means so that both of them will be clean. So let us not give this kind of identity or description about Ndibo. There is this one that says, Obiangonye abiabunaya, onana mbubu asunaya nazo. If you are coming to visit, do not become a source of death or destruction for that family. And if that doesn't happen, when you are going, who came to visit, you should not go with a hunchback, which means the one who received you in his house should not cause you to now leave his house with a hunchback. You had the Fulani guy, if you watch this program from Abba, he was there to do some research according to him. He said he never believed that Igbos were the kind of person that he met in Abba, that he would go there anytime. His children and others, he left them behind in Abba and came to the US. Please, before you make this kind of statement against Ndi Igbo, because God is fair, make sure you are sure that thing you saw in Enugu is not our way. That thing you saw in Nsukka is not our way. So
Time
I
up.
ask you to be more careful next time. Thank you.
It's my turn now. It's my turn now, isn't it? I was told to wait. So let me now.
Hold on,
Let me
hold
now
on,
answer.
hold on,
Let me now.
hold on,
If it,
hold on,
it's
hold
my
on,
turn now.
hold on, CM. Hold on. Are you responding to what Palesi said, or
No, it's
you want
just
your
my
whole
own
2
turn to
minutes?
speak. I'm not
Go
responding
ahead.
to anybody.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that's my own. Okay. You see, for the interest, because of the people listening to us, not just us here, worldwide. There are certain things I have to debunk and make known. One of the greatest undoing, the greatest problem Ndi are facing today are the people we call Efulefu. Efulefu are people that, because of the trauma of civil war and everything, they were fathered by people that are not Igbo. So it's really, that mixed blood is giving us problem. You see them in different platforms, they come there, they even deny, they even pull down their tribe in the hope that the other people will love them. When you say your brother cheap, the buyer, the person you want to impress, will look at you and then feel ashamed. Biafra existed as a country recognized by Ivory Coast, recognized Ivory Coast as an independent country, recognized by Ivory Coast, Gabon, Tanzania, Zambia, and Haiti. We had our own currency. We had our national anthem. We had a head of state and their parliament, despite being the war. We had a chief justice. We had a geographical boundary. So Biafra existed, and that's a fact of history, cannot be changed. No amount of Efulefu, people whose mother was pregnanted by people that are not Igbo, there are many of them. They are the people causing us all this problem. They are the people behaving like the enemy within. You see them in every platform. They come there, no matter how they look, they can talk nonsense. Ndi Igbo are not tribal by nature. We are not tribalistic. A Fulani person came here from Adamawa. He was given title in Abia. He said a lot of things. I was shocked. And surprisingly, I worked with the senior uncle, Dr. Nasidi, at National Vaccine Production Laboratory in Yaba. In fact, he had to mentor me. I was shocked. I told him, Abdul Rahman. So for somebody, everybody attested to it. Ndi Igbo are not killing themselves. Ndi Igbo, if you give them a chance, they need freedom. They need freedom. When they are free, their creative ingenuity will come to the core. It's only an Efulefu, somebody whose mother was pregnanted by somebody who is not an Igbo, that will be talking nonsense from one platform to the other, putting his people down in the hope that the other people will love him. There is nothing wrong with the Igbo. There is nothing wrong with the Igbo that cannot be corrected with what is right about the Igbo. No, this is my time. Hey, I don't. Please, I'm informing the world. I'm just saying the word. I'm not interested in. I'm not responding to anybody. I'm just saying, please, don't eat into my time, and I will take it back. I will take back my time. So what I'm trying to say is this: there is no amount of what is wrong with the Igbo that cannot be corrected with what is right about the Igbo. Please, I will take back my time because I keep quiet.
No, CM, I've given you 13 more seconds. No, we're done. That's okay.
Can I just add something while this has been going on? I've been quiet for quite a while.
I need to speak. There's a lot of attack.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You get your chance. See, some of the things we are saying here is not very helpful. Saying people are mixed, and their mother is, it's not just because of what.
Yeah, I never called it. I can give you example. I can give you an example. I have them.
Calm down.
I have them. I'm calm now.
Calm down. We are trying to have a civil conversation here.
Forefathers. Okay, let us stop. This is a platform. No matter how much we agree and disagree, there are some things we don't say, to be honest with you. Let us put a stop to certain things. I don't agree with forefathers. Yesterday, he was very mad at me. I had to log off. He said something, but I'm not mad at him. We are here, I always say, to have fun and see how we can move our country forward. You don't like me, that's fine. But let's not go that far, talk about somebody else's parents or siblings or something. That is too extreme. Please, let us put a stop to that. Please, that's not right. That's not fair.
And just for the records, Okoye has been blameless and spot. That's for me anyway. I believe every single thing he said is actually accurate. I've been saying the same thing. We have this.
I wasn't talking to Okoye now.
No, I'm not. No, nobody said.
I wasn't talking to Okoye
about the general conversation.
Okay.
I'm just
Thank
talking
you.
about general
Thank
conversation.
you.
It's not
Sometimes,
about you, but just some things we say. Let us be.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes we forget that many of us here support P2B. And what P2B stands for, many of us are kicking it in the teeth every single second. We spend hours here doing everything against what P2B stands for. And yet, some of us profess that they are willing to die for P2B tomorrow. They literally call him like, oh, he's the best thing to a saint. But yet they go and say something. I don't understand this thing. We have to try to reconcile ourselves with what if you have a leader that you want support, and this is the nature of the leader that you love so much, then why don't try to be like that leader? Instead of you, now this is what we tend to do. You move away from that leader and start saying something else. Be like P2B. P2B didn't go about tribalism. He didn't go about being confrontational. When he wants to be confrontational, you see how he does it very neatly. He doesn't do it in such a way that is divisive.
Of course.
Even his worst enemies don't even like to see him as being very divisive, because he comes across as being very, very moral. You can understand where he's coming from. You from all the way from here to Sierra Leone, people are following P2B's examples. This is a great leader from the southeast, but yet we spend most of our time talking about someone else that has brought only destruction, poverty, and bloodshed to that region.
Leaders come in their own fashion. Okay, the Mandela that we praised today was
results.
Not a gentleman.
Results matter.
Mandela got his result with a different approach, right? Right.
Yes.
Martin Luther King was not a gentleman, was he? So
yeah, they were actually.
We forget the other.
They didn't go about causing this. They didn't go about causing genocide in their regions.
People. This is getting it out of hand. Please stop.
It's my Emilio.
Put your time out.
Okay, let's allow Frankie to go. I think he hasn't said anything. His 3 minutes has not been done up. Frankie, please go ahead.
Did you not see my hand up? No, is it wrong to put hand up?
Mama Echo, you know.
No. Is it wrong to put hand up instead of interjecting?
No, Mama Echo will go turn by turn now.
Okay. See, hold on.
Instead of interjecting, I put my hand up.
I think people have been.
When I interject, now you people will say I'm breaking the rule. Does it make sense?
So hold on. Let's try to be reasonable. We are trying our best.
There's nothing like trying to be reasonable. People have been interjecting. I choose not to interject. I raise up my hand for you to recognize it, and you don't recognize.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your. Listen, you remember I was talking, so I didn't see your hand raised up. If I saw it, I will let you. Have your say. Please have your say so that Frankie can go.
You see, when we come here and carry tribe on our head, it makes me wonder. When you were to be born, which of you take permission to decide which tribe you want to come into this world?
Thank you, Mama Show.
Why? We all find ourselves in a different tribe, not because we make decisions about it. Then when we now come to say somebody is born by a Fulefu, who is a Fulefu?
A Fulefu is an Igbo law. I will explain it to you. It's an Igbo word. I will explain it to you.
Don't interject, please.
No,
don't interject.
A Fulefu is an Igbo word. Yes.
Maybe your mother is a Fulefu. Maybe
do not know the meaning. Maybe it is your own.
CM, stop.
It's not right. For you to look at
this your own mother. Why did you?
CM.
It's not right.
CM, stop.
You call my mother.
CM, stop.
Oh, they call your mother. So it's painful when they mention your mother as a Fulefu. But you're calling your fellow people's mother here a Fulefu. No, it's not right.
Mama Hecho, calm down. Continue with what she's saying.
The truth is this: from every indication, you have been anger from yesterday. And you sleep with that anger, and you came to the platform since morning. The same anger. Even when some people say things that will bring your anger down to be able to address your fellow panelists like yourself, no. Please go and sleep. It is time for you to take a break for yourself, Okasiem. Every person I hear looking for is it one particular person that is suffering in Nigeria today? When they remove fuel subsidy, is it the only Igbo that are suffering it? Is it the Yoruba that are suffering it? Is it the Hausa that are suffering it? Is it not everybody in Nigeria that is suffering it? When they hack tariff of electricity, is it not all of them that are suffering it? Is our problem Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa? Is that our problem? So every day we come here, they look up to us to say things that will help to solve, bring solution to the problem at all. We don't discuss that. We fight, and so then we now come here, begin to call some people who they are. Come, whoever that gave birth to whoever here is a woman. Did you understand? However, your father get that your mother to be pregnant to give birth to whoever here is the same way. So why are we here rubbishing things that doesn't make sense? If somebody did not express your opinion, you don't come here and say to his mother it's a fulefu or what and this. And I mention it about your mother now, you want to blow everywhere, but you were sweet to be calling your fellow man's mother a fulefu, and we should clap for you. Please, the problem we have at home, for the Igbo tribe that are marginalized, your brother is fighting for his mandate. By what is going on, he will get his mandate. So let us begin to think, if he gets his mandate, how are we going to contribute to have this referendum we are talking about? How do we work in the constitution that is dividing us? These are the things we should begin to even think and discuss. But here, some people will come with the hammer of authority. Nigeria will never work. Okay, there are two ways to solve the problem: peace or pieces. Choose one. Una not fit both. Also, okay, now wait till I want be this. But we come here, we fight ourselves. Oh, hey, we have a problem. Our people are suffering. I don't know how many calls you receive a day, but it has doubled.
Time up, Mama Hatred.
Thank you, Mama Hatred. I appreciate your
Can I
contribution. Olumide, to get to your turn, Maska, welcome, Maska, and thank you for joining us. I'm sure you've heard what the discussion has been about. So you can go ahead now and let us know your thoughts. Oh my! Your mic is started playing up. You can come back again. I'll let you in so that you can be able to contribute. I think Olumide wanted to say something. Okay. Please let Okoye just interject for 1 minute, then AY can go.
There's something. Some people, adage they throw about CM that just got taken off. Making slight comments about other people's home and sort of issues. But that's besides the point. I'm a red Igbo man. I can trace my generation up to the 5th generation from Anambra State, Ukulu, to Junukofia, local.
Okay.
I know Igbo system. Some of it is good, and some of it need to be changed. We have a system in Igbo land, which is also, which put some people down and some other people above them, which is the wrong. So not all Igbo systems are perfect, like people portray it to be. Igbos are enterprising people. They are welcoming people. I understood that. Me, myself, travel the world. I've lived across, and I'm an Igbo man. I understand. I have Igbo blood running in me. However, I'm not going to accept, that because I'm an Igbo man, the other person is lucky, or every other less than me. That defeats the object of what we are fighting for as an Igbo people, for freedom that we are fighting for. Because no other tribe in Nigeria is more than another tribe. Everyone should be equal, and everyone should be speaking for an equal justice. We cannot say, like somebody was saying here, let them go, and then they want to kill themselves, let them kill themselves. What kind of statement is that? What kind of
Thank you, Okoye. First of all, I just need us to thank Ife for helping, moderate, the timing. I'm sure. Yeah, I just want to start thanking from now. The idea is that it saved me a lot of trouble, and a lot of people would have accused me of all kinds of things today. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. AY, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think thank you.
If you can see your
That
tag,
should be the nurse will let me know who that need to be.
if you can see your name tag.
So for me,
so
honestly,
I can't respond to what he said. Okay.
Okay, listen. Who is talking?
I'm the one.
I should have responded to what the last speaker said, because he called me out.
No. CM, stop. Calm down.
CM, please respect the panel, please. You are getting out of hand. I don't know why they still let you in. Please respect yourself now.
CM, calm down. Calm down.
Okay,
so go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I think we should be very patient with ourselves. Honestly, I didn't see anything Okoya said that is wrong on this platform. I'm completely in agreement with him. The only statement he made when he said, if they are giving like Igbo nation, like they're gonna start crisis. This is just basic human behavior. The truth is, the moment you create Igbo country, a country for Igbos, is there you will hear Anambra State will tell you Imo are not Igbo. You will hear
these are lies.
So this is just basic human. Even a local government.
It's actually
local government. Sometimes people discriminate against each other. It's just a problem. But what we need to know, like what Mama Echo has been saying, we need to listen to is the problem of Nigeria is not Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Ijaw, or wherever. The problem is between the poor, the oppressed, and the oppressors. The problem is a general problem. So when I see some, for example, Igbo don't have this. My question is, the other region, do they have all this stuff? Which state can boast of standard schools? Which state can boast of standard hospitals? Which state can boast of standard roads? The problem is just general. But when you see this problem as a general problem, then we'll be looking for solutions. If you want to look at the people that mess Nigeria up today, the question is, where are they from? Are they from a particular tribe? The corruption in Nigeria, the people that are involved in this corruption, where are they from? From different parts of Nigeria. But all we need to do is, okay, now, like Fofana was saying, we have Peter Obi that was, coming out, people see him like, he can give us a better direction. A lot of people supported him, the youth especially. It's not even because of Peter, they just want something different. So by the time you push this idea, other people hate Igbo or Igbo hate other people, it's not helping anybody. So we just have to work together, see ourselves as one. You can't use one particular brush to paint everybody red. Look at President Muhammad Buhari. His state was one state in the north. crisis, banditry everywhere. He was the president. So the issue is, let us stop fighting ourselves. It's from here, it's from here. It doesn't matter. We should see ourselves as one. We can be different. Nobody is saying just start as a Yoruba man and say, oh, this is what we want. Nobody is saying don't start as an. You can do it respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Brief interjection. Okay, CM, I will allow a brief interjection. 1 minute, please.
See, what I want to say is this: when somebody is speaking and I'm called out, it's natural that I should be given the right to reply when the person finishes, and not when my train of thought must have left. Later they will not say it. When I talk here, I don't call people names, but when people call me out, I have the right. I should be given the privilege to reply. That's all I'm asking for. All I could hear is CM, calm down, calm down. Everybody raining CM, calm down, I'm not burning. I'm down. Please. That is insult. That is insult to me. CM, calm down. Everybody will be hearing me all over the world. CM, calm down, calm down. As if I'm a volcano. They want to calm me down for what is happening. Please, it's an insult. I hate being patronized. I don't like it. I do not. Please. And on my bended knees, I'm begging that let that not happen here again.
No, CM, no. You don't talk to us like kids. We are not kids. We are adults.
But you people were telling me, calm down, everybody raining down on me. Calm down, 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 calm down. What did I do?
Calm down. CM, calm down.
CM, calm down.
Bloody hell.
Could you see? Sometimes we lose perspective. So when people say that, you should ask yourself: it's not the one person that is saying it; it's multiple people that are saying it. Maybe you are not seeing something they are seeing. That is the reason why. Don't take it personal.
But I kept quiet when they were doing it. Is it not like this? And they are still saying calm down when I've already kept quiet.
Calm down. CM, calm down. Kulu temper.
CM, please be patient, man.
KJ, go ahead.
Okay. AY, it's like today is me and you. Here is what you said. You see, and I hate to say this, but when people say you don't see what the Igbos are complaining about, I really should. Did the president say to the Yorubas, people know what we did to you in 1996 and 1996? Sorry, 1966. And we can do that again. Did he say that to the Yorubas? Did he say to the Yoruba nation, you people are a dot in the circle and we can wipe you out? You have nowhere to run to. Did he say that to the Yorubas? Did he say that? You see, let's be realistic when things are done. Okay? He didn't say that. When the president said to the nation that Boko Haram is not a serious thing, they're not what do you call it, terrorists. Did he say that about the Igbos? No, the IPOB that was carrying flags, not killing anybody, were banned. Not even by the law court, by the Nigerian army. It was the Nigerian army that first pronounced them banned. So you see, when you write your jam, the scores were coming from the south, especially the east. It's not much higher than the people coming from the north, especially Sokoto, Zamfara, and the rest. Don't you sit in the same class with them? Let's be realistic. If we are going to
I think sorry, the 1 minute is up there.
I'm not
it's an interjection.
I'm not interjecting. I'm making
a point. Okay, go ahead. It's your time. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's not an interjection. So let's be realistic. And then somebody says that the Igbos, whatever. Look, if the Igbos are left on their own, I'm not saying because we're demanding for it. We can hold our leaders accountable. We don't have to. When Ekuremadu have been misbehaving in Nigeria and got the opportunity to go outside, the Igbos treated him the way they wanted to treat their leader. Okay, we see, whether you like it or not. If you don't see anything, don't see We are not putting any tribe down. We are saying that we are a special people. And if the other people are not demanding to have an opportunity to be self-governing, to be able to control their affairs, if they're not feeling cheated, that's okay for them. You don't have to tell me to keep to that because the rest people are not saying that and they are suffering, or they are suffering in silence, and so we should not also shake this thing. How long? How long? My father was telling me this thing. My father is long gone. I'm 53 this year. And I will say that to my children also and leave them with the same problem that I'm left with. No, that's not going to happen, my brother. You know? So it's about either we sort it out now. Okay? We can't continue to live in that. Okay? And I think that is it. You know, I think that is it. We shouldn't continue to
KJ, make I steal some second because if you no go give me. Okay. What I was saying is more like a figure of speech, or I'm not saying that the Igbo. I am one of the Yoruba man you find that loves Igbo man too. I mean, some people attack me here and they call me hypo. What I was saying is just, I wasn't saying Igbo should go and kill themselves. I'm just saying let them go make their decision. That's what I was saying.
Okay, let me just have a little bit of an interlude, something that maybe many of us will agree with here. Sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
So you see, we have, I think this will unite a lot of people here, so that all these fracas will go away a little bit. Who is next? I think it should be Okoye. Okay, go ahead, please. Sorry, Okoye, sorry, Dan hasn't said anything for ages.
Can you let Maska
Maska was saying something before, to be fair, when he was he had technical issues.
Criminal here.
You see, that's something that people don't think it didn't happen. He did. He was calling me criminal and all the rest. So, Master, please go ahead. I think we knew you had technical issues.
Okay. Thank you, forefathers. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, KJ. It looks like me and you, we tend to be on the platform at the same time most of the time. All right. The first thing I would say, forefather, is I don't know the history how if he came to co-moderate, but
it was an organic.
I think for those of us that are your supporters who are not happy, you are giving her too much power. Before you know it, now she will overthrow your government, and then we will become minority in our own platform.
No, we are all getting along.
All right.
Yakubu election.
I didn't know that there will come a day when I would be on the same page with Mama Hecho, but I think for today, I totally agree with all her submissions. I also want to plead with CM. I always like his submissions. They are very succinct, intellectual submissions. And I think what is important is we try as much as possible not to get emotional. The fact is that once the emotional brain, and I'm sure CM will know that every human being has an emotional brain, and I don't know whether an intellectual brain, but the two of them don't work together. One must go to sleep for the other one to thrive. If you allow your emotions to get hold of you, then the logical brain tends not to be at play. So I think we're all brothers on the platform. Let's be able to accept pushback and also be able to accept opinions that don't really sit with us. The title of the platform is Have Your Say, but it's sometimes clear that we want to have a certain type of say. But having said that, I think you guys are still, we should all be brothers keepers. I like joining issues with KJ because I think he really believes that the Hausa people are causing Igbo people problem. I
Yeah, your audio has gone again. Yeah, the audio.
Forefathers.
Yeah. Please,
Well,
I think, yeah, go ahead.
push right quick. Give me 30 minutes. Abby, it's me and you gonna fight on this platform. Is the next fight will be after Paul, it will be you. Give me 30 minutes to get home. I will come back on.
All right, thank you. I hope you get home safe and sound, and come and rescue me just in case, in case things get out of control. My HO is getting ready already.
I'm not gonna pray that your car's tires should be flattened. Yeah, it is taking a break.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Master, can you guys still?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. So the point I'm making is that let's not try and silence the other voices. It's when we all encourage everybody with the dissenting voices to come and talk. That actually is the dialogue people have been asking. And let it start from this platform. Not everybody be able to come and say what his own opinion is without anybody shutting you down. That's all I will say. Thank you.
And let me just highlight one quick thing, because somebody, I think KJ mentioned it, and one other person mentioned the constitutional conference that was done that wasn't implemented. Something was not implemented. You see, that is what I call efficiency. You have to, that's what I mean by that is, if you want to make a change, go to the area where you can make a little movement and achieve great things. That stuff has already been done. It's a matter of implementing it. That's what they should be pushing for. Instead of say, oh, let's break up your country and all the referendum, and that's going to be a longer process. This one is a shorter process. The Nigerian states has already engaged in it. Nigerians have participated in it. So that should be an easier journey to travel.
So what do they do when the president for 8 years said from day one, before he even got there, he said he was not going to open that 2014 constitutional conference? What do the people do? What?
See, what you do is persevere. What you do is persevere, because when what's his name? When Buhari was supposed to remove the fuel subsidies, he didn't do it until Tinubu came in. When he was supposed to do the student loan thing, he didn't do it. So sometimes even this thing, what they call it, the energy stuff that was now put to the states, it started well before his time. So sometimes it takes a longer period of time, but I believe if you agitate for that one, you are more likely to get a result on that than go for the bigger this one that leads to a lot of problems on the street. We're talking about sit at home and all the rest.
Bro, but when they do that now, they don't get, then you will switch again that it should have been that one. This is
but you go for the easy. See, they say low hanging fruit. That is the most efficient approach to me. If you want to achieve something, you go for the one that is already there. Nigerian state is already participated in it. It's already complicit.
See, forefather, if they wanted low-hanging fruits, when these people met with them and said, "This is our demand. This is what we are
guys,
looking
when I
at."
don't deviate from
those
the
low-hanging
rules.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I say let's not.
Our eyes don't open now.
Let's let Mama Ejo have. Let Mama Ejo add. Then Pascal will finish. Then Dan can go ahead.
You don't do it again.
You see,
Please, Mama Ejo, go ahead.
with what is happening in tribunal, we are hopeful. We are hopeful to get the mandate back. And if we can achieve that, I think we've moved a milestone. So we can begin to use the new government of the day to request for the implementation of what has been worked down. I have not read it. Some of you have read it. You said it cut around everybody. So let's be hopeful. At least there are signs. The CJN, if he stand by what he asked the judges to do himself, because he has to live by example. Because when you listen to that statement, you will know he's under serious pressure.
Watch and pray, Mama Echo. Watch and pray. The same
Hello,
CCN.
see, there's
No, say
always
they no
I
obey Nnamdi
I
Kanu.
don't agree for you, but
wait.
if Obi
I'm
don't
not,
enter, I they
Guys,
come
wait,
your
make una
house.
respect the law now.
wait.
I
Respect
they
the
come
rules,
your
please.
Can you
When
guys let
CF
me
talk now, go
finish
one
my
bite am.
talk?
Make una respect the rules now.
Fathers, you are allowing the thing disintegrate. Oh.
There's
Yeah, I
always
know, I know.
there's always what they call once upon a time. Every story in this life, every milestone of a nation or individual life, you always start with once upon a time. If you listen to the CJN, you will see a man who is also tired of the situation in Nigeria. How can INEC, who perpetuated all this evil, only brought one so-called witness? Witness who claimed he has worked in INEC office for 24 years. Witness who couldn't say, did they run the test or what language did they between 6, 3rd and 6th? He said no. It's 4, not between 3 and 6. Only that alone is enough to give judgment. They asked him, and does Amazon, are they able to see all this? He said he doesn't know. What don't you know? The people that you bought something from, the people that are running what that has the finance of what they gave to you, you say you don't know. So that if the INEC has told us today, they cannot even defend their own result. So we are waiting for Tutu and Mr. Boko Haram to come and do their defense. So let us be hopeful. Look at in fact, we should be learning. All of us that are coming here with this load of anger, frustration, and all. Can't we just see the facial expression of the person that is even carrying the load? Peter Obi, is there nothing for you people to learn? Is there nothing for all of us to learn from the way he's handling the issues? So if we cannot, we say we believe in him, but we cannot use the way he's handling the tension of everything to come into such discussion, then we are not learning anything.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
let's be hopeful. We'll be able to have a place to start this journey of repair, of justice and fairness to every one of us who come from that country. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. You see,
Amen.
be like the leader you want to have. I say, if you want a good leader and you value P2B, be like him. Try to be like him. This in Masca, please complete your submission. You were interrupted.
Okay.
I'm timing you.
I hope
So
you guys
have
can hear me.
about 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, it's a short one. Look, I'm going to address my Igbo brothers directly, and I think I'll single out KJ because
See, the moment you mention KJ, it goes away. Yeah, maybe you should leave KJ out of it. It's gone again, and the audio is gone again. Yeah. When you want to submit, just go straight into it. KJ is causing glitches or something. So yeah, the audio is gone again. Dan has had his hand up for a long time. Dan, sorry about that. And you have been a gentleman. And please,
can
continue.
you hear me now, forefathers?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, so it's a quick one. It's a short one, actually. To my Igbo brothers, yes, I know that there is pain in the heart, but I would make bold to say that whatever pain that we all feel, the truth is that man and society is a dynamic affair. Things keep changing. Let's hope for the best. And I'm really surprised again. Mama Echo is really echoing my thoughts today. Let's be positive. Things will change. Let's put everything in the past behind and let's see if we can bond together. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank
See,
you.
no KJ, no glitch. It's all good. That's proof for you, scientific proof. Dan, Dan, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity again. What I'm trying to say, I want to start my maybe this is the last one before I disappear. You can see this platform, how the confusion sometimes comes around. This reminds me of my Nigeria. Everybody have his own argument, have his own stand. Some people will never change their stand. Where they stand, whether things are good or bad, or they will stand there. Whether somebody steal or not, they will stand there. This is Nigerian problem. Now, they say go to court. We have been in court, we are waiting. Like Mama said now, we have hope, because those that will give us this victory or deny us this victory, they themselves now, self-consciousness, guilty conscience, mind reading is disturbing them now, because they see what is happening on the ground, the sufferation. That is really, I mean, sometimes you judge through what is happening on the ground. Nigerians are suffering. So when I see my brothers and sisters come on a platform where we are, in fact, the arrow is pointing to one side. If we are not concerned about Nigeria, I don't think many of us will come here and sit for hours. Today was my off day, but I've not gone out. I've been listening to this almost 6-7 hours. I'll just sit down listening because of the concern. I want to hear what Nigerians think, whether we fight each other, whether the arguments meet together or not. But we are concerned. This is why I come in here. I see that people are concerned. Will Nigeria be good, or do we continue in this? Sometimes I give up hope. Sometimes I regain hope. But what I'm trying to say, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, they are claiming that they are the only Nigerians. For me, it's wrong sometimes, because there are a lot of Nigerians who doesn't belong into these three groups, and nobody talks about them. And the sufferation is going around to everybody. Igbo man, I'm an Igbo, but I would not come and say Igbo is marginalized, then that's all. Me, as a man, what I know that is wrong in Nigeria is the rich and the poor. This is my own basic argument. There are some Igbos that are rich. If they see you as a poor Igbo, they will spit on you. I'm telling you, they will tell you that Ibakanachu size. So this is not between Yoruba, Igbo. Igbo might, in the big boys now, the Igbo might be claiming that they don't give me one post, they don't give us this, they don't give us that. But me, generally, as a hustler that has been hustling for more than 30-something years, our problem is between the rich and the poor. If it those way you get them and the people will no get. I came from the side that didn't have anything. And I know how they treat us. And now it has gone to many people. The middle class has been eliminated now. That is why you hear some people making noise. When they were eating, they did not say anything. No. But now that the boys have selected big from the big, they start talking. So for me, I just pray that judgment will come from the court. But I don't want to see a judgment that will give Tinubu the chance to continue, because I don't know what will happen. Forefather, I asked you one day, what if they give Peter Obi the chance and then Tinubu refused to go? I remember your answer, that will not happen. But in the Nigeria I know, it will happen and nothing will happen. Because
it will destroy Tinubu completely. It will destroy Tinubu utterly if he doesn't leave.
Yeah,
so
but
they
will not go. Instead of going, they will prefer to kill more poor people.
No, Dan, you should know one thing. The day that Buhari term was ended, the military, they know who is in turn. So if God pronounce Peter Obi the winner of this election and swear it in, the people guiding him now, they will know that is no longer their master. That is the bitter truth here.
So what of this Supreme Court? They will say they will still take the case now to the Supreme Court. What will
Don't
happen
worry. If they take it to Supreme Court, don't you see? Is it not the same this thing? Where they are looking for technical ground, but they can't even defend the technical ground they are looking for. See, the situation we are right now, it is either the judges do it right, or they will set the country on fire by themselves, and they know.
Okay. I think KJ 30 seconds interjection, then Masca. Then Okoye can have his turn. Okoye hasn't, then we'll go back to turn the Blackstone.
Yeah, I just want to ask Masca, what did you say that I did? I didn't hear what you were saying. Masca, can you hear me?
I think it's delayed.
KJ, I can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, what did you say?
I can hear you, KJ.
You
no, I'm just.
Well, your audio is gone now. Okoye, please go ahead.
Okay, no, I have to make my contribution since it's not there.
And let Okoye hasn't said anything. You contributed already. Okoye, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think what we got to understand is that no country in this world at the moment, 21st century, even the oldest sort of democracies that we know, is perfect. No country is perfect. We know Nigeria is backward. We know our leaders, from the inception of democracy, from the inception of the country, has been, raping the country. But looking at Nigeria as it is, there is, hope. Because Nigeria, although we look down on Nigeria so much, there is actually a lot of progress has been made, in Nigeria as it is. Everything in Nigeria is not as people actually portray to be, because there's a lot of noise in regards to people, a lot of cynicism, a lot of, bad blood, which, to an extent, I think is the politicians, the ruling people instigating most of these things so that the system will continue. They are trying so much to divide the people on ethnic and, tribal lines so that the whole carnage will continue, because as Peter B will say, it benefits some people. A lot of people makes a lot of money from what is going on, the carnage that is going on, because the people are divided like, Igbo, some of our Igbo brothers, they carry their flag and their pots running around everywhere shouting, and the Dudua people are shouting on their own side, and some other bandits are in the Nasarawa area in the north. The people in the center, that little Abuja, will be just taking the money and, laughing at you. At the end of the day, you are the people that will be suffering and dying. So it's about time the people actually calm down, stop shouting so much, and try to use some kind of, reasoning and, strategy to attack what is before us, as a group, as a people, as, looking at the bigger picture, not just as an ethnic group, because at the same time, we have to think about the larger, I think it's Ove that mentioned it here, about the larger, progress of the black people, of the black race. We might be talking about our own little Nigeria and our own little enclave as a tribe and as an ethnic nationality. But Africa as a whole is actually struggling. A lot of African countries are really in a bad state. We still have military juntas, still taking powers in some African countries. We are quite lucky in Nigeria that we don't have that, touch wood, we're not going to have that our democracy is actually having to make baby steps, although it's baby steps, but there is scope for an improvement. There's a lot of scope for an improvement. So I don't think looking down on ourselves so much and try to destroy everything, separate everything, destroy everything, and then start building over again, I don't think that would do us any good. Nobody does that. No country has ever done that. Any country that has progressed actually worked at it before. Sorry to interject. The Europeans did that when the leaders were robbing the people. They destroyed the whole Europe and rebuilt it. So when you are giving I didn't want to really interject you talking, but sometimes you are talking out of.
No. I think Dan, that's
on.
your opinion, I guess.
Dan, we have also done that in those days when we were doing tribal wars, when we are doing our own tribal wars, destroying our own villages, destroying our own, little towns and stuff like that. We've all done that. But are we going to continue doing it? Because the Europeans do it. It's not the same. What we did was just a tribal war. What the Europeans did was revolutionary war to remove the wrong people. Hold on. I know the Europeans has revolutions and stuff, political, like you have in France and the rest of it. But don't expect that to be the case now. Why not? Why not? Because the time has moved. The paradigm has not moved. The problem of Nigeria is removing the wrong people who are.
Okay, Dan, let me let you know something. Let me add another dimension that it hasn't added. When the Europeans were doing it, there were no other superpowers over them to oversee the outcome.
Yes.
Now, if we do it, they'll just use us against each other and come and take even more from us.
From you.
So that's what you have to be careful about.
Forefather, please, I will just land and go away. What you people are saying is what I always say. We keep defending the wrong people of Nigeria. When somebody
that's
comes
not what
up
is
to
happening.
talk, you people will use your education.
It's not about education, it's just the reality. You have to see for what it truly
is. The problem
is.
of Nigeria is how to remove these bad guys.
We want to remove them too.
This is the time.
We want to remove them.
People to use English to deceive me. I'm not saying
now too. See, I'm just as impatient with them as you are. We want these things to end. We want to see the country move.
But they refuse
I'm not waiting for 10 years.
Now.
Some people want to wait for 10 years. I'm not even for 10 years at all because I don't think we have that luxury at all. So don't think that you are the only one that feel that way. But you have to be careful. If you go and do something, because the people that are around the world, if I was them, you are fighting yourself. I will determine the outcome. What you are fighting, you won't be able to determine the outcome because you are not the overarching power.
No, forefather, please just give me a minute. What we are saying in Nigeria of today, we know what is the problem of Nigeria today. Any Nigerian who thinks good for Nigeria knows the problem of Nigeria, which is the ruling class, and they are very few. Okay, Dan, we will take them out. There's no other way. If we don't take them out by force, I bet you we will continue being enslaved. And don't give me any of these excuses that the white people or the Western world will take advantage.
I would do it if I was them, so I know.
Dan, hold on. Let me say something. If the whole of Nigerian people agree that revolution is what we are going to do, I'm up for that. So long as it's the whole of Nigeria. But as an Igbo people, we cannot be carrying Nigerian problems on our head, on our shoulders. I don't tell you for Igbos to carry it. I've told you my point. You people keep calling Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. Are you the only people in Nigeria? Okay.
You see, that's an interesting one. You see, now we agree with you.
Are you the only people in Nigeria? The other people in Nigeria, we're now agreeing. That's what we're agreeing now.
Okay, let's let this in the Blackstone. He's been very patient.
Okay, please, I want to say good night. Let me be listening from background. Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Nice to have you here, Dan, and good night, and thank you for coming in.
Oh, why are you running out?
Okay, the Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, and good evening. Happy Independence to those in the US. All right. So sometimes I wonder why we are comparing apple to orange. When we are comparing Nigeria situation to the situations of other countries who were having the same problem maybe in the 19th century and things like that, you cannot compare a kingship and democracy. The revolution that happened in Europe, those are the time when they were kings ruling them. They were in democracy. And if it was a democracy, it wouldn't have happened the way it happens. So let's know that it's quite a different system of government. You understand me? Even when we are talking in the US, California has been crying to have their own, to secede from the US. For years, they have been taking signatures, be taking finding people support, but they're not getting that support. Why? Because it is democracy. So when we are talking about Nigerian problem, like Okoye said, Mama H will say, it is the issue of the elite and the poor. So and these things have been caused even by the poor people, because when we continue to respect and to praise those who has money, who are on big cars, what do you expect them to do? They begin to march on the head of the poor ones. So they are also the cause of all these problems. So all these things are just what it is, but it will take time. It will take a real political will of a ruler to begin to clean Nigeria, to begin to break down the evil ones. And what we are saying today, the government, in whatever is happening in Nigeria, the government is involved in it. Oil theft, corruption, and everything. They are the people who are there. They know, the government knows it. So that is why it is very difficult for somebody who's coming to fight them to get to that power, because they are going to fight that person to prevent that person. I can tell you that why do they ring out Peter Obi? Because he made it clear what he was going to do to these people, to the corrupt establishment, So they're going to prevent him because they know that they have somebody who's also corrupt like them who is coming in, so they will support their person. You understand me?
Can I ask you quickly? So, do you think that this 1 week sit at home is a good idea or a bad idea?
For me, I've always been against the so-called sit at home, even the Monday sit at home. I have most of my friends are Igbo. They all live in the East. I know what they go through. I know what they cry. Sit at home has destroyed, has contributed to destroy the East economy. Do you know how much they lose every Mondays? The schools are no more on Monday. School doesn't go, nothing happens. The economy on that day is grounded. So it has not been for the advantage.
Okay.
Okay. One thing I want to bring out is this. Sometimes when we talk about the situation of the Igbo people with that part of Nigeria, but we have the way I see it is that the major problem is trust factor. Most other part of Nigerians, tribes does not actually trust the Igbo people, and this is a factor that is only affecting the Igbo people also, right? And when you see people that are industrious, are commercial people, wherever they go, they always build up themselves. I see Igbo's business method as the Turkish business method. So as the Turkish business method, wherever a Turkish person go, or like the Jewish business method, where one Jewish person is in one business, it brings us people in. The Turkish do the same thing. The Igbos are doing the same thing. So at the end of the day, they try to dominate that sector, and it becomes a problem, So it can create trust. You understand me? And also the Biafra war, that trust is they have not been able to eradicate that is from the mind of Nigeria, that they can trust them, that if they are giving let me say free hand, they will not do the same thing again.
Okay, just to be clear, you are not from the Southeast, eh?
No, I'm not from the Southeast, no.
Okay, good. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, the same thing also happened. If you remember the history of Germany after the Second World War, for many years, Germans were not allowed to have weapons. They were restricted by the Allied forces that they're not supposed to have their weapons, because there was no more trust that if they give them the opportunity again, they might cause another war. So the Igbos have to build that trust, to build that trust in the mind of other Nigerians. You understand me? And this trust, they're not even working on it at all, but they are also more destroying it with their business attitude and things like that. I have most of my friends in Nigeria are Igbo. Most of them are Igbo. Let me say 95% of them, my friends, are Igbo people. I do business with them. I communicate with them major friends, not business friends. Everybody, most of them are Igbos. So I discuss with them all the time, know what it is. So let's Igbo begin to work on that trust factor. Let them begin to build up the trust, that people begin to trust them. When that trust is established, all this issue we are talking about, it will die away. That's
the Blackstone, very, very one-dimensional perspective.
Yeah, Abi hasn't said anything for a while. Have you got anything to add, Abi?
Yeah,
go ahead.
well,
Please.
I yield. I still hold my thought for, I think Olumide, KJ. I think Olumide should go for take my turn.
Okay, yeah.
Olumide be nice, eh?
Why are you trying to step me when others have had 4 rounds, 3 rounds? That's not fair now.
Because you were driving, and the phone was once in your pocket.
I'm not driving now.
Your audio is a bit choppy at the moment too, so I don't know what you.
No. Okay. I'm okay. They can hear me. Everybody can hear me. So
go ahead.
I just want to pick up from where Blackstone ended. See, your analogy of Germany not being allowed to carry guns, that's a different scenario, though. See,
my analogy is based on war issue because of the Second World War. So they were restricted.
Let me talk
and
now.
so there was a lack of trust.
Let me talk.
The Blackstone, please just allow him have his say.
Let me talk. So it's a different scenario. So even when the Allied forces say don't carry guns, who was controlling the resources of the Germans? Is it the Germans or is it the Allied forces controlling their resources?
It was the Germans, not the Allied forces.
So why are you painting that? That's where I differ within that scenario. Yes, we're talking about resource control. We're talking about prosperity. So was Germany prosperous, or they were not prosperous? Were they developing or they were not developing?
No, what I try to bring. What I try to bring. No, wait. Let me answer you. Let me answer you.
No. You have your report out. So that's one. That's that scenario there. Then the other scenario I want to paint is see, Mama Echo, I'm not against Nigeria. I'm not against Nigerian being a country. People like me and my other Yoruba people like me, what we are saying is that we have had enough of Nigeria. We want to make progress with our lives. We want to develop our nation. We want to make progress. And we don't think Nigeria, the way it is right now, can give us what we want, can give us that dream. So we are not against Nigeria. Nigeria can stay the way it is. And they can continue to be, Obasanjo can continue to be your ex-president. What we are saying is that as a Yoruba people, we have waited too long to be in this mess. But there are some Omoalis, like CMO mentioned, among us that they want to stay with the status quo. See, I value what the Obedience did. They tried to take back the country, and they were hoping that there would be a free and fair electoral process. But at the end of it all, they lost. You know, they lost, and now they're fighting the battle in court, and we are praying and hoping that Jesus Christ will open the justices' eyes and let them see the truth, which is okay, which is fine.
So let me ask you: do you support the 5-day this 1 week sit at home?
See, I know it is very hard. This is the way I'm going to answer it. It is very hard and tough. Freedom is not served on a platter of gold. You have to fight for it. Mandela was in prison for over 20 years before they one day came to knock and say, okay, this man refused to give up. He refused to sign any concession for his people. And at the end of the day, we would have believed that he would come out to be even the president.
But it wasn't the entire South African black people that were jailed. The question is, do you want? Do you support the 5 day this 1 week this thing?
I'm just trying to tell you that freedom, whether it was through one man, wasn't served, is not served on a platter of gold. The Southern Eastern people are not denying the fact that economies they are suffering. I'm not denying the fact that they are going through pains. I'm not denying the fact that some innocent people are losing their lives. But what is wrong with the government meeting them halfway and releasing Kanu and
bringing him to Aso Rock like they did Asari Dokubo, like they are giving amnesty to Boko Haram, people that are killing our Nigerian soldiers that have
Okay.
died in the West.
Olumide, then
Let me
you said
talk.
amnesty. I'm trying to ask you straight question. I'm not
I'm answering
preventing you
your
from talking.
question. There's nothing wrong
I'm
in the
not preventing you
amnesty.
from talking.
Listen,
I just want you to clarify
I
something
don't
now.
see anything wrong with a civil disobedience of sitting at home.
See, Olumide,
That is the answer you
we are
want.
trying to have a civil conversation. I'm not trying to
Yes,
block
I'm
you.
saying
What you are saying.
I don't see anything wrong. That is my
Calm
answer.
down. Yeah. Let me just ask
I'm not
you.
going to paint anything for you.
Hold on, don't paint anything. I'm just trying to flesh out some of the things you are saying.
Yes,
So
flesh it out.
if you want the government to give Nnamdi Kanu amnesty, you use the term amnesty.
I'm not saying amnesty. I'm not saying. I said
Okay,
meet
so
him halfway.
you don't want amnesty.
I'm not saying give him amnesty. Has he been found guilty of anything?
Okay, so you don't want amnesty. What do you just wanted to release him?
No. I'm not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't try to be smart there. I didn't say amnesty. I'm saying release him as the court directed.
You are the
him
one
as the
that
court
used the
directed.
term, but it is also the court that they are using to hold him now. So
The
question
amnesty
is
your own word. Don't choose words for me, please. I said release him as the court said. You understand?
okay. So no conditions. But you said they should invite him to.
If the
Hold on
Nigerian
now.
government have evidences against him for the crimes they said he
You
has
said they should
committed.
invite him to Aso Rock like Asare Dokubo,
That's right.
whom was given amnesty. Hence
So,
why whom was given amnesty. And what I'm trying to get to is that if you want amnesty, is it not just to ask for amnesty? What amnesty involves is that you don't carry on in the same mode of operation. So, like if they pardon Boko Haram this in the fighters, you don't say, "Oh, I give you amnesty from Boko Haram," but you can carry on when you get back to go and start attacking the country. You see what I mean?
I know where you're going.
Exactly.
I know where you're going. So Asari Dokubo kept quiet because he was given contract by the government of Nigeria, but his people are still suffering. And Kanu made us to know that Nigerian government offered him so many juicy stuff to keep quiet. He refused. And all he's saying to the government of Nigeria is that I want my people to be free and be able to determine for themselves how they use their resources and control their resources. But what people like us are saying will solve the problem is for once and for all, for the government to grow that courage, to bring everybody to the table. So that if the Igbo people keep quiet today, it won't be the South coming back again tomorrow. It won't be the Yoruba coming out. It won't be some other minority tribe coming out tomorrow. Who knows what mineral resources they are going to discover in that unknown minority tribe or out of 300 ethnic groups that is maybe not more than 10,000 in population. Who knows what mineral resources they will discover that they will go and these people will say, no. We want this, we want that. So why don't you just solve it once and for all and bring equity to the table so that everybody has a sense of belonging? You understand? I applaud what the Obedience have done. They've tried to fight to get back the country from the elites, because there's a particular set of people who have installed. They've made rich people of all the ethnic groups, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, and they've used them, and they know how to replace them every 4 years. They know how to so that they can subdue the rest of the population. But we, the Yorubas, some of us are saying that we have had enough. We want to make progress. We are not saying Nigeria should not be one. No. But over 60 million people with their language, their culture, their religion, their own internal diversity is saying that please allow us to go.
Forefathers, can I ask Unlimited a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Maska.
Go ahead, please, Maska.
Okay, you are all right, but you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's like when you start talking, the bandwidth increases for some reason.
Okay.
So Olumide, your time is up. To be fair, Olumide.
Let me ask him a question.
And I think you have to answer it later on. KJ can interject, and then Paul will speak.
Let me say something.
Yeah, ask the question so he can answer later.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Lomade, do you know how many constitutional amendment that was proposed by the last assembly that most of the states rejected? Do you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I see. I've lost interest in
Oh,
the
no, don't
legislation.
answer. Don't answer, Olumide. You will answer later.
Okay.
Just keep the question in mind. KJ, just interject briefly, and if Mama H wants to interject, she can
No, I
interject.
want to make a contribution. So, I want to make a contribution to what the Blackstone has said. So, if I don't have the time to contribute, then I can as well leave Olumide to continue answering.
Okay. Let's have Paul was supposed to be next. If Paul is not there and Abby is busy, Mama
Yeah,
Echo
so my
is
contribution then.
Let KJ go on. KJ,
Mama
contribute.
Echo is normally the Mama Echo hasn't said anything since the last time KJ spoke.
Okay, Mama
So
Echo.
let's try to circle it like that, so that way it will be more orderly now.
No, KJ speak.
You see, Mama Echo, you are causing chaos here, and you have lost your turn. So don't raise your hand later on and start complaining I didn't let you talk.
Now you go lose your turn. I'm not going to ever lose my turn.
What I want to say
you are volunteering it now. Okay, go ahead, KJ.
I lose my train of thought is this. Is it not easier for us to say, let justice be done to all across board? It's not easier to achieve justice by saying, you know what? These people are complaining of this. These people are complaining of this. Let us all sit together and let justice be done across the board. It's not that easier than us going from one level to the other. And I want to make, when we talk about, somebody have said here that there is no provision for referendum in the constitution. What was the provision that was given to Obasanjo when he gave out Bakassi to succeed Bakassi to Cameroon? Nothing, apart from the ruling that came from the International Court of Justice. The UN has given unconditional direction to Nigeria to release Nnamdi Kanu and paying compensation. Nigeria didn't agree to that or didn't do that. This was done as far back as July 2022. That directive came that he should be compensated because he was unjustly removed from another country. Now, Kanu has more than 4, if I remember correctly, rulings from the court. But we keep referring to one, saying the one case that are pending in the Supreme Court should be the one that we should follow. What about the other cases? He has 2 cases in High Court of Imo, Abia State, in Umuahia. He has a case that was ruled again in the Federal Court in Abuja. The Appeal Court, okay, he has a case. All right. It's the first time in the history of Nigeria that a court of competent jurisdiction, the same court of the same level, will reverse itself because the government got some people to reverse whatever the appeal court has already ruled and said they are pending. And that is why up to this moment, government has not appointed judges to sit on Kanu's case for over 6 months. Is that what if any of us, the one sitting behind the bars, will be happy with that? If it's our brother or sister or mother or father? And mind you, I'm coming.
Ask you?
Hold on, so I don't lose my train. Mind you,
okay.
The room that Nnamdi Kanu is kept, if you stretch your hand this way, because I know those places, if you stretch your hand this way, you'll be touching both walls. That's a mental torture. For someone like me, I can't sleep in a small room because it's like it's compressing my brain. All right? So, and now this person had been in this room that you can stretch your both hands and touch it, while the light don't go off. Okay? And we sit here and justify why it should continue. Because we feel that the court in Nigeria even has not found him guilty. But we are happy to say he should continue to suffer because he is going through a trial. It doesn't make any sense if you ask me. It doesn't show that we are people who have reasonable minds. Because there are people in Nigeria walking free right now who have done worse things than you can ever think or imagine. But they've been settled. They were given uniforms. They were trained, given secondary school where they lived. They enjoyed tea and bread, which the ordinary man can't even have. And after that, they were given uniforms and absorbed into the army and paid lucrative distance and sent to the east. That's where they're operating from. So when we are putting this, let's put it in context. Let's put them in context, because if you put it that way, you can better understand what the situation is. All right. I'm not saying that other people are not suffering injustice, which is no person have come to say here that other regions are not suffering injustice. Why is the demand, so much higher than it has been before? Because a certain government official that controls the resources of this nation decided that the East will get nothing. Okay? And so they marshal out policies and strategies to impoverish the people. Now, there's sometimes when we come to this platform talk, people think it's this thing. In this same platform, I said that Dangote's refinery was not ready. I wasn't going to be ready even to December. People shouted. But now, do you people see the video that is trending? There's nothing in that refinery that is even sure that's going to be ready in the December that I talked about. It's there, out there. But the government has gone ahead to tell you it will start producing in July. Okay? So this is the kind of, we are dealing with a rogue people in government. A rogue government.
KJ,
so you don't continue on that.
I think it's about 3 minutes now.
Mr. KJ, that issue of
Thunderstone. I think let me just say something. For me anyway, because I've not said anything for a long time now, because I've let people go on today. This thing that we keep saying, something has to be in the 6 or 5 states in the southeast that is landlocked. There's Benue, there's other states that are also within the middle of Nigeria. As if the southeast has a special place that something has to be put in there, specially. I don't understand that logic, because the south right city right next to you is going through hell. They are destroying all their neighborhoods. At least your area is not being polluted by crude oil, where your livelihood, your farms are completely destroyed. The same thing is happening to everybody. When we keep making it only about our region, that is in a way quite the main definition of being self-centered and tribal. Your approach. Instead of you to advocating for the entire Nigeria, you're advocating for only one area.
Sorry, Mr. Forefather, I think you are wrong in that, if that's how you see me.
Well, that's how it's coming across now, because you're talking about only your region.
Hold on, sir. I've done stories about the Southeast. I've been to, what if you know Warri very well, I've been to Big Warri, which is Ide Ishekiri, that's the real name. If you are from that place, you should know where it is. You go 30 minutes by the flyboat to get to where I'm saying. That's the place, the first place that Christianity came to Nigeria. And I can still remember myself standing on the cross that was the ground there. 300 years before it came to Badagry. So I am not somebody who is just talking from, maybe I want to make, I don't have anything to achieve here.
Yes, and secondly, you brought International Criminal Court into it. International Criminal Court and UN actually asked for Julian Assange to be released years ago, completely ignored. And there are many people like that. It's of no significance for International Criminal Court to ask us to do something. Then it shouldn't bring it. It shouldn't bring it in, because what you are not realizing is that this is not. Hold on, now let me just make my point. Other nations act even more aggressively towards people that behave like this. That's what you don't understand. If Kanu said some of the things he's saying, like when he said that if they don't give them Biafra, that Somalia will be like paradise. If you come and say that in the UK here, when MI5 visits you, and especially when they know you have organization that is doing these things, you are not going to make it very long. Before you know it, you're going to be in jail. The same thing.
Is the current president of Nigeria. Your president made a statement that made Twitter take it down. That if the Igbos are not careful, what happened in 1960?
Excuse me, please, hold on. I agree with you on that. You see, I'm not disputing that point with you.
Let me land.
You want to argue with somebody when they disagree with you?
Let me land.
We don't disagree.
No. I want you to be on record. Okay. When he made that statement that if Igbos are not careful, what happened in 1966 will be a child's play compared to what they do now. When he made a statement that the Igbos are just then dot and they can be wiped out anytime, why didn't people go to the street?
Did he sorry, let me correction, please. I want to confirm here. Did he say that Igbo people will be wiped out? Buhari said Igbo people are just a thought that they will be wiped out.
There's a point of correction here. There's a point of correction. AJ, there's a point of correction. Hold on, there's a point of correction. The point of correction is IPOB is not Igbo people and does not represent Igbo people. Buhari made that comment against IPOB
but Buhari wasn't making that comment against Igbo people. IPOB does not represent Igbo people. I don't know where you people always
You
equate
are wrong.
IPOB to
Oh,
Igbo
yeah,
people.
you are wrong.
You are the wrong person here. You are wrong.
Excuse me.
You're wrong.
Please let me
Let's get to. I want to get.
I'm not
Please,
a member.
Okoye, hold on.
I'm
Okoye,
not
hold
a
on.
member.
Everybody, hold on. I'm just trying to get to some truth here, so that we don't talk over each other. Then the viewers don't get to the truth. We on the panel don't get to the truth. I want to know whether Buhari. Hold on, please. Hold on now. Hold on. I want to know whether Buhari said, even if IPOB is in a dot on the ground in Nigeria and they are going to be wiped out, did Buhari say anything like that?
He said it. He said it.
He did not say. He didn't say it. He didn't say that.
He said
You see
it.
that?
He said it.
No,
You
he
see,
did not say that.
I think you are not a good candidate. You are not a good candidate to say he said it.
Okay, I think it's my turn. Emilokon.
Yeah. Welcome, Paul. Thank you for your patience. And obviously the floor is yours.
Thank you. I use this word and I use it carefully. I know my people from the East will feel bad when I say so. My good percentage of my Igbo brothers, not all of them, they are those kids that always get attention. You know, when my mother had us 9 in number, there's one that always know how to get the both parent attention very well. You understand? They know how to get the attention. This is my Igbo people. And guess what? It is good to some extent. But at the same time, there is nothing wrong for us to try to balance it. Sometimes when I said even my so-called Igbo people don't have oil, they come at me so hard. How there's oil in Abia, there's oil in Imo State. Tell me where they are exploring those oil. The oil that they are taking in Delta State, it is physical. Shell is there. The oil they are taking in Eket, Exxon Mobil is there. We see the oil they are taking in River State. We see the oil they are taking in Bayelsa State. This is how government even abandon all the rich thing that they have. They've not even touched it. My brother, do you know the pain that we are going through in Delta State? When you say all these things, Delta State, our seaport is not working. Our so-called Delta State airport is not working. In as much as before they built the new Asaba airport and the airstrip also was built by Shell. These are multinationals that we are talking about. You understand? What you see sometimes, I see Lagos people proud, they brag with their Lagos and everything. If not the multinationals that are also taking all this oil, everything from the Niger Delta and pay heavy tax to Lagos, I don't think Lagos will be bragging. So sometimes when you guys say all these things, I want you guys to point federal government presence in the state of Bayelsa, in the state of Delta State, in the state of River State, Cross River. Federal government presence is not anywhere. The federal government has failed Nigeria. Yeah. They didn't fail only you, but I'm not disputing it. It is good for you to cry, for you to whine. It's a good thing. But sometimes when we want to balance it, just agree. Don't say it like every other people is bringing you down. Tell me, all the oil that are taken in Delta State, tell me federal government presence in Delta State. Tell me.
Well, it's quite unfortunate that has to happen.
Okay, tell me federal government present even in Lagos State.
You know, it's
from the past glory that this is just the last one that they are managing. Yes, even in Lagos State, they are only trying to micromanage since this new democracy since 1999, or even since in the 70s. Tell me any new project that federal government put in Lagos State. Muritala International Airport has been there. The Papa Port, Lagos Port has been there. Tell me that
last major project was the third millennium bridge. That was the last. That was the last.
Exactly. So them trying to manage the last thing that they have. So when you really look at it very well, you discover that our government has failed every one of us. So before you want to say your papa no train you, train the rest. Go and look the type of training that they train the rest.
Exactly my argument.
It's catching up with every one of us, my brother. Like I said, it is good for you to cry. It is good for you to call this attention.
Paul,
hold on. Olumide, hold on. Don't call the attention like you and an Igbo man is calling the attention like Hausa man is trying to punish me. If you want to say so, then I will tell you that the president, you understand, the so-called military head of state that is from Mina, is also punishing the man from Adamawa State. He's also punishing the man from Nasarawa. He's also punishing the man from Taraba, because the North are even living in abject poverty compared to the South.
What did Buhari did in his own state? Did
Exactly.
in his own state?
You understand? So I just want us to correct this part. The system failed.
And what makes it so? I don't know. They will just say they make it look like it's only them it's happening to.
You know what?
Exactly what I've been saying. What is this? What kind of attitude is this? Where our people just act as if everything is only happening to them.
I beg, I want to ask you one question.
For how long
I want to
continue in this, though?
Can I ask a question?
How long do we want to continue in this?
Wait, now can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
When Obasanjo was president, how many roads he repair for Ogun State?
Yeah, good.
Ota, we're in farm day. You not do the road for 8 years.
Which better road lead to Ota?
He didn't do it for 8 years.
When Jonathan did there, what did he do for? Is it
Bayelsa?
Not
no road,
one
no water.
bridge.
What did he do?
So that's exactly the issue.
When would they whine?
Mama,
We just dey do like say
wetin Buhari do when he there for government for Katsina.
exactly. The truth is this: there are only 2 tribes in Nigeria. Which one go sabi that one?
No, Mama, it shouldn't be so. We misunderstand what is a federal system of government. That is the
Well, let me finish, sir.
Mama Echo, but we
Well,
want
let me finish now. Make I land my tongue. I dey keep quiet for now. Now the tribe of the oppressed and the oppressors, not the Nigeria. But the one we know they understand be say, in the camp of the oppressors, that they marry themselves, that they do party together. Now only handbag, now the oppressed qualify to carry for their wife an umbrella. And when they reach party, their wife they go seleke, policeman go begin to dish food.
Mama Echo, I beg, I won't come out. What I want to talk
about? Wait, make a round up first on Olumide. So, instead of for to really understand what it, now when it reach election time, now they go tell you, say you be Muslim, you be Christian, you be Igbo, you be Hausa, you be this. Then we go begin to fight ourselves. We go rig them into office. Not be we rig them into office. Now their children rig them into office. Now their wife rig them into office. And now when they come, when they serve the breakfast, so everybody know the chopper. Why they not give those when rig them into office different filling station to go buy cheap fuel? Why they not say the NEPA tariff when they raise up for them? Make those when rig them. So this is the thing. They come me, use these people as orange, drop them, and we go come here, they fight ourselves. When are we going to wake up?
Mama Echo, point well made, which brings me to that conclusion that, see, let me tell you the truth. Make we go think about this for the night. Let me tell you the truth. All those you are saying about the rich and the poor, they're just symptoms. It is all about resource control. Waiting consign Northerner, where the boundary end at Jeba, with Easterner, where they far east about their resource control. Waiting consign them, reach that level. It is about resource control.
What is wrong with this man?
Olamide, why don't you go and call for sit at home?
Forget this, resource control. It is resource
Jesus
control.
Christ.
It will leave Nigeria. It will remain Igbo and
it's all about power.
This craziness.
Let me the
You see,
resources
all of us they suffer the same thing. See,
the resources in
see
this
when
state.
You
see
leave
the
Jeba.
breakfast
You
and
your
lunch
boundary
wey
where
they
your
give
boundary
now.
where end
No
at
be
Jeba. You
no be
leave
every
am.
person they
Forefather, can you
suffer
bring
am.
if he
You dey
wants to
go
come in,
east, go
forefather?
control their resources. You dey tell me. You dey tell me this. You dey tell me this. You leave Jeba. Go all the way to
Now
the
we
east.
wey come from Niger's Delta supposed to dey cry most of this cry o. Look at
Okay,
our
Mama
data.
Hecho, I'm back.
State
Mama
government Nigeria
Hecho,
now.
let's stop.
Don't worry. State government Nigeria.
Olumide,
Change.
stop.
You go change.
Olumide, stop.
Our class timekeeper don come back to Nikonu.
Stop what?
If
It's
you
my
30,
turn.
No,
if
calm
you,
down.
if you 30 minutes, you spend 3
Calm down.
hours, we will find you.
Mr. Blackstone, how far now? Good evening.
Good
Buddy,
evening.
you'll be surprised. I was even thinking about you this evening. Can you believe that?
Really?
If you are thinking of Blackstone. Okay.
Anyway, Blackstone, good to
Okay.
see you.
Nice to see you. I've always been watching you. I know they watch you.
Let's allow
Happy Independence.
body to
Good night.
contribute.
Resource control.
Olumide, stop. Olumide,
you-
stop. No. Stop that. No, stop that. Let's be professional. Stop.
If you want 1 minute.
South, by your side.
Stop it. No, stop it.
Hey, hello everyone. Yeah, so don't mind Olumide. Olumide is one
Body,
of
welcome.
thank you, boss. Yeah, Olumide is one of the Odua people's apologists, people that are pushing for the secessionist in Southwest. They want everything to break. That's why he's pushing for. Or you see him on the other side pushing for Biafra. On the other one hand, pushing for Odua as well. Where they send Sunday go, they never returned the guy. The guy is still there. Everybody's in their various home, enjoying themselves. I keep saying this thing is like you throwing up a chalk. Once you throw up a chalk, once it bounces down, everything continues to break. Until it helps no one. If you look at Yoruba, the Igbo, the major tribes, what's the lot of the minority tribes? The Igbo that keep agitating over time, they want to sound loud as if they are the most oppressed, which is no. They want to turn the history on its head. Go and read the history. In the First Republic, they were together with the Northerners. In the Second Republic, the same thing. The likes of their forefathers, they are enjoying them. What broke them? The issue of sharing. That's why every time you keep hearing the word sharing, we haven't have this, we haven't have that in their words. Because people we want us, every one of us to come together to forget the past so that we can move forward. There is nobody. Go and check history. If they tell you how your forefathers were defeated, it always comes to your mind like, oh, let's come around together and fight that battle again. If you want to get into enough of a Yoruba man, tell them how they lost the lorry to their Afanja and their Alime. It will be unto them like, hey, let's go back and fight the war again. That's a stupid mentality. The Islam will even tell you, let's go back to region. The state that you have today, what have you done with it? I was in Nigeria for over 3 weeks. Those state governors, the set of state governors that we have right now, they are becomes. If you want to be a state governor in Nigeria today, you have to have a business-like mind to operate, to be successful, because there is no revenue in Nigeria today. You have to raise that money. The civil service is in shambles. Nothing is working. And I keep telling people, we run into a problem when we started democracy in 1999. Everybody, every person become a politician. I could remember in 1999, far back in 1999, I could count the number of Okada in my junction. They are now up to 3. By 2000, 2003, through the political empowerment, the Okada in my junction rose to 300 or 200. People that are leaving secondary school, they don't want to do any other thing at all. They're looking for daily money. Right now, we have what they call population explosion. Everywhere is bombarded. Mr. KJ was saying the other time, people come here, they don't say facts. They tell lies. Somebody asked a question the other time, where are Boko Haram leaders? The question, where are Boko Haram's leaders today, if they want them to send Nnamdi Kanu to the same place, you won't be calling about release of Nnamdi Kanu to have been dead by now. Ask about where Shekau today. Where's Yusuf today? And other Boko Haram leaders. They've been bombed. Asari Dokubo that you are talking about the other time. Asari Dokubo have his day in court as well.
Body time up.
Time up. You'll be giving your time back again. KJ, don't worry, you get a chance to interject.
No, I don't want to
Koya hasn't said anything for a long time. Don't worry, you're not going to forget now. You're not going to forget.
Less than a minute. I don't want to forget.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, please.
Now, I'm not somebody, a body or whatever. I mean, I don't know, body, right? I'm not somebody who just speaks. This is. I don't know if you can see it. This is a writing of the secret, or how the UN discovered the secret command, the secret training command of Boko Haram commanders, how they're being settled and sent back into the army. I don't just speak. There's many secrets I don't want to put in on the public domain. So don't come here.
Can you share the link for us to fact check that document? Can you share that link?
There's no proof. That's the thing. We need the evidence. Then we can now say, okay, what you're saying is credible.
I don't want to release certain information, but I want the point I want to make here, Mr. Body, is this: don't come and say people don't have facts. That just the way you are educated, other people are also educated in many other ways, and just the way you have your connection for what you use in measuring other things, so also other people have. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge, and that's when I come here. I have an open heart. Don't come and begin to believe and talk down on people and say, no, you don't know them. You don't even know who they are. You don't see me as a figure. You don't know who I am. You don't know how far I've been in life or thereabout. Now, because we are complaining, we didn't say any other tribe shouldn't complain. We didn't say the people from Niger Delta shouldn't make their own observation. I, for one, have walked around almost everywhere, and I can speak confidently with confidence and evidence.
Time up, KJ.
In Nigeria.
Yeah, 30 seconds is passed already. Okoye, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
I just want to ask Olumide. He's so much passionate about sit at home, but I've not seen him call for sit at home in his own state. He's so much passionate about all these things, but he's not doing it in his own state. He just sits and just supports Biafrans to do it. I thought charity begins at home. If you like sit at home so much, go to your state and call it, and so that people can sit at home there. Don't call it in the southeast and kill themselves.
Wait, you want me to answer you? Did you ask me the question?
Just wait. You can answer me afterwards. But what I'm telling you is that don't call it in the southeast. Call it in your own state. Go back home and then call it there.
You know what?
Olumide, stop, please. Please stop.
Let me finish. The issue is that we Igbos, we shout. We are very loud. It's not part of our nature. We are quite very, very loud, and we got to start to, think a bit, be a bit more reflective, because Nigeria as a whole. I mean, even the three top richest man in Nigeria is not an Igbo man. No Igbo man is richer than Dangote. No Igbo man is richer than there's another Hausa man there that is quite stinkingly rich. Even the Yorubas are quite very, very rich. So, yes, and the Yorubas are quite very, very rich. So I don't know where this mentality that Igbos are special, blah, 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 blah. We should be a bit reflective and calm down a bit, and then, pursue our own strategy to develop our region, if that's what we want to do. Not just all the time shouting and, acting like little children, and people, some old men will come here and just justify it. These things are not justifiable, because if you look at, for example, this IPOB and Kano thing, there's nothing there, honestly. Just ragtag sort of people tying red everywhere and then going around shooting guns. No systematic, pursuit. That's why Kano is in jail today. After all, what is he doing in Kenya? Nobody knows. His group doesn't know. He was just, out of a sudden, find himself in Kenya, and Nigeria apprehended him. How do you run an organization like that? And you say you're fighting for freedom, and then trying to subvert a state, a sovereign state, try to bring it down, and that state will just leave you. The people talk about, okay, Buhari said this and that. Have you ever listened to the kind of insult that Kano and IPOB's levels on Buhari and the Fulanese? You can't even listen to it. They call them all manner of things. They call them worst things that, Buhari will ever say. So we must be a bit, truthful in our approach to these things. You cannot go about insulting people, denigrating people, calling them all manner of things and expect them not to say anything or do anything. We must be respectful. We must act in a mutual, not in a destructive, frame of mind, because we always us. Where are we gonna go?
Okay. I think I understand where you're coming from.
Olumide, hold on. I really appreciate. I think what Okoye said just now is a special submission. And in terms of, although I don't subscribe to him calling people acting like children, let's try to be this. But his submission is very, very apt.
Okay, I think
Olumide, you need to stop. You really need to stop. No, stop.
You think Nigeria is a normal state?
Stop.
Nigeria is not a normal state.
No. Olumide, stop. You're not the only person here. Stop it.
Yeah.
Be respectful.
And the idea that what he said about that the way we relate to each other, we know things that have happened. Like he actually talked about some of the way Kano refers to Nigeria and calls other members of the country. When I saw the video today, I saw the title when he said, if they don't give us Biafra, Somalia will be a paradise. But when I thought that was bad, but when I actually heard him say it, the way he said it, he first called Nigeria a zoo. Then he said it, and he said, violence is what we understand. That is what needs to happen to the country. So this type of statement, somebody makes this type of vicious statement about a nation, and some people just say, it's nothing. And they just forget about it and go on as if nothing happened. And it's not just statement. Things have happened on the ground. Children have lost their parents. Mothers have lost their husbands. People have paid with their lives, and a lot of people are sitting at home, not going to work because of what these people have instituted. So it's not benign, it's something serious, and they just say, because it's on a cell like this, okay, look at the north. Shekau died. They made him, they killed him. A lot of people, the same in the north. The problem is everywhere. Why can't we just see the problem for what it truly is? I don't understand it, because we are all mature people that know how to analyze things. Let's just be frank, because if we keep solving the wrong problem, we are not going to solve any problem, because we will just keep blaming this thing as the wrong solution. We're going to be reaching wrong solutions constantly. If we realize that the problem is affecting all of us, we have more power to solve it, because now we have more people involved to solve the problem. And that's why what Mama Echo said, people don't understand how powerful that statement is when she said it's all about the oppressed and the oppressors. This is true, not only in Nigeria, globally. That message, if you forge it and use it to craft any ideology, it's a powerful one. And it is true. So please, who else? Who is coming next? AY hasn't said anything for a while.
Hold on a minute. Olumide. Honestly speaking, you are, completely getting out of hand at this point. This is not the first time. This is like everyday thing for you. You need to respect other people's view. Okay? Everybody must not agree with you. Like I said yesterday, forefathers, I was mad at him yesterday. I had to leave.
You don't have to
want to respect other people's view.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm only giving a
no, but stop interrupting people.
No, but Olumide, don't interrupt now. Just take your time. Don't interrupt.
Stop it. Let people speak. When it gets to your turn, you speak.
Yeah, I can try and do that one, but
no. Stop.
Another way you can do it, Olumide, you can set up a section with Dr. Damages, a paid section. It belongs to you. You can get a 2 hours paid section so that you can air all of you. Yes, that way nobody will interject you. You understand? Just do a paid section.
Respect people's opinion. Respect people. Stop interrupting.
I don't have anything against people's opinion.
Stop interrupting people. Stop interrupting people. Stop it. It's not a good behavior.
Interrupting, I can stop, but don't tell me I don't respect people's opinion. I'm not against anybody. They can hold on to their opinion.
Can you stop, please? Can you stop?
Okay, let me make my comment.
Anyway, I'm gonna time you now, even though you're my friend.
Let's go.
So you owe me yesterday.
On this platform, to be honest, what is actually surprising me, I can't even raise something. What is surprising me is the way people just turn blind eyes. Like nothing happened. Like Nnamdi Kanu did not do anything. It made me sad. I don't know what to say. It got me confused. Like,
what did he do? What did he do? Tell us.
What kind of thing?
To be honest with you,
Hey, keep quiet there.
To be honest with you, President Buhari was very lenient with Nnamdi Kanu. If it was during Obasanjo, the game would have been different. So the thing is, okay, look at even after Nnamdi Kanu was given bail, he actually breached his bail conditions. That was what happened. I'm not in support of military attacking his family house, you know, but he breached the bail condition. He committed a lot, to be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. We can look for political solution to get him out and resolve this issue. The other point is, which I've been saying, and KJ always come back to me, is what Paul just reiterated. The problem we have in Nigeria does not have a tribal outlook. It's everywhere, all over. I was opportune to travel around Nigeria. If you go to Maiduguri, down to Sokoto, to Cross River, everywhere we are suffering the same fate. That is why I asked this question. Tell me what other states have you don't have in the East. No roads, everybody is suffering. No light, everybody is suffering. No, it's all mess. Education, the same thing. Hospital, nothing. In the recess, if there is a part of Nigeria they are supposed to be crying, is the South, the Niger Delta, where they are removing the resources. Some of these places you hear where they are doing oil exploration, they don't have water to drink. They can't farm because they mess up their land. So when you hear the agitators, that's why, like, when I hear people, some people like just talking, oh, it's only Igbo. We love Igbo. Igbo love us. Those that feel it's about hate, they should continue with their hate. I don't have problem with anybody in Nigeria. The truth is, we should, Mama Eto just said it again. It's about the oppressor and the oppressor. This is the way I always see it. Because the people that share the resources of Nigeria for years, they are from all parts of Nigeria. It's not only outside, it's not only Yoruba, it's not only Igbo, it's not only Ijo. All of us, we all participated. So we should stop deceiving ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? Let's see. The Blackstone hasn't said anything for a bit. So and then Maska. Okay, KJ, you have your turn. Maska.
Okay, I will give my floor to Blackstone asked me a question that time.
KJ.
I haven't answered.
Okay, KJ, please go ahead.
Okay, here's what I wanted to say. Injustice is done in Nigeria by many people. And when I speak mostly for every.
KJ, your network is frozen.
It's very rare his network freezes like this. Huh? Okay, so maybe Maska can come back then while since it still is in time.
Okay, let me say something.
Maska, no go take it turn. Oh.
It's Maska.
Okay, Maska.
Your audio is gone, Maska. Okay, since it looks like two of you are twins now, it's I told you not to be bringing KJ in. Anytime you bring him in, your audio goes. It's all right.
The problem we're having now is this majority ethnic group.
So can I answer Blackstone's question? You had a question for me, and you haven't addressed that one.
Okay, take this in 1 minute to address it. Then we'll go to Blackstone, please.
So okay, Blackstone, can you please repeat your question?
My question to you was that do you know how many amendment was proposed for the Constitution by the last House of Assembly?
So okay, I'm not. I really don't know, but I want to answer by saying I'm not surprised. If nothing works there, I'm not surprised. You understand? So Despite that, so many amendments have been made since 1999. How has that changed the life of the people? That's my own question back to you.
Okay.
And then before you answer, AY, I have a question for you too. So you said Kanu John Bill. They carried a whole battalion to arrest one man and they killed people in his house. And you are saying he shouldn't jump bail.
No,
Look at
before
it.
then.
So,
AY, hold on.
So they
You have asked your question. You can't keep going on. You've already asked your question. Okay, he will answer you. I think since Master is not using his time. AY, who was he asking?
Let me
go ahead,
you.
answer, please. Answer quickly.
Bye to one Nigeria, Jare.
What I said, Kano Bridge is bail condition. When Kano was released, he was asked, the one I can remember, he should not gather any crowd and address any crowd. I think of a certain number. That was one of the one that he kept doing broadcasts, he kept holding meeting. That was when they wanted to arrest him.
Before he took any of those.
He's just, I don't want to even go to look at somebody that even called a president. You said, oh, we have a president from Sudan. You abuse president, normal. No, he did a lot, to be honest.
Okay, so thank you. Everybody wants to respond. Let Blackstone have his say, please. He hasn't has his say, so that we can move it around. There are other new people joining again. And please, Blackstone, I'm KJ. Thank you for the link. I'm checking it out, and obviously, if I find if I find anything that lends to arguments, obviously I will state it here openly so that people will hear it too. It's only fair.
The one I have enough of it.
Okay. The Blackstone, where are you now?
I'm here.
Go ahead, please. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. The issue of Nigeria actually is a big issue, and let's not tribalize it. The people of the eastern part of Nigeria has their own issue, and just like every other part of Nigeria. So let us not try to amplify that it's only the Eastern and the Igbos has problem, or they're even marginalized in Nigeria. How about the minority? What about us that can't talk? That's the biggest marginalization that we have. The minority doesn't say anything in Nigeria. You understand me? So I think that the issue with the Igbos is that they have not had the opportunity to sit in that office of the presidency. We have known many Igbos who have been appointed as ministers or in different high political positions. You understand me? Only one thing they have not had, it would be a president in this present democracy. And which I think that you people, the Igbos, also fighting against themselves, also denying themselves that opportunity right from the very beginning, right? And then if you have the opportunity, if you fight for it, you will get it. It's not given in a platter of gold. Every part of Nigeria, every single person in Nigeria want to sit on that seat of the presidency. So it is everybody's right to fight for that seat. If the Igbos, you are a major group, you have the population. If you can come together, let me even bring Obi in. I was listening to Obi Dati station that day. It is even the Edo people, Edo State, that pioneered the popularity of Obi, and it was they took the Obi the obedient movement, they put it in their head because whatever they believe, they go for it. But even some of the Igbo ally was even against Peter Obi, coming out to the public, disqualify him, talking down on him. What do you expect other people to do? So when you have an opportunity, let's grab it. You understand? So you have a chance. So let Igbo people work on themselves. Let them work on their self. Let them come together as one people. If they come together as one people, they will be stronger. They said there's unity. In unity, we can stand stronger. It's not by complaining. Everybody have issues in Nigeria. Not by complaining, not by coming saying they are denying me this. No, everybody is being denied one thing or the other. Even the natural resources we are talking about. Every state has some natural resources. You don't expect the federal government to come and tie the road on your states. The federal roads, we know it. We know the state road. Why must there not be roads in our states? Let's first of all face our governors. Let's face our government. They are supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing, but they're not doing it. And we are blaming the federal government. So let's try to change our mentality. This is democracy. It's a federal system of government. The federal government has its own responsibility, and the state also have their own responsibility. Let the state do their responsibility, and let's see if there won't be a change.
Time up.
Thank you. Thank you. And who is next? I think let's let Paul. Paul hasn't contributed for a while. AY, you have said something recently, haven't you? Paul,
Yeah,
please.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Whose turn?
Paul.
Is this your turn? Okay.
Yes.
You know I'm gonna be on time. Don't speak more than 3 minutes.
No, Paul have 2 minutes.
I want to use my turn to first of all fight my age mate, and we share birthday the same time. And we arrange it that he's going to do this year, I'm going to do next year. John Abba did not even give me one biscuit. Not even Bobo. He be really wicked, man. They laugh.
That very way, man. I said they be.
Paul, your time starts now.
Thank you. So, talking about Nnamdi Kanu, I've been on this program since morning. Beside, I can say I try as much as possible to come in. I said no, because I don't want any problem for myself. You know, I understand the way people take this thing very, very passionately. But going forward, we should also understand that probably the way you are seeing it, there is nothing wrong the way my Igbo brothers will see it. But also understand that there's nothing also wrong the way some of us too from outside will see it. You understand? Because you might say whatever you want to say, but we are seeing it from the way we want to see it, and we are backing it up with fact. You understand? You might say it's too much or it's not so much, whichever way we are seeing it. So let's learn to manage this thing. Nigeria have failed everybody. Nigeria have failed everybody. We've lost illustrious son in our land, in the Niger Delta. People who also fought for all these things. So my brother, let us take it easy, because it looked like the man called Nnamdi Kanu is being loved by his Igbo brothers. My Igbo brothers, you people should take it easy so that we will not lose him. You understand? But if you want to say so, because people even look the references that they are giving you from the north. I can equally give you the same thing. It's the same fight that somebody like Ken Saro-Wiwa fight. You understand? Where is he? Ken Saro-Wiwa, after Ken Saro-Wiwa was spy for almost 5 years, Abacha still put military people. They pour acid where they buried him. For the family not to even bury him, they deployed military people to stand there till Abacha go completely. The family could not give their son befitting burial. What is he fighting for? This same fight that Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. You understand? We see what also goes on in the north. So many people. You might not know names because these are not non-state actors in Delta. Young youths that came outside that fought for the same oil thing. They lose a lot of them by the military in Delta, in Rivers. This is how all these things started coming. You started hearing court. Because they understand that divided we fall, united we stand. That was what brought these shenanigans, where parents will start putting all type of voodoo in their kids' body. You understand? All these things also started because of the federal government failed them. But I get to understand now that the federal government did not only fail the Niger Delta, the federal government even failed themselves. They failed themselves. They fail everything. Everything. So, my brother, let's take it easy. It is good. Like I said, my Igbo people are very good. They whine, they cry for this thing. It's a good thing. You understand? But why you are doing it, Please don't name another tribe that is that tribe that is causing your pain. That is a lie.
Thank you, Paul.
It's a lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Tone, Paul, thank you for your submission. Tone, welcome. And I'm sure maybe you've been here before, but I've not seen your face here before. And thank you for your patience. And yeah, you can go ahead and share with us what you think about what you've heard so far.
We're gonna
And
give
you
him
are
1
muted.
minute because I think this is the first time.
Let him confirm first whether it's the first time. For all we know, it's just a new face here. You are muted, Tone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. Are you new?
Yes, it's my first time.
Okay, if he will give you extra time, so take your time.
I think there's a feedback. I don't know. Have you?
I can hear you fine. No feedback on this end.
Oh,
It look like you have your two systems on. Take down your YouTube. Just use only the StreamYard.
Okay, hang on. Let me see. Let me. Yeah, just one. Yeah, just 1 minute.
Just pause your YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's better now. Okay. I've been in the background and been listening to everybody speaking and talking. Some people were referring to Nnamdi Kanu as being a criminal, a terrorist. Anyway, my simple take on this is Nnamdi Kanu at first. What put me off IPOB was the militant stance, the name calling, and the what I see as aggressiveness. Because at the end of the day, see this fight, we can shout from now until tomorrow. You can't effective change. You need to be cerebral. You need to have a strategy to address, like what Mama was saying earlier. I mean, we should look at the way Peter Obi is approaching these people. You have to be patient, and they don't. And when you're patient and calm, they wouldn't know your next move, and they follow the due process. Now, if you want to go, if you want to say you want to be militant, how many of us here are ready to leave our comfort of Europe? I believe that most of us here are outside Nigeria and leave and go and pick up guns and all that. You get killed. You just get slaughtered anyhow. You get slaughtered. So there's no point. That is not an option. The only option that one has to explore is we need to explore a more a strategic option. Now, somebody was saying earlier, Blackstone, I believe, he was saying about the minority, that they don't have a voice, that they are not talking. Well, it's your choice not to talk. And by the way, the Senate president is from the minority tribe. So what are you talking about? You guys have chosen to keep mute. The Niger Delta people, with all due respect and all that, have chosen to go commando and all that. I mean, when they first started, that was their way of expressing the injustice meted out to them by kidnapping and killing people. Now, the idiot from the Niger Delta, Asari Dokubo, has taken over and playing on both sides and all that. I mean, I saw a video. I don't know whether any of you saw it, about the sit at home thing, where some guys were in red and they shot at some people. I don't honestly believe that an Igbo man will kill a fellow Igbo man. This is just a psychological warfare. This is Asari is behind that. Most of the people in Asari's army speak Igbo very well. You cannot differentiate them from the southeast. Most south people speak Igbo very well, and they have their ancestry from the Igbo people. So that's part of the problem. The situation is a very complicated issue. If you ask me, it's a very, very, very complicated issue, and we cannot just keep saying that. Yeah, we've got to go. See, these people, that the rich or the influential people that are ruling Nigeria right now, it serves best for them for us to remain together, Because if we all split, all these big time fraud that they are perpetrating will not, it will not pay them any longer. So it serves them best for all of us to remain as one Nigeria. And the only man that I believe when he gets there, and that is why I support the obedience movement, the only man that can change the narrative in the long run is Mr. Obi. It's just as simple as that. It's not because I'm from the southeast or from south or whether I'm a Yoruba person. I care less. I mean, the obedient movement is a movement. It's not about a personality. Um it's a movement that believes that um, Nigeria's got to start doing things right and all that. And that is why the people, the cabals, the people that are that want everything chaos to reign in Nigeria. That is why they don't want Mr. Obi to come. But it will be very interesting to see how the matter pans out at the end of the day. So this is just my humble
Okay,
contribution.
thank you. I think let me address one point KJ raised about this in the Nigerian government kind of working secretly with this in terrorists. That is basically a kind of amnesty program which is quite well known. Maybe they started it off secretly in the 2014, which I actually think it wasn't going to work, because I know that those terrorists, they have another agenda. They don't care about peace. However, regarding in terms of them recruiting people to kind of get them to convert and get amnesty and get them jobs and all those things, that is the normal process. And this is why but in the case of Kano, when we say Kano should do that, you say no, they shouldn't give him amnesty, but you just want him to be released. It's like, what do you want? And I must say, welcome tone, but some of your submission, you are basically focusing on the South and are targeting them and saying you are basically accusing the South of being the problem in the Southeast. This is the kind of stuff that leads to that region never progressing. Because Sari Dokubo is doing what he's doing, doesn't mean it's the South people that is causing all the problem in the Southeast. That is impossible. For your own area, your whole area, people from the South will come there to come and cause your problems. You see,
Father,
that kind of stuff doesn't help.
can I just stop you there?
Don't worry, you will go. I will let you talk. Let me add one more so that you can add. I will give you more stuff to talk about. Then you said that they should. Why didn't they go and argue for themselves? What people are talking about is that they are arguing for themselves already, but don't make it look like it's only Southeast that has problems. Because sometimes when we talk about it, you say the entire Nigeria is against you. Actually, if you look at it empirically, they have been far more subjugated and decimated in terms of you just name it, politically, environmentally, resource-wise, name it. They have not gotten as much out of Nigeria compared to even the Southeast. So I don't understand why you feel like they are the problem of the country. The problem of the country, they've said it earlier on, is between the oppressed and the oppressors. Nationwide, the same problem is there. So please go ahead.
Okay. Let me just correct an impression. I never said, and I will never say that the South are the problem of Nigeria. However, what I'm trying to say here, or what I'm saying basically is, Asari does not speak for the whole of the South, much as the same way that Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB speak for the whole of the Igbos. I'm Igbo, okay, but I do not agree with their modus operandi. I do not subscribe to you insulting a man. I mean, all sort of silly. At some point, it just begins to sound childish. I know that. Like somebody did say that if he was Obasanjo, Omo, that guy, but Obasanjo that I know, he will show them, he will crush them, But what I'm saying, and one thing I subscribe to is being cerebral. We need to have we need to be very smart about this. It's not about military might. I know that we do not have that military might. You cannot fight. No group or individuals or couple of people with a ragtag army will fight the federal government. You'll be crushed. It's
Okay,
as simple as that. You can.
thank you. Let's let KJ respond so that Jonathan can go. KJ, I'm sure you want to respond to what I said about the evidence you submitted. Please go ahead.
Yes, and you know, I'm not even going to comment on. I'm just going to say if they can discuss, if the federal government can discuss with Boko Haram and try to secretly settle them, why can't they do that with the IPOB? Because federal government has refused to talk to any member of that team. That's one. Two, Mr. Ewa, you keep saying that Kanu has committed crime. Kanu has been tried in the Nigerian court, this High Court, the Appeal Court, and none of those courts so far have found anything culpable about his action. I don't think you are more wiser than the lawyers that have listened to or the judges that have sat over those cases. And if the crime that Kanu has committed is so glaring, it's taking the federal government that owns the court more than 2 years to bring a charge that can stand against him. It is unheard of. It's unheard of. And then you are giving example of a military government. If the military government, if it were during the military government that Kanu did what he was doing, then we would have said, he's trying the military might because these people are not even they're not democratically elected by the people.
Sorry,
So
I did compare it to military government. Obasanjo in
not you now.
1999, it was not
Don't,
military.
don't cut my time, I beg. Now, so it is not a military.
It's not your time, just in case it's still it's Jonaba's time. I just let you to interject. Please don't go too far.
It's not a military regime, and so we can actually intervene and say our mind because we elected these people. Majority of us are living in the West. I cringe, when I hear people say they would have been crushed. We know more people. Look at what is going on in France. Why have the military not rolled out the drums and start shooting all of them down? Why are they not doing that? Okay, so why is that when it has to do with our own nation, we will lower the bar so that the people in government can do as they want? And let's get the facts. We're not saying that Igbos are the only ones suffering from the injustice. No, far be it. There are many other regions that are suffering the injustice. Like I said, I went to a place called Ide Ishekiri. It's 30 minutes in the ocean before you get there. When we got there, me and my colleague, we wept because none of the youths had anything to do. They're all smoking ganja. That's all they do all day. All day, until tomorrow is still that way. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not only the Igbos. We just simply be the ones who are speaking more because we are more in number. Okay? It's not only the Igbos. But these things, if people accept, if the government can accept to discuss, all these other people will now come into
Okay, I think you are well past your interjection time. So I get your point, but remember, when amnesty is done, you don't go ahead and carry on the way you are operating before, and that is what many people that advocate.
You don't give amnesty to somebody who has not done nothing. What has he done to
KJ?
You see, that is it. You see, that's the. You see that's kind of. I just told you that he threatened Nigeria with violence. I just told you there's a video. There are videos online of him doing it. So I don't know what you mean. Please say Jonaba, please go ahead. Let's let Jonaba talk. Let's let Jonaba go ahead. But otherwise, we'll just be eating his. He's been very, very patient with us. Welcome, Jonaba.
Thank you, forefathers and Ify for hosting us and giving me the opportunity to talk. I'll be very brief before Ify cut me off. So I'm not going to talk too much.
Uncle John, I'm gonna give you more time. I'm gonna play Pasha for you.
Thank you. I speak from.
I must go to court.
You go to court. You'll be fine. Nigeria will teach you a lesson. Nigerian is a very beautiful country of ours with diversity. It's unfortunate we play a tribal about politics and all of the things that we play. I don't understand, and I respect the view of so many people here, but I may disagree as a man that have traveled and have opportunity to pastor and listen to every tribes in Nigeria with open-minded and have relationship with the East, the West, and the North, and the Middle Belt, where my parents originally from while I was brought up in the North. I find it mind-boggling when we come and we buy to the elite seed divisiveness, a seed of discord among us, that somehow our problem is about our tribes. A lot of Northerners, we call the majority of the ones that are homeless or that are not doing well and marginal. And then we call in the, whether in the West or in the Middle, Agboro, or whatever we are calling them. But the issue is that Nigeria is a beautiful place when we all can unite and say, okay, this is our demand. We want Nigerian to work for all of us and not just some of us. And let everybody play by the rule of law. Today we are celebrating July 4th in America here, where so many die. Even white people genuinely die for the freedom of black people and every other race, even other white minority. If you don't believe, there are white minority. I see a white man from New Orleans, and he says it's not black, it's not white, it's black. I say, why? You are white. I say, no, I'm a poor white man, so I'm considered to be black. And I said, wow, I don't know that. I think white is white. What I'm seeing in you, you are a white person, and you represent they say no, that we are all the same. As far as we don't belong to the elite, we are all treated the same way. And that's how Nigerians treat all of us. But when they hear us speaking from this aspect of, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for Igbo, and I'm so scared about us using, or so many people come to this platform to gather momentum in the name of divisiveness, to believe that we are one person, and end of the day use it just like Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu did not started agitating for Igbos only. He started agitating for all Nigeria. But when he sees that the momentum on his side will be more tribal, then he switched. And so many Nigerians have genuine concern when we come to Sowore today, which is person that I personally support in terms of his politics and what he stands for. But they believe that he will cave. Based on my interaction with so many people, say, oh, all the people that came from abroad to come, or that are agitating, even the current president, Somole, former governor of Ekiti State, and all of that, they're all the same people. They're activists, but when they get there, they're treated the same way. So many people have raised that concern when I go underground to campaign for Sowore. Is that going to be the case? It may not be, but that is what it is. People have a genuine concern based on their experience. But when we believe that, oh, this guy is fighting for all Igbos and is fighting for, he have a right. Today, Pastor, I say, oh, Jonaba, you are laughing while they are killing Benue people. And I said to him, I'm not a sadist. In the midst of everything, I find comfort and find a reason to live on. I cannot wear my a wig of sadness and solve a problem. So you cannot define how I live, whether I smile or I don't smile. You don't control
Time
that.
up.
Oh,
Uncle
so
John.
I know you will
Thank
cut
you.
me off. I'm so sorry.
Uncle John, I gave you 2 extra minutes. Now.
Are you the one PPP? The PPP come from you?
Yes, you didn't know.
Okay.
Uncle John, I gave you
Oh, thank you, sister. I stop right here. Nnamdi is not fighting for you and I. He's fighting for his own popularity, and he's still fighting. May God give him the grace. Bye.
Thank you. Body has been Body.
I've been quiet for a while. Yeah, so on this issue of a thing, people like KJ, he's so passionate about his region, which is okay. But to come up here and say, "Oh, this guy hasn't committed any crime," is a big issue for me. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, what's the name? The Dora's husband was killed. A lot of people, a lot of blood have been shed in that land. This was a guy at the peak of the NSAS, controlling the full soldier. If you are on live on YouTube that very day, you won't say what you are saying.
He knows.
He was controlling people in Lagos. We had to go and burn. Even hacking them. What have you done today? Go to this area. But we have to let bygone be bygone because we are peaceful people. People call for war every day. How many of you can fight this battle? You're talking about Boko Haram. I could remember in 2011, if you're in Kano or you're in Maduguri in 2011, when Yar'Adua took the reign of government, Yar'Adua went to Netherlands. From Netherlands, he ordered Nigerian Mopo to go to Maduguri, to go there with Boko Haram. Then, do you know how the crisis started? It is injustice that escalated to that level. They can amplify that as well. By killing a bike man, a single bike man, a shot that was fired by a Mopo is what is the crisis that we are facing today in Northeast. Go and check. Everybody has excuse. You can come over here and say nothing. I could remember vividly the day Nnamdi Kanu was freed. People from the other region were being attacked in the east. If you remember of the Dangote truck, the truck for the northern Nigeria that was born, Gulad was killed in Imo. Do you know that could have led to civil war? Those are the symptoms of a big crisis at our hand that you people you just look at and then you commonize. Like what I was saying the other time, there is anybody that don't realize just regime. You remember what happened in Odin Bayelsa? You remember what happened in Sakimbian? You remember what happened in Alege Nasarawa? It's because we don't follow history. That's my pain here. Obasanjo, at the peak of the Niger Delta crisis, he went to Bayelsa in 2005 for peace dialogue with Niger Delta leaders. He openly told them in the afternoon, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, that call out your Peking to come face the Nigerian army, that they're going to kill them. He said that to them. He said, no nonsense, man. But Buhari that is so passionate, that is so compassionate, he gave you guys what you guys have never given yourself in the Southeast since the political dispensation. Go and check. It's a fact. You might not like the way the guy is speaking because he's not a man that gives to many words. When Ayim Bayosayim was SGF, he was sacking people, replacing them with the people from the East. But the judge of today went to him. What did he told him then? He said, hang him. Remember one day that you will come around and contest for president of Nigeria. This thing will come against you. Do you remember the number of rationalization of appointments that they carry out at Nigeria Civil Aviation Day? The Ministry of Education. We keep history. So when we are looking at things, let's look at things overboard. Let's not be sentimental about it.
Yeah.
This sounds out of the thing. This Asari Dokubo was trying in law court, out of the Supreme Court. If you say Nnamdi Kanu was discharged and acquitted, or what grant, other crimes were not tried. He always granted bail, basically, on the issue of rendition. That suppose rendition was involved, other criminal case was not. And federal government took that to court. Whenever the government took the case to higher court, the judgment of the lower court is arrested.
Yeah, I think it's about time. It's about time now. I will allow KJ to interject for 30 seconds. 30 seconds strictly. And
you are very wrong.
But I must commend this because except there is no, don't worry. Except there's evidence against what Body has said. I think that is a very, very strong submission.
It's wrong.
Some of the stuff he said, I didn't even know about it.
It's wrong.
Yeah,
One,
go ahead.
there are three court cases for which Nnamdi Kanu has won. One of them, which is one that discharged and acquitted him, is an appeal court in Abuja. It's on record. It's
He
there.
has been arrested by Supreme Court.
Excuse
What
me,
case
sir.
has been taken to higher court? That's the rule of court.
Excuse me, sir. The court ruled that it cannot be tried in any court in Nigeria. That it cannot be tried. The judgment is online. You don't have to shake your head. I'm not. Listen. I don't know what you used to do, but I just
Make your point. Just make your point, please, because your time is counting.
Area that you are in, you are talking about. I work there. I work there, so I'm not here to just bamboozle anybody. Okay. So now, some of you, if listen, I'm not here to defend Nnamdi Kanu. For crying out loud, he's able to defend himself. I'm just saying that whether injustice is done to the east or to the west or to whoever is done, I have spoken about the Idoma people here. I'm not from Idoma, but I have covered reports there. So if you can't come and tell me now that people are not killed there, I can tell you in some of the villages how many people are killed there. Okay, I have those documents. I have them both in video and audio. So it's not we're not here to play games. Okay, and if the Igbo people are crying out and saying that injustice is done to them, don't they deserve to be heard? Don't they deserve to be heard? What does it take for you to be quoting for us?
I think the time is up. Sorry. Thank you very much. Let's just allow Ade Gia Gamba add to the conversation. Welcome. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. Welcome, and please go ahead and let us know what you think about what you've heard.
Well, good evening from my own end. I'm kind of curious. Is this Rudolph show or somebody else? Because I click on what he posted on one of the forum to join, and what I'm hearing seems to be different from what he stated.
Oh, it is Rudolph's Dr. Damages. This is Dr. Damages. It's Dr. Damages channel or Iroko TV, depending on where you join from.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I came in late, so I don't know. If you ask me a specific question, maybe I will be able to contribute.
Okay. Are you for the 1 week sit at home demanded by I think Simon Ekpa in the southeast?
Oh, not at all. You saw what I wrote in the Igbo town hall. You are Dr. Damages, right? Are you?
No,
I don't
I'm
know.
not Dr. Damages by any means.
Oh, I've not met him personally, so I don't know him. But he's a member of the Igbo town hall forum, and I wrote there. I kind of call out Simon Ekpa on what the brigandage is in Lishin at Ebonyi State. I saw somebody posted something about some bloodbaths going on at Ebonyi State. So it's sad that we have turned Alibo into a bloodbath. It's so unsafe now that people, when they travel home, instead of going home, they stop at Lagos or other cities as opposed to going home to their various towns or villages. So the 1 week sit at home, I don't even know what's the point. What point is it trying to make? We've been having sit at home for over how many years now? At least for over a year, if I don't know, more than that, and nothing has come out of it. It's just hurting us, our economic as Ndibo. And for him to it's kind of flexing his muscles. He wake up any day he feels like and just give us ultimatum. We're gonna be sit at home for 1 week, sit at home for 3 days. It's just flexing. These kids are just. I don't know who's there. I don't know your bench, but it's sad. It's sad. They're flexing their muscles. I don't think this is done for the interest of the Igbos. There are so many ways we can, and the sad thing is not even making impact outside Igbo land. It's not making any impact outside Southeast. So if you want to draw the attention of the federal government to whatever it is they're fighting about, other than the money that they're lining their pocket with, they should do something more. There's better ways to go about it.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate your submission. And so, if you were recommending, like you said, there are better ways. Do you have like any ideas? you know, on some of the ways maybe these things, problems in that region can be sorted out?
Well, first of all, we can turn Igbo land into a mafiadom, whereby each mafia lord is trying to control, trying to control one segment or the other segment. That's basically what they have turned Igbo land into. I would have thought that if they really want to draw attention to Nnamdi Kanu, it would be geared towards raising funds to for legal a battle, as opposed to turning it into a physical thing, turning brother against brother, family against family, beheading people. It's too barbaric. So we have to start with having, maybe, if I believe Nnamdi Kanu has made some statements advising that it's not, for the what is it, stay at home anymore. But Simon Ekpa being, I'm trying to be very careful. For whatever reason, he's not following whatever they dictate. He's now his own. He's like a runaway train. He's a runaway train. So he's doing whatever he want to do to establish his own authority. And the only way he feels that he can establish that authority is by fear.
Okay.
So we need to have a conversation with our leaders, the Igbo leaders, on how to go about bringing out Nnamdi Kanu or whatever, facilitate whatever it is that we need to facilitate to bring him out.
Let me ask you one final question. Do you think that if Nnamdi Kanu was offered amnesty, which involves the condition would mean that whatever he wants to do now has to be strictly peaceful and through legal means, if he wants to do it, if they offer him amnesty based on that, do you think he should accept it?
I mean, he should accept it, because in every civilized, other countries have gotten, what is it they say they are fighting for? They will remind me.
It's fighting for succession.
No, they're not fighting for. Well, not really. There's a time they keep flaunting about. It's not Biafra. I've forgotten. It just escaped me now. But there's been other countries in the world that have chosen to go their separate ways.
Referendum.
Referendum, yeah, that's what everybody, they keep telling you, referendum and all that. So they didn't do that through fighting or killing each other or burning businesses or raping women. They did it the legal way. So you cannot be telling us that some of us are Biafrans at heart who will support Biafra, but I don't support the Biafra of what I'm seeing right now. Thugs killing each other, or raping women, burning markets, and doing all kind of crazy stuff, all in the name of Biafra. If that's the kind of Biafra they want to bring, I don't think most of us are interested in that kind of lawlessness. I don't think that's the Biafra that our fathers and uncles fought for and died for. So if they offer him a leeway to save face, because pride and a lot of things, money goes into some of this, the agitation, not really because they are altruistic. So if they give him a way to get out of what the hole is in right now, he should accept it.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your submission. I think, I think I agree with you on that one, that he should accept it. Because after all, P2B has accomplished quite a lot without even breaking a sweat, really. I think it's Tone, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Tone, please go ahead.
But I have a solution towards this fight that they are fighting. If they want to change pattern, maybe the Nnamdi Kanu can ask all the Igbo nurse and doctors in the UK and in the US to come back home. Can ask all the Igbo people who sell spare parts in the whole of Southwest and the Northeast, North Central, and to all come back.
Ekpa will not dare to ask them to do that too, because he knows that half of them will like that.
The ordinary man have suffered, so let him also ask the big men to come back home.
Oh, we go.
But has Nnamdi Kanu gone back home? He didn't go home. He only went home because he was arrested. So if He doesn't even have the authority to tell anybody. God gave us a free will. So why will any self-appoint, just like this boy is calling himself, what is it he called himself? Prime
Simon
Minister.
Ekpa.
Prime Minister. How old is he? I think he was born in 85 or 84. He just wake up and became our Lord and Master. So nobody has that authority to tell me to go back home. If I want to go home, I go home on my own, not because somebody somewhere is a megalomaniac and want to feel like he's a god or something.
I want to believe
So
you're a nurse or you're a doctor, so you don't want to go back home.
if I want to go home, I will go home on my terms, not because somebody's telling me to go home. We
Well
have that
said.
free will.
Well said. Let's allow Tone to
Okay.
contribute. He does have strong opinions, and please try to keep it clean so that we don't
Okay, very
insult each other.
quickly, Buddy, I hear some of your submission and I understand where you're coming from. The issue of Biafra does not represent every Igbo man, just like our sister here, Ada Jemba. Yeah, is that right? Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, that's correct.
It's say, yeah, I agree. I agree 1,000% with her. See, we need to be very cerebral in our approach and all that. What puts me off from this Biafra is the violence. I do not want that kind of Biafra. Look at the way Dora Akunyili's husband was murdered, and that hurt me badly. That hurt me because that man and my dad were classmates. That hurt me badly, and I'll just start asking myself. But right now, I think I've got another understanding. I think some certain people have infiltrated the Biafran struggle, and I think the person behind this is Asari. I'm not addressing the South people, please. I'm talking about Asari. I believe Asari is a criminal as a person. So if you're referring to Nnamdi if you're referring to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu as a criminal, you might as well just call Sunday Igboho a criminal.
It's interesting because I think what you said when you mentioned Asari, I think you should make it clearer so that the viewers understand. Because I don't know myself too. What did Asari Dokubo actually say that gave us this belief?
There's a video that has been trending from last week. He's saying that his so-called forefathers, the idiot that does not know his roots and all that. Because
like I said, let's not insult people, please.
I take that back. I do apologize. His forefathers were sold as a slave and all that. The man is an Igbo man. He's got an Igbo blood flowing in him. Okay, fair enough. He has denied that. Okay, he's suddenly denied that. But what he's doing right now, it's just based on criminality. He's not representing the South. He's not. He said on camera that the past administration have recruited him, and it seems as if the present administration has recruited him as well. For a man to come to the State House and sitting under the coat of arms of Nigeria and be making statements and
sorry, recruited him to do what? Because you are linking him to the issues in the Southeast. So how did you manage to link that? So that's what the viewers will be wondering.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me just clear one of the things he said. He said he has brought down the ESN.
Yes.
That's interesting. So, what was this? What was the ESN? The ESN was a militant group.
It's a militant group attached to the IPOB. So, by implication, you can easily put one and one together and to work out who is behind the unknown gunmen. He is.
No, hold on. Maybe the unknown government were doing this thing, then they stopped them. Because hold on, the reason why I'm saying this is because he said he also made the statement. That's the one I know about. I didn't know about the southeastern one. About Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna Road. Let me just make my point so that you can see the pattern I'm trying to create here. Hold on. You are the speaker, so you will get your. I just want to make it 15 seconds. He said that the Abuja Kaduna Road that they took them on to secure that area, that no issue has occurred since then. So maybe they employ them to do a specific job, not to create chaos, to solve problems, like Tompolo was done.
That's a lie.
Please go ahead.
I was
Because
in
we
Liberia.
don't have any other proof to the contrary.
I might look young. I was in Liberia. I shouldn't have been living right now.
Wow, you are in Liberia as a soldier.
Liberia. Yeah.
As a soldier.
After
oh my
passing
goodness,
out,
you actually look long. You actually look young.
Yeah. I'm over 45. Yeah, I'm in Liberia. My contemporaries are colonels and a one-star general that remained. Listen, he's talking rubbish, and I think the Nigerian army has been watered down with politics. When the Nigerian army got involved with politics and money and all that, I mean, you can't do that. I mean, look at the last time that we heard that there was some, is it bandits that they call them? They went to the NDA to attack and kidnap some officers. Oh God, will you do that when Obasanjo was there? Will you try even do? You can't even think about that. You can't even think about it. So the military right now is just watered down. You know, nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to. I mean, they just want to live the superstar life and all that. You know, and nobody wants to die. That's just the truth. See, so the issue that gives a space for criminals like Asari to come out and say all sort of nonsense. Now, going back to what age?
Let me cut it to support you. Asari Tukuba said that he has been a personal friend to Tinubu for the past 30 years. So what is saying, he has a support from Tinubu. So because he's a personal friend to Tinubu for the past 30, that's what he said on the
including the period when he was part of the issues in the South.
Yes, he said he has been a friend to Tinubu for at least 30 years. So that is why he was able. He was not invited to Aso Rock. He went to see Tinubu in the Aso Rock as a personal friend.
He had access. But what I'm trying to say
he had
is,
access,
but by the way, somebody just commented, Tone, you don't sound military. I mean, military officers are not thugs. They are gentlemen, but they do stuff. They don't have to be brash or they are not thugs. They're very, very smooth in their talking. Now, back to the images we saw today from Ebonyi State. I don't think an Igbo person will kill his fellow Igbo person brutally like that. I don't think so. It's a setup for the IPOB to make the IPOB look bad present IPOB as
but
a
do
terrorist
you
organization.
agree that when you see Southeasterners online clearly advocating violence and even saying that even fellow Southeasterners that are not supportive should face their wrath? So you can see why that room, that space. If let's say Ekpa was going around and say no Southeasterners should hurt any Southeasterners here. Nobody should, make sure any people that if he's advocating peace, nobody will be accusing them of doing anything wrong.
Simon Ekpa does not speak for me, and he does not speak to a lot of people that are educated.
Then he's the one creating the vacuum. He's the one creating the space for that accusation to be happening.
Exactly, and most of the young people
and people like Nnamdi Kanu did it.
A lot of people that are saying, "Yeah, we want violence. We want violence." Go and look at their profile. These are people that were born well after the war. They don't even understand what war is. They don't even understand. When it happens, they don't even understand. So forget all
because if you look at Peter Obi now, Peter Obi say to his followers, "Don't do this. We are not going to end up on the street. Nobody's on the street." You can see how leaders lead by example, and you will see that you will not see bloodshed. But yet, when these people say do this and they advocate violence, and then when you see the violence on the street, people are surprised that why are they being accused of causing this problem? It's Dokubo that did it. They have to take responsibility because they are the one advocating such behaviors.
Yeah, there are a lot of players behind the instability in Nigeria, and it serves their purpose. It serves their selfish purpose for the whole situation to be what it is right now. And the only man that can bring about what was that word that Adaiji Jemba was
Referendum?
it just escaped me. Yeah, referendum. And also, one of the politicians said the other day that referendum is not even in our constitution, so we should just forget about it. We can't even talk about it. We should just forget about it. It's only somebody like Peter Obi that will get in there. Then we can have a discussion about Yoruba nation. We can start having a discussion about Biafran and all that agitation. That is the only person. I don't see Tinubu. Tinubu is a criminal, is a thief, is a cheat, and all that. He will not. He's not going to address those issues. Take it or leave it. That is just the bitter truth. And by the way, even is an illegitimate president as far as I'm concerned. So that's me. I'm done for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate your submission. KJ, I'm sure you have something to this to contribute. Please try to keep it brief because you seem to be, well, you are doing it better than Olumide, so I'll give you.
I'm not going to be brief. You just give me an amount of time so I can speak.
Okay, let it get to your turn.
KJ.
Now. Let it get to your turn.
KJ, 3 minutes.
Oh, is it his turn?
Yeah, give him 3 minutes.
Okay,
let KJ do for 3 minutes and others go.
Budi, Professor Dora Akunyele's husband was not killed by the Igbos. The same thing with Bullock. Bullock was not killed by the Igbos. Now, Emma Powerful, who is the secretary, who is the PRO of IPOB, told the federal government right before after this happened, if you want the people, we can give it to you. The cell phone, and when I'm talking, please pay attention. The cell phone of Bullock, for instance, had the last conversation he had with people. The people who had, and then the question is, he was there in a hotel with a security vehicle. Who called him and said he should sneak out of the hotel and go alone to the airport? That's what you should say. And those who told him to go to the airport, by the conversation he had on the phone, IPOB said, federal government, if you say you don't know the people, we can give it to you. If you say you don't know, ask us. We'll tell you the people because this was monitored. Of what consequence, and I'm making it straight, of what consequence is Bullock, who the Igbos don't even know, to the struggle of IPOB? Of what consequence is Dara Akunyele's husband to the struggle of IPOB? These are other agencies that are there in the East that are causing this thing and making this havoc. Now, in the East, I've said this many times, there are DSS operating there. There is the army operating there. There is the unknown government controlled by Asari Dokubo, which is sent by himself. All this while we've been saying there are people in the East that are not, that are not Igbos, but speak Igbo, okay, and they are killing people. It was not agreed until he went to the State House, to Aso Rock, and he said he had been fighting. That he had been woto them in the East. He said that he been fighting the 5 Eastern states. It's on video. I'm not bringing out my listing. Go back to that interview which he held. Okay, it is there. It's not a question of laughing. It's what is there. So that is one. Now, let me say something again. You see, it's not as if the Igbos that I know that I'm part of are not people who take delight in killing people. They don't shed blood. It is against the custom. In my locality, if you shed blood, your parents and all your community people are going to come to do sacrifice of the land because it says that you have been defiled the land by letting someone's blood, innocent blood, to be on the ground.
That was those days anyway.
The question I'm trying to deal with the things you talked about. There was this story of the army guy and woman who was killed, okay, because they left Abuja and were coming to the east, and then eventually they were killed. Now, I went into that story and I dug into the story. I asked the question, when they were coming to the east, were they wearing uniform? No. Were they on their private car? No. They were in a commercial vehicle. They were not in a uniform. So who knew they were going to the east that went to stop them? Is it IPOB? IPOB also operates in the barracks. Okay? So these are some of the things we should look. Don't just take, because the Nigerian media, they just write face value information. Don't just take the face value. You try to go behind. Since you are a person looking for the truth and why things are going the way they're going, you should go behind the scene and try to get down to the nitty-gritty of what is going on in the country. Thank you. I think
Thank you.
If you please.
Yeah, I think it's AY.
If you please. Forefather, please. Let me quickly say one thing.
15 seconds,
15
quickly.
seconds. KJ, I love you. I sympathize with you. You know one thing about lamb. Lamb does not sing within the boundary of its base. If outside I were telling you this, believe it. I said the same thing when I was in North in 2010, 2011. If you see the video released by Al Jazeera concerning how the Nigerian soldiers, Nigerian army, how the Nigerian police killed these all these sect guys, I said this case is coming back to haunt you guys. You see the result today. You see the Boko Haram that we're seeing today. About 3 weeks ago, 5 policemen were killed in Nemo. They are Asari local boys, Abi. People are being killed every day, and we are telling you, search yourself, search within the Igbo. These people come
Okay.
the video that Tony was talking about. You are confusing the
Okay, buddy.
The video,
Don't
the
worry, you are
about.
going to be making your submission soon, buddy. Don't worry, you get your chance.
So-
Thank you, buddy. AY, please go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you. So first of all, KJ, the reason why I'm just looking at you with one eye, if you can actually deny that with all the evidence online, I don't want to go into issue of Nnamdi Kanu. With all the evidence, the violent comment, a lot of stuff Nnamdi Kanu did, you are saying Nnamdi Kanu did not do anything. Honestly, it made me doubt every other thing you are saying. It shows me like, I don't know, you are just economical with the truth. That's one. Just hold on. The second thing is, if you are denying that it's not IPOB members that are killing people in the Southeast, it also means somebody from the North will come here and tell us, oh, it's not people from the North that are killing people in the North. We should be careful of this kind of stuff we say, to be honest. You know, like Nigeria is over 200 million people.
But it's
Let
not
me
people
finish.
from the
Let me
north.
finish.
People that know that claim people from the
Nigeria,
north. Separate that.
one thing.
Please
One
let him talk, please.
One thing we need to remember: Nigeria is over 200 million people, and we need to know that there is no African country that can accept more than 2 million refugees in Africa. If anything happened to Nigeria, it's gonna be like it's unimaginable. And the other thing is, if you go to the major cities in Nigeria from north down to south, I can tell you, Igbo have some of the biggest investments in those big cities. It's Igbo that go to people's state, other state, they do their investment. When there is crisis, where all these people, where are they gonna go? Somebody said, oh, yeah, it was just making joke, like, Nnamdi Kanu that tell everybody come home. Like, let's call a spade a spade. The people killing people in Southeast, they are IPOB member. We have seen videos where these people will speak Igbo fluently, shooting gun, doing what they are doing. It's not one, it's not two, it's not three. If you want some, I can share you the video. Are you saying those people speaking Igbo fluently, it's me that is going there that don't understand Igbo that is speaking Igbo? Or come on, like let's we play too much, man. You can say, okay, it's some set of people. Yeah, look, not just sit down here and say,
South people speak Igbo, my friends.
Wait, hold on.
South people speak Igbo. Yes, please. That is wrong.
Which state in South speak Igbo? Tell me. Which village, which state in South speak Igbo? Tell me one, Tone. The only part of South that speak Igbo is the Delta Igbo.
Let me just say this quickly. I think this thing, Tone, you are doing of accusing the South of coming to the Southeast to cause problem. It's very unseemly. It's not good. People, Southerners, if they hear it, they are going to be thinking, what is that all about? You are just picking on them now.
You see, I've discussed this with a friend in the Southeast. I said to him, I said, when this crisis started, I said, who do you think is doing all this thing in the Southeast? He told me in clear terms. He knows. He explained in detail. He said they are Igbos. I mean, there is a possibility of one or two incidents or for that, like which the people that killed Gula, they were arrested. They are IPOBs. You are not aware they were arrested. So are you saying they were not the right people?
I think your timer is up now, isn't it?
Can I make a suggestion? Isn't it time for a break? You guys have been here for a long time. Huh?
Forefather is my turn.
They are not. Paul, please go ahead. You want to this in there? Sorry, this I just wanted to.
It's not Paul's turn. A forefather. It's not Paul's turn.
Whose turn is it?
Paul, go where your Jehovah Witness time.
No, it's not Paul's turn. It's not Paul's turn.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Yeah. Sorry about that. The Blackstone. Yeah, it's probably
Blackstone. Don't mind me.
Thank you, Ify.
Paul, let Blackstone speak, okay?
Okay, thank you. First of all, if we those in America, where is our independence food now? No, eat them. I do well.
You are making a mistake. It's not every one of us that is celebrating it. I just give you very wrong information about it.
Okay, get wrong information.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
It's not every one of us.
Anyway, so what I want to say is this. I just want to make an appeal to everybody, right? Most of us in diaspora. No matter what passport we are carrying, we are still Nigerians. And our impression about Nigeria speak loud to non-Nigerians. So the more we degrade Nigeria by ourselves, the more that people help us to degrade it the more. No matter how bad is Nigeria, there are still people who are still living very comfortable life, who are not even corrupt. They have their own business, they run their business. It might be difficult, but they are living comfortable life. They are making good money, just like that. So let's try to see Nigeria in a positive way. That's what I will say. Let's try to see Nigeria in a positive way. Nigeria, for me, is a place whereby anybody can succeed if you know what you are doing. Nigeria is still a virgin land when it comes to many business. So let's try to encourage people that, let's try to encourage ourselves. Let's try to sing a little bit, say a little bit good things about ourselves. We have issues. Every country has issues. These issues are never the same. Just like every individual have problems. So every country has some problem. We will see today, we hear news about countries going down, inflation here and there. Though our is quite different because we should know that we are a third world country. And every third world country has similar issues. But it's how to handle it, how to solve it is the problem. Today, I wrote in I just gave a comment on a video. I said, if people can come into power by lying, how do you expect that person to say the truth if it's there? And Nigeria is like that. We all lie to ourselves. The government lies to the citizen lies to the government, the mother lies to his children, father lies to his wife and everything. So Nigeria is living on that line, it's brewed on that line, so it cannot move forward. So let us try to actually bring some facts, good things about Nigeria. It's our country, no matter what it is. One day, most of us will go back home. When we are old, abroad is not a place for us to stay, for me, right? So no matter what, there are so very peaceful area in Nigeria. It might be difficult, but let's try at least to say some good things about Nigeria, because people are watching this whatever we are saying here, other people are watching who are non-Nigerians. They are watching it, they are watching us, they are following what we are saying. So when other people are talking down on Nigeria, we should not blame them because we are doing it too. So I appeal to everybody, let's try to be positive sometimes. Let's try to be optimistic about our country. Sometimes the question I always ask that, how do we get to this point? How do we get to where we are today? That's the question I always ask. And when we find answer to that question, I think I can be able to navigate our way out of these problems and start a new dynasty, a new way, a new Nigeria. And when people are saying Peter Obi, until you get there, you don't know what it is. most of us talk and talk and talk. When we get there, until we get there, we don't know what it is. There are so many, even your family will be first person that start pressurizing you to do what you're not supposed to do. You know, because that's in the Nigerian society. That's our mindset. So I know that there are so many good people in Nigeria. There are so many bad people in Nigeria. You know, so at the end of the day, let us try to be positive. Let us try to reach out to be sometimes positive. Let's forget.
Time up.
You know, the sound
Time up.
Sounded more than 30 seconds ago. You know, we just keep going and don't.
Yes,
time up.
Thank you, Pa. I give up.
But I think
Okay,
I
Paul.
think let me just highlight one powerful thing he said about that we lie to each other and parents lie to their children, and that it's good that we actually get to the truth. I actually believe in that. If we start talking truth to each other, sooner or later the real solutions will emerge from there. Please, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes as parents, you must learn to lie to your kids because sometimes lie might be wisdom to them. You understand? Because if you tell some of these kids truth, if you just come and straight, just tell them truth, they will not understand it. So you just need to lie to make them understand it. You understand? With time, maturity, they will grow to understand that it's a technical truth. You understand?
Mr. Paul,
So,
not type of lie they lie in Nigeria. Sorry.
you know,
Oh, your time is going on.
Okay, you know what with the face for the West. So I just have a question for Tone and KJ. So precisely more to Tone. Let's put it this way. Let me come straight like the way Tone put it. Asari Dokubo and his men is the one causing all the men in the south here. Not light the fire. Maybe Asari Dokubo is only living in the fire that somebody lights. Because Asari Dokubo did not ask the Southeast people to sit down at home on Monday. Somebody asked them to sit down at home. And most times when we see all those chaos, all those anarchy, it comes from people who disrespect sitting down at home on Monday. So if Simon Ekpa or somebody else, the IPOB people say, sit down at home. If you don't sit down, you face the consequence. Those words come out from Simon Ekpa's mouth. I may not pronounce his last name very well. I'm sorry for that. Those words comes out from his mouth. And if Simon Ekpa said so, and somebody is taking it like economics, opportunity cost to do whatever they want to do, will you want to blame only Asari Dokubo and leave Simon Ekpa over this issue? I want to know, because now Simon Ekpa is not the one punishing the people that he has to stay at home, and it's Asari Dokubo. And Simon Ekpa could not even borrow himself sense to believe that somebody is taking advantage, is trying to dent my aspiration, my agitation, my whatever. He could not even feel that it's time for me to change strategy. Simon Ekpa maintained the same way for Asari Dokubo to use this same thing to punish his people. I don't get it. Can you please throw more lights to it?
Okay, Paul, very quickly, if you remember on my opening, I did say that I share the same sentiment with Ada, that we do not want a Biafra that is built of violence. Igbo people do not kill themselves. And let me just make something clear, because I see people making some atrocious comment that I did not say. I do not serve with the Nigerian army. I do not have any allegiance to the Nigerian army any longer. That was my past. Okay, I now live elsewhere. I now live somewhere in Europe now. Now, going to that, I know there are some in every organization you have some rogue elements. There may be some rogue elements within the IPOB, no doubt about that. And that is not to say that the whole of IPOB is a criminal, like Body and AY are presenting. Not every IPOB member are rogue. Okay, Now, what I'm saying is that one of the problems that we have in the Southeast is Asari from that video that we just seen. I know that. I mean, how can we say how big Nigeria is and the all intelligence infrastructure that we have? I know that we do not know those behind those killings. That's laughable. That's a joke, you know. You can attack KJ to however way you like and all that. You don't know the man, you don't know his background, you don't know where he's coming from. I agree with most of the things he said. I know that there was the man that was killed in is it Imo State or so? Is it Imo State or Abia State that he was killed? It's not that was killed. I know that there was an inside information as to what his movement was, and he was murdered. And besides, he's not the only one that was murdered. There are many Igbo people that have been murdered. There was a guy from Germany. He came to see his family on his way back to the airport. He was murdered as well. So what are we talking about? But the central point that everyone of us should agree on is these killings must stop. The people that went to Sunday Igboho's house and wanted to take him out, are they the federal government? Nobody's talking about it. All the Yorubas that were just saying, yeah, 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 but the heavens is going to fall down and all that if they touch
Those are nonsense.
Igbo and all that. Listen, buddy, my Yoruba is better than Igbo. I know that. I went to secondary school in Lagos, okay, right? I went to secondary school in Lagos. I speak Yoruba very well. My Yoruba, in fact, is even better than my Igbo. So I understand both cultures. When both cultures, there's some Igbo people that have some funny beliefs about the Igbos, which is not necessarily true, because of their background and their upbringing, you know. So we could say, yeah, Yoruba people are bigots and all that. They are Igbo bigots as well. They are northern bigots as well. There are some wonderful northerners as well that do not share this sort of thing. I know that Ishekiri people from the south. So the thing is, it's us identifying the criminal elements, regardless of where they come from, and dealing with it. That's what I stand for. Does
Thank
that make
you.
sense, Paul?
Yeah, thank you. I
Okay.
think body, or should we have become the
The way
new person?
you put it
And
now,
the next person now.
I really like it the way you put it right now. You put it in a
Okay.
very plain way right now. I like it.
Yeah, it was more, level.
Can
Yeah,
I just add a little bit to what Body said? I want to make corrections that he has done.
15 seconds.
I didn't say anything, KJ.
Enough. I said something here. I never said the Northerners are the ones killing Northerners. No. We said here we were able to identify a long time ago who are the people, the kidnappers, the headers. They are from Mauritania, Fulani from Mauritania, from Senegal, from Guinea, no, from Mali, okay, and Sudan. It is very clear. It is there, okay. So we know those who are killing people in the north and who are acting as headers. Now, concerning the South, we're not saying the South people are fighting Igbos. We didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said Asari Dakubo said with his own mouth. We have been saying this before. People didn't believe it. He said in Aso Rock, the interview is online. I can give it to you, that his forces have been fighting in the east, in all the 5 states, and they are doing Igbos water. Are they not watering people? That's what he said with his own mouth.
Okay, so sorry, just to be clear, he said they are doing Igbos water, not ESN. Igbos water.
Yes, they are dying like flies.
If he said that is definitely condemnable. If he did, but you are. Let me ask again. He said they were doing Igbo people water, not ESN.
The ESN.
If it is the ESN, that is a different thing from Igbo people. Because you are being a little bit sly here.
The ESN.
No, actually, no. Excuse me.
Asari Dokubo did not say anything like that.
Hold on. That's not the way he put it. No. That's not the way he put it.
Hold on.
See, KJ, come on, don't be doing this now. You are very, very sly the way
Give
you
us
do
the
things.
video. He never said it. I watched that video, forefather.
What am I doing? I'm
He
telling what he
cannot
said.
produce the video.
I'm telling what he said. I'm not the only one that watched the interview.
No. He
I
said
watch
they
it.
excuse me. He said they will see woto. He never said he get the woto. He said they will.
He
see.
said they have been fighting in the east.
He said, no, listen to the video. He said he has brought down the ESM. You understand me?
Gentlemen,
He said,
can we go for the video after this thing? Please go and look at it.
Okay. If you have the video, somebody should provide it because this you can't just make. You see, you make some very, very insidious assertions that may not actually be true. That is dangerous stuff.
Don't say that. Don't just. You have not even watched it. It is this guy who is saying that what I'm saying now. Don't watch.
So that may not be true. I never categorically. I didn't make any categorical statement. But if somebody is making such a serious statement, I would have thought you would have gotten an evidence already because that's a big stuff to say.
Never said
you see, because it's so public. It's not a private video.
So this is supposed to be an interjection. Let's move on from it and let's go back to Body, please.
Full-scale war against the government of this country.
What's going on? Somebody's playing something. It's the Blackstone. Oh, it's not
Blackstone. His comment.
In the same vein, in Niger, in Zamfara.
Who is playing this?
It's me, Paul.
In Kaduna, in Yobe, in Borno. We're only talking about Boko Haram. Boko Haram is just a tip of the iceberg. There's a full-scale war going on. And the blackmail of the Nigerian state by the Nigerian military is shameful. They said they do not have enough armament. And people listen to this false narrative. They are lying. They are liars. I repeat, they are liars. Because
but I'm sorry, I missed the ESM part.
He did not say the Southeast, but I will talk everywhere. That I will play the video while you guys are doing your.
No, Mr. Paul. Where he talked about the ESN and the East is another video.
He did not. He only
video that released in Saudi Arabia. No. It's a new video.
Bode is right. It's another video. It's not this
video. He just released that video in Saudi Arabia.
You just off the video.
He talks about so many things in that particular video. That video, he was reacting to a comment by Ruben Abati. And
yes. So the one with Ruben Abati. This is the one with Ruben Abati.
That's the one in Aso Rock. The one you are playing is the one in Aso Rock.
The only thing he said,
the only thing he said,
is men are in between Kaduna and Abuja Road.
Kaduna Road.
Yeah, that's the only thing he said.
What he particularly said about the ESN.
Okay. I'm going to play the one in Saudi Arabia. You go on.
It's the one in Saudi Arabia. I talked about the ESN. You can quickly pull it out.
Yeah, just go on with what you are doing, forefather.
Okay. Body, please go ahead.
So, if our brothers in the East, they didn't agree with us, there's a war in their land. Glory be to God. We wish them good luck. We move on. The rest of Nigeria move on. Because when we have the same problem at our hand, somebody talked about Sunday Igboho. When Sunday Igboho started, the whole Yoruba land majority didn't agree with them. They know that's not the way to go. They started calling out the Obas, the king, the traditional institutions that would refer so much. He even said he's going to keep Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then he's going to shoot him from the back. We heard a lot of stuff. We know the capacity of this guy. We know he's going to go to lead Yoruba to anywhere. It is a guy that was in Modakeke way back in 2000, leading Modakeke against Ife. And he can came overnight and say he wanted to be warrior of a Yoruba nation. It doesn't work like that in Yoruba land. We know who we are. So, whoever is laying claim to that, the guy is being served his right portion of his meal. Do you see any people out there agitating? It's been kept in Benin Republic. Do you think it's the same Tinubu that wanted to shove from the back, he will bring him back to Nigeria? Even the Hubba that he assaulted, they said they've forgiven him. Do you know how the Yoruba play their games? When they abandon you, we know they have abandoned you. They have even removed their shoe. They will start stepping back. And they follow you, they will let them know that they are following you. They are already right course. Let me quickly cite a brief history. When Emeka Odime Gojuku came to see Awolowo when they were about to secede. Awolowo called the whole meeting of Yoruba leaders in the Parliament House in Oyo State in Ibadan. And he laid back to them that this is what's going on. And they told him point blank, we have Nigeria army behind us, the whole mechanized division. And if you want Yoruba to secede, go and call your sons and daughters, harm them first. We will follow them. And Awolowo had a rethink. So that's how things play out there. You can't just say you want to bring a whole nation down. You could remember during the OPC, during the Ghani and the other faction, Obasanjo dealt with them, point blank. He didn't say because they are Yoruba boys and girls, they're Yoruba boys. So we have to be fair. So if they agree, they said that, oh, nothing is going on in the East, that everything is perfect, I'm fine as well. I'm fine. Like I told you, but way back in 2010, 2011, when the Nigerian police went to Maduguri, killed everybody there, those sects. Not others were sharing video to get sympathy. So like, see how the Nigerian police were killing our people. They even say it's a Christian police. I said, oh, this is going to lead us nowhere. Today we have Boko Haram at our hand. It's because we don't follow history. The same tactics that were adopted by the Northerners then is the same tactics they are adopting in the East, that everybody is denying that. Oh no, they are not us. They are not from us. They are from Asari. These Asari and Minamdi, that at the beginning they were together. They were speaking in one voice. Now they are divergent. So it's now his boys that are coming to the East to kill people. We have to search our souls, whether we are really sincere.
Modi, I can understand you are Gbado apologist.
No, it's not issue about Gbado apologists. That's where you guys listen. You know, I've said it several times here. When you started the election of the thing as well. You hate facts. I'm not a divert in political history in Nigeria. I've been following it. If you see the amount, the body of these people I read every day, before I wake up, before I go to work, even after work, before I even sleep. It's my passion. It's thing that I do every day. I told somebody here that I've been using my own money to witnessing election petition for the past 15 years. You think it's a joke? Somebody was saying on YouTube that if the Manami could not conflict this and that. I said the rule of the court is that once we have a judgment from the lower court and the case is transferred to an higher court, the judgment is arrested. Stay of execution take effect immediately. So it's not going to enjoy that bill, no matter how we cry. We all know.
Are you from a legal background there?
We all know this.
Buddy, you are from a legal background. Yes. I thought you have time, Ify. There's no time.
No, wait. Buddy, you people are doing pasha here. Nobody has ever cared to ask me my opinion.
You know what? I wanted to do it now. I wanted to do it now. I wanted to say, don't you have anything to add to what? No, I actually wanted to do it now. I wanted to do it. It's funny because you just said it yourself. I wanted to ask, don't you have anything to say about this?
Even
but then in my mind, I thought about.
I'm giving you more time. You ask me my own opinion. Go ahead.
Please, I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a point of correction.
Sorry, I just want to get one information out front because Body sounds very interesting. Are you from a legal background? Body?
I am from a legal background, and he says something that is not correct.
Not you yet. His Body, the previous speaker.
Not me. Yeah, me. I'm not from a legal background, but me, I'm another trader of law. You know,
okay, good. I just want to clarify that. I just want to clarify that.
Professional exam, I have to I did business law. That's what actually attracts me to law, and I've been following it. You know, every weekly law reports you see before me, I read it every time. Judgment of court, I read it.
You are unique. I have to give that to you. Thank you.
Thank
you for that.
It's good with you.
It's good team, and we need people like this actually chase facts down. Ade
Jagamba. Yeah, that's my name.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point of correction because I was just multitasking while he was talking with so much authority. But the thing that caught my fancy was when he said that when a case from a lower court goes to the higher court, there's an automatic stay of execution. That is not the law. It's not the procedure at all. So if for us to have a stay of execution, the lawyer has to specifically file for that. So for you to file an appeal does not stay whatever order that the lower court has already made, except you file, towards that too. Do I make sense?
I think
Yes,
so. I
I
think
agree.
so. I've had him say
You're
that too.
correct.
Yeah.
That's the way.
Yeah,
That's the way to
it
do
makes
it. I
sense.
know.
Yeah.
That's the way. Yeah.
Solid. You see, Nigerians, we get brains everywhere. Let's not be using that brain to build the country, and that's what we need. Soronadi, thank you for coming in, and you've been quite patient. And Soronadi, can you hear me?
But I thought you were going to give the lady an opportunity to talk.
Don't worry. She can take the mic whenever she wants to. She knows that. If he wants to go now, she can go. She knows she can go.
If you are the class captain today, you can't go because you're going to whoop us.
No, a timekeeper. The timekeeper. So she will talk
I
last.
don't have anything to say. Blackstone is here. I'm going to respect myself. Body is here. I'm going to respect myself. These are the people I haven't seen. And Ada is here. So let me just keep quiet and be on my best behavior. You guys have the floor. Talk.
Thank you. Ify. Anytime you want to interject, you are free to interject. No. Technically, you are the co-host right now, so you are free to interject. Let's see. That was for what was that? Okay, yeah. So Nadi, yeah, thank you for coming in, and you've been patient with us. Are you based in Nigeria?
No, I'm not based in Nigeria. I'm here in the United States.
Nice one. All right, welcome. So what have you've had all the comments from different people here. So what do you think?
What do I think? I've had people say all kinds of things here. Some are so inexperienced about the environment called Nigeria. The Nigerian environment is so toxic. It's not fit for human habitation. To be candid with you. Yes, I'm telling you this. Look, Igbo. Nigeria has dealt hugely with Igbo. It's terrible. Okay? Look, every time Nigeria have military, what's the military for? It's all posed at the Igbos. Nigeria buys weapons. The weapons to conquer the Igbos. You understand? Nigeria buys jet bombers. It's used against the Igbos. They burn Igbo business places. They kill Igbos at all nooks and crannies in Nigeria. Nigeria has never, ever, Igbos have never, ever fought anybody in their homeland. It is Nigerian military. Look, Nigerian military uniform is so traumatic to the Igbo race. They are not supposed to be seen anywhere wearing that uniform in our enclave because it reminds us of what they have done to us and what they are still doing to us. They don't let Igbos, they disenfranchise the Igbos. Oh, Igbo, you're not going to hear, you're not going to vote. Igbo, you cannot become president of Nigeria, all this and that. They hire touts like Asari, a wayward son of his father, to kill Igbos. He's brandishing weapons, threatens the Igbos, and he goes scot-free. Nobody has ever laid hands on him to arrest him. Court said somebody in Nigeria does not obey court orders. Nothing. Can you be proud of being a Nigerian? Something happens to you wherever you are now. Will the Nigerian government come for you? No. But something happens to anybody, even naturalized citizens of other countries. That country will go to all lengths to rescue their citizens. And you're here talking about, look at us. We are all young men here, maybe with age on our side and all that. We're here talking about stupid things that don't make sense about our own country. Countries are rising every day, economically, politically. But in Nigeria,
can I ask you a question?
Yes,
what do you see as a solution to where we are going then?
The solution is to rebuild the country called Nigeria. Rebuild it. You know, when your computer is infested with virus, what do? You reboot it.
Mm-hmm.
How?
What would you recommend? How to rebuild it then? What parts would you say?
To stop a fire, to stop fire incident, inferno. You don't fight it from the flame. You fight it from the base. Okay? So what's the problem with Nigeria? Do we have common value system? We don't. Look, they practice Sharia system in the north. It's good for them. But it doesn't happen in the South, say Yoruba and the Igbos. It doesn't happen. Those are secular Nigerians. The Nigerian judicial system, see how it is all messed up, jagged up. And you're telling me we cannot, Nigeria does not work. It has never worked, will not work, can never work. Go back to where you are from. Yoruba is a nation. Igbo is a nation. You understand? The Hausa is a nation. Go back, and then we can agree to work together in a certain way. You understand? But slamming people's head together, it doesn't work.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, sir. I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question.
I have answer.
No, another question. All right. If you look back to the 80s, before this time, if you look at the 80s, early 80s, 79, from 80 to before 85, 86, 87, will you speak like this? Let's see where the problem started from. Where does this place started from? At that time, we don't have this discrepancy.
We did. Only it has gone far away with a big margin. Before 1980s or the 80s, there was 60s, there was 45s when Igbos were massacred and killed en masse by the same Nigeria.
The one that happened in the 40s had something to do with localized
It has because you don't
wasn't
forget
the entire this thing. You know, I understand what you're saying. But yeah, go ahead. I'm
Okay.
not happy. I'm a bitter.
Saranadi, okay. But what is the solution to the problem? You are talking about rebuilding. How are we going to rebuild Nigeria? Nigeria is a complex country.
I did not say rebuild.
Oh,
don't get me wrong.
Say?
Rebuild. REBOOT.
Okay. So how are we going to do that?
Go back to your place where you come from, originality.
Go back to your tent, oh Israel.
Okay, yes. And do what? Are you saying, okay, so you are from
decide how you're going to rule yourselves. Decide if Igbo is going to merge with Yoruba to become a federation. You understand? What is, first of all, what is a federation? Decide.
Sorry.
Build bilateral agreements.
Yoruba is already merged with this in Igbo right now.
If Yoruba merge with Igbo, what about the South? Where are they going to go?
Who is South? In geographical, in the four corners of the wind or so.
This is the problem. This is part of the problem.
Well, you sound like you seem to be educated, but you're using the word South. What is South in four cardinal points?
Oh my God! How about Southeast? Southeast is somewhere in Gongola and
Southeast is there. Southeast is in the four cardinal points.
But the Southeast is Hold on. Technically, the Southeast in Nigeria is actually in the southern region, not because it's the central southern region. That's where it belongs.
And then when you say South, who are the South? They are Igbos. They are all Igbos. 90% Igbo.
You see that kind of statement.
Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. No, let me ask something. That's the kind of statement.
Father, you know I'm going to answer this question.
Oh my God, don't bring Paul into this.
You know I'm going to answer this question.
Time up.
I'm going to ask him a basic question. My brother.
No, ask me basic and high-flown questions. I will have answers.
Tell me all the lists in the list that you give. If somebody is getting married, your daughter, did they put starch there? Did they put banga soup there? Did they put ogo soup there? Did they put kodo there?
Is there black soup?
Hold on. Say it again.
Yes. No, I'm not
saying. Come again. Make it clear. I have military. Yes. Raise your voice. Somebody was telling me he's military here, and he was eulogizing Obasanjo for using military to kill your fellow citizens.
Please answer the question.
My brother. Originally, Nigeria. It is called the North and South.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
When you have North in every country, you have North, you have South, you have East, you have West. That is the four cardinal points.
Nigeria is called the North and the South.
How did you come up with that?
Nigeria originally is the Northern Protectorate and the Southern
Protectorate. And the Southern Protectorate,
right? They draw the boundary. That's how the boundary was drawn.
Yeah,
drawn from where? Drawn from
We
where?
draw the boundary
Like,
Okay,
ourselves.
I think
who drew the
The
boundary?
British, they're the
Who drew the
British,
boundary?
guys,
Called Nigeria
they're the
boundary. Who
British.
drew it?
See,
1914.
It
So
is
you want to
gerrymanderized.
micromanage, you want to stop in one
You cut
place.
Igbo, you put over to
Okay,
the other
okay.
side. You
Let's
cut
no,
this
let's
side, you
have
put to the
some
other side. You
decorum
tell me
now.
like
Let's
this.
have some
It is
guys,
decorum.
not that
guys,
boundary.
guys.
excuse
Can we,
me,
let's have some decorum.
excuse
Okay,
me.
muting
If
Calm
I
down,
may
X
ask,
prize,
everybody. Calm
muting
down,
X
calm
prize. All
down.
right,
Let there be order, please.
all
Calm
right,
down, everybody.
guys. There's
If
something
everybody's talking,
I just
nobody's
noticed.
talking.
If you guys don't mind me interjecting,
Please.
sometimes some people should volunteer and play devil's advocate. We're not here to. We're here to learn. We're here to get the wheat out of the chaff, right? So I'm going to join as much as I don't explicitly advocate with Sorod Nadi, but I'm going to join him to argue against you people and play devil's advocate with him, if you people don't mind, because I think what you know this thing is you guys know my position on this. This is a whether the Igbo question is a citizenship question, is the Junkun question, is the Southern Kaduna question, but it's not fair. I know I've been listening to AY, the other guys, even you forefathers. You said you were trying to look like as if Paul, you said something. You said the Igbos are like the child that has favor with your mom or something like that. People don't understand this guy called Paul. Paul knows how to throw somebody. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that Paul is how to Paul just sent you people on a lago. You not follow Paul. You don't know how to Paul. So I think one other thing we should learn in this platform is that when people come, sorry, not I crave your indulgence. I just have to call you out here. Is that when people probably have a certain view and they come here, let's try and as much as possible try and look at their side and argue or try and get them in, and then that way because for me it's all about critical thinking rather than saying oh you're wrong or something like that. Let's try and open up with them. I used to be a Bible student, but remember when Paul wants to go to the Antiochs, he would not if he wanted to go and convince them about Jesus Christ, but his strategy most times would be, even though those people worship Baal, he would say Baal is good. And then he will penetrate them and then gradually work his way out and then tell them why the evangel the actual message he had about Jesus Christ. So I think maybe it's something we should start adopting, especially the older ones here. We all agree Nigeria is not working, things like that. So, but anyways, I've been talking for so much. But Soronadi, I'm an Igbo. I empathize with you. I know where you're coming from. Is from a position of pain, But these other guys, they also see that pain with you. But we, if we can objectifize and understand you from an objective angle, that is the only way we can come to a middle ground. Because whether you like it or not, what my father suffered in the war, it's a trauma to me. Whether I like it or not, I acknowledge it. What my family suffered in the war is a trauma to me. Like my father always tells me about uncles that were fantastic people that I never met. So sometimes I crave those kind of things. So, I do understand. I see through you. I know I hear you loud and clear. But whether you like it or not, Nigeria has to stay, because people like me, well, excuse me, I know you won't agree with me, because people like me do exist. People like me who grew up in Yoruba land and can see the two angles and can understand that there are good Yoruba people. You understand, not necessarily the stereotypes that we would like to be sold. I mean, I even grew up, people. Anyways, people telling me that Bini people, there's nothing inside them other than witchcraft. That kind of thing, that kind of thing, This is real, And then you get to witness Bini people, and then you like wish, oh, if I know I will marry Bini woman, that kind of thing, like. So, please, Sir Nadi, I totally understand you. I totally do. Honest to God, I do. I see your angle, but it's also an angle that needs to be debated yes, the Nigerian state has not been fair to Igbo people. Also, the Nigerian state has not been fair to Southern Kaduna people. The Nigerian state has not been fair to who else? Junkun, everybody. It's a question of citizenship. The difference, you said something about somebody asked you a question about it was Blackstone. He said in the 80s and now. But you forget that this what we have today is a product of trying to satisfy the Yorubas post. It's an imbalance that started with the MKO injustice done to MKO in 1992 that saw an Obasanjo and precipitated. Don't you see that that was a snowball of imbalance in our tribal politics, not necessarily our tribal relationships. They're two different things. So, but if you look at what Blackstone asked you, if you look at the 80s was more or less a rundown from the 1963 relationships that we had. So it's two different worlds. But this third republic is a republic where the priority wasn't about a Nigerian president. The priority was to upset the West. So an imbalance started. So the northern people started saying, oh, after this Obasanjo 8th term, it must be another. Then that is where the resentment started, where the Igbo people now say, oh, where is our own thing? The politicians in our midst forgot that, yes, our MKO, with all due respect to him, was cheated, but we should have been more advanced and rose above ethnic politics and provided maybe an Olufalaye, which in my humble opinion was a missed opportunity, or somebody else, or an Ekweme should have, by merit, come up, or whoever. I can't remember the other northerners that were there. But, I think this is what the difference, speaking to what Blackstone was saying, this is what the difference is. And sometimes maybe you might not look at it from that perspective. Okay, I think somebody wants me to shut up.
No, not necessarily. I'm just trying to let people understand. Look at that topic there and look at the size. That is an African American that has a majority, this is Nigerian gene. And sometimes what we do is that we want to tear a country apart when others, even this greater diaspora, is beginning to realize where their home country is. We really need to be careful the way we try to bastardize our nation. This is a land that has been here for thousands of years, and this is the inheritance that our forefathers left for us. And we just want to act as if everything is on fire and we need to tear it up. And some of us are in countries where that country didn't contribute to our development, but you are here mounting your own nation. This is your country. No matter what you like, you want to call it or whatever you want, you have to work to build it. And the statement you made about, because we've had this statement a lot, and it has led to a lot of problems in Nigeria, where you said there is nothing like the South, like the people of the South. That is a terrible thing to state. Do you know? This is one of the reasons why Mama H will say something very interesting, that the Nigerian people should be tired of this Wazobia nonsense. Yep. There is no majority group; they are just larger groups. As a matter of fact, if you have the individual majority groups, there are these major groups that we talk about, either Igbos or this thing, and you put all the minorities together, they are bigger than any of them.
Father, can I challenge your thought? Can I challenge your thought on that a little bit?
No, let me finish my point. The minorities in Nigeria, if you put them together, they make up a bigger population than even the Hausas put together, or the Yorubas put together, or the Igbos put together. So it tells you what is going on in Nigeria.
Yep.
Okay. This is why when one wants to succeed,
they need other groups to succeed. Before you go forward, there was a report called the Willings Minority Report. I think you're being a little bit unfair, and you need to balance. But there was a Willings. Wait. Let us understand why, and Ekweme was going to resolve this thing. Now, let me start by saying that whoever said South doesn't exist is totally ignorant and is not correct. It's just sometimes we need to understand when people make statements, they're making statements from their own view of the world or what it's. You can't give what you don't have.
Disagree with them.
No. Wait. Now, there's something I want you to understand, that the creation of the Midwestern states was supposed to be the beginning of integrating what we now know as minorities and giving them a larger share or a what I would say a confederacy, a federating unit to the federal. That was the desire of creating the Midwestern state with Osadebe as the premier, right? Now we then had a coup, which unfortunately an Aguirre went into unitary. So it is unfair and imbalanced to now make yourself and sound as if that there was not, the way you were saying it now feels like our history, there was no attempt to try and bring in the minority, that the so-called large, and I agree with you, that is a better way of putting it, that the large groups of Nigerians are now somewhat dominant. It is not true. You had an Enaru in the house. You had a Wachuku in the house. You had a very, very balanced NCNC party.
I don't know what you're disagreeing with.
When it was the time for NPNP, was the time for the MPNP, Ambrose Ali was also involved. So there was never a time. Let's be very careful how these are the reasons why people, sorry to say, my brother here, Solonadi, this is where people like Solonadi will come in, and when they are hearing you, it will become an imbalance and a struggle in their spirits.
I don't know the point you're making.
No, wait.
Are you saying the Shekiris, the Urobos, and all those people don't exist? I don't understand. That's all I'm highlighting.
Have you not been following my logic?
Just hold on.
I've only just told you that what you are saying, you are trying to say as if there was no time.
Different point. That's not
it
the point I was
making. Priority.
Excuse me, if I may come in, if I may come in, Mr. Moderator, you're shouting all over us.
I'm not shouting all over everybody. Let me finish my own point so that we can get exactly what I mean.
You are scribed by saying the same thing.
See, what I'm saying is that the South people actually exist. There are the Jaws, there are the Shekiris, the Urobos, all those people. What Ronaldo said was that they all speak Igbo. They don't exist.
Yeah, that's
not what I understood by what he said.
That's what he said. That he actually used the term they are all Igbos.
No, that's not what he said.
Madam, he said 90%.
Okay, what did he say?
Okay, let me say what I understood what he said.
It was two largest group in Nigeria. The fourth ethnic group in Nigeria, the Jaws.
Yeah, the Jaws is the fourth.
Okay, let me recap what I understood he said. Then you can serve your state.
Okay.
What he was saying is geographically, there's no such thing as South-South. That's what I understood he said. He's not saying that the groups, the ethnic groups,
forward and said
he went further and used languages.
He said, he also went forward and said 90% of the South are Igbos.
I didn't hear that.
Maybe you didn't hear that.
He said they speak Igbos.
Let him say it again. Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like we're here fighting on ethnic line. I don't even understand what we're trying to do.
If you let me,
the reason why I feel strongly about this is because that region makes up a sizable population of the southern.
If we go by the history of Nigeria, and this will be my last talk, if we go by the history of Nigeria, we'll understand that the South was carved out so that the Easterners or the Igbos will just be like by themselves, or be what's the right word to say? They'll be hemmed in. They carved out the South. South is supposed to be all. If we're majority, say Southeast, including all the tribes and everything, it would have had a lot of say in Nigeria right now, as opposed to what we currently have. Right now, see, you're fighting Joy, Shekiri, whatever, this, that. We're supposed to speak with one voice, but we're fighting along ethnic line.
Do you know why that is?
Not that.
Sorry, let me address it, because this is an issue that keeps cropping up, and I find it, for me, it's very lamentable, because right now the Southwest is controlling basically what happens in the South, and the South doesn't, it's because of this issue between the South and the South. That's what's causing the problem. See, there's a reason why Isaac Adaka declared that he wanted to secede from Nigeria first, because there was the relationship with the Southeast was not equal in any way. They saw that the Southeast was gaining all the benefit from Nigeria when oil was coming from their territories, and they didn't see an equal relationship. When he tried to secede, guess who put him down? It was Ojukwu himself. Next year, the year after that, Ojukwu ended up in the same position where he has to defend his own people. That is quite a poetic statement when you think about it, because the same behavior that we portray against each other, some other person inflicted it on this in the Southeast again. That is something that we have to learn from. When Soro Nadi. What, see, I grew up in the South. I have seen some of the injustices that happened after that war, and when I saw it, I just felt like we can't carry on like this. And you hear some Southeasterners, when they were talking to about the South people, they will be talking down to them. They'll be acting as if they don't exist.
Yeah.
It's not helpful. It's really not helpful.
That is your perception.
No, because that's what I saw with my own eyes. I also saw the injustice done to the Southeasterners.
That's not a perception. You know, when you say it, you don't hear it. But the person that you say it to actually listen and hear it.
Okay,
it comes like that all the time.
Anyway, the way we are, I don't think there's any solution to the problem in Nigeria. So that's just the honest
solution is very simple. The solution is very simple. Put the nation first. If you put the nation first, everybody else will do better. That's what other people do. It's very, very simple.
Exactly. Okay. Listen, when I was hang on, 1 minute, please, sir. When I was in the military, you weren't looking at yourself whether you're from Borno State or you're from Anambra and all that. We all looked at ourselves as band of brothers, okay, that was serving our nation, and we were ready to kill, to die for each other. That was how it was. But when you start talking about states of origin, okay, back to if you go back to the 60s and all that, because I think the person that actually took our history from the curriculum in school is a very mischievous person. I don't know who that person is. I need to research. Okay. Now, without you knowing where you're coming from, you not know where you're going and understand the solution. Now, let's go back a little bit. Let's rewind. Amado Bello, I believe, is one of the problems of Nigeria. He is on camera where he denigrated the Igbo man as being too ambitious, that Igbo man needs to be stopped and all that. Now, that was when people from the Igbo extractions started feeling marginalized and all that. But was it a problem for the Igbo person to be ambitious and all that? And that was what led to the 66 coup. And by the way, let me just address again, the 66 coup was not an Igbo coup. Nzogo was not an Igbo man. He was a Deltan. He was a Deltan. I don't care what anybody says, but politically, they have
technically it's correct. Let's face it, but there are other South.
No, wait,
hang on.
Let me finish, and I'll address.
With time, they have spinned it. They have spinned that narrative to be an Igbo coup. It wasn't an Igbo coup. There was, Banjo fought on the side of Biafra. Ojukwu executed people that he saw as a listen, guys, let's go back to history, understand. So the problem we have started a long time, only that it has grown up, it has matured, and that is why we understand all the things that is happening today is not today. Like what you said, forefathers, I agree with you 1,000%. The day we start looking at the national interest, not state, because all we do right now it's all about ethnicity and state of origin and all that. That's the problem we have. If we can, sweep that under the carpet and say, okay, if you're born in Lagos, like me, I'll feel more of a Lagosian than even somebody from my state in the east. I don't want to mention my state and all that because somebody has suddenly started calling me a tribalist in the comments and all that. But I speak Yoruba very well. I speak Igbo very well. So I see myself as a very good as a balanced Nigerian. And I understand outside to some extent. So what are we talking about here? So the minute I know that DJ man.
I just feel curious. Yeah, I feel like I want to hear you speak Yoruba.
Wait, please. Now, the context of the accusation or alleged coup being an Igbo coup is from a group perspective. Do we agree?
Yes. It's
from Wait. It's from the group perspective. Now I want to tackle what you said about, and I want to highlight why sometimes we need to be conscious of where we are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
In 1884,
Mm.
Bismarck summoned a conference in Berlin, and no African was there, and Africa was split. That was the beginning of
They sold
Africa
us.
losing its ancestral boundaries. Do we agree?
Yes, yes, I
The
read it. Yeah.
Igbo man, from there are many versions of how the Igbo man came to settle where he is, right?
Mm.
Now, the most traceable one is the one from Aguleri. And what they say is that there are three Idus. Idu Ife, which is towards the west, which is where the Yorubas come from, which they say is close. Gives them some connection with Bini. Hence, if you look at how we dress, all around the south, white and red is a significant color. Do we agree?
Yes.
Good. Then Iduime is our side, and then the other Idu, right? Now, you now saying that Kaduna Nzogu, Lotobi Nzogu is not an Igbo man.
He never saw himself.
Wait.
Never saw himself as an Igbo man.
I'm not saying it's your fault. Wait, it's as a result of artificial boundary bias. I want you to clear that, and that should end today. No, wait. That should end today, because what people tend to forget. Yes, Kaduna Nzogu grew up in Kaduna. Is he, like me and you? He could speak the language where he was born better than his own native, his father's native tongue.
Exactly.
So, but DNA suggests that his bloodline is there. So you cannot say that he's from Kaduna or he's grew up in Kaduna. You can say that, but his origin is of Igbo origin. Okay, so I just want to clarify that, because Jordan Peterson will say, subject your thoughts to critical thinking, and that is the main motivation why I've decided to take you there.
I think what you are doing is not so dissimilar to. It's not so dissimilar to what Soronada is doing. What you are doing here is you are saying there is a greater Igbo this thing than the.
Oh no, my friend, you
because you are saying
I've not said that.
Genetic. He says from the Delta. Let me explain.
No. You see, you are falling foul. Wait. You are falling foul to artificial boundaries, and that is exactly the point.
Let me just finish my point because. Let me just finish my point. Let me just finish my point.
Delta is an artificial boundary. It is not.
Let me finish my point now.
It's an artificial boundary. It does not.
Scribe. Let me finish my point so you know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying yet. You don't know what I'm saying, Scribe. What I'm trying to say is that just because somebody is speaking a language doesn't make them something. Just because you speak English now doesn't make me an Anglo-Saxon. You see what I mean? And this is another part of our history. That's why just using language is a dangerous thing to use to describe the people. Just because the one that happened to us is obvious, because we are not white. Clearly, we know. But if we are black, you will know.
But were you listening to me? I used clothing. I used geographical migration.
Yeah, you use clothing, but yet they still have different. They still have different cultures. They still have different.
I never used any term to say conclude. I was trying to give strong.
Hold on now. Let me finish the point I'm making.
What did I do? No. I don't.
No, the point I'm making is that you are saying that from Idu, that's the people that are generally known as Idu is the Benin people. From that point, they are different, and then Yorubas are different. Then from the Benin area.
No, my friend, sorry.
Is that not what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said.
Why are you ascribing?
I said. Allow me to say what I said again. I said
stop. When everybody's talking, nobody's speaking.
Yeah, please let me
clarify what I said. I said,
Janaba, we are going to give you more time. Let's just try this issue out, because I think
let me clarify.
Listen, Scribe. If we sit down here and argue about this,
If
we can argue about this from
if he create the time again, give everybody time.
From now till tomorrow. So let's
If you
take
give
it one
everybody
at a
time,
time.
give everybody time.
Let us stop
if you don't mind.
interrupting each other. So
Please.
scribe, 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. Thank you. So, according to the legend from Aguleri, they allege that there are 3 sources where Igbo people originated from, or intermarried, or intermixed. Right? So, and the Oni of Ife is on record that Igbo people dwelt within Ife and migrated to where they were. There's also a very deep connection. It's not by chance that the way the Igbo people speak is somewhat intertwined with Igbo, and as you go down Umunede and all those things, the way the food, these things. So now to what you were alleging that I said, let me quickly address that. I did not say there's a greater Igbo or there is not a greater Igbo. I was trying to establish through strong relationship, cultural dress, everything, strong relationship, why artificial boundaries are influencing or making us not see the concrete connections as they are supposed to be, if the cascade and stupidity of 1884 and also the creation of 12 states by Gowon is not confusing us, right? If Nigeria were allowed to, metamorphose in a way, maybe me and Paul here, our wives will tie the 2 wrapper properly. Sure, you understand? Paul, if we look at Paul's side, Paul, if I can even prove to a large extent that Paul has more with the Igbo than with the Yoruba, it's true. By dressing, by the food that they eat, the way they make the food, I rest my case. This one.
You see, this is what gives
Mr.
me.
Moderator. Mr. Moderator.
No.
I think we are timing each
please.
other now. We are timing each other now.
Mr. Moderator, can we stick to the topic we're here for today? Because we're all over the place. This is my first time and I'm confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let me just address the point he's made.
Scribe, are you done?
He made his point.
Okay.
It's 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that gives me trust issues. You see, sometimes when we say Paul, their culture is reflective of what other groups are, you could also argue that the other groups are reflective of what Paul's culture is. Maybe they copied from Paul's culture and expanded out, just like the world was basically expanded out from Africa. If the world decided that, okay, Africa, they were the ones that created Africa, how does that make sense? It doesn't. See, the Hausas that we know today, they speak an Afro-Asiatic language that is not their Niger-Congo language. They went to somewhere, the Eastern Africa. By the time they came back, they lost their language. When people lose their language, it doesn't necessarily, when they speak a language, it doesn't necessarily tell you where they are from. And this is something that when, like, people that sound like Igbo say they are not from Igbo, some Igbo people can't get their head around it. Like, why is that possible? You don't know whether your forefathers conquered them before and got them to start speaking the language, and they still remember that they are not Igbo. And when they tell you they are not, you refuse to accept it. But yet you speak English today, you are not an Englishman. So you have to understand that when people tell you, when people self-identify, respect it. There is a reason behind it. This idea that when they look somewhere in the South, they say, oh, is part of us, and this is the type of statement, and like what the way Scribe closed is still in the same pattern where it says Scribe seems to be more like us, and Paul seems to be more like us. It's not necessarily true. You don't know. You really don't know until you go deep and look for the information. When you look at things on the surface, it's not telling you anything, and that's why it's important to allow people to self-identify, because you really don't know. Thank you.
Okay, quickly. The reason why that side of Igbo or that side of Delta is the trauma of the Asaba massacre. After the Asaba massacre, okay, let me use an example of Rita Dominic. Dominic is not her name. It's because her name is one of the the top generals that they were looking for. Her last name was similar to her father had to change her name to masquerade and hide away from Nigerian soldiers that were looking for them. So you need to understand that, yes, some people from Onichubo and all those areas, all these things, they don't claim to be Igbo, but you forget that it didn't start, it wasn't like that before the war. It was after the war, because of what happened in the Asama massacre. Those sets of people started pushing trying to deny the connection. Remember, most of those areas, and those areas never had conquests. I can prove that beyond reasonable doubt. They were all trade routes. Those settlements were as a result of trade routes. Clearly, you can see when you travel from Ore down, you can see even in modern times, those trade routes still exist. And if you look at the maps clearly say the Portuguese traders that were doing the palm oil trades, those things are still there. So how can you then say that you just pluck something off the sky and say conquest? No, it was not conquest. It was them speaking. What you would have said is that them speaking Igbo was as a result of trade. Then I will believe you that they were Igbo. Okay, I said to Paul, I apologize. Wait. Let me
I must say you're very erudite.
The way I said that thing with Paul, yes, it could be that Paul then taught us how to do it, but maybe I was not conscious of that language, and I agree with you. Maybe I was not conscious.
Scribe.
Where is Paul from?
Scribe. To be honest with you guys, I'm even lost in this conversation now because I don't know.
Yeah. This is a totally different conversation.
I am completely lost.
You guys are taking me to carry me there.
Let's return back. Let's come back to where we were. Jonaba hasn't said anything for a long time. He's been patient with us. Jonaba, his connection, Jonaba, your connection seems to be jumping. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the reason why we are here today on 4th of July to talk about how you guys marginalize us. Why you guys think that Nigeria belong to 3 tribes: Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. And it's the marginalization of a. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter.
Everybody's complaining about their own.
It doesn't really matter when it comes to true humanity. I understand about the politics of the olden days of the comment made by Bello, Mohammed Bello, with the interview with the white man. And then today we are thinking back of what is freedom mean to all of us. But we are more divided than ever.
Telling you.
And it's a mind-boggling in 21st century. And we that have been in abroad and see what is humanly possible. When you see there is places that I've been to in America, that when they see you as a black person, they embraces you. They want to know where you come from, especially the African American, those cool-headed ones. They don't even want to know whether you are Igbo or Hausa or Fulani or all of that. But we are talking about how do we move forward where we are today politically, and how do we embrace our differences and make the unique out of it. Well, what I see or hear here is more divisive than ever. Some people come here and say we are like water and oil. We cannot work together. Who is the water and who is the oil? What is the uses of water and what is the uses of the oil? That is so different. And if we continue in this pattern, and one thing I want to bring to all your notice is that Igbo are more populated than the Hausa, and Yorubas are more populated than the Hausas. That is the reality. When we talk about who speak Hausa, or we are talking about original of Hausa language, only few states in the north that can say this is Hausa speaking state, and these are the Hausas. Like Borno State, one of the biggest states in the north,
Kanuri.
they are not Hausa.
Yeah.
They are Kanuri. And you have Baburu Bra, and you have all of those people there. But even your vice president now is not an Hausama, it's a Kanuri man.
Yep.
So when we have this mindset, does that really matter? When we come to a space how do we move forward politically or socially, or how do we empower our people and give opportunity to all Nigerians to excel? Does it really matter? If we are going to be playing this petty politics and we cannot be united and come against the one principle, one principality, who are the elite, the way the elite are in the east, the way they are in the north, there's no difference. The way they are also in the west, which are the Yorubas, there's no difference. You can come here and agitate and say, oh, Igbo are marginalized. In the recent, to me, based on Nigeria that have taught, you can talk about political things. Look at the federal posting. The northern or the whole so-called the northern or the outside, what they have succeeded in doing is along with themselves.
You'll be back.
They take the minority along with themselves, so that they are not going to, because when you say, oh, the northern state is 19 states, it's just a political game. Because when they come to a level, they say, okay, let's get the minority a position. They say, oh, David Mark should come because from the Middle West. When it comes to a larger thing, they say, oh, we are the North. They say, no, the Benue are the Middle West are the minority. So all of that doesn't matter. If we can move forward from all the past, as some people are saying that the comment made by Ahmed Bello, whatever is the thing that Igbo people are holding, that is so petty in 21st century. In this America, where we are today, there's nothing that was not done to a black man. But a black man become a president of America. So how do we move forward? It's a political thing. And if you want to play politics, let us know that a good policy is not just for you. It's for the entire nation, and it will move. Will bring all of us down. And doesn't matter who plays it, whether it's Igbo that is there or Hausa that is there. Or
Uncle John, your time is up.
Yeah, my time will be up when it becomes Nnewi.
let me just play this quickly just to calm people down a bit. It's going to be very short anyway.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. Sorry.
Nothing seems to change, is it? We just keep repeating the same cycle.
Father, that's a man that says he doesn't want to go home with his children. He wants to fight for Nigeria. That's what I said. He's afraid to go to Nigeria. So I said, go to fight for Nigeria.
Yeah, but he's saying that he will fight. Whatever he is, he's fighting for Nigeria. So I think sometimes we put the country down a lot, you know. Other people are seeing something we are not seeing in Nigeria. And they are seeing it more and more. So we have to really think about the way we approach the country. Please, Paul, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so what I want to say when it comes to these issues, my fellow Igbo brothers, I hate to say this. I try as much as possible this morning. That's why I don't want to come on air, because my opinion may not go too well with some other folks. What do I mean by that? Coincidentally, the way Nigeria is being structured, there are three majority ethnic groups, you understand, that was known very well, the popular Wazobia. Now, guess what? Former President Muhammadu Buhari contested 3 times, struggled, he couldn't get it. Why? Because he couldn't form alliance with the South. It was hard on him, even when he has his block vote in the North. He couldn't get that alliance, not until he formed that alliance with Tinubu. Now, Uzo, you don't come with the water pipe.
Uzo don't come again.
So now, my Igbo brothers are crying that they want to be president. They really want to be president, and they deserve to be president because they have everything to make them president. But the thing is that you need alliance. And like they say, charity, they say, first begins at home. before you from the south will win, it takes Buhari, Tinubu to also do the same thing. You understand? How to change the strategy like Abiola did, to go Muslim, to go look for that block vote in the north, plus select, plus rigging, everything. It's still not easy for him to get the numbers that he's looking for. Now, if my Igbo brothers want to contest for president, and continuously it look like they don't get it, they still will not want to understand that using this word on your south brother is making you go far from them than coming close to them. Like you talk about the Biafran war all the time. You want to talk your story, that people have been talking your story for a very long time. Don't you think I have a right to my own culture? If me, as an Urobo man, I eat starch, I eat ogwo soup, I don't even know whether you can pronounce the name. I eat all these things. Maybe you can tell me my history, where I learn how to speak Urobo, because Igbo man don't know how to speak Urobo. So there must be somewhere. Maybe the Portuguese, like Mr. Scribe said during the trade by barter, you understand? Maybe the Portuguese speak Urobo that I don't know. Maybe the British speak Urobo that I don't know. Because these are the foreigners that came to the entity called Nigeria today. So where did I learn how to speak Urobo? Because the similarities are not just there. If you see a Shekiri man speak, you see that there's everything close to being speaking as a Yoruba man. If you see an Agbo person speak to some extent, you might have a trace here and there from the Igbo people. But my common sense tell me about tribe. When you look people's race from across one boundary to another boundary, you see the similarity with them, but there will be slight changes. When you see the Japanese to the Chinese, to the Koreans, you understand, you see the similarity, but there is a slight change from boundary to boundary to boundary.
Time up, Uncle Paul.
You don't expect the Chinese to say the Japanese is Chinese. You don't expect the Japanese to say the Chinese is Japanese. You don't expect the Thai to say the Cambodians.
Time up.
Paul. Paul, nice one. I think you made the point. He completely refused. That sound.
I'm just coming here to
observation. Hey, loco. Welcome. Loco, this is coming from the previous sessions we've had. I've not lived well. I've not done well by Loco, and let's give him a bit of an extra time. And he's probably gonna. You don't want to say something, Loco?
No, like I will, but observation first. Like what you just confessed. Yes, I will not take it up with you because you're my guy. But I will take it up with you for somebody else that came in. That lady that just left just now, Ada, whatever. I think it was her first time of coming here, and nobody gave her time to introduce herself properly and to give her a time to speak. You understand?
Oh no, we did give. I gave her more time, Loco. I gave her time.
She has spoken multiple times.
If you even give her more time.
Okay, maybe I didn't join because
she's been here for a while.
Loco, don't just come down and try to start something.
No, hold on now. Look. Like I said, I can't be quarreling with Profile for doing this to me. But I just felt like she was trying to bring herself not to understand herself or understand everybody. So seeing her going out, and I felt bad, because it's her first time or something like that. So I really wanted to feel, being part of the family and all that stuff. So that was just why.
Yeah, Gamba, if you are listening, come back. We're gonna give you extra time just to make up for the kerfuffle we caused here.
Exactly, because she was trying to have a say or something to say something, but nobody, all the men's voice, including if his voice comes to man's voice, can't overshadow her. You understand? She wasn't even having. She can't even say something. And when she left, I felt bad for her. Like, she didn't say something. That it's not nice.
Okay, Ada, you can come back. We'll give you more time to speak.
Tell her to
Loco, go ahead.
Look, 2 minutes is gone. Look, 2 minutes is gone. You are still supporting.
You see. Hold on, Uzo. You see, as I just bring you in, I say, "Well, I don't come again."
Now let me back. Don't say "Well, I don't come." Now let me back.
Your time is going, Loco. Your time is going. Uzo, let him speak.
Okay. First thing first. Accurate timekeeper. Thank you. Mr. IG, Ignatius Nwa, I hail you, bros. I know your pain. I know the pain you are trying to say, but you see, not be who cry out pass, not being pain, the worry pass. Sometimes some people, if you not they bear the pain, but who they shout, hey, not missing anything, that pain pass. You know, sometimes, look, if Nigeria destroys today, you know, get where you want to go. You understand? Even the America that you are in, or we are in abroad right now, if anything happens here today, we only have one place to go. That same land we are complaining about. You understand? So I think is like what Janaba said just now. I think it's even better we start, seeing ourselves, like yourself than different. Because I remember when we were growing up, right, when I was really, really small then, you will see Hausa people, they put this basin on their head with meat inside, going from street to street selling suya there, even if they don't know how to speak English, then we still try to twist our tongue to speak the kind of local English, pidgin English, to still make them understand because we want to embrace them. You understand? And as we are growing up as children, then we have different tribes, from street to street, playing competition, football, throwing somersault, back dive, breaking leg, running, and this and that. We never saw ourselves like, oh no, that guy's an evil person. Don't talk to that. But by the time we start growing up to become part of these evil people that we are complaining about, that's why we are saying ourselves, arguing with each other every time. Some trying to feel they are more, pained or more marginalized or more disadvantaged than the other. You understand? Me, as one tribe that I am, I always say my tribe here, the age of my tribe, at least many people know it. So I think I should also be shouting like, hey, no, because of the age of my tribe, I should be the president of Nigeria. Why are you telling me because of your numbers? Let me use my age. Let me use my age to challenge for presidency. Don't tell me about your numbers or your population, whatever. You understand? So, but sometimes I think we should try and put all that behind, and the idea of this minority or majority, I think it's something. This was orchestrated intentionally from the onset because of politics. The idea of local government, the idea of southeast, south, southwest, it's a strategy. The ideology of Wazobia, it's a strategy. All these are things put in place that was rubbed on our face. You understand? Subconsciously, just to make us feel, oh, we are this, we are that. Now we are seeing the repercussion of all these things we'll be hearing from the onset. This is what it leads to. So I think for our education, for our 21st century knowledge, for the place we've traveled to, for what we've seen, I think we should try and, think, just hold up, or at least just mash breaks more for the things we say. Not bully you, body papers, body they pain everybody too. You understand? Because the way it affects, also affects me. So, yeah, X may kill everybody, kill Igbo, kill Yoruba, kill Hausa, he kill people from South. So we should try even the politicians that even you are complaining about federal, your own state rep, they are even killing you the more, just the way my own state rep are killing me the more. I've said it here several times, who's not agree. Like, these people have the numbers, they have the majority numbers to catch their own representative, choke them for neck, where to change things, but to say no, one year, who's not support me, no wahala. So please, we
Simon
should
Ekpa.
just try and please, make we soft small. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Let me say, I want to
Okay.
go out. Let me just say my last one before I drop. It's already early morning here already. It's already 4.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the 5 a.m. here. For father, they go work.
Me, I just tell you,
I'm
Why
beginning to
forefather
wonder.
did like this? Forefather did work like this.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder how I do this, and I probably, it's one of those things. What can I say?
Okay, what I want to say is this.
Now, monkey tail, they keep covered awake. Monkey tail.
So what I want to say is that we all that in diaspora, let's try to portray Nigeria. Anytime I go to Nigeria, I feel at peace. All this that we are talking here, we're not talking about Nigeria. You don't see people arguing about tribe, about where you come from. Everybody work together, mesh together, play together, and everything. You know, start maybe some little misunderstanding between one or two people causes some little problem. But in the real sense of this, people living in Nigeria, they don't talk the way we are talking. We in diaspora causing more problem in Nigeria because of our words. All the IPOB ministers who are portraying the IPOB, they're all in abroad. They're all in diaspora. They talk from here. They brainwash the people back home. Because of this youth who has no job, they have nothing doing, after taking drugs or one thing or the other, they begin to listen to them. They buy data, listen to them, so on and so forth, begin to do what they are saying. But we are all here enjoying the peace and everything. That's my major disagreement with all these things happening in the East. Because these are people who are trying to live their life, try to survive. But we are trying to put that attitude of violence into the young ones for them to go after people. But that will not solve the problem. That will it's creating more problem for the country. But we are all here living in peace, enjoying our life and everything, but we are destroying other people. Let's try to change this narrative. Nigeria is a country. If you want to divide, let's go through it in a peaceful way, not in a violent way. So let us try to understand that life, in fact, the bloodshed in Nigeria alone, you understand me? It's even more than water that is flowing. Because I can't see people dying every day, that in Nigeria we have no value for life anymore. You can't take a knife and kill your chicken here now. They will arrest you. But in Nigeria, we just sit down here. People are just using that as a platform to brainwash the people, let them to keep people, buy arms and everything, ship to Nigeria, and do all violence. It does not help us. Our families are there. They are all living in fear, where we are all here singing here. Our family cannot sleep with two eyes closed. Then what are we doing? Please, let's try and have at least some control. Let's try to at least also to preach peace to our people back home. No matter the agitation, there's always a way out. There's always a solution to every problem. So let's try to understand these things. Let's just break down this issue of IPOB, this and this and this and this. It is our people that they are killing. If it has not affected you, you will know the pains that goes along with it. So that's just my own conclusion. Please, let's try. We are all in abroad. In these countries we are living, people fought for it. People die for it to make it what it is today. And we can do the same thing. We don't need to die for Nigeria, but we can do things that we change Nigeria.
Yeah.
Thank you
very much.
I know it's my turn now.
That's a solid submission. Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
I'm waiting for my independence food. Though.
Just send me your address. I'll FedEx it to you.
I will send you my email address. Amazon will supply it.
I cannot get anything.
All right. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful
night.
Bye-bye.
It's my turn. Good evening. Good evening, accurate timekeeper. All right. Good evening, accurate timekeeper. And
so who is your co-debater?
My co-debaters and what welcome, subscribe, and forefather. What I would like all them. Some of them English. Both of English, I bet.
Teacher with K.
Teacher with K. It doesn't matter if you go finish, everybody will be happy. Mr. Paul, I heard though. Take your own. Sometimes you guys make me laugh. If let me tell you, the truth is this. Sometimes when we speak, if you're in Nigeria, after coming to Western world, we still speak like this. If you're in Nigeria, we're going to be worse. Sometimes when you talk sometimes, as do you believe in one Nigeria? I begin to the reason that he always said, do you believe in one Nigeria? He asks this question, people will be like, so that we're attacking him, what do you mean? Sometimes when we talk, I don't really understand at all. of all this stuff that doesn't make sense. All right, we will come here, we see ourselves as one. We come to ourselves. When we come here, we start debating for something that don't make no sense. Igbo, Yoruba, Igbo, Shekiri, you go to Ladipo market today. Everybody's selling market, calling each other brother. And we come online, we start dragging for something that doesn't make no sense. All right.
Yeah, I tell
If
you.
you go to the north, nobody see you. Forefather, if you go to the north, nobody see you as a Benin person, but they see you all of them at the same thing. Shekiri, Igbo, all of you are Yamini. Nobody know you as where you come from. All right, you go anywhere he goes to, nobody see as a job person, nobody see as an Igbo person. They see all of you as the same thing. All right, but when we come like we'll start dividing each other, and they will be acting at all. Look at these people. That's what they want. Let's divide it. Let's see how it goes. I don't think sometimes we'll come here. To come on statement we make, don't think we will say here. It doesn't like make sense. All right, and we just suggest sometimes more what you say, because sometimes what you say, all right, can like go a very long way in a way that we don't even understand how it goes. All right, now see, Paul. Let me tell you guys something. When you come to my house, you sleep in my house. I don't know where you come from, but I see him as a Nigerian. You guys know where you come. You come here. You stay weekends here. You leave my house, my son, and everything. I don't know where you come from. All right. I don't know where you come from. That's the kind of thing everybody's looking for. I don't know where he come from. I don't know his village. I met him here, but I see him as a Nigerian. When you come to Houston, I say, hey, come. You don't say, hey, guy, you don't need to be in the hotel. I have a place. I have an extra room. Come there and sleep. It doesn't matter where you come from. All right. That's kind of thing we do in life that everybody will be happy. But not will come here tomorrow. No, they will tell you, say, this Igbo person. Look at the way you guys are behaving. All right. That's hypocrite. It doesn't make sense on that way. All right. I can't come. Listen, I can't come to London now. I'll meet Forefather. Forefather will chase me out. He will come with all his hand. But when you come online, you start talking something that makes sense on my own side. All these guys are talking here doesn't make sense to me.
You can't be too sure about that, though.
Guys, that means you are not Let's stop speaking now. Let's stop speaking ourselves.
Come on, I'm joking around.
London no be America.
No. We all go to Lagos, all right? We all go to Lagos. We are the one propelling this. We are the one propelling all these issues. We all go to Lagos. If you go to Lagos, all right, Igbo, Benin, Ishekiri, everybody, they see themselves as one. They do trade. They do everything as one. Nobody even tell you a Igbo person or this, that. But sometimes a little topic like this will come online and start propelling boundary. Boundary that you're not created. But you don't know where the boundary is. I don't even know where the boundary is. All right? In boundary, I don't even know where it is. We'll start propelling that. For me, I see that as it doesn't make sense for me. That's what I call it. It doesn't make sense. Let's try all together, like as probably is in Nigeria, or all this is Nigeria, all right? If you're in Nigeria, whatever you call it, carry the word along, all right? And second, what I want to say is this: if IPOB is a problem, don't come to this show and be at POB. I'm not at POB. Go to Simon Ekpa show. Go to Simon Ekpa show and challenge them. Go to Biafra Unite. They have so many 50 IPOB show. Go there and challenge them. Don't come here and challenging Chibuzo that I'm not a member. I don't pay dues. Is that telling me IPOB do this? That's what sometimes he keep. He can't challenge me that I don't even know anything. Go and challenge people that know what they're talking about, so that we know how it goes. But don't come to this and challenge me. I'm not IPOB. He said,
I owe you burrito today. I go buy you burrito today.
No, I don't. You know me now. One Hennessy don't drop already.
It's called burrito.
I don't burrito. No, I don't need burrito. No burrito. You want to hear me now, Remy? Just say one Remy. I will go pay. I go collect for spice or total wine. Follow total wine day now. Just pay. I will call you and collect total for total wine.
I will do that. You get
just tell me. I think total wine. So what I'm saying is that you see, as sport day, everybody day, we all enjoy each other. All right. This platform has made us to know everybody. All right. So let's not to bring in issues that make no sense. If you want to talk about POB, somewhere by is there have a show. Prefer you not have a show. Go there and challenge them. Don't come and challenge them so that I'm not a POB member. I don't know what they stand for. He come here, he start accusing me to be, if I thought it's that my IPOB. For me, it doesn't make sense. I just want to say this. All of us are one. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you cross the south, go to north, guy, if they want to kill everybody, they will kill you, Joy. You see Jonathan, people, the Northerners see Jonathan as an Igbo person. It doesn't mind if he's from Bayelsa. They see all of us as the same. Now we say ourselves as different. Igbo, Ishekiri, Ijo. My best friend, Ijo guy, my meeting can work. Now he stay my house. Now it's today. It's in the guy. It doesn't mean
Can I just add something? Because what you seem to be doing is recruiting the South against the North. It's not about North against South. It's about building a nation. It's not about North.
Nobody's the kid. Let me tell you, nobody's the kid here. You want to be the nation, all right? You start at the middle to be the nation. Even though when someone is agitating for anything, all right, you find what they're agitating. Don't just stand and what must he be agitating for? It doesn't supposed to be agitating for anything. I know you try to preach one Nigeria. I know that's what you're trying to do. All right, trying to preach one Nigeria, but just be neutral. Nobody. What I'm telling you that we the South doesn't want to be quarreling for anything because we are all one person. All right, one culture. Almost our culture is the same.
I like what you said completely, but there's just one caveat with what you said. The Northerners see all of us to be one. But guess what?
We don't see ourselves as one.
So we didn't see ourselves as one. That is true. But if I come your house and you welcome me very well, then the first thing that comes out of my mouth is for you to tell you, say, no, you know, be Igbo man, you be Robo. This is the history.
Exactly. Would you accept that?
I don't think
the other way around, he would not accept that.
Guys, listen.
All of us as one. It's just
Paul, your IQ is through the roof. Paul, you just brought that
follow. I call it follow.
Everybody stop. Time out. Who is speaking? Nobody is talking. Everybody is talking.
I think it's about KJ's turn now. KJ hasn't said anything for a while.
You see, the thing is, let's learn to accommodate other people's view, and then if we don't feel comfortable with what they're saying, we can go back and research. Nobody, like I keep saying, has the monopoly of knowledge. Knowledge is everywhere. Anybody can access it. In the first place, if we're talking about tribe in Nigeria, is it those of us discussing it now that brought tribe? No, tribe has always been entrenched in the Nigerian system. That's why if you go to fill any form in Nigeria, after your name and your surname and your date of birth, the next they ask you is state of origin, or they ask you tribe, and they ask you indigene. Are you an indigene of this state? Are you an indigene of this place? Are you in the local government? They ask you local government, even after asking for state, and they ask you for local government. That is the system that is entrenched in the country we're talking about. And even at the time there was some attempt to remove it, it was furiously rebuffed by the North. Okay, and the reason was that some people are going to dominate the other people. Okay, now so the earlier on, forefathers said some languages were lost. Maybe I don't know who said it. I can't remember now. The Hausa lost their language. No, the Hausa people, the typical Hausa person still speaks Hausa. They still speak their language, and even in that general language that was sold to them and was used to capture them, by the rampaging Fulanis, they still have their indigenous languages that they speak. They speak different tribes, and those tribes still exist. And so, you see, when we don't have a full understanding of what's going on in Nigeria, we think that this thing is actually particularly against certain sets of people. And it's not going to change, whether we agree with it or not. And until those who are in authority decide to think otherwise, this is the system we're going to keep running. It's not going to change. Now, whether we agree with one another or not, that we are from the same place and maybe the same patronage, is a thing to be discussed. Like I said earlier, my wife is Shekiri, and one time we had this discussion going on. with my father-in-law, and he said, "Look, at the end they are Igbos." That's what he said, and I'm not lying to you. My wife is right here. He said, my wife said, "What are you saying?" He said, "Yes, I'm telling you. It's just that I don't want to waste my time to trace it." Okay, so whether it is true, whether it is not, what is sacrosanct to all of us is the life that we live and how we want to build our nation. The question is, do we want to build a nation? If we do not want to build a nation, let us sit amicably and divide it. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is saying. And I will see. I'm not only a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. I listen to majority of his broadcasts because at first, like Tone, I was annoyed. I was, very, very vexed by his language. But one day I was listening to him, and my spirit said, "Look, reading some Marxist book, I realized that all of them are that crazy. Those who cause the change in history, they don't have one trait or the other. They don't really give a hoot of what you think about them." So I could understand where he's coming from. For you to lose everything, and at this point you are struggling. It's not. And people have made the mistake here saying he should go and do politics. Nnamdi Kanu in prison was offered the vice president of this country. He was even offered the 5 states. He said what he wants is a referendum.
Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
Yes, I'm telling you the truth. All right. But
in prison was given the VP.
Well, how can he be offered a vice president when he's not a monarchy?
That's what I'm telling you.
It doesn't make sense.
KJ.
I'm coming. Hold on before you
That
drop me
claim
off.
it's very
Hold on,
it's very hard
man.
to believe.
Hold on. Just listen. You have your time. I've not interrupted anybody. Now, wasn't David Umahi offered the vice presidency of this and even presidency of this country? Was Rochas Okorocha not offered the presidency of this country? Was the other one, that other
They
buffoon
applied,
in
not offer. They
Wait,
applied.
what you say offered? What do you mean offered?
Listen,
They
what I mean
applied.
offered. Listen, what I mean offered. The people that control the power base, the power base. Those who tell you that Tinubu is going to be president and he's president today are the ones who offered him that.
Yeah.
My brother, I may not.
Can I just say something very quickly here? I think I've been holding
Hey
my
guys, hey.
So 3 minutes is not up yet. These guys should have 3 minutes now.
Hold on, I'm about to go. I'm about to leave.
My 3 minutes. If he hold on 1 minute.
KJ, I'm about to leave.
No, just give me
Good
2
night,
minutes.
guys. See you on Saturday.
Good night. Thank you very much for helping out today. I'm sure they all appreciate it. They are tired of my interjecting. Thank you very much,
You
Ife.
say good night to me. You see how wicked you are. We must get Biafra, Paul. You will get a visa to come and marry. Come to the to find
you owe me for yesterday.
Good night.
I hope you do that.
Now, what I'm saying can be verifiable. If you go to
Can I add something to what you said about language? You see, when I said about the Hausa language that is spoken today,
wait, please let KJ land. Let KJ finish, please. Let KJ finish.
Let me do my own now. Loco, let me do my thing now. Let me say my own piece.
Now. No.
You know, I'm the moderator too. So you understand that.
You're not oppressing everybody.
I'm not oppressing. I'm just adding. He's going to finish. He's going to finish so that he might be able to address it to save everybody time while he's talking now. So he might actually address it now to save all of us time. So the idea is that the Afro-Asiatic language is the Hausa language that is being spoken today. The language that you are saying, as long as it's Hausa, it's Afro-Asiatic. It's not from the Niger-Congo language, which the people in this region speaks. So they went to the East African region, brought it back to the West African region. So anybody that is identifying themselves as Hausa, not any other subgroup, is from that Afro-Asiatic language, and it's an imported language. I know that they have Nupe, they have all the other groups there, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah, the only Hausa people who speak Hausa are mostly from the Bazabakwe states. That's the 5 top northern states. Every other state in the north have language they speak. And those people are the ones who were infused into the Fulanis, which some of them now are recovering their languages and their tribe and going back to their localities. But that's not what I'm dealing with now. What I wanted to just touch is that the issue of which is what I said earlier, of offering. Now you see, there are people who tell you this is how it's going to be in Nigeria. I said this before. Now there are power brokers in Nigeria which domicile in 5 different locations in Nigeria, 3 in the north, 2 in the south, and those people decide a lot of things. Now, earlier in the discussion, I said Asarida Kuo mentioned the fact that he was fighting in many places, among which is the 5 states in the east. You guys refuse, and then nobody will even let me talk about it. If you go back to the interview he gave in the State House at the 6 minutes 56 seconds, go listen to it. He said, I have troops fighting in Benue, in this, in that, in this, in the 5 eastern states. He mentioned it. So sometimes you see, I was.
Play it? Can you play it? Just play it.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
They are liars. I repeat, they are liars because I am a participant. I am a participant in this war. I fight on the side of the government of the Nigerian state, in Plateau, in Niger, in Anambra, in Imo, in Abia, and in Rivers State, and in Abuja. Today you are traveling to Kaduna on this road. It's not the army that made it possible for you to travel to Abuja or travel to Kaduna, vice versa. It is my men, employed by the government of the Nigerian state, stationed in Niger. Today you go to Baga, you go to Chiroro, you go to Wase. We have lost so many men. And we do not use, in all this engagement, we don't even have 1%.
Okay. For those people who were arguing that he didn't say that, you heard it now. This is sitting on the seat of government until I have a private army fighting in these places. So sometimes before we make conclusions of what somebody is saying, let's go and do our research before we just jump and begin to make the person look as if he's just coming here to throw certain things on the ground that doesn't have any local standing. I think that will help us a lot. I come here with an open mind to learn. And sometimes people drop information I don't know. I go back to do my research so that I can help myself. So I'm not looking from a place of ignorance. But if you don't understand what somebody is saying, you don't have enough information, you can either ask or you go far back and do your research. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just add something to that. What he said there doesn't imply that they are the ones causing trouble. If anything, it implies that they are the ones ensuring that the trouble is not happening. Like the example he gave with the Abuja-Kaduna road. The idea was to stop the insecurity because they were robbing people, kidnapping people from that road. So I would like to think that that is where the direction he was coming from, not like he's going there to cause trouble. And I am completely against the idea of having basically private armies in Nigeria. It's a dangerous thing. They can turn on the state any moment. They can cause problem within the country any moment. That private army, if foreigners get a hold of it, how dangerous they can become inside Nigeria. They can foment division in Nigeria, and Nigeria could blow up. And this is why a nation should never do something like that.
I don't feel like I believe the guy, Shao. I think it's just a lousy talking.
The man that went inside Asorok and talking, no, believe him.
But hang on. Does our constitution, this is all illegality. Our constitution does not provide for a private army to exist.
Okay, hold on. Tone,
private security. They call it private mercenaries. Private
security. Tone, sorry, I wanted to ask you one question. At least since you have some Nigerian military experience, right? From what he's saying, right, that he fight on the side of government. You understand? So his government that employed him to be doing whatever he says he's doing for the government. While you guys or your former units is still there. Is that really possible for him to be doing all that, like different states?
It is possible, but it's not legal.
No, no, I know, no, 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 I know. Definitely, it's not
It
legal. It's
is
not
it,
right. It's not constitutional.
it is possible for the Buhari administration to employ him in some capacity to do some dirty work for them, because they will not want, the Nigerian army will not want to be seen to be doing some engaging in some illegalities. That is why that's what I'm just trying to explain.
Why
I'm not
is it
saying,
sorry? Is it
but
because no, sorry? Is it because the army cannot do it the legal way?
yes, you cannot you cannot be seen as the okay, like what we saw today in Ebonyi.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad, but
Mm-hmm.
I cannot say categorically that it's IPOB. But from what I know culturally,
Mm-hmm.
from the Igbo perspective,
Mm-hmm.
and if an Igbo man will not kill his fellow Igbo man, no,
No,
it's
okay.
not
Oh,
possible.
that is physically impossible, Bams. But
Wait, wait,
No,
wait,
no, no.
These guys, I know what you guys are saying here. It's not saying sorry to come that they cleared Biafra state 2 years ago and raised a flag with termination in this same Nigeria we are into. It's not the same person. We know that he
Yeah, that's what.
declared the
Yeah,
Republic of
no, no,
Biafra.
no, no. That's what. No,
No.
no. You came in late, Uzo. We have spoken about him extensively before you came in. The guy is not to be taken seriously. He's only relevant because of the um of the legitimate government that we have now. That's why he's flexing.
Yeah,
But
exactly. That's why I said he's lousy
he's
talker.
see.
I don't
Listen,
believe him.
listen. A lot of generals have been retired. Okay, now the other chap from the navy that people are claiming he's more or less Igala than an Igbo person. I don't want to say a lot and all that because I don't want to offend some people or cause some controversy. But the thing is that the army has been the military, not just the army. When I say the army, the military, because across the navy, air force,
Yeah,
and the
defense.
army,
Yeah, defense. Yeah,
they are being compromised, unfortunately.
yeah.
So the people, the professionalism within those establishments are no longer there. It's all about flexing. It's all about the money. They've tasted the millions,
Millions. Yeah,
So
insecurity.
that's just the problem. But that is not to say. But I just pray that some young army officers or across the military will not rise one day and say, you know what, if we die, we die. It's going to be bloody. And this is part of the thing that this is a path that we, if you go back to history, this is sort of thing that we saw that led to the 1966 pogrom. The 1966 uprising wasn't about any tribe. It wasn't about to kill any people from certain tribe. It was they saw it as a revolution. It could happen. I don't pray it happens because that is going to set us back like 10 years back. But this is what this present administration, they are not, they are just full of people that are not too intelligent. And that's where they are leading us to. But I just pray it will not happen. I pray that that things will fall into place. I pray the courts will do the right thing. I wouldn't want to be quite honest. I wouldn't want to be in the
Even the
shoe of
worst.
those judges at the minute because it's a very hard um it's a very difficult situation to be in. I mean, somebody was saying the other day, how about if Tinubu is how about Peter Obi is uh, they say that he actually won the election. From all indication, my man is not going to leave. He's going to use everything within his powers to snatch to be there, and that makes him illegal. A lot of people, even the state governors, some state governors are refusing to put up his pictures on their wall. Has it ever happened in Nigeria? Let's go back. Has it ever happened in Nigeria? It has never happened in Nigeria. Me, I as a person, he's not my president. Is there illegally? The constitution says very clearly it's not illegal algebra. It says if you do not have 25%, you cannot be president. And yet these people went on about 4 a.m. when everybody was still sleeping. They were in the last gear of their sleep and all that. And you went and proclaimed him president. That's illegality on his own. So, but then again, I mean, Nigeria, it's a very, very complicated issue at the
True.
minute.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your submission. I think yes. Ranadi would speak after now, but let's allow Ade Gamba. Gamba
Okay,
has
oh,
been in
madam,
and
you're
out.
back.
Yeah, welcome Gamba.
I'm
You
not
know,
Gamba. I'm Adeja Gamba. I'm not Gamba.
Adesia Gamba. Okay, Adesia
Yeah,
Gamba.
there's a difference.
Yeah, I
I
get
fought
that
for you
now.
and you came back. Thank God that you came back.
Oh,
Yeah,
you fought for
Yes,
me.
yes, they
yeah.
You
know.
guys want to spend the whole of 4th of July chatting today or what?
Nah.
You know, we be here 17 hours once, so these
Well,
people.
it's 4:33 here in London.
In
I've
London.
got work later today, but no, I'm gonna. Well, thank God I'm gonna work from
I
home.
think we are going to be closing out soon. I think I'll try to close out because this is an emergency session. I guess a kind of special
No,
one for 4th
no,
of
no,
July.
nobody is complaining. We're enjoying it. That's why I'm here.
No.
I'm enjoying it. I'm still.
I am complaining because I want to go watch the fireworks.
Please,
So, madam,
please go ahead. Let
what you
us
have to say,
know your
madam?
thoughts.
Yeah.
About what? I came back late. What's the latest we're discussing now?
Still
Yeah.
on the same subject.
Madam, okay, bye bye.
We've been everywhere, so I don't know where we are right now. We've been all over. From
I
What
think
is that you?
the last points were more about how we can we should. I guess it's going all over the place. Like the last statement that Tone said was something about. Remind her, please, Tone, what you just said
Yeah,
because I'm not.
I was trying to say that the whole solution is because we're talking about the case of the case that is in court now, which everybody is looking at the what is the APC government, the current APC, are they going to give up power if they say they never won fair and square? Are they going to give up? Are they going to agree to a rerun of the election? So that is it. And do you think the obedience are going to say, okay, thank you very much, and they will just go back? Everybody go back to his tents? No, it's not going to happen. That is going to be where the problem is going to start. So as a kickoff from, the military is not happy. They are not happy. Apart from being the military and all that, they too they are suffering. They are buying stuff from the same market we buy from. They've got family that are suffering and all that. It's see, APC is just sitting there,
So,
just
so
sitting
you are
right there.
thinking that the government is not going to leave, even if the court finds against the government.
Well,
That is a
Tinubu has already said some weeks ago something like that. He did not come out, but he was saying that listen, we are legal, and as you can see every day, they are trying to um, extract legality of their government from. And I mean, if you won, you don't have to start worrying your head and say, yeah, we are legal and all that. The EU, the observers came, they saw, and they saw the whole mess, and they made a statement.
I get what you mean though, but in the end, when the court
The
finds
African
against them,
the
they will have to
African
leave.
well, like I said, I don't want to be any of those judges. That is the hardest place to be because my man is very desperate. He is going to do everything within his powers to. He has taken.
Okay,
Listen,
let me ask this thing because that was a point we wanted to find out what you were talking about. So, Ajay Gamba, so do you think that do you think that the government of Tinubu will surrender power when the court finds against them?
well, we are supposedly in a democratic system, so this is not like military. So if all things being equal, if we're to ideally stay what is supposed to be, as opposed to Nigerian way of doing things, they're supposed to surrender power if the court finds them that they didn't win the election fair and square. But I don't know. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not. I'm not pessimistic. At the same time, I'm not expecting anything. I'm just going by the flow. So if the court rules this that I'm believing that there might be a rerun.
You see that? So if there is a rerun, do you think the current government, as Tinubu that has been in office doing things, has got an advantage because they have the headline, they have the recognition, and the rerun is going to be for a short period of time. They will have a short window to conduct it. So does that not give them an advantage for a rerun?
Definitely gives them an advantage. Nigeria is a place where the other arms of government believe they are working for the president. The army, the military, the police, all the paramilitary, they catch codes once the president needs it because they don't see themselves as independent entities. So going by what we witnessed at the last election, if there's a rerun, we might witness the same thing or it might be different. I'm not
No,
sure.
for the
But
rerun, what I think, if there's going to be a rerun, the rerun, calling for a rerun shows clearly that the APC are a criminal organization. So now, it's either the rigging is going to be on an high level. He's going to use the military, to disenfranchise people. That's the only way he's going to win again. And if he tries that again, that is now even is now. Nobody will even listen to Obi. Because right now, Obi is just a face of the obedient movement. The obedient movement is a movement now that Obi just.
But don't you think that, given what happened just after the election, because they went on to polarize the country, they polarized the country after that, and not even before it. Then given that they also have record now, they are acting as the way they are making it now. They are making it sound as if, oh, he's an action man. He's doing a lot of things. So and he's won some people over because of that. And now, if there's an election, all people remember is, oh, Peter Obi went to court. They didn't, because he's been out of action from that point of view for quite a while. He's been talking, but not as much as people are hearing from what the federal government is doing. And I think, for me, that's almost a joro, because, and he may not even need to use the military to influence anything. But because of that recognition and everything, especially in the north, it's a disadvantage.
But forefather, remember, if there's going to be a rerun, that means there's going to be interim government.
I don't think it will work for Obi very well. Sorry, for Tinubu very well, because it is the so-called educated people that is saying all these funny things that said, oh, subsidy will pay Nigeria at the long run. The downtrodden, these are the real people.
That's interesting.
I don't think they are happy.
Because they are beginning to see.
What if he starts paying them palliatives? Like,
the downtrodden don't get to vote. That's the problem. They don't get to vote.
The downtrodden are the ones that is voting. The so-called educated people,
no, they don't vote.
Don't go vote.
They don't vote.
If there's going to be a rerun, there's going to be a rerun,
it's Ade Gamba's.
Ade Jagamba, not the Jagamba. Are you this? Where are you from? Shikiri. You are calling my name like you are from.
Then if also they will want to be sincere with themselves again, if truly they actually take out subsidy, the movers and shakers of that country that you took this money away from them, I don't think they want to pitch their tent on you. That's another thing again. That is the so-called big boy that you strip them from that.
Let me just say, I was saying something before you guys cut me off. Tinubu is very savvy. You can see he's a very, very, very politically savvy man. You see how he cherry picked the people he puts, like he put EFCC daughter or something. Put this person's people you know that will be maybe give him a hard time. He pick their keys to head one thing or the other. So he's very savvy. Don't underestimate him. He already, once you test power, it's so difficult to give up power.
No, but right now he's not achieving a lot with power right now. You understand? He's not really achieving a lot with power right now.
No.
Because if you
I
go,
wish you would keep making more mistakes.
No,
But
let me tell you.
Let me
Paul,
say something.
Paul,
Let me say.
or
he's
Let
you
me
achieving,
see,
he's
corroborate
you
achieving a
what
lot.
understand?
He's
Those
achieving
big
a
David
lot.
boys will
Jamba is
feel
saying.
bad for making those
He's
money.
achieving a lot, Paul. He's achieving a lot.
He's
Remember,
achieving a lot.
this guy is
he's achieving a lot.
he's an
No,
expert
except
in
I,
state
I don't
capture.
I
Listen
don't
to
think
me. I'm
so.
coming. I'm coming.
If you
Wait, sir.
say he's going to achieve a
Wait,
lot
sir.
with rigging, I will say
Wait, sir.
yes. But
Wait,
if you
sir.
say he is achieving a lot when it comes to the economy, I
No,
will
no,
say
Wait,
no,
sir.
flat
not
out
that.
It's,
no.
well, listen now. If you listen, you will hear what he's achieving.
Yeah.
Right now, he has retired over 100 military officers.
Yes.
Those who
Yes.
he suspect not to be loyal to
Lawyer.
him, and he's replacing them with people who are going to be loyal to him.
Exactly.
The same thing he had done with the police. These are the people who control where things and how things will move. So if they come, and now remember I said here last week that now we know, or I think, and that, when I was thinking about it logically, the only reason why Akpabio is there because it may come down to the fact of rerun. And Akpabio is going to run the government while he is.
Akpabio is not going to run. No, sir. KJ, I want to stop you there. It's not going to. If there's going to be a rerun, Akpabio is a product of his administration. Everything about his
No,
administration is
no,
going to be
no, no,
suspended.
Tony,
No,
you're wrong.
It's
You're
separation
wrong.
the
arm of the
rerun,
government.
the Senate
You're wrong.
president becomes the
It's not
acting
how the
president.
constitution works.
It's a
Yeah,
separation arm of the government.
There's a
yeah.
separation of government.
So when he runs
Okay.
it, he will determine how things go. This is the reason
Exactly.
why
Who
Akpabio is there.
who okay, who appointed him?
It's not
God,
about, no,
He
he
didn't
was elected
he
by
was not
senators.
He was
appointed.
elected.
Okay, he was elected. Okay, that's
By
fine.
senators.
Now,
Anyway, you guys are playing tea
It doesn't
leaves.
matter if we know the finger behind him is Tinubu, but it is the
Yes.
100 and something senators
Constitutionally.
that selected him as the Senate president, and he's the
Mhm.
third arm of government.
anyway,
So
anyway,
Okay, let's
however
let
we,
Ade
however we,
Jamba
how
let Ade Jamba complete what she
Ade
thought.
Jagamba, you're
Ade
butchering my
Jagamba,
name.
correct
Ade,
yourself, forefather.
okay, say it again, please. One
Ada
more time.
Jagamba.
Silent
Ade
DJ.
Jagamba.
Ade
Ade
Jagamba, that's
Jagamba.
what I said.
No,
Maybe
Yeah,
no, no, no,
Ade
that's
no.
not what
That's
he
Jagamba.
not
said.
correct.
Anyway,
that's
what I'm saying is that without playing tea leaf, because we don't have we're not omniscient to know what is going to happen in the future. Whatever it is, we'll handle it when it comes there. That's all for me.
Can I say something?
I think that's a very clever way to look at
Is
things.
that one leap of faith?
CD.
We look at that one leap
Yes.
of faith.
Thanks.
What did he
See,
say? I didn't hear him. There's too much firecrackers on my background. What did you say, sir?
I say, will you call that one leap of faith?
Huh?
Leap of faith. Leap of faith. Like,
Oh, leap
when
of
we get
faith.
there,
Well,
we'll get there, we'll
we're
cross it.
just we are
It's
screening
apathy.
right
It's
now.
apathy. All right. It's apathy. It happens to all of us. What I want to say is two things, from what Tony said. Number one, it's I think Tinubu is from the same playbook, what he does regularly. Create your structure. Make sure that your structure and look beyond 2 steps ahead. All right. So first of all he needed to do is to create a structure and create muscle. One of his muscles, just like he had muscle in Lagos, he has the MC Olomo, but MC Olomo is not as sophisticated as Asari Dokubo. So Asari Dokubo is a guy that would play it on the federal stage, and that's dangerous game. Meaning that he has a lot of guys with Asari operating as a machinery, private military. He can have the physical muscle in different areas. He has changed the military the way he wants to change it. So he puts people that are loyal to him, so that at the end of the day, if the only loophole for the judiciary is to push this to the floor, which means push it down for a rerun. If the judiciary want to be honest, there's no need for a rerun. If the judiciary really wants to be honest, this thing is not in a rerun. But the judiciary want to create a situation where they say, you know what, Tinubu, go back to the field and try and win it from there, because we don't want to upset our constitution, as it were, because what is facing the judiciary is a constitutional, quagmire. They have two deep constitutional questions to answer. The 25%. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing to get away from. INEC is trying all tooth and nail to get away from it, but they cannot. And it's a constitutional problem. So if they create that constitutional problem and say, okay, let's find a way to push this to a rerun, then Tinubu feels that I may have a chance. And that's why Tinubu is creating all the structures. So when we say he's doing his work, Paul, it's not about economy. It's that he's doing a political structure. He's keeping the political space in such a way that if it comes to a rerun, he has the machinery of state to attack it. He has the machinery of state to be able to muzzle it.
Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. What we've got to understand is the same templates that works for him in Lagos State, he's using to play on the federal playing field. It is not going to work. And I'll tell you why it's not going to work. Yeah, because if he's already played some hands that people are not very happy with him.
That's where I'm going to. I'm going to that.
By suspending the EFCC chairman and then arresting him. He's played some hand. See, a lot of people are not happy with him.
Well, I'm going there. It's not even about EFCC. It's about the military itself.
And right now, if for him to be for that election to be found that it was rigged, he must be penalized. He shouldn't be running. That's what
we're operating in a different ecosystem. We're operating in a different ecosystem. Nigeria is different ecosystem.
Different from
all right. Nigeria does not follow the playbook of every other country. We must realize that what is black is called white in Nigeria with open chest. So we should understand that the playbook of Nigeria is completely different.
With judiciary backing.
With judiciary backing. So if we have an Akpabio as Senate president today,
can I ask you questions? Can I ask you a question?
So what I want to ask you, let me
ask you a question. It's a very simple question. Very simple. He has retired a lot of generals.
Yes.
He's worried about the big generals, but I would say the
next rank,
the junior officers are the most dangerous officers that don't have.
I understand that, and that's where I'm going to.
Let him just think about that.
On the same thing.
You can't buy those guys.
For me, I feel that the military is already feeling the pinch of this sudden, swift change, where massive military people have been, retired or sent out of military, which was very tough. Even I think one of the generals did not want to hand over. That was how hard it was. So the question is, what is the military feeling like? And the ex-generals, what are they feeling like? That is one. Will they want to create a pushback? So those are the things that will play into something like a rerun. The North Central has had issues with this government currently. Like I was sharing with forefathers last time. The North Central feel that they have been disenfranchised in the 6 allocations from president down to deputy speaker. There's none of the North Central in it. In the military structure, the North Central is out of it. And the North Central is already bearing the brunt of things. So it's very, very challenging.
The North Central has Secretary of State, Secretary to the government of the Federation.
Of course, that's what they gave the North Central. But they don't feel it is. They don't feel it is part of the core things of government. Especially with 6 geopolitical zones in the 6 positions. They feel that they have been shortchanged. They needed. So Secretary of Government is not included in that 6 thing of president, vice president, speaker, deputy speaker, Senate president, deputy Senate president. It should be spread around those 6 lines. So they feel that they have been shortchanged massively. So in a re-election, the other question we need to ask ourselves, if they go into a re-election, who are the people going into? What does the Constitution really say, or the electoral law really say about a re-election. The truth is that a re-election may just be Tinubu versus Obi, or is it a re-election of 3 people?
Are you going to have Mahmoud there as the chairman of
Mahmoud will be
INEC? That's
there.
another
Mahmoud
question.
will be there. So these are the things you are looking at.
Nobody's
Why
going to
would
accept
Mahmoud
that.
be there? Mahmoud is going to be
He's
appointed by the
biased.
the
No,
INEC
he's biased.
the INEC is what we feel. I understand how we feel. But the president of the nation is the person that appoints the INEC chairman. So if the current INEC chairman is playing ball with him, why will he want to remove him? Why will he want to remove him? He's not going to remove him. He's going to put a man that will fight for his, because Mahmoud knows that any other president is going to jail. So Mahmoud will want to finish the job in a re-election. So you look at those permutations, and that's what Tinubu will be looking at and slowly working towards that situation where he can comfortably rig the election because he has the security apparatus under
Sydney, I
control.
don't think the strategy Tinubu did with the generals, I don't think it's working very well. I come from the South region. Do you know the influence of just a colonel in the South region? You control your community. Everybody respects you very well. And if all these people feel so bad that they retire them this way and they go back to their community, leave all this money that he's giving them for
I
this
agree with you,
defense
Paul.
package
I
and
agree with you,
everything.
Paul.
They're
And
going to walk against him.
I agree with
because
you,
they
Paul.
feel bad.
What I'm just
then,
trying to
like I
say is
said
that
again, the ordinary Nigerians, the vulnerable people, these are the people who vote. The very educated people don't vote in Nigeria.
allow me
We'll
land,
listen
Paul.
radio, we'll go to the internet, we
Yeah,
do
allow me land
everything,
my
but we
thoughts.
are
Allow me
scared of
land my
voting.
thoughts. Then you can now critique.
No.
I agree with you. I agree with
conversation,
you.
so not just like you say,
I agree with you
let
that
you
the
land. You've been talking
military.
for the past 7
I
minutes.
agree with you that the military is not happy, especially with that statement of Asari Dokubo, where he also criticized the military.
He did not criticize. He insulted the military.
He insulted the military. That he basically, it's just like what happened between Putin and the Wagner group.
Correct.
All right, it's just the same thing that's happening. Putin and the Wagner group. Putin gave that guy so much powers to do all those proxy wars for him, and then the guy somehow turns around and wants to create a rebellion. That's basically what, and the military.
But what he said was actually the ones that are corrupting the country, stealing resources from the country.
You see,
so it's not like he was attacking the entire military.
Wait, you know, we as a nation, we have short memory, and it's very sad. Who is Asari Dokubo? Have you asked the question? Who is he? Let's go to his track record. If Asari is telling you something now, you just believe. Who is Asari Dokubo? You look at a man's track record. You look at.
Hold on,
wait.
When you said so, Asari Dokubo, truth be told, he might not know how to use his word very well. Asari Dokubo is a freedom fighter. Asari Dokubo fought a good fight before he understand that for him to die and his family will live in penury, abject poverty, he started benefiting from his fight. But Asari Dokubo fight a good fight. I can tell you. Yes. And when you said all these things about the military, that Asari Dokubo tried to condemn the military, the way he uses his word, I blame the president because Asari Dokubo must have discussed that issue with the president one-on-one. He shouldn't have come out in public and say it. But guess what? The military actually did everything that Asari Dokubo is talking about.
Yes.
Up to the Air Force on air and the Navy on ground, plus the soldier, the so-called NSCDC, they are all
you see this problem. You see this problem is the same problem of Putin, where Prigozhin was accusing the military brats that they were corrupt under Putin. Now, I don't mind. I understand Asari Dokubo was a freedom fighter, but now he's earning from the government. Actually, what I see is even deeper. There's going to be real battle for resources in the Niger Delta. Why? A contract was given to Tompolo to deal with the oil theft by the Buhari government. Now, Asari, who is also like another opposition fighter,
warlord,
is being backed up by the new Buhari government
administration.
Don't you see in the big analysis of things that there's going to be issues in the Niger Delta?
So just to let you know, let's correct that part. And Asari Dokubo spell it clearly. If you listen that speech, Asari Dokubo also assigned contracts to also mount the so-called Abuja Kaduna Road. That is one. Then when you said so, maybe you don't understand the region very well. Tompolo is from Warri South local government. He's from Delta State. Tompolo mounts the region within Delta State all the way to Bayelsa. Asari is from River State. They all have their place. It's just that these guys.
Paul, I know that region. Paul, I lived in that region.
No, hold on. Let me land with it.
I know that region very well.
Let me land with it.
There's even Ateketom. Ateketom is now
Ateketom is a king.
So I know that region very well.
So now what I want to make you understand, this thing that we're talking about, it's not all about Ateketom and Asari Dokubo. There are so many of them.
Yes.
But these are the ones that are just making national news.
Yes.
When you come to Eket, you go all the way to Akwa Ibom. They also have people from that place. Asari Dokubo cannot do anything anywhere close to Delta State.
Let me tell you something,
to bring him down.
Paul, listen.
Tompolo cannot near anywhere close to River State. They'll bring him down. That's how it works.
Paul, let me tell you something. If you have many warlords, and government gives backing to one, if a government resource, government support backs one, that one becomes the dominant person.
That's true.
Everybody has to shift because government, military, and everything backs it. But what I'm saying is that the way he communicated, like you said, will always annoy professional military men. It will always annoy because what you are just trying to say is that you are throwing them under the bus.
That's
okay.
Right?
See, from what I heard, I don't know why you are making it sound as if it's the entire military. What he was saying was attacking the people that are causing the problem in the country. So I don't understand why he keeps saying what he's saying was about the entire military. I heard that. Sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish now. Let me just finish what I was saying. You just see. I watched it, and what I heard was somebody accusing the military of stealing our natural resources that we're supposed to be protected from, and they were supposed to be the ones protecting it. And he also accused them of the way they were fighting insurgency. They were pulling their punches. So those are things are serious allegations. And it's not accusing the lower ranking ones. He's talking about powerful people in the military.
Forefathers, can you answer this question? Has Asari not also stolen oil stuff?
So he shouldn't say anything.
Well, let me tell you.
No. I'm asking you. Everybody is ranking.
No, he has. So she did not say anything. Let's say he has. He has. So she shouldn't say anything.
So I can even tell you that. I can tell you that Asari Dokubo didn't steal.
So it should. Oh my God. So just because he has stolen, he shouldn't tell if he sees something going wrong
because he's part of the whole racketeering.
Hold on, Sydney.
I can
equally say Asari Dokubo has not stolen from that place. Because after the Obasanjo thing, Asari Dokubo fight, Yaradua gave him that release Asari Dokubo and the likes. They sent so many of them to school. They give so many of them contracts.
Scholarships, yes.
No. Those are just they are foot soldiers. The big ones, they give them contracts. They bought tugboat, they bought everything. They started making money legitimately. You understand? That does not mean that he can steal, he cannot steal. But he started benefiting legally from the system.
Okay, Paul, I'll ask you a simple
That's
question.
What I want you.
I'll ask you a simple question, please. Just listen to me.
Go ahead.
Has there been oil bunkering going on in the Niger Delta since those times after Yaradua gave them all those palliatives?
I can say going on till today.
Good.
Till today.
Now, second question is, who have been coordinating that oil bunkers in the Niger Delta in the creeks?
So do you want me to tell you? I'll tell you the 3 cardinal points, the 3 people that are coordinating it. The military, the traditional rulers, and the so-called youth.
Now, thank
It's
you
a
very
family
much.
business.
Let's break it down. Hold on.
That is one facet of it. Then the second facet of it, when you talk about the Asari Dokubo, I don't think Asari Dokubo can steal oil to go sell in Houston, Texas.
No.
The small one that they steal, that they use for what I call local consumption over there, that is what they do. The one that they steal,
he actually acknowledged that even the ones he was talking about, the big ones, they say they have terminals and everything that they used to take oil out of the country.
The so-called Navy,
I think
the so-called Air Force that are seeing these vessels come into Nigerian space to take all those things.
You mentioned 3 people.
We're playing with the big boys. He was playing with the big boys. He wasn't
We're
playing local.
analyzing. You mentioned 3 people. Military. I agree with you. And that is why Peter Obi said no crude can get away here without the military involvement. The government must be aware of it. So they are implicated. You talked about traditional rulers. Some of those traditional rulers, one of them is Ateketon. They have real strong backings with these warlords to create protection in those environments. Is it true?
That is true.
The third set of people, which you call the boys, the local boys, food soldiers, who do the bunkering, create local fuel and kerosene for the local riverine communities to dwell in, and then sometimes they push these products off barges. You get me? They know where the pipelines are in the deep creek. They also work alongside the security officials who see them. Now, do you think that in all this, Asari Dokubo or Ateketom or Tompolo, who has a contract, is not aware of it? That they are not aware? That they just came to be aware of it? Or they don't participate? They are not They are not participating in these affairs. So for me, is that discussion in Aso Rock
let me make you understand
happened.
something. Let me make you understand
What I'm trying to say is that it is dangerous for a government that discussion in Aso Rock by Asari Dokubo, that communication is something that should be done behind the scene. When you bring it out into public glare, it gives different picture to the military. It gives a different vibe and about your institution.
Exactly. But he also said,
I don't think that's what he was saying. A lot of military people will support it. I don't understand what he's saying. A lot of let me tell you something. My own instinct is always
on the military.
My instinct is always on the side of the military. Let me finish my own point.
New chief of army staff, and you see this type of thing going on. I don't think you want your boys that you deploy in the creek to do those nonsense. You make them understand that stop those nonsense. He also sent a positive signal also to the military to say, come on, these people, they've exposed us too much. We have to cut down a little. You understand? Now, then let me make you understand. Compensating the so-called Tompolo and overreached is a political strategy. I hope you understand that Tinubu's wife, Remi Tinubu, is a Shekiri woman, minority from that same state. And at the same time, the Ijaw people will feel threat that if a Shekiri woman happen to be the first lady, they are going down. You understand? But making them relevant with Tompolo, who happen to be an Ijaw man, he sent another signal, say, don't worry, we are still in power. It's a political strategy. Go and look at the place that Tinubu
but you cannot shortchange your military as a government. We
cannot do the same thing all the time and expect a different answer. What about that?
It's going to take decisive action to get these rotten eggs. It's not the old army and the navy. There are a few who have this entitlement mentality. I better persona. I get power persona. I get people where they up, where go to cover me. the president is going to remove them and make it possible for the people of this country to benefit. For instance, Emefule is gone, Bauer is gone. So more heads will roll. Those who are standing as an impediment to the good and progress of this country. The president will not dilly-dally with them. He will not do sissy with them. He's going to put and kick them out. And when he does that, we will have the unfettered power, encouragement to get rid of oil theft, which all my brothers in the Niger Delta, all of us have agreed.
Now, did you hear what he said?
He qualified it.
Unfettered powers.
You see what he decided to hear? 1 minute,
No.
he decided,
Hold on,
you see what he decided to hear? He said, not all the military. A few of them.
Go back again, let him listen again. Go back again.
Allow me land.
It's like you are defending those corrupt ones now.
No, I'm not defending corruption. All I'm saying is that there is what we call optics. When somebody that is a non-state actor, all right, begins to come to your state house and tells you exactly that we are going to do this, we're going to remove them, is going to be decisive on this. He's telling you exactly the government, what they are going to postulate. For me, as an individual, I feel it's not right. You see,
for me, I also believe that the military also now in the rig also
because
know
that
that the civilian is watching them, that somebody can report them.
Would have been
and
better.
It's a good thing.
That communication would have been better from presidency himself.
Can I make my last
comment?
comment?
Maybe you're right there. Maybe you're right there. But see, hold on. Let me just say this. I think the reason why maybe the president decided to do it was because that would have come across as being, one, he's not very clean himself, and he will come across as challenging. If the president came and said it, this is the plausible deniability. They could say, oh, Asari Dokubo is crazy. He's not. But if the president came and said it, it's like committing himself to criticize some maybe very, very powerful people in the military.
Fathers, that is not how. That is not. Wait, hold on. KJ, hold on. KJ, hold on.
If a military man had said it, maybe that would have been better. But that's not what happened.
Forefathers, you cannot have somebody that does not have any political office and come out and make such claims. That is very serious. Now, let me tell you this for free.
It's a citizen of Nigeria.
Let me just tell you this for free. Asari had better start watching his back, because the military is not going to forget this. He had better start watching his back from now.
What do you mean the military? He just said he's the one that are stealing the money. I can tell you that the junior officers will be on his side because they know what is going on.
Hold on. Let me say something.
He has no right.
Sorry, let KJ say something, and
last comment, and I will sign off for the night.
And then Jamba can just add something to it. Let me remove this guy.
Let me say something, and I will sign off. Now, loyalty in the military cannot be a military member being loyal to you who's an outsider. Never. The loyalty goes from top to bottom to top, and it's always going to defend themselves. One for all for one. Now, secondly,
that's why they have coups.
You are speaking based on what? Who are you? Are you the Minister of Information? Are you the person in social duties? What is your position for which you are making such allegation and even going ahead to infer what you are going to do in the government of Nigeria? I think these things should not be taken lightly. You see, it just shows you how impunity has gone to every level in Nigeria, in a society. If not, that room that you are sitting to make this pronouncement are the room where the Federal Executive Council, after their meetings, meet to take decision or to brief the press of what has gone on. You alone sat under it, and with no authority was able to say what you are going to do to an institution of government. Okay? So he doesn't look at it any which way.
He didn't say he is going to do it. He said the president is going to do it.
Brother, even if even if there are 5 generals in the army and all of them are corrupt, it's not Asari Dakubo that will come and dictate what to happen to those generals.
It's all about.
He's not dictating it. It's the president that he
It's
believes that the president will do it.
It's about optics. We're not saying that what Asari is saying is wrong or there's no corruption. But when you are communicating, because you are working with a victim, it's just like what happens.
Good night, KJ. Good night, KJ. Thank you for coming in, KJ.
Like Paul said, what happened in Lagos cannot happen. What happened? MC Olomo can talk, can tell you if you come out here, this is what will happen. And that is how it is because he has backing. Now, you can't use that same pattern in a federal government because more people of different nationalities and persuasions are involved. So if you give a wrong vibe, the vibe you are giving the military is that I have somebody that has muscle and is saying we're in charge of these things. You get me? And this is how it will happen. They will sack, I think they will sack this, they will sack this.
Why did you bring nationality into it?
No. When I say nationalities, I mean, what I mean by nationalities is not derogatory.
Is it that a South person is
no?
You
miss the point.
That's why now. Then why? Tell me, I don't understand.
I'm saying that we have in the federal system, you have other groups. You have other groups that are involved. So you cannot. It's not like in Lagos where it is most predominantly one group. So somebody can just communicate, "Oh, this is not going to happen," and everybody allows it. But when you come into that system where there are different South,
is the only allow someone that can communicate this or Yoruba man? What do you mean? Why?
What I'm trying to say is this: people want to feel involved in a government. That's one. And secondly, you have the military who is assigned to that role. Even the National Security Advisor is assigned to such roles. You don't come out, you don't create somebody that it doesn't have any portfolio whatsoever to communicate serious security matters with matter of fact.
What you say just now it has merit. If you can say, okay, a military person should have been put forward to say something like that. But remember, this is an independent citizen.
I still bring it to a recent issue of Russia and Prigozhin. It's just the same thing. Prigozhin does the job on the field in different areas for Putin. And then the military, the Russian military chiefs are not happy because Prigozhin is becoming a dominant voice. He's speaking out. He's talking. So they told him, look, okay, you need to register your fighters under the military. And he refused because he's saying that the military guys are corrupt. They are not bringing weapons. They are not bringing this. They are not doing this. And then he creates a rebellion. So what we are trying to say is that do not create massive issues in your security architecture because you need your military with you. If you create a problem within the military, at the end of the day, they will align with themselves and say, look, we don't think this president really understands our military structure. Military has structure.
Don't you think Tinubu is also doing it in a way like show of strength to make the military understand?
Yes, that's what I think he's trying to do.
It might also be a show of strength.
But that is a dangerous game.
You might say so. You might say so.
You might say that, yeah.
Wait, that is a dangerous game.
Guess what? We've been doing it the normal way for a very long time. We don't get it.
Exactly.
You understand? You might just want to go a little bit contrary to what we used to do.
The truth is that anywhere you see another group being strengthened by a government in place, down the line, that group will be very strong and can begin to dictate to the government. Secondly, they are ready for hire. Anybody can hire them and turn it against you. So every government must do all it takes to protect its military, sanitize its military, clean the military, and still have your military operating and answering to you as president.
Since 1997 to date, one of the harm that failed Nigeria so well, it is the military.
Now,
they failed the country. All these
yes,
insurgents and overacting, they
yes,
failed the
Paul,
country.
but does it mean that there are no good military men? There are. Does it
Of
mean
course,
that
of course.
so what you do is you see this,
Wait, hold on now, hold on.
Because something is bad,
When
chop
you
it
use
off.
no, you don't do that. When you use the word, does it mean that there's no good military? How do you know good military and bad military?
Good. That is
So,
why.
One of the ways you got to do things, you also need to show them, some of them, show of strength. You want to make them understand that you are in charge. You want to make them feel that this person doesn't take nonsense.
Good, but
it's another strategy.
being in charge doesn't mean that you empower a non-military force within your country.
I think. You see, Sydney, we are probably closer together than we would like to admit. I don't subscribe to private security and all that. I don't think Paul even supports it.
No,
I think so.
Me.
So most of us are already against that. The question now is the message he is sending. That is where that's where I believe that message needs to be gotten out there. Maybe the medium he's using, like using Asari talk about me, is not a good one. But there's a reason why maybe Tinubu is doing it. We don't fully know. That's why I say 3 months time before I will start judging this.
Do you know
government.
Do you know that of 2 days ago, Asari Dokubo moved some of his guys to the tribunal. All right. Yeah, to the tribunal that is currently happening.
He's been doing that. He's been doing that before now.
Yeah, I know he's been doing that, but he recently moved them there, especially when they started the defense for INEC. And
Asari Dokubo sent his men there.
Yes, now. So what
when he says men, forces or just
his boys now,
officials?
boys on the road. He has boys. He has different type of boys. The ones that are forces, the ones that are there to create muscle. So what I'm trying to say is, in essence, is this: I don't have a problem with the message of corrupt military guys, especially with oil and gas. What I have is how the message is communicated. Because optics, especially in that kind of position as president, most of the things that happen is about optics. A lot of the groundwork, people do it behind the scene, I don't know. It's all about optics. That's why you see presidents, when they meet each other, it's about the optics. How does it look? How does it come across? What message does this bring to the international community? What that thing that happened, how does an international force look at it and say, okay, this president doesn't really trust his military, we can penetrate through there? Or if you give the right optics, it's also a security issue. You need your military to believe that you are with them. Even if you have a plan to purge, you still need the military to know, I'm with you, you are with me, but I'm going to do an internal mechanism to cleanse the military of corrupt leaders. So we need
I see. So Otto, I think we are not, like I said, we are not that far apart. The only area you are complaining about is the way Tinubu did the process. For me, I feel like he has to find a way to do away with this organization, because it's going to be a problem sooner or later. He could start using them to assassinate people, causing all kinds of havoc in the country. So we don't want that to be happening.
And one thing with power, let me tell you one thing with power. If you become a very dominant guy and you knock on the presidency, he opens, he gives you free check, say, yeah, go and do what I want you to do. Before you know, you assume one kind of power. You feel that you have so much power. You know, there was this issue about Al-Mustafa and other generals during the Oputa panel issue, when they said Al-Mustafa, who was the guy next to Abacha, he was even telling generals to kneel down. He was slapping them because he had power. He could call Abacha. Abacha could trust him. He was doing the dirty job. He had a squad doing all the dirty job.
So let me ask you this.
What I'm just trying to say, at the end of the day, does it benefit the presidency as an institution? Because the presidency is not one person. We must always be seeing the presidency as that represents us. So if even for him as a president, once your generals feel that they have been put under the bus, it weakens your military. It weakens your military commitments. And that is very important for his handlers to understand and say, yes, you may have an Asari Dokubo doing some of the cleanup jobs.
Let me ask something. Let me ask something.
However, you must manage the powers that you allocate to him. And these are critical. We don't do it because we hate this person or hate this person. No, we are looking at it as a nation.
See,
and
let me say something. See, I think the problem with maybe the reason why this evolves, I'm just thinking about it while you were talking, is one, the military has structures, so you can't easily inject people into there to shake things up that you don't necessarily know. That's one. You can't just even have an emergency unit just join the military like that. It's not possible. So, and that's one. And if you have to obey your senior officers and all the rest, that's why senior officers often have to resign when they appoint Joint Chief of Staff, military brasses. So then, now when I look at Asari Dokubo and I see Nigeria is a massive country. So why did the federal government or Tinubu not choose from any other place? There's a reason why Asari Dokubo is emerging. It's because he's from the Niger Delta. And because there's a problem there where officials that are meant to be doing their jobs are enriching themselves to a point whereby the government felt that they didn't have enough power to tame them from within the military. That's how powerful they were, that they have to start relying on outside militia to do the job. Basically, that's what Asari Dokubo and Tompolo is.
But so, if I ask you, forefathers, let's say you are the president, all right? You are the president of the country, and your military, all right, is not showing professionalism in dealing with things because of massive corruption, all right, in the facility. Yeah. Now, between the military and a paramilitary group, who is more fit to do a job? Is it not the military? The military has more weapons, like what Asaris colluded to.
And he complained about it, that why they are not using the weapon. They are not using it.
Good. So for you as a president, you have to now create an internal system. And that's where you have the National Security Advisor, you have your DSS.
I just told you they are all corrupt. Let's say they are all corrupt. What is he going to do?
When we say they are all corrupt.
Okay, not all. At least the ones that he needs, enough of them are corrupt.
Yeah. So you now have to find a way to look for officers, brilliant officers, well trained, all right, that you will come and give them a mandate to fish out corruption.
How do you do that as a president?
Wait.
I'm trying to ask you questions about the mechanism of doing it.
I'm giving you answers now. I'm giving you answers.
It's theory you're giving me. I'm trying to ask you now, how do you, as a president, knowing that you have your chief of staff that is a military man, or I don't know who they are, but when you want to go into the military, you have to go through the top brasses. You can't just go to the bottom. So if you go through the top brasses, get me some men that are very loyal to me and all that. How do you do that?
See, you can go through any means as a president to get information.
Okay, you are the president now. How do you do that? That would have been better than Buhari or Tinubu.
Number one, I would find a way to get dossiers. I would get a dossier because the DSS gets dossiers every day. You get a dossier.
And I'm going to be the corrupt military bosses. You are the president.
No.
I'm the corrupt military guys.
Like I said, you have different security apparatus. You have the DSS. You have the EFCC. You have different groups. All you need is
DSS. Have we known DSS to arrest any military officials? General.
You know why? Let me tell you something. And do you know why all these people do this? Because the president is corrupt. Because the president has no levels. If you put a president that wants to deal with corruption, everybody will sit up.
Sometimes you may not be corrupt. Sometimes you may not be corrupt, but everybody else is corrupt around you. But I'm asking you now. I'm trying to get you to get around me. I'm a corrupt general.
I'm telling you, get around me. Good. To get around you, I just surprise you with a visit and say I need all your books out. That's simple. I need all your books out. Put them in here and let's move. Shut the system
And
down.
you find out that I'm corrupt. What happens next?
Take you out and bring in and look through the books and bring in a new officer.
And the people that hold on now, the people that you're now, they are all. I've already set up my boys to be the next in commands.
No, but as soon as you do that, in about 3 or 4 of the organizations, you'll be able to filter